Chapter 1. The Daimyo of the Land of Water. In the first month of the 21st year of Konoha, the first great ninja war, which swept across the entire ninja world, had just come to an end. The residence of the Daimyo of the Land of Water was adorned with white lanterns, and the interior was draped in white silk. The esteemed Daimyo, Shuangyue Lin, had succumbed to a severe illness after a year in bed and passed away last night. The hastily arranged morning hall was filled with guests. Shuangyue Kongming donned mourning attire, kneeling before the coffin. Suddenly, the sounds of laughter and conversation echoed from outside the door. Moments later, the sources of the noise appeared in Kongming's line of sight. Several rotund ministers clad in red robes entered the mourning hall, casting a fleeting glance at the portrait of Shuangyue Lin. The Minister of Finance embraced his father's concubine, his hand wandering to her posterior as the two engaged in flirtatious banter. As evening fell, the guests gradually dispersed. Shuangyue Kongming was to keep vigil for an entire month, unable to step outside the morning hall even once. After a hasty dinner, he lay down in the inner chamber of the morning hall. In the dead of night, a series of scandalously embarrassing sounds reached his ears. Kongming opened the door to find the Minister of Finance and his father's concubine playing games beside his father's coffin, right in front of his father's portrait. "Get lost, you worthless piece of trash," the Minister of Finance shouted upon noticing Kongming. Kongming glanced at his own diminutive 10-year-old frame, then at the minister's imposing 300-pound bulk, and wisely retreated back into his room. He thought to himself, having only crossed over for less than a day, it was unnecessary to put himself in peril for his unworthy father. He vowed to eventually bring down the Minister of Finance to avenge his father. Returning to his room, the minister's tirade continued. "Just like his deadbeat father, what's the point of him being alive? Keep your voice down. Next month, he'll be the new daimyo. Aren't you afraid of retaliation? The power of the daimyo has long been divided among us ministers. He's nothing but a mere figurehead. Let's not dwell on that useless one. Let's continue." A month later, the gates of the daimyo's castle swung wide open as a line of carriages draped in red and green slowly entered the city. The tidy streets were filled with townsfolk, some gathered in small clusters, their clothes patched and faded but clean. "Dallin, do you still have spare money for new clothes? Where would I find the money? The fabric I bought 2 years ago was for when Kongming becomes daimyo. Your sister-in-law wanted to make me a garment for good fortune." Alas, the ministers are ruthlessly raising taxes and plundering. When will this suffering end? It's tough. Young Master Kongming is only 10 years old, and the ministers have seized control of the land of water. Breaking this deadlock is exceedingly difficult. The third Mizukage, who came to witness the ceremony, ascended the high platform and nodded gently at the minister presiding over the event. "The auspicious hour has arrived. The inauguration ceremony of the daimyo is about to commence. We invite young Master Shuangyue Kongming to the stage." Kongming emerged from the daimyo's residence, clad in cumbersome ceremonial attire that restricted his movements, making him uncomfortable as he shuffled forward inch by inch. Focusing all his attention on walking, he was suddenly shoved from behind by a pair of pudgy hands, nearly stumbling to the ground. "Hurry up! A delay would bring bad luck." Kongming clenched his fists tightly, inhaling deeply, thinking, "Just wait, I'll have my revenge on all of you sooner or later." With an expressionless demeanor, he ascended the platform and completed a series of intricate rituals, receiving the seal that denoted his status as daimyo. As the crowd dispersed, the Mizukage summoned Kongming to the front, gazing down at him from his elevated position, pointing a finger at his heart. "As the daimyo, you must always remember to dedicate yourself to the defense of the land of water and the village of Wuyin. Wuyin is the safety barrier of the land of water. Every citizen must bear this in mind." Kongming took a step back and nodded in acknowledgement. "Additionally, ensure that the funding is sent promptly." The Mizukage stepped forward, firmly patting Kongming's shoulder. "Rest assured, I will arrange it immediately." Kongming replied with a smile, his hands hanging low, tightly gripping his thigh, which had already turned a shade of purple. In his heart, he mused, "Just wait, I will scatter your ashes." Recalling the pompous ministers, he resolved to procure a protective talisman for himself. "Mizukage, could the two jonin by your side remain at the daimyo's residence for a while?" The Mizukage glanced at the two jonin beside him and nodded. Of course, the village has matters to attend to. I bid you farewell. Kongming watched the departing figure of the third Mizukage, his eyes narrowing, a glint of coldness flashing as he let out a soft chuckle. Heh, don't just stand there, hurry and arrange accommodations for us. My legs are numb from standing all day, urged the duo from Wuyin village. Kongming instructed the steward to properly host the jonin from Wuyin village. He had more pressing matters to attend to and turned back toward the inner chambers. Ding, congratulations to the host on successfully assuming the position of daimyo of the land of water. The money can talk system has been successfully bound. Phew, the system is finally activated. Kongming exhaled deeply. Having traversed into the world of Naruto, his age and physique diminished. After a month of keeping vigil, his golden opportunity had finally arrived. What functionalities does the system possess? This system is a trading system. The host can purchase any item using points. The host can acquire money through taxes, commerce, confiscation, and plunder. For every tale of pure profit earned, 1 point will be granted. Kongming opened the system's marketplace, eyeing the most expensive items. Eternal Freedom Body, 100 trillion points. Immortal Celestial Palace, 100 trillion points. God Tree Willow God, 100 trillion points. Kongming gazed at the system's offerings, nearly drooling. The items are exquisite, but the prices are exorbitant. Host, do not dwell on such details. Would you like to claim the novice gift package? Claim. Kongming chose to directly receive the novice gift package. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Bloodline Limit, Liquid Release, Special Physique, Xuanwu Immortal Body, and God-level Chakra Extraction Technique. Upon hearing the system's rewards, Kongming sat up straight, the 3 items sounding remarkably impressive. System, what is special about the Bloodline Limit? This system has meticulously designed the Bloodline Limit, Liquid Release, which contains water attributes. The host can learn and utilize all of it. Kongming felt the system insinuate that he was a water-based talent. And what about the Xuanwu Immortal Body? I presume it grants me an extended lifespan? The host is correct. Additionally, it endows the host with wind and water attribute chakra, concealing chakra fluctuations, shielding against causality and fate, making it impossible to be calculated or predicted. The host must continuously develop the Xuanwu Immortal Body to enhance defenses and increase total chakra. The system is impressive. Kongming pondered silently, having acquired means to grow stronger. He planned to develop cautiously, setting a target to cultivate for 2.5 years. Bring a manager, he instructed. After about 10 minutes, Kongming was lying on his side on the bed, studying the system, when manager he hurriedly arrived. Young master, have you been wronged? Manager, he inquired, his eyes glistening with concern. Kongming sat up, waving his hand. Manager, please tally the savings in the residence. Additionally, summon the Minister of Finance. Chapter 2. Initial Practice of Ninja Techniques. Half an hour later, the rotund Minister of Finance sauntered into the daimyo's residence at a leisurely pace. Kongming lay on the bed, relishing the massage from a nearby maid. Upon seeing the minister enter, he shifted to a more comfortable position. What brings you here? Before Kongming could speak, the minister had already settled into his chair, which creaked under the weight. Wuyin village requires funding. What can you tell me about the financial situation of the land of water? Kongming brought up Wuyin village to probe for financial intelligence. Tax revenue is 25 billion taels, with expenditures around 18 billion taels, leaving a surplus divided equally between the internal treasury and the national treasury. What good is that knowledge? The national treasury's funds belong to the state. You cannot access them. The well-prepared minister blurted out a set of figures. Kongming's eyes widened as he pushed the maid's hands away, sitting up straight, slapping the bed in displeasure. The vast land of water only collects 25 billion taels in taxes each year. The minister fiddled with the gold ring on his finger, not lifting his head as he replied, taxes from feudal lords' territories belong to them, and nobles are exempt from taxation. He felt a pang of anguish, unable to breathe, as he contemplated how much money flowed into the pockets of others each year. That wasn't merely money, it was life. Cursed feudal lords and nobles, blocking my path to wealth. Kongming, feeling disinterested, waved his hand. Go prepare the funding for Wuyin Village. Allocate 1 billion taels from the internal treasury. Watching the minister's hurried retreat, Kong Ming reflected on the advantages of power. He lay back on the bed, feeling satisfied. If I lie here without moving, I could sleep for an entire year. HM. System, come forth. The Xuanwu immortal body has no side effects, right? Rest assured, host. What level do you think this system is? It wouldn't provide you with a flawed physique. Your previous life was somewhat reclusive, and your physical fitness was poor, which led to this condition. A little exercise will resolve it. It'll trust you one more time. You can always trust this system. Its operational style can be summed up in one word: reliable. The following morning, Kong Ming attentively listened to Yu Bo's work report. Young master, the total funds in the internal treasury amount to nearly 10 billion taels. Do you wish to utilize this money now? Kong Ming shook his head. Not urgent. Manager He, how many ninjas are there in the residence? And what are their strengths? We have trained 10 jonin, 1 elite jonin, and over 40 chunin. Pausing for a moment, Yu Bo continued with a pained expression. However, some are sacrificed during missions, and some are bought off by the ministers. Only I remain as the elite jonin, along with Jonin Tanaka, a few dozen chunin, and over 100 jinin. Upon contemplating the 12 guardians of the Land of Fire, Xuangyue, Kong Ming felt a twinge of imbalance within. The training of ninjas must never be neglected, he asserted with unwavering resolve. Order the ninjas within the estate to procure funds from the inner treasury, to venture to other nations and gather orphans, bringing them back for clandestine training. Is that acceptable? Very well. I shall arrange for them to proceed at once. Should I also assign 2 ninja bodyguards to accompany you, young master? After a moment's reflection, Xuangyue, Kong Ming acknowledged the necessity of having someone nearby to relay messages. Please assign 1 lower-ranked ninja. He had not anticipated that the steward, Yu Huahe, possessed the prowess of an elite upper ninja. What an unexpected delight. System, I possess 1 billion points. I wish to make a purchase. Xuangyue, Kong Ming eagerly summoned the system. Host, do not indulge in fanciful daydreams. You have only 500 million points, came the reply. Xuangyue, Kong Ming was taken aback. How could this be? You haven't embezzled my points, have you? Host, refrain from defaming this system. 1 billion points is neither earned nor stolen. It is an inheritance bestowed upon you, and the deduction of inheritance tax is both reasonable and lawful. Encountering a law-abiding system is indeed a rarity. Xuangyue, Kong Ming resignedly accepted. 500 million it is. I wish to make a purchase. Dear esteemed host, please hold for a moment. I shall promptly provide you with a list of items. Indeed, having wealth allows one to act with impunity, and the system could easily become a sycophant. Sharingan, 3 Tomo, 500 million. Byakugan, 500 million. Sanctuary of Empty, 200 million. Summoning Beast. Amphibious Great White Shark, 200 million. Liquid Release. Water Overflowing Mysterious Wood Mountain, 200 million. Liquid Release. Tempestuous Downpour, 200 million. S-Class Ninjutsu Attribute Selectable, 100 million. Chakra Capacity. 1 card initially at Shadow level, 10 million. Regulatory Deluxe Package, 10. Mini Umbrella Box, 1. The array of goods was extensive. Alas, his points are limited, permitting only a few acquisitions. Damn the feudal lords. Xuangyue, Kong Ming selected 3 items and confirmed his purchase. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Sanctuary of Empty Penglai Island, with the entrance located beneath your bed. Liquid Release. Tempestuous Downpour. S-Class Ninjutsu. Water Release. Whales Devouring the World. Delivery completed. All system ninjutsu are in their unmarked versions, allowing you to perform them without the need for hand seals. Xuangyue, Kong Ming leapt from his bed and crawled beneath it. In an instant, he found himself on Penglai Island, as if in a realm of celestial wonder. At the center of the island lay a garden, where flowers, rockeries, and pavilions harmonized splendidly, a sight to behold. Xuangyue, Kong Ming grasped that chakra was akin to a battery, powered by the energy produced by 130 million cells, comparable to a solar power charger. Batteries and chargers vary in capacity. The process of extracting chakra felt akin to connecting a data cable for charging. He activated the divine chakra extraction technique, sensing and drawing forth the chakra energy from his cells. He could not deny the potency of the divine chakra extraction technique merely within minutes. Shuangyue Kongming had begun to sense chakra. After several minutes, his chakra reached its maximum capacity, totaling approximately 0.5 cards. He retrieved the three-body technique scrolls found in the treasure chamber and commenced his training, swiftly mastering the necessary hand seals. The three-body technique is one of the most formidable ninjutsu in the ninja world. Who could forget Naruto's improved transformation technique, which even ensnared the ancestral figure of Kagaya? Shuangyue Kongming practiced the three-body technique tirelessly, his exceptional chakra extraction enabling him to replenish chakra faster than it was consumed. After an hour, he had attained proficiency in the hand seals. Setting aside the three-body technique, he began to train in the S-class water release, whales devouring the world. Reaching the edge of Penglai Island, Shuangyue Kongming waved his hand, summoning a massive whale, reaching a length of nearly 6 meters, which leapt and crashed into the sea, creating a splendid splash. The entry into the water was executed flawlessly, the resulting spray exquisite enough to warrant a perfect score of 100, and he was unbothered by its potential pride. However, he had exerted too much force, wasting chakra, as though using a cannon to swat a fly. Shuangyue Kongming replenished his chakra to its maximum and continued practicing water release, whales devouring the world. After half an hour of training, the whale grew to over 30 meters in length, wielding power comparable to that of an ordinary upper ninja. Shuangyue Kongming wished to test the might of liquid release. Tempestuous downpour, the name alone suggested a technique of great ferocity. With a gentle wave of his hand, a storm brewed within a 200-meter radius around him. A gentle breeze stirred, accompanied by a light drizzle. In less than a minute, his chakra was exhausted, and the wind ceased, the rain stopping abruptly. In the days that followed, Shuangyue Kongming concealed himself on Penglai Island, honing his ninjutsu and chakra control, leaving the affairs of the estate to the steward, as he had no political duties whatsoever. It was not until the evening of the 5th day that the guard reported that the Minister of Finance wished to see him. Chapter 3. The Execution of Traitors. After a brief contemplation, Shuangyue Kongming realized the implications of the Minister of Finance's visit. His arrival signified that this group of scoundrels had completed their schemes. Having embezzled funds, reconciled accounts, and divided the spoils, they had the audacity to come and mock him, truly a band of fine ministers. "Please come in." Shuangyue Kongming fixed his gaze intently upon the door, and in the blink of an eye, the Minister of Finance and a certain ninja appeared within his view. "What brings you to the Lord's estate at such a late hour?" Shuangyue Kongming inquired. "The funds for the Hidden Mist Village have been prepared. When shall we deliver them?" Shuangyue Kongming made the necessary arrangements. "The upper ninja of the Hidden Mist Village is available. You may depart at any time." He turned to the ninja behind the Minister of Finance, who appeared rather lackadaisical, leering at the passing maids. "He seems somewhat familiar. I feel as though I have seen him before." I've always been responsible for ensuring your father's safety. Does that jog your memory?" The upper ninja scoffed at the mention of Shuangyue Lin. Feigning a moment of enlightenment, Shuangyue Kongming responded, "So you are one of my father's trusted aides. He must have treated you well, I presume." Naruto, the Unruly one of the Uchiha clan, 1-78-1. Uchiha Yunyan, having traversed into another realm, found himself in a curious coincidence. The individual whose soul he inhabited also bore the name Yunyan, albeit with the addition of a surname, thus becoming Uchiha Yunyan. The mere mention of the Uchiha clan foretold the myriad troubles that would arise from such a lineage and its formidable ocular prowess. Ironically, Yunyan was averse to complications. In his early days after the soul transference, he discerned the escalating discord between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, compounded by the presence of numerous fanatics within the clan. The atmosphere was rife with malevolence. At that time, his strength was inadequate, and being of humble origins within the clan rendered him inconspicuous. To evade turmoil and alleviate his burdens, Yunyan seized a timely opportunity to apply for a position among the 12 guardian ninjas, thereby distancing himself from the tumult of Konoha. Indeed, this 12 guardian ninjas cohort comprised the 12 ninjas dispatched by Konoha to protect the daimyo of the Land of Fire, with Asuma Saratobi among them. and Yunyan now included. By choosing to develop in a relatively stable and resource-rich environment, far removed from chaos, Yunyan's decision proved to be remarkably astute. Even to this day, he reflects with gratitude and decisiveness upon that pivotal choice. As the years have unfolded, what has become of Yunyan's prowess? When he departed from Konoha, he had already attained a level commensurate with that of a Jonin. Now, several years later, having clandestinely cultivated his abilities, his true strength has reached unparalleled heights. Just how formidable is he now? Yunyan asserts that he no longer fears the troubles posed by Konoha. In other words, those predicaments no longer constitute a threat to him. Empowered with the ability to safeguard himself, Yunyan's mindset has undergone a transformation. He has shifted from a state of self-preservation and avoidance of conflict to one of indifference, even a burgeoning eagerness to engage. Just as this shift in mentality occurred, an opportunity presented itself. This opportunity materialized in the form of a directive from Konoha, personally issued by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The contents of the order explicitly stated that Uchiha Yunyan was to be reassigned from the 12 guardian ninjas back to Konoha for further responsibilities. Upon reading the words "for further responsibilities," a subtle sensation washed over Yunyan. In the stronghold of the 12 guardian ninjas, within the capital of the Land of Fire, he held the directive in his hands, contemplating its implications with an expression of calmness, albeit tinged with complexity. Beside him stood Asuma Sarutobi, the most influential member among the 12 guardian ninjas, and ostensibly the most powerful ninja in their ranks. The man, smoking a cigarette, caught a glimpse of the contents of Yunyan's order with the corner of his eye, especially since Yunyan did not conceal it from them at all. As he set down the order, Yunyan inevitably noticed Asuma Sarutobi beside him, and without reservation, he remarked, "Asuma, your old man wants to transfer me back to Konoha." And he mentioned something about further responsibilities. Asuma Sarutobi exhaled a plume of smoke, his gaze deep and his tone enigmatic. "Is that so? Then congratulations are in order. Congratulations on your promotion." Yunyan held no belief in Asuma's congratulations. On one hand, the current circumstances of the Uchiha clan in Konoha are well known. From the ninjas to the villagers, few are willing to engage with the Uchiha, leading to a poor reputation for those bearing the Uchiha name, and Yunyan, who guards the 12 guardian ninja, is no exception. On the other hand, despite the conflicts between Asuma and his father, Hiruzen Sarutobi, they are still bound by blood as father and son. The Hokage's faction is evidently unwelcoming towards the Uchiha clan, and thus, the relationship between Asuma and Yunyan cannot be particularly close. Consequently, both in public and private, their relationship remains rather ordinary, limited to mere appearances, such as superficial acquaintance. Could one truly expect heartfelt congratulations from him upon one's promotion? Moreover, whether this so-called promotion is indeed a promotion remains debatable. Folding the directive from Konoha in his hand, Yunyan carefully tucked it away in his pocket, letting out a meaningful, cold chuckle before he unceremoniously strode forward. As a ninja of Konoha, it is only fitting to heed the orders of the Hokage. I shall gather my belongings and return to Konoha. At this juncture, Yunyan had reached the doorway. He turned back to glance at Asuma Sarutobi and the other 12 guardians, casually bidding farewell. Though our collaboration over these years has been fraught with some challenges, it has overall been smooth sailing. Regardless, it is time to say goodbye. With that, Yunyan turned once more and opened the door before him. Unexpectedly, before he could step outside, he was halted by Asuma Sarutobi's voice from behind. "Yunyan, are you not going to bid farewell to Lord Daimyo?" Yunyan paused, maintaining his grip on the door, yet he did not turn to face them, merely addressing them over his shoulder. "Naturally, over the years, Lord Daimyo has shown me considerable kindness. Now that I am leaving the capital to return to Konoha, it is only proper to inform him." Asuma Sarutobi scrutinized Yunyan's silhouette, his expression growing somewhat frosty. "Lord Daimyo is exceedingly busy. I believe it would be best if you do not disturb him. As for your respect and gratitude towards him, I will convey it on your behalf." Yunyan remained steadfast, still not facing them, his tone seemingly growing colder. Such matters cannot be relayed through you. They must be expressed in person." With those words, Yunyan stepped out decisively, shutting the door behind him. Inside the room, the 12 guardians exchanged glances, and Asuma Sarutobi, slightly leading the group, took a drag from his cigarette, enveloped in a hazy cloud, obscuring his expression. Why, one might wonder. Would Asuma Sarutobi seek to prevent Yunyan from bidding farewell to the daimyo of the Land of Fire? This was undoubtedly due to the exceptionally favorable relationship Yunyan had cultivated with the daimyo over the years. Indeed, This favorable relationship merits quotation marks. At least from an outsider's perspective, it seemed inexplicable that this sole Uchiha among the 12 guardians had gradually garnered the daimyo's favor, ultimately earning his trust. It was indeed trust. Throughout these years, the daimyo had placed considerable confidence in Yunyan, routinely assigning him significant tasks or granting him privileges. Over time, Yunyan, as a vassal, had attained a level of favor akin to that of a favored minister. However, in the eyes of Asuma Saratobi and the other 12 guardians, Yunyan was merely a cunning sycophant, adept at manipulating the sovereign. Whether as a sycophant or a favored minister, these identities must also be viewed with skepticism. For the true nature of Yunyan's relationship with the daimyo of the Land of Fire is as follows. Upon departing from the stronghold of the 12 guardians, Yunyan tidied his belongings and proceeded directly to meet the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Unlike the arduous endeavor faced by outsiders striving to gain an audience with the daimyo, Yunyan was promptly escorted by the relevant courtiers to the daimyo's private chamber. After a brief announcement, the daimyo graciously welcomed Yunyan into his presence. Thus, Yunyan found himself in an exceedingly smooth and natural encounter with the daimyo, and in such an intimate setting as the daimyo's chamber. Moreover, after exchanging a few pleasantries, the daimyo waved his sleeve, dismissing the maids and courtiers within the chamber, granting Yunyan the opportunity for a private audience. The attendants, accustomed to such occurrences, obediently retreated, allowing the two to converse freely in a comfortable and secluded environment. Even those stationed outside the chamber occasionally caught the sound of the daimyo's hearty laughter, indicating a delightful rapport between the two, revealing the enduring favor the ninja enjoyed from the esteemed daimyo. However, the reality within the chamber starkly contrasted with the perceptions of the attendants outside. The daimyo, characterized by a delicate demeanor and effeminate mannerisms, sat rigidly in the central seat of the chamber. Rather than engaging in lively discourse with Yunyan, he appeared lost in thought, his body frozen in place, resembling an emotionless marionette. As for Yunyan, he occupied a position close to the daimyo, exhibiting a lack of decorum and an air of casualness that bordered on disrespect as he leisurely indulged in the fruits and pastries laid before him. Notably, the crimson three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes continued to rotate slowly, hinting at deeper implications. This signifies that the Sharingan is gaining momentum, fulfilling its destined purpose. In this chamber, only the feudal lord of the Land of Fire and Yunyan were present. Yunyan sat comfortably in his seat, indulging in food and drink, while the feudal lord sat in a daze, lost in thought. It was evident that Yunyan's Sharingan was exerting its influence on someone. Should anyone else discover the peculiar state of affairs within the chamber, disbelief would ensue, followed by sheer terror. How astonishing it was that Yunyan was employing the illusionary powers of his Sharingan to hypnotize the esteemed feudal lord of the Land of Fire. This was no mere act of audacity, it was an affront so grand that it could be deemed as challenging the heavens themselves. Indeed, the feudal lord was a sovereign of a nation, the highest authority in the Land of Fire. Even the Hokage was but a vassal, compelled to bow and obey in the presence of the feudal lord. Yet, here was Yunyan, Uchiha Yunyan, regarded by outsiders as the feudal lord's favored sycophant, audaciously using the illusionary arts of his Sharingan to ensnare the very lord himself. And judging by the circumstances, it seemed he had been hypnotizing him for an indeterminate duration, perhaps countless times already. Is this not a deception of the highest order? And what of Yunyan himself? Does he feel no remorse for his actions at this moment, nor perceive any impropriety? It is as if he were merely engaged in a trivial endeavor, consistently employing illusion to hypnotize the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Indeed, it is trivial, and it is consistent. Yunyan has, without fail, persisted in this insignificant act for no less than 2 years. At this juncture, one might surmise why. During his tenure as the protector of the 12 guardians of the shinobi, Yunyan has gradually earned the trust of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. A trust that has deepened to the point of favoritism. What favoritism? What subjects? It is entirely a ruse, designed to mislead the onlookers. In truth, the daimyo of the Land of Fire has long been ensnared in Yunyan's illusions. To be more precise, the daimyo is now under Yunyan's control. The illusion of favoring his subjects is a mere fade for the outside world, a deception that is easily maintained. It is remarkable that Yunyan, with his mere pair of three-tomo Sharingan, dares to hypnotize the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Is he not fearful of the truth coming to light? Does he not worry that the ninjas surrounding the daimyo might uncover some telltale sign? Indeed, the daimyo is not merely a sovereign. He is surrounded not only by the 12 guardians but also by other wandering ninjas who have been recruited to protect him. They are directly commanded by the daimyo and possess considerable strength. Did these ninjas not realize that the lord to whom they pledged their loyalty was under the continuous influence of an illusion, possibly even hypnosis? For an indeterminate length of time? They certainly did not detect even the slightest hint of a flaw or anomaly. This is because Yunyan's Sharingan is far more intricate than merely possessing 3 tomo. Yunyan asserted that the ninjas surrounding the lord, mere fools at best, possess skills no greater than that of Jainin. It was utterly impossible for them to perceive their lord's susceptibility to his own jinjutsu. Only a ninja of significant caliber, at the level of a Kage and with profound expertise in illusion techniques, might have a chance of discerning any irregularities. Thus, the act of hypnotizing the Lord of the Land of Fire was executed flawlessly. The esteemed Lord of the Land of Fire, the supreme ruler of the most powerful nation in the ninja world, was effectively under the secret control of Yunyan himself. The implications and value of this circumstance are immeasurable. With the Lord of the Land of Fire in his grasp, Yunyan would possess considerable advantages and capabilities in the future. Holding such a clandestine trump card instilled in Yunyan a significant sense of confidence, even a semblance of arrogance, before his return to Konoha. How could the Hokage possibly surpass the Lord of the Land of Fire? Should matters escalate to that extent, Yunyan could simply overturn the table and demand a direct confrontation between the Lord and the Hokage. Unless the Hokage dared to directly defy the Lord's orders or oppose him, leading all of Konoha in rebellion against the Land of Fire. It is not that Yunyan underestimates Sarutobi Hiruzen. Rather, Sarutobi Hiruzen is simply incapable of such actions and does not possess the courage to do so. In his advanced age, he lacks the audacity to challenge the established order, to be the first to openly resist the authority of the Lord. A powerful ninja must submit to the commands of a feeble lord. Although this peculiar and distorted system is indeed bizarre, it has persisted for over a millennium, so long that it has become ingrained in the hearts of the people, who find no fault in it. Yunyan, having traversed time, possesses an extraordinary perspective and agile thinking, which render him profoundly dissatisfied with this aberrant institution. However, if such a flawed system can yield significant benefits and conveniences for him, the matter becomes more complex. At present, it appears that, at least for the foreseeable future, Yunyan, wielding the formidable card of the Deming, can exploit this irregular system, transforming the Deming into a clandestine ace up his sleeve. As adults, the notions of good and evil, right and wrong, pale in comparison to the pursuit of personal gain and advantage, which take precedence. After indulging in a leisurely repast at his station, Yunyan felt that his position had been sufficiently fortified, and the 3 tomo in his eyes ceased their rotation. Although he halted the hypnosis, he maintained the state of his Sharingan, while the Daiming of the Fire Nation remained seated, his gaze vacant and unresponsive. With his crimson Sharingan wide open, Yunyan wiped his hands, rose from his seat, ascended a few steps, and approached the Deming of the Fire Nation. He first waved his hand before the Deming, and upon noticing no change in the latter's expression, he disrespectfully twisted the Deming's head to gaze into his eyes, scrutinizing the results of his efforts. After a moment of observation, Yunyan nodded in satisfaction, murmuring to himself, "Indeed, after such an extended period of hypnosis, the Deming's thoughts have fundamentally altered under my influence. The effect of the illusion is as deeply rooted as it is unyielding. To dispel my illusion, even the kaleidoscope Sharingan would find it an insurmountable challenge. Unless perhaps Uchiha Itachi employs Izanami, or Uchiha Shursui utilizes Kotoeme Tsukumi, then there might be a chance." Once he confirmed the efficacy of his work, Yunyan released the Deming's head. He did not boast. His mastery of illusion had indeed reached such heights. Yunyan's prowess in illusion was already formidable, and hypnotizing an ordinary individual devoid of chakra and power was a trivial task. Coupled with this intermittent hypnosis spanning 2 years, the accumulation of effect had led to a qualitative transformation, rendering the Daiming of the Fire Nation utterly incapable of escaping Yunyan's control. Thus, Yunyan felt a sense of relief, enabling him to depart from the capital of the Land of Fire and return to Konoha with ease. As he concluded his business and prepared to descend the steps, his gaze drifted across the table before the daimyo, where he discerned a subtle inconsistency. The delicacies on the daimyo's table remained untouched, and the tea had not been sipped, while the treats on his own table had been nearly devoured, an evident anomaly. Upon recognizing this detail, Yunyan unceremoniously lifted the cup before the daimyo, disregarding its coldness, and consumed its contents in one swift motion. Following this, he, confident in his hearty appetite, rapidly finished off nearly half of the delicacies on the daimyo's table. After completing this act, Yunyan surveyed the surroundings once more, confirming the absence of any issues before retreating down the steps. His cautious nature should not be mistaken for hesitation. Once he detected a flaw, he was unwilling to overlook even the minutest detail. Exercising prudence is never amiss. Ultimately satisfied that no problems remained, Yunyan strode toward the palace exit with nonchalance. Showing no attachment to the opulence surrounding him, he understood that the extravagance of mortals was not his realm of comfort. Rather, his strength and the entirety of the ninja world would serve as his future stage. Just before stepping out of the palace doors, Yunyan discreetly snapped his fingers, dispelling the daimyo's illusion and awakening him from his hypnotic state. Within the palace, the daimyo of the Land of Fire paused momentarily, only to see Yunyan already exiting the palace in the distance. He felt no sense of abnormality, for in the illusion, Yunyan had respectfully bid him farewell. Despite the daimyo's attempts to retain him, he was unable to do so. Yunyan bore the orders of the Hokage, leaving the daimyo with no choice but to reluctantly allow him to return to Konoha. Upon awakening, the moment I beheld Yunyan departing, reality and illusion seamlessly intertwined. Even after Yunyan had completely vanished from the noble's sight, lingering regret still dwelled within the noble's heart. He let out a deep sigh. For the departure of his confidant, Yunyan had cast a shadow over his spirits. This melancholic mood swiftly morphed into displeasure, which soon escalated into a sentiment known as misplaced wrath. The noble of the Land of Fire, suddenly overcome by an inexplicable fury, slammed his hand upon the table and began to mutter in anger. What on earth is Sarutobi Hiruzen up to? Among the 12 guardian ninja, I favored that Uchiha lad, yet he had him reassigned. Is he deliberately trying to thwart me? How infuriating. Uninvited guests are always bound to arrive. Within the confines of the palace, the noble of the Land of Fire harbored resentment towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, yet Yunyan remained oblivious and indifferent. Once he departed from the noble's domain, he ceased to dwell on that small patch of land, setting his sights on Konoha instead. Upon leaving the capital of the Land of Fire, Yunyan summoned his normal J-Nin level speed and swiftly made his way towards Konoha, traversing the vast, endless forests of the Land of Fire. Although both the capital and Konoha lay within the heart of the Land of Fire, there existed a considerable distance between them. Even at the speed of a J-Nin, the journey would take the better part of a day or two. As he traveled, Yunyan calculated that he had departed the capital during the day. If he pressed on through the night, he should reach Konoha by tomorrow morning. However, why should he hasten through the night? There was no urgent mission at hand, nor any grandiose reason compelling him. Yunyan held little affection for Konoha and even less loyalty towards the Hokage. Moreover, the orders he received did not explicitly mandate an urgent return. It would be folly for him to rush. Thus, shortly after darkness fell, Yunyan comfortably chose to halt his journey, intending to have a bite to eat before enjoying a good night's sleep. As for when he would resume his travels the following day, that would depend on when he chose to awaken in the morning. After deciding to rest, Yunyan casually found a flat, suitable spot to kindle a fire, then gathered some wild game from the surroundings to roast over the flames, even taking out his personal seasonings to enhance the flavor. This process is anchored in a singular principle: never compromise oneself. Even in the outside world, when conditions permit, one must indulge in ample culinary pleasures. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Yunyan succumbed to the drowsiness that gradually enveloped him, comfortably drifting into slumber beside the crackling fire. Sleeping soundly. During this season, the nighttime temperatures are quite agreeable, and with a pile of smoldering embers nearby, he felt no fear of beasts or insects. Thus, even in the wilderness, his repose was undisturbed. Yet, a question arises. What emboldens this individual to brazenly light a fire and roast meat in the dead of night? Even within the borders of the Land of Fire, in his own sphere of influence, it is not implausible that ninjas from other villages could infiltrate the area. What if unforeseen dangers lurk nearby? Is he not concerned that his blatant grilling might attract foes in peril? What grants him such tranquility in his slumber? While other ninjas execute their missions with trepidation, experiencing only fitful rest, Yunyan sleeps deeply, secure in the knowledge of his own strength. His audacity stems from an unwavering confidence in his abilities, allowing him to relax and rest without fear. He is assured that even in sleep, his awareness remains attuned. No matter how formidable an opponent, be they of shadow-level strength or beyond, they could not approach him silently. As previously mentioned, Yunyan refuses to compromise his comfort. With the conditions and capabilities at his disposal, he indulges in the luxuries of life. savoring his meal before surrendering to sleep. The quality of his sustenance and rest would undoubtedly evoke envy and jealousy among ordinary ninjas. However, unexpected occurrences often arise. Uninvited guests may pay a visit. Around midnight on that fateful night, unwelcome figures approached. Two shadows, concealed by the darkness, silently encroached upon the slumbering Yunyan. These two individuals are neither mountain bandits nor wandering ninjas. The exquisite quality of their gear reveals them to be highly trained professional ninjas. A discerning observer, upon examining the style of their equipment, would readily deduce that they are members of the Leaf Village's Anbu. Furthermore, those with even greater insight could ascertain, from the masks they wear and the subtle distinctions in their gear compared to ordinary Anbu, that they are not merely Anbu of the Leaf, but rather operatives from the notorious Root. Indeed, the infamous Root ninjas have arrived. The arrival of these troublesome mice invariably heralds misfortune. It seems that any traveler who finds themselves in the world of Naruto will ultimately have to contend with this wretched lot, as well as the individuals lurking behind them. Yunyan had long been psychologically prepared for this eventuality. His response to the situation was one of indifference, albeit with a hint of irritation from being abruptly awakened. With such thoughts occupying his mind, he remained peacefully asleep, motionless as if ensconced in a state of unguarded slumber. Indeed, it was a classic case of luring the enemy into a trap. Regrettably, even though Yunyan executed his ruse flawlessly, leaving no discernible flaws for the hidden Root ninjas to exploit, these two seasoned operatives remained inactive. Why did they refrain from striking? Did they believe the moment was not yet right? Unperturbed, the slumbering Yunyan continued to dream. Meanwhile, in a blind spot invisible to the two Root ninjas, he discreetly formed several hand seals with a single hand. Time passed, minute by minute, as Yunyan remained deeply ensconced in sleep. While the two Root ninjas patiently maintained their vigil, neither side daring to make a move. Occasionally, if Yunyan's position became uncomfortable, he would shift, stretch his legs, and resume his slumber in a new posture. There is little to be concerned about. Shifting positions in one's sleep is a common occurrence for everyone. At the very least, the two Root ninjas have not grown suspicious. If Yunyan were to remain motionless during this period, it might indeed provoke their curiosity. Thus, time continued to stretch on. From midnight to 1 or 2 in the morning. As Yunyan lay asleep, he felt that the time was nearing. This hour typically represents the deepest slumber of the human brain, a moment when one's defenses are at their weakest. Beyond this time frame, the longer the delay, the more unfavorable the situation becomes for the two Root ninjas. Therefore, Yunyan sensed that the moment was ripe. As anticipated, after a silent exchange between the two Root ninjas, they chose to strike. In the dark woods, a sudden buzzing sound erupted. 6 sharp kunai hurtled towards him from 6 different directions, converging in an attempt to skewer the slumbering Yunyan, determined to transform him into a porcupine. Yet, Yunyan had been awaiting this moment. In fact, he was somewhat exasperated by the wait. As the 6 kunai approached, he abruptly opened his eyes, swiftly pushed himself off the ground with one hand, and with a remarkable twist of his body, evaded the deadly onslaught. All 6 kunai struck the ground, failing to achieve their intended purpose. Yunyan's sudden awakening, coupled with his impeccable reflexes, merely astonished the two Root ninjas. It did not evoke excessive surprise. In their minds, it was plausible that Yunyan had indeed been asleep, yet he might have also been lying in wait, conserving his strength. The current situation fell well within their expectations. The next wave of their lethal assault would be all the more ferocious. Having evaded the 6 kunai, Yunyan landed with poise, his expression icy and resolute. He crouched low, drawing his weapon, cautiously and attentively surveying his surroundings, swiftly honing in on a particular direction, the one from which the 6 kunai had been launched. But what about the other assailant? Just behind Yunyan, a series of muffled thuds resonated. 3 sharp and deadly wind bullets surged forth from the darkness, targeting the vulnerable spot between his shoulder blades. Caught seemingly off guard, Yunyan's face betrayed a flicker of surprise and alarm as he hastily twisted his body in an attempt to evade the impending strike. These 3 wind projectiles are not merely another form of ninjutsu. They represent a rather commonplace technique within the realm of wind release, known as the wind release vacuum sphere. When struck by these vacuum spheres, one's body is violently torn and penetrated, showcasing a commendable level of offensive capability inherent in this wind technique. Furthermore, it becomes evident that the modus operandi of the Root ninjas can be encapsulated in a single word: stealth. Few would dare to announce the name of their technique aloud as seen in the original narrative before unleashing their ninjutsu. Such bravado might only occur in a transparent battlefield, where declaring the technique serves to bolster one's own morale. Or it could stem from an unshakable confidence in their prowess, believing that even an audible declaration would not afford their opponent a chance to evade or withstand the assault. True assassination, however, unfolds in silence, no utterance of technique names, and the execution of the technique is executed with utmost stealth and cunning. In this moment, Yunyan appears to be ensnared by this exceptionally professional assassination maneuver, rendered utterly helpless. Is the protagonist doomed by the fourth chapter? At this juncture, Yunyan must remain vigilant against the kunai launched by the root ninja ahead, while simultaneously evading the 3 vacuum spheres that threaten to ambush him, leaving him in a most precarious position. In the eyes of the 2 root ninjas, their quarry has narrowly evaded the onslaught of the 3 vacuum spheres, almost miraculously. Indeed, the fabric of Yunyan's right sleeve has been shredded by the close brush of one of the spheres, underscoring the peril he faces. As the adage goes, strike while the iron is hot. The root ninjas, adept in the art of assassination, are acutely aware of this principle. Seizing the opportunity while Yunyan is still in the midst of evading the vacuum spheres and has yet to regain his footing, one of the root ninjas suddenly bursts forth from the underbrush, brandishing a kunai aimed directly at Yunyan's throat. The sudden assault was swift and fierce, showcasing the exceptional prowess of the dark side ninja. At this moment, Yunyan, still struggling to stabilize himself, could only draw a sharp breath and quickly unsheath his kunai to parry the incoming thrust from his adversary, albeit with some difficulty as he engaged in combat. Fortunately, after retreating and fending off a few attacks, Yunyan soon regained his footing and returned to his fighting style, exchanging blows with the root ninja. This root ninja was undoubtedly of J-Nin caliber, and Yunyan, exhibiting his own J-Nin level combat prowess, found himself entangled in a fierce skirmish where neither side could claim victory. In the dimly lit woods, the silhouettes of the 2 combatants darted and collided with great speed, sparks igniting as their kunai clashed, creating a cacophony of sound. For a time, Yunyan and the root ninja battled with no clear victor, the confrontation appearing destined to persist. However, the overall situation leaned unfavorably for Yunyan, as the root ninja who had previously launched a surprise attack with wind release, vacuum wave had yet to reappear. Could it be that this ninja intended to strike decisively when Yunyan revealed a flaw in his defense? Such a possibility gnawed at Yunyan, a hint of anxiety creeping onto his face as he intensified his offensive, seemingly striving to extricate himself from this precarious predicament. Alas, this imbalance in mindset often heralds defeat or even demise. The root ninja before him remained an emotionless combat machine, exhibiting no fluctuations in demeanor. Even as Yunyan's attacks escalated in ferocity, the ninja adeptly countered and maintained their relentless engagement, denying Yunyan any opportunity for retreat or counterattack. After enduring several more exchanges without any shift in momentum, Yunyan appeared increasingly impatient. He retreated a few steps to create distance, swiftly forming hand seals and silently invoking fire release, great fireball technique. This renowned fire technique, almost universally mastered by the Uchiha clan, began to take shape. As he completed the seals, fire chakra rapidly coalesced in Yunyan's mouth, and with a vigorous exhalation, a massive fireball, exceeding a meter in diameter, surged forth. As the great fireball soared onward, it expanded in the wind, amplifying its inferno and illuminating the surrounding shadowy forest with a brilliant glow. The root ninja's eyes flickered with cold intent, evidently prepared for this moment. In an instant, the ninja's speed surged, evading the fireball with a swiftness that was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Thus, the colossal fireball missed its target, crashing into 2 trees ahead, which erupted in a violent explosion, engulfing several nearby trees in a ferocious blaze. Due to the explosion, the once dim forest was instantly ablaze with an even more intense light. Although the great fireball failed to strike its intended target, it was not without effect. At the very least, the brief illumination allowed Yunyan to visually track the trajectory of the root ninja's body flicker technique. The figure circled around to his side, intent on launching a surprise attack. As expected, a shadow flickered, and the root ninja suddenly materialized to Yunyan's left, thrusting a sharp kunai directly under his ribs. This location is situated beneath the left side of the torso, where the heart and left lung reside. Regardless of which of these 2 organs is pierced, the consequences are unimaginable. Realizing this, a flicker of panic flashed in Yunyan's eyes. He sought to evade the impending danger. Yet it seemed he was a moment too late. With a resounding thud, the kunai of the root ninja plunged mercilessly into Yunyan's left side, finding its mark between his ribs. The situation had deteriorated to this extent, yet there was no further alarm evident in Yunyan's gaze. Nor was there much satisfaction displayed by the root ninja. As anticipated, a loud bang erupted, and a cloud of white smoke enveloped the scene, revealing that the Yunyan before the root ninja had transformed into a mere tree stump. This is the fundamental technique of the ninja shadow clone, an essential ninjutsu that, when mastered, proves to be exceedingly useful, as exemplified in this moment. The root ninja swiftly extracts the shuriken from the wooden post and, in an instant, pivots. By discerning the sound and its source, he realizes that Yunyan has already evaded to his rear and is in flight. Upon turning, the root ninja indeed discovers that Yunyan has made his escape, creating a gap of nearly 20 meters between them. The distance was not promising, and there was a possibility of being unable to catch up. The root ninja, harnessing chakra, accelerated fiercely and resolutely pursued. Yunyan seemed to have a chance of successfully escaping, but was the situation truly as he wished? Just as the chase unfolded, with one pursuing and the other fleeing, within a mere 50 meters, another concealed root ninja finally emerged. The second root ninja descended as if from the heavens, positioning himself directly in front of Yunyan, obstructing his path. What more was there to say? He had to make a swift turn. The second root ninja appeared to have already anticipated Yunyan's next move. His actions were both ruthless and precise. He quickly formed hand seals and crouched down, forcefully slamming his hand onto the ground. Upon witnessing the second root ninja's emergence and detecting the initiation of his jutsu, Yunyan felt an ominous foreboding. He hesitated momentarily, immediately intending to change direction and flee in another way. Unfortunately, he was slightly late. Before he could pivot, Yunyan felt his feet suddenly sink, nearly losing his balance. With a heart full of dread, he glanced down and instantly realized the dire predicament he was in. His legs were ensnared in a treacherous, gooey mire, making it exceedingly difficult to extricate himself. This maneuver, known as the Earth Style, Yellow Spring Swamp, is a commonplace yet remarkably effective technique within the realm of earth manipulation. Escaping from its grasp is no trivial endeavor. It demands considerable effort and time. However, will the opponent grant Yunyan sufficient time? Clearly, the answer is no. Just as Yunyan attempts to extricate his legs from the mire, the opposing root ninja remains in a crouched position, one hand pressed firmly against the ground to sustain the ninjutsu and chakra output, while the other hand swiftly launches 5 shurikens toward Yunyan. The number of shurikens is manageable, yet the critical aspect lies in the fact that each of these shurikens is affixed with a burning explosive tag. Explosive tags. This presents a significant predicament, akin to a grenade within the ninja world. Upon realizing this, Yunyan's face turned a ghastly shade of green. Fortunately, he is not without means of counteraction. With quick reflexes, Yunyan seizes the opportune moment, casting 5 shurikens in different directions ahead of him. The 5 throwing knives surged forward with remarkable speed, striking precisely against the incoming explosive talisman knives, effectively intercepting them. The 5 explosive talismans detonated mid-air, inflicting no harm upon Yunyan. The ordeal has seemingly passed, yet the circumstances remain as grim as ever. Yunyan's situation is still dire. The technique of earth escape into the underworld marsh, combined with 5 explosive tags, managed to buy Yunyan a fleeting moment, allowing the initial root ninja to catch up. The urgency of the situation compelled Yunyan to clench his teeth as he erupted with chakra from his left leg. After sacrificing one of his shoes, he finally extricated his leg from the treacherous marsh. However, the pursuing root ninja was already upon him, his sharp kunai aimed directly at Yunyan's back. In this critical moment, Yunyan could think of nothing else. With one leg ensnared in the underworld marsh, he swiftly evaded to the side, raising his own kunai in defense. The root ninja's thrust missed its target, yet Yunyan's fortune seemed unfathomably consistent, each time narrowly escaping. In truth, this was not mere luck. As the root ninja recognized his failure, he did not express anger, but rather a chilling smirk crossed his face. In an instant, with remarkable efficiency, the root ninja discarded his kunai and drew a short blade from his vest with an astonishing angle. Yes, this blade was the true lethal weapon. Moreover, the root ninja was now perilously close to Yunyan, who still had one leg trapped in the marsh. Clutching the short blade, the root ninja grinned menacingly, coiling his body to unleash all his strength in a fierce slash toward Yunyan. At this moment, having barely evaded the first strike, Yunyan found himself incapable of dodging a second. Thus, the blade, glinting coldly, pierced through Yunyan's throat and exited from the nape, sweeping across his neck. Unbeknownst to whether it was the blade's exceptional sharpness or the swiftness of the attack, Yunyan's head and neck appeared to have severed, yet astonishingly. His head remained perched upon his neck. As if resigned to fate, Yunyan's face twitched, enduring the most excruciating pain, grappling with the disbelief of impending death. With his final strength, he cast a sidelong glance at the root ninja, striving to open his mouth and, with the last breath lingering in his throat, defiantly uttered, "The Leaf Village's sword technique. Elite Jonin." Indeed, the very root ninja who had just delivered that strike had already attained the prowess of an elite Jonin. What does this signify? This implies that the root ninja had been concealing his true abilities during the battle with Yunyan, skillfully hiding his prowess. It was only at the final moment, when he drew his blade and unleashed his lethal technique, that his genuine strength as an elite Jonin was revealed. How insidious! The final strike he executed was evidently not an ordinary sword technique, but rather a masterful rendition of the Leaf Village's swordsmanship, even echoing the finesse of the legendary Hokage Sakumo. It is no wonder that Yunyan found himself defeated today. At long last, as he uttered his final words in refusal, Yunyan met his demise. He closed his eyes, surrendering to the abyss of unconsciousness. In that moment, his head, which had remained precariously perched upon his neck, ultimately succumbed and fell to the ground. Subsequently, from the impeccably severed neck, a torrent of warm blood erupted, and Yunyan's headless corpse collapsed weakly into the depths of the netherworld. The outcome was irrevocable. The target had been eliminated, the mission accomplished. It remains uncertain whether all root ninjas share this taciturn demeanor, for after executing their task, the two root ninjas exchanged not a single word and commenced the efficient cleanup of the battlefield. However, there was little to tidy up, as the primary concern was to retrieve Yunyan's remains. Once one of the root ninjas had finished, he swiftly approached the elite Jonin, indicating that this duo operated under the leadership of the elite. The elite Jonin, in turn, crouched down, seizing Yunyan's hair without hesitation, yanking his head upward. For upon Yunyan's head rested the spoils desired by the two root ninjas. After grasping the head, the elite Jonin unhesitatingly extended two fingers, intent on extracting one of Yunyan's eyes. Why the eye? The reason is straightforward. Yunyan belonged to the Uchiha clan, and their most prized possession was undoubtedly their eyes. Yet, just as the elite Jonin was about to penetrate Yunyan's eye, he caught sight of the unwilling expression on Yunyan's face and suddenly realized something crucial. This realization halted his hand mid-motion. After a moment of contemplation, the elite Jonin uttered the very first words since the beginning. "Do you not feel that something is amiss?" In this secluded setting, there were but two individuals. The elite root ninja spoke these words, directed towards the other root ninja lingering behind him. Puzzled by the inquiry, the questioned root ninja instinctively retorted, "What is amiss?" The elite root ninja lowered his hand, his expression growing somber. "This young man is our target, specifically named for elimination by Lord Danzo. He hails from the Uchiha clan." What is the Uchiha clan renowned for? After a brief moment of contemplation, the root ninja behind him swiftly grasped the implication. The Sharingan. The elite root ninja nodded, his demeanor still grave, yet laced with confusion. "Indeed, that is correct. However, this young man has not manifested the Sharingan at any point, which is quite peculiar." Precisely. What could be the explanation for this? The two root ninjas, one clutching Yunyan's severed head, the other gazing intently at it, fell into deep contemplation. What could possibly be the truth behind this enigma? The answer lay in the fact that none of this was real. It appeared that the two root ninjas had finally recognized the blind spot, for the head of Yunyan, now devoid of a body, inexplicably closed its eyes and offered a faint, eerie smile to the two root ninjas. Ladies and gentlemen, it was the dead of night. The setting was a shadowy forest, and the situation was dire. The two root ninjas had just committed murder, holding the severed head of their victim. In this chilling moment, the head they clutched suddenly smiled at them. What a spectacle! Even horror films would shy away from such portrayals. Despite their ruthless training and hearts hardened by countless battles, the mere sight of that smile and the surreal circumstance rendered them instantly paralyzed with fear. The elite root ninja, still gripping Yunyan's head, nearly dropped it upon witnessing that unsettling grin. What is happening? How can he smile? Is he still alive? Amidst the astonished exclamations of the two root ninjas, Yunyan's head abruptly opened its eyes. To their astonishment, those eyes were the Sharingan, a sight they had not encountered in a long time. The crimson Sharingan, with its 3 spinning tomo, imbued the gaze with both an alluring beauty and an air of peril. Faced with this unforeseen dread, the elite root ninja could no longer contain his terror and ultimately hurled the head away. However, instead of plummeting to the ground, Yunyan's severed head levitated at a considerable height, as if an invisible force was holding it aloft. There it hovered, grotesquely suspended before the 2 root ninjas. Its expression a chilling smile, framed by those blood-red Sharingan eyes. Finally, he spoke in a haunting tone. You two are indeed worthy of being root ninjas. Your reactions are impressively swift, having discerned the anomaly so quickly. As they battled their overwhelming fear, the 2 root ninjas cautiously stepped back. Even amidst their frayed nerves and rising dread, they began to glean a faint understanding of the situation. It was the elite root ninja among them who first grasped the truth, his face paling. Jinjutsu? Yunyan's head grinned even wider. Congratulations, you are correct. Indeed, it is Jinjutsu. From the very beginning, you both have been ensnared within my illusion, including your sudden assault upon me, your coordinated efforts, and ultimately, your act of beheading me. These are all mere illusions. These are but illusions of my own design. Now, in a moment of benevolence, I shall unveil the truth before you. As the words fell, Yunyan decisively dispelled the illusions ensnaring the 2 root ninjas. Like ripples on the surface of a tranquil lake, the 2 ninjas found their perception of reality had irrevocably transformed. First to vanish was the disembodied head of Yunyan, suspended before them. Following that, the headless corpse of Yunyan, lying in the depths of the Yellow Springs marsh, also dissipated into nothingness. The 2 root ninjas, in a state of panic, frantically scanned their surroundings to comprehend their predicament. They soon realized that the landscape, marred by the chaos of their recent battle, including the emergence of the Yellow Springs marsh and the devastation wrought by the earlier Great Fireball, had entirely vanished. In its place lay an unscathed ground and a few trees, untouched by flames. In other words, nothing had truly changed in their environment. To put it differently, what they had just experienced was merely a figment of their imagination, an illusory sensation. Upon this realization, their hearts sank. Yet, what was even more chilling was yet to come. The 2 ninjas hastily drew their weapons, scanning their surroundings in search of the architect of this deception, Uchiha Yunyan. Unfortunately, no matter how diligently they searched, they could find no trace of him in the shadowy forest. The inability to locate their target, let alone their adversary, was indeed dire. The shift in circumstances often transpires in an instant. Mere moments ago, the 2 ninjas believed they had successfully completed their mission, having slain their target and poised to claim the spoils of a pair of Sharingan. Yet, within the span of 2 minutes, the situation had turned upside down. All that had transpired was false. Now, they found themselves in a perilous situation. The very hand that wielded the illusion revealed the profound mastery of its art, showcasing how utterly outmatched the 2 ninjas were. Realizing the gravity of their failure, the 2 ninjas understood their lives now hung in the balance. With little time to ponder their fate, they made a hasty decision to flee. Instinctively, they dashed in opposite directions, hoping to increase their chances of survival. However, how could Yunyan allow them to escape? Amidst the murky depths of the forest, the resonant voice of Yunyan, almost reminiscent of a sigh, echoed once more, 8 wind wheel. As previously noted, when a ninja utters the name of their technique, it typically serves one of 2 purposes: to bolster their own resolve or to display unwavering confidence in their capabilities. In this instance, it was evidently the latter. Before the 2 ninjas could fully react, a single, glimmering wheel of azure wind chakra swiftly sliced through the air, emerging from the shadows of the forest, aimed directly at them. With 2 targets attempting to flee in opposite directions, what could be done? The solution was simple: the wheel would divide. After traveling a short distance, the azure will suddenly split into 2, each retaining equal mass and power. With a swift motion, the 2 wheels carved through the air, illuminating the area with a brilliant arc of blue light, effortlessly severing the heads of the 2 root ninjas before they could fully comprehend their fate. Indeed, it was as effortless as that, as casual as a mere flick of the wrist. Previously, the 2 ninjas had exerted such effort to subdue Yunyan and their illusions. Yet, in the realm of reality, Yunyan had not even needed to personally intervene. With just the 8 wind wheel, he had claimed their lives in mere seconds. This stark contrast illustrated the true extent of Yunyan's formidable prowess and revealed the ninjas to be mere jesters in the grand scheme of things. After dispatching the 2 ninjas, the 2 8 wind wheels gracefully returned to Yunyan, merging back into one and flying into his hand. Indeed, Yunyan had finally made his presence known. He had merely stood beside them all along, his power far beyond their comprehension. The spinning, razor-sharp 8-wind wheel returned to Yunyan's grasp, where he gently clenched it, allowing it to transform back into pure wind chakra, which was then absorbed back into his being. Remarkably, even the chakra expended in executing this technique was reclaimed. Throughout the entire ordeal, Yunyan had exerted little effort in dispatching the two ninjas. It is worth noting that the 8-wind wheel was not a native wind technique of this world. Rather, it was a creation of Yunyan's own ingenuity over the past few years. Although it had yet to be officially graded, Yunyan was confident that it could easily be classified as a solid A-rank wind technique. The name itself clearly drew inspiration from the 8 divisions of light. Albeit transformed from a light-based energy into wind chakra, its power, however, could not compare to the original. But why concern oneself with such details? Adapting to local customs is essential, as long as it proves effective and powerful enough. At the very least, Yunyan found the 8-wind wheel to be quite practical, frequently employing it to claim the heads of his foes. With that in mind, the re-emerged Yunyan gazed somewhat disinterestedly at the sight before him, the headless corpses of the 2 root ninjas he had just dispatched. Though they offered little in the way of amusement or challenge, they were still members of the root, and out of curiosity, he approached to observe what set them apart from ordinary individuals. With this thought, Yunyan slowly walked over to the lifeless bodies. Indeed, they were 2 headless corpses. Without a doubt, the heads of the 2 root ninjas lay detached nearby, their faces still etched with expressions of fear and disbelief, their eyes wide open, clearly unable to succumb to eternal rest. Upon glancing at the headless corpses, Yunyan found nothing of interest. They were merely lifeless bodies, and he had no inclination to inspect the remains, as their status and equipment held no allure for him. However, his gaze lingered on their severed heads, piquing a modicum of curiosity. Casually bending down, he seized the hair of one of the elite root Jainin, lifting it as one might hoist a watermelon. Ignoring the grotesque expression of agony frozen on the man's face, Yunyan unsheathed a kunai and, without a hint of hesitation, thrust it into the man's mouth. Let there be no misunderstanding. Yunyan harbored no morbid fascination for desecrating corpses. His actions were driven by an intent far more profound. Sensing the kunai pierce through the man's tongue, he forcefully yanked, extracting the bloodied organ from the mouth. His scrutiny was directed towards the root of the tongue. Fortunately, the kunai had penetrated the midsection of the tongue, preserving the integrity of the unique pattern at its base, which now lay exposed before Yunyan's gaze. What was this peculiar pattern, you might wonder? It was none other than the curse mark employed by Danzo to manipulate the root ninjas, the seal of tongue destruction. As he tugged at the kunai, his eyes remained fixated on the special curse mark nestled at the base of the man's tongue, his demeanor calm and contemplative. The curse mark known as the tongue sealing mark possesses a certain intrigue. The ninja who bears this seal, inflicted by Danzo, is not only rendered incapable of revealing any secrets pertaining to him, but it appears that their very life has also been ensnared under Danzo's control through this malevolent mark. This truly is an unparalleled method for compelling others to keep secrets, utilizing such underhanded tactics to establish a foothold among subordinates. This old schemer Danz is indeed one of the most despised figures by Yunyan. Upon confirming the existence of the tongue-sealing curse mark, Yunyan refrained from any further actions or from returning the individual's tongue, instead maintaining his stance as he activated his Sharingan. The crimson hue of the Sharingan manifested in his eyes, symbolizing power and mystery, bestowing an eerie aura upon Yunyan, who had previously been rather unremarkable. The 3 tomo began to rotate slowly, as Yunyan fixated intently on the tongue-sealing curse mark, eager to decipher its significance. Unfortunately, after a brief observation, Yunyan furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed, this curse mark was a rather troublesome sealing technique, proving quite difficult to analyze, and the 3 tomo seemed insufficient. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the 3 tomo in Yunyan's eyes began to spin faster, and amidst the rapid rotation, they suddenly converged, forming a mysterious and peculiar triangular pattern within his pupils. What does this signify? It goes without saying. Indeed, what Yunyan is currently employing is none other than the kaleidoscope Sharingan. In the realm of Naruto, the Uchiha clan's signature trait for traversers is the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, which Yunyan evidently possesses. Upon activating this extraordinary eye, deciphering the seal of tongue calamity becomes significantly more feasible. With his crimson kaleidoscopic Sharingan aglow, the enigmatic triangular patterns within his gaze began to rotate slowly. Yunyan calmly scrutinized the seal of tongue calamity situated at the root of this individual's tongue, meticulously analyzing it at a measured pace. After observing and deciphering for approximately 4 to 5 minutes, a realization dawned upon him. So this is how it operates. This sealing technique, this cursed mark functions in such a manner. Such a sophisticated curse mark could not possibly be the handiwork of Danzo, for he lacks the prowess to create such a sealing technique. It must either have been developed by Orochimaru during his time en route with Danzo's assistance, or this cursed mark is a legacy of the second Hokage that was commandeered by Danzo. Upon reflection, it becomes evident that only these two possess the requisite capability. Danzo does not measure up. Having reached this conclusion, Yunyan withdrew the kunai from his hand, allowing the individual's elongated tongue, which had been forcibly extended, to retract back into his mouth. After unraveling the secrets of the seal of tongue calamity, Yunyan casually discarded the head of this elite root jonin and proceeded to grasp another head of a root ninja, examining it in like fashion. Indeed, the second root ninja bore an identical seal of tongue calamity at the base of his tongue, confirming this without doubt. Yunyan carelessly cast aside the second head as though it were mere refuse, standing amidst the dimly lit thicket, surrounded by the two headless corpses and their severed heads. Yunyan found himself ensnared in contemplation. The skirmish of this night, or rather, this interlude, had been entirely within Yunyan's absolute control from the very outset. When these two root ninjas had stealthily approached the slumbering Yunyan, he had already been awake, meticulously orchestrating his strategy, while remaining unnoticed by the two root ninjas. He had stealthily formed hand seals with one hand, laying the groundwork for an illusion, setting a trap for these two adversaries. Everything that transpired subsequently was entirely under Yunyan's control. Now that all has come to an end, Yunyan must contemplate the significance of these events. Two root ninjas were sent to eliminate him, one a jonin and the other an elite jonin. It seems that Danzo holds him in higher regard than he thought. This thought brought a cold smirk to Yunyan's lips. Why was that old dog Danzo targeting him? Why eliminate him at this particular time and place? He had never obstructed Danzo's path, had he? A moment of reflection led Yunyan to deduce the cause of this unwarranted calamity. What could it be? If not his surname Uchiha, what else but the fact that he belonged to the Uchiha clan? Or perhaps that he possessed the Sharingan? In truth, Yunyan was not particularly favored within the Uchiha clan. His reclusive nature and humble origins had rendered him insignificant in their eyes. This lack of regard was one of the reasons he had distanced himself from Konoha to join the 12 Guardians of the Land. However, despite his departure from both Konoha and the Uchiha, Danzo's relentless pursuit irked Yunyan. He was certain that his displayed prowess and influence were insufficient to warrant Danzo's attention. The reason for Danzo's targeting him now, aside from his Uchiha lineage, was likely due to his current isolation in the capital of the Land of Fire. Amidst the 12 Guardians and beside the Daimyo, Danzo would have found it difficult to act. Yet now, having been reassigned and completely alone on his way back to Konoha, how could Danzo resist such a perfect opportunity? As a member of the Uchiha, and with the clan still intact, Danzo's desperation for Sharingan made Yunyan a prime target. Furthermore, his lack of significance within the clan meant that his disappearance would likely not stir much commotion. With so many factors aligning, it would be rather peculiar if Danzo chose not to act. Understanding this, and grasping Danzo's motives, Yunyan became acutely aware of his situation. Clearly, Danzo regarded him as a soft target. Yet, little did Danzo anticipate that this seemingly pliable figure would prove to be a diamond capable of shattering his teeth. With this thought, Yunyan's expression turned icy. Danzo, I have never held you in high esteem, knowing all too well that our paths would inevitably cross, that we were destined to be adversaries. Now, you have chosen to strike first. Thus, our conflict has officially commenced. Are you prepared for what lies ahead? With a cold chuckle, Yunyan casually kicked the severed head at his feet, as if it were a mere stone or piece of refuse. Having contemplated Danzo's situation, Yunyan organized his thoughts and began to consider another threat. He had received a summons from Hiruzen Sarutobi, only to be ambushed by root ninjas on his way back to Konoha. To assert that there was no connection between these events, that it was merely coincidence, was something Yunyan could not accept. The crux of the matter now lay in understanding what role the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, played in this incident. Or, to put it more bluntly and harshly, was this not a scheme orchestrated by Sarutobi himself? Was the order to return to Konoha, couched in the guise of an opportunity for further service, merely a pretext to signal Danzo to take action? As expected, Danzo dispatched root ninjas to ambush him en route. The possibility that Sarutobi and Danzo were colluding against him, a mere pawn of the Uchiha clan, was the worst-case scenario Yunyan could envision. After pondering this line of thought for a while, Yunyan concluded that while this possibility existed, it was unlikely. Hiruzen Sarutobi was certainly not a paragon of virtue, but he was not of the same malevolent ilk as Danzo. One could argue that Danzo was a malignant tumor within Konoha, a shadow lurking in the ninja world. Yet Sarutobi had not sunk to such depths. As Hokage, he was bound to maintain a fade of dignity, while he could employ exceedingly dark and ruthless methods. They could not serve as the foundation of his leadership. Moreover, Yunyan believed he had maintained a low profile throughout, presenting himself as an ordinary jonin among the 12 guardians. His abilities unremarkable and devoid of any distinctiveness. Coupled with his lack of importance within the Uchiha clan and his distance from both the clan and Konoha, he had successfully cultivated an inconspicuous persona over the years. There was no reason for him to suddenly expose any vulnerabilities, nor for Sarutobi to perceive him as a threat. In essence, Yunyan's current impression was that of a minor player in the ninja world, hardly worthy of attention. Thus, a new question arose. If his true nature and strength remained concealed, why would Sarutobi summon him back to Konoha? What warranted Danzo's mobilization of an elite jonin and a jonin to undertake his assassination? Yunyan re-examined his thoughts, soon realizing he had overlooked an important figure. Asuma Sarutobi. Indeed, his presence in this incident had been minimal, nearly forgotten, yet he was not to be disregarded. After all, he was the son of Hiruzen Sarutobi and his only biological heir. What was the nature of the relationship between Asuma and Yunyan? As previously mentioned, it was tenuous at best, merely maintaining a fade of friendship. Is it truly worthwhile to scheme against someone like Yunyan, who is not particularly remarkable yet holds the position of one of the 12 guardians? Perhaps, in certain respects, this is primarily due to Yunyan's close rapport with the daimyo of the Land of Fire, as he is perceived by Asuma Sarutobi as a conniving sycophant in the presence of the esteemed daimyo. If this individual were merely an ordinary citizen or a common ninja, it would hardly matter. However, the fact that he belongs to the Uchiha clan and has garnered the daimyo's favor undoubtedly stirs unease within Asuma. Given Asuma's inherent distrust and wariness of the Uchiha lineage, compounded by his allegiance to his father, it is reasonable to conclude that Asuma's perception of Yunyan has deteriorated over time. While Asuma may be somewhat impulsive, it is unlikely that he would directly confront Yunyan or engage in any overt schemes against him. Nevertheless, he could certainly report to his father. Although their relationship is strained, it is entirely permissible for him to communicate work-related matters to the Hokage from a subordinate position. During this process, it would be quite natural for him to mention Yunyan's undue favoritism from the daimyo. Such a minor report was brought to Sarutobi Hiruzen by Asuma Sarutobi. Can Hiruzen remain at ease? What? A member of the Uchiha clan has gained the utmost favor and trust of the daimyo. How can this be tolerated? If this situation continues over time, under the influence of this Uchiha Yunyan, will the daimyo develop a preference for the entire Uchiha clan? This is unacceptable. It contradicts the political interests of the Sarutobi lineage. How could one allow their political adversaries to gain the favor of the highest ruler of the Land of Fire? If the Uchiha clan were indeed favored by the daimyo, would not the political standing of the Hokage lineage be perilously compromised? In an unfortunate turn of events, it is even possible that the position of Hokage could one day be held by someone of the Uchiha name. Is this not precisely what the Uchiha clan desires? This is absolutely unacceptable. How could one possibly disregard the wishes of the Uchiha clan? One's power and authority must never be infringed upon or undermined. This likely reflects Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts upon receiving his son's report. Upon returning to Konoha, what reaction would Sarutobi Hiruzen have after learning about Uchiha Yunyan's situation? Would he resort to eliminating Yunyan directly? That seems unlikely. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen is the Hokage, and it is probable that Yunyan does not pose a significant enough threat to warrant such drastic measures. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen opted for a straightforward solution, issuing an order to recall Yunyan from the 12th Guardian Ninja back to Konoha. Regardless of the favor he enjoys from the feudal lord, he remains a ninja of Konoha, subject to my command. Although the feudal lord holds a prestigious position, he cannot command you. As a ninja, you must obey my orders. This is the method employed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, simple yet effective. The subsequent events would likely lead Yunyan to deduce the unfolding circumstances. Since the recall of Yunyan was not a matter of great significance, Sarutobi Hiruzen may not have kept it entirely confidential, resulting in the information being uncovered by Danzo's root organization. Upon discovering this, Danzo might have thought, So there is an annoying Uchiha among the 12 guardian ninja of the Land of Fire's feudal lord. What? This Uchiha may possess average strength, yet enjoys the feudal lord's favor? This cannot stand. Sarutobi likely sensed a threat, which prompted him to recall this Uchiha. How weak and ineffectual Sarutobi is. Faced with such a threat, he should have acted decisively to eliminate it rather than merely recalling the individual. Thus, it is no surprise that Danzo, harboring even more radical thoughts than Sarutobi, dispatched root ninjas to ambush and assassinate Yunyan along the way. This is what Yunyan can surmise regarding the underlying causes and consequences of the matter at hand. Contemplating this, Yunyan couldn't help but gaze upward at the crescent moon hanging in the sky. He remained uncertain whether the truth aligned with his conjecture. However, he estimated that it was likely close to the mark, with any discrepancies likely being mere details. Additionally, there was one particular aspect that weighed heavily on his mind, whether his recall to Konoha by Sarutobi Hiruzen was inadvertently discovered by Danzo. If it were indeed an unintentional leak from Sarutobi, intercepted by Danzo, the situation would be considerably more favorable. However, if Sarutobi had intentionally disclosed this to Danzo, it would render the matter rather troubling. This signifies that Sarutobi Hiruzen has harbored malevolent intentions towards Yunyan. However, in order to preserve his illustrious image as Hokage, he refrains from taking direct action and subtly suggests that Danzo undertake this task instead. This laborious and menial task is one that Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, is reluctant to undertake, yet Danzo has certainly not shied away from it. The moniker Shadow is not merely a title, it carries weight and consequence. There is also the possibility that Sarutobi Hiruzen neither actively disclosed nor excessively concealed the matter of bringing Yunyan back to Konoha. He approaches it with a sense of detachment. Whether Danzo gathers intelligence or takes subsequent action is inconsequential to Hiruzen. In other words, regardless of the outcome, Hiruzen remains unblemished. His tenure as Hokage devoid of any stain or suspicion, placing him in an exceptionally secure position. Upon reflecting on this, Yunyan furrowed his brow, feeling quite troubled. The machinations of politics are inherently murky. Regardless of the scenario, the outlook is grim. Either way, it signifies that this modest J-nin of the Uchiha clan has caught the attention of Konoha's upper echelons, making it increasingly difficult for him to remain uninvolved. Yet, does Yunyan possess any trepidation? Contemplating this, he allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, his brow relaxing and his demeanor becoming nonchalant. Had he encountered such circumstances a few years prior, upon his arrival in this world, he would have been consumed by worry. However, after spending considerable time in the capital of the Land of Fire, leveraging the abundant resources available to him through the daimyo, he has grown significantly and harbored no fear of stepping forward. Now, as he prepares to return to Konoha, it is the perfect opportunity to stretch his abilities. One cannot remain in hiding indefinitely. There are times when one must take action, lest others perceive them as an easy target. With a clear understanding of his thoughts, Yunyan ceased to ponder excessively or speculate. What do the intricacies surrounding Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo truly matter? In any case, he is on the verge of returning to Konoha, and upon his arrival, he shall address Hiruzen directly. With such formidable power at my disposal, the vast world is within my reach. Moreover, the higher-ups of Konoha remain oblivious to my true capabilities, while I possess a considerable understanding of them, thus placing the advantage firmly in my favor. Once my spirits were lifted, Yunyan redirected his gaze toward the two lifeless bodies and the two severed heads on the ground. What shall be done with these two root ninjas? Shall they be left here to rot in the wilderness, destined to become mere fodder for wild beasts? Such a fate seems unnecessary, for even corpses can be repurposed. With a casual thought emerging in his mind, Yunyan once again revealed a cold smile. He deftly withdrew a seal scroll he always carried, unfurling it with precision. He then relocated the two headless bodies and their severed heads onto the scroll, sealing them away with a swift gesture and a firm pat. Once the scroll was re-rolled, Yunyan smiled slightly as he tucked it away. These two root ninjas are indeed irrefutable evidence, the kind that cannot be denied under any circumstances, and thus must be meticulously preserved. I hope that upon encountering this gift, Sarutobi Hiruzen will appreciate the offering I have prepared for him. Everything has been tidied up, with no detail overlooked. With that, Yunyan returned to the campfire he had kindled, adding some wood to reignite the flames, as if nothing had transpired, and lay down to continue his slumber. Not long after lying down, Yunyan's soft snores began to emerge. This individual displays remarkable composure. Having just taken the lives of two people, yet able to continue slumbering peacefully. As time meanders on, nothing else transpires that night, and Yunyan sleeps soundly until the following morning. Upon awakening, he lazily nibbles on some food, lingering in bed with an air of lethargy until nearly noon, when he reluctantly decides to set forth once more. Even then, his pace is considerably diminished, dropping from the previous level of a high-ranking shinobi to that of a mere mid-ranking one. In this manner, time is inevitably delayed once more. Originally, one would have expected to arrive at Konoha by today. However, at this pace, it seems likely that the journey will be prolonged by an additional day. With arrival now anticipated for tomorrow, it matters little. If it is delayed, so be it, clouds drift without concern. In the time that followed, no unforeseen events transpired, and the remaining journey unfolded with tranquility. Thus, on the morning of the third day since Yunyan departed from the capital of the Land of Fire, he at last returned to Konoha. From afar, he beheld the grand village of Konoha, traversing its protective barrier with ease. Approaching the two great gates, he produced his credentials for inspection by the two vigilant ninjas stationed there, granting him smooth passage into the village. There were no melodramatic encounters at the gate due to his prolonged absence, nor was he subjected to any targeting because of his Uchiha lineage. Everything unfolded in a normal manner, serene and placid. This state of normalcy extended to the heart of Konoha itself, where peace reigned supreme. The villagers lived contentedly, and the ninjas fulfilled their duties in this haven, far removed from the ravages of war, with everything in meticulous order. As Yunyan meandered through the village, taking in the familiar yet strange streets, the bustling shops, and the throngs of passers-by, he walked at a leisurely pace, deep in contemplation. Indeed, this is Konoha. He could not help but acknowledge that, irrespective of the sordid affairs within the upper echelons of the village, the ordinary villagers experienced a life filled with happiness and tranquility. Particularly since the cessation of war some time ago, and with the turmoil of the Nine Tails incident now a distant memory, time has a way of mending all wounds. Under the nurturing embrace of recovery, Konoha emanated an air of vibrant prosperity. This is quite satisfactory for the general populace. Being able to live their modest lives in peace and stability is more than enough. In this regard, Konoha evidently excels, with such a robust foundation among the masses. Coupled with its unparalleled geographical advantages and abundant natural resources, especially those of the Land of Fire, it is hardly surprising that, despite the shortcomings of its leadership, Konoha remains the mightiest among the 5 great shinobi villages. As Yunyan meanders along, immersed in a myriad of thoughts, he arrives, almost unconsciously, at his destination, the Hokage building. Upon returning to Konoha from the capital of the Land of Fire, Yunyan, as an ordinary Nin of Konoha, must first report to his superior, the Hokage. Although Yunyan harbors little enthusiasm for such formalities and does not hold the Hokage or the responsibilities of a shinobi in reverence, he acknowledges that the Hokage is indeed a figure of authority, deserving of a modicum of respect. Furthermore, he is eager to meet Sarutobi Hiruzen and engage in meaningful dialogue with him. Upon entering the Hokage building, Yunyan approached the ninjas attending to administrative matters in the main hall. After verifying his identity, he presented his transfer orders, articulating his intentions and objectives. The administrative ninja first confirmed Yunyan's status as a Nin of Konoha and subsequently validated the authenticity of his transfer orders. Ultimately, he was granted passage, allowing Yunyan to ascend the stairs to report to the esteemed Hokage. This perfectly aligned with Yunyan's intentions. After attending to these tedious matters, Yunyan ascended directly to the highest floor of the Hokage building, making his way to the Hokage's office. Upon arriving at the door, Yunyan could not help but survey his surroundings. Indeed, several Anbu operatives were concealed both outside and within the doorway. And they were all elite jonin. Quite impressive. These shadowy ninjas are presumably tasked with the protection of the Hokage, and undoubtedly, they are also the ones whom Sarutobi Hiruzen dispatches for various missions at any given moment. However, this detail is of little consequence. Yunyan merely cast a cursory glance at them, acknowledging their presence. Subsequently, with an air of nonchalance, Yunyan rapped lightly upon the door of the Hokage's office. Before long, a rather aged voice belonging to Sarutobi Hiruzen resonated from within. "Please, enter." Without hesitation, Yunyan pushed the door open. Upon seeing a somewhat unfamiliar and even slightly strange figure enter his office, Sarutobi Hiruzen's initial reaction was one of confusion. Who is this individual? What business does he have with himself? However, it did not take long for Sarutobi Hiruzen to recognize this person. based on the ninja records he had retrieved a few days prior, along with the accompanying photograph. Isn't this the young scion of the Uchiha clan whom I noticed a few days ago? Remarkably, he has survived. Ah, but wait, he has returned successfully. This was Sarutobi Hiruzen's first reaction upon recognizing Uchiha Kurenai. As for Kurenai, upon entering the Hokage's office, his gaze immediately fell upon Sarutobi Hiruzen, who appeared to be engrossed in handling documents from behind his desk. The old man remained unchanged in Yunyan's memory, his face still radiating a facade of kindness concealing cunning. Additionally, Yunyan observed that when Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up at him, he first displayed a look of confusion, followed by a moment of realization, and finally a fleeting, subtle astonishment. The initial confusion and realization were easily comprehensible, as Yunyan had only encountered Sarutobi Hiruzen a few times before, making it quite normal for him not to recognize him immediately. However, the brief astonishment that was quickly masked became intriguing, as he gazed upon Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose expression had returned to serene neutrality. Yunyan couldn't help but reveal a knowing smile, advancing with steady steps and a calm demeanor. How curious, indeed. What could have caused Sarutobi Hiruzen's momentary surprise upon seeing me? Was it the unexpected success of my return? Or perhaps a realization that his plans had encountered an unforeseen turn? Testing the waters would soon provide clarity. With these thoughts in mind, Yunyan approached Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk, maintaining a composed gaze into his eyes. Upon encountering the esteemed Hokage, Yunyan felt little inclination to feign humility, yet he still deemed it appropriate to acknowledge the occasion. Thus, he slightly bent forward, offering a modest bow as a greeting. Hokage-sama, I am Uchiha Yunyan, one of the 12 guardians of the Land of Fire, and I have returned to Konoha at your behest. In this final statement, Yunyan placed a subtle emphasis on the word returned, uncertain whether Sarutobi Hiruzen grasped the underlying implication. In truth, Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing the unscathed Yunyan before him, failed to detect the nuanced tones, as his mind was clouded with perplexity. How is it that this Uchiha lad has returned so smoothly? What could be the reason? Has Danzo, for once, decided to cease his relentless pursuits? Or perhaps the root ninjas dispatched by him failed to intercept him along the way. Regardless, his return is inconsequential. It merely adds another Uchiha genin to the ranks, nothing of great significance. This situation also sheds light on Sarutobi Hiruzen's mindset, allowing one to deduce his prior actions. In truth, aside from recalling Yunyan to Konoha, Sarutobi has not taken any further measures. There were no attempts to assassinate him nor any deliberate leaks to Danzo. Sarutobi's stance is clear. It matters not to me. I shall proceed as I see fit. If Danzo manages to gather intelligence, that is a testament to his own prowess. And whether he chooses to act upon it is of no concern to me. Even the question of whether Uchiha Yunyan successfully returns to Konoha does not particularly preoccupy Sarutobi. Regardless of the eventual outcome, this matter presents no significant loss to me. I remain firmly ensconced in my position. Ah, this is Sarutobi Hiruzen, the old schemer. Although Sarutobi did not actively disclose information, it is evident that Danzo, through his clandestine inquiries, uncovered the situation, learning of Yuin's orders and the favor bestowed upon him by the daimyo. As expected, Danzo, feeling threatened and inherently disdainful of the Uchiha clan, could not tolerate this and dispatched 2 ninjas to eliminate him along the way. Indeed, it was not long after Danzo sent his agents that Sarutobi became aware of their actions. Sarutobi could swiftly deduce that Danzo had acquired intelligence on the situation and was likely sending root ninjas to deal with Uchiha Yuin. However, Sarutobi refrained from taking further action, opting instead to adopt a stance of passive observation. It mattered little. If the root ninjas sought to eliminate him, so be it. At worst, another Uchiha elite would perish. And the Uchiha clan had been quite a nuisance lately. Any weakening of their influence would be beneficial. Should fortune favor this young man, and he managed to return, it would be of little consequence. He was merely a genin, hardly worthy of Sarutobi's concern. The strife between the Uchiha clan and the higher echelons of Konoha transcended the capabilities of a single genin, even if this Uchiha was favored by the esteemed daimyo. What of it? Should he fall in battle, such favor would hold no value. Even if he were to return successfully, the daimyo's patronage would wield little power, as the daimyo's reach could not extend into the affairs of Konoha. This reflects the subsequent thoughts of Sarutobi Hiruzen, succinctly encapsulated in 4 characters, let it be. However, Hiruzen truly did not foresee that Yunyan would return unscathed and intact. In Hiruzen's estimation, the likelihood of that Uchiha scion returning was plausible, yet the odds were slim. A precarious balance of 3 to 7 against. To his astonishment, the young man was remarkably fortunate. having evaded the lethal pursuit of the root ninjas, thus eluding their detection entirely. This is a conjecture made by Sarutobi Hiruzen in a brief moment. After all, he could hardly fathom that Yuen possessed the prowess to counterattack elite shinobi and Jainin. He could only attribute this to Yuen's fortuitous luck. Nevertheless, the return is what matters. Whether one more or one less does not alter the balance. The essential task is to prevent this young man from lingering by the daimyo's side, for if the daimyo continues to favor this scion of the Uchiha clan, it could indeed lead to complications. Now that you have returned to Konoha, behave yourself and refrain from harboring inappropriate thoughts. With this mindset, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly adjusted his demeanor, the momentary astonishment dissipating entirely as if nothing had transpired. What followed was a cordial exchange, as the benevolent elder, the Hokage, warmly welcomed and encouraged his outstanding junior's return. This persona of benevolence was deeply ingrained in Sarutobi Hiruzen, one he mastered effortlessly. Gazing upon Yuen, he donned a reassuringly gentle and kind smile, his tone exceedingly warm. "Ah, Uchiha Yuen, you have returned. It is good to have you back." In that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen truly seemed to embody the role of a kind-hearted superior, genuinely pleased with the return of a commendable junior. Those lacking discernment in the face of such a Sarutobi Hiruzen would undoubtedly be easily swayed, moved to confusion. Should he then offer a few more words of persuasion or extend minor favors, they might even find themselves utterly devoted to his service. This is the customary approach of Sarutobi Hiruzen. His manner of dealing with others has undoubtedly deceived countless individuals, and his will of fire has perhaps indoctrinated many. Regrettably, Yunyan is not swayed by such tactics. Observing the seemingly kind and benevolent Sarutobi Hiruzen, who appears to genuinely care for him, Yunyan remains utterly unmoved. Subsequently, Sarutobi Hiruzen maintains this persona and begins to express further concern for Yunyan, inquiring with gentle words about his experiences over the past few years as a guardian of the 12 ninjas. The conversation takes a sudden turn as he directly presents two corpses, and the tone of Sarutobi Hiruzen's inquiries, along with the long overdue pleasantries, encompasses a range of topics including, but not limited to, in recent years, Yunyan has been diligently safeguarding the 12 guardians, while also navigating his own living conditions and assessing whether his strength has grown. He has completed his missions, but has he encountered injuries or dangers? What is the status of the other guardians? Interestingly, he casually expressed concern for the daimyo, inquiring about the latter's well-being through Yunyan, thereby attempting to ascertain the nature of their relationship. Ah, what an unerring old fox he is. The persona of a benevolent Hokage he has cultivated is nothing short of exquisite. In response to such a masterful performance by Sarutobi Hiruzen, how does Yunyan react? Lacking the extraordinary acting skills of Sarutobi, he finds no inclination to feign a demeanor of trepidation or profound gratitude. Instead, his approach is succinct, strictly business, with a veneer of politeness. "Lord Hokage, I shall respond to your inquiries as you pose them, offering whatever information I possess." In essence, he presents an image of unwavering composure, entirely unruffled. Yet, such an unremarkable demeanor is, in fact, the epitome of peculiarity. As Sarutobi continues his gentle probing, he finds himself perplexed. Why does this young man not succumb to his charms? Were it anyone else, they would have been moved by his words. If not bowing in reverence immediately, at the very least, they would have acknowledged his sentiments to a significant extent. This individual exhibits an utterly mundane and conventional demeanor, lacking any noteworthy qualities in his responses, devoid of any semblance of gratitude. Even if he hails from the Uchiha clan, which is inherently at odds with my lineage of Hokage, such behavior seems rather excessive. The young man exhibited an unusual demeanor, maintaining his benevolent smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen nonetheless sensed a shift in the atmosphere. After exchanging pleasantries for a few minutes, Yunyan, weary of this superficial charade, decided it was time to dispense with the pretense. Thus, he produced a transfer order from his garments and placed it upon the desk. "Hokage-sama, in accordance with your directive, I formally rejoined the ranks of Konoha's shinobi today." Upon receiving the order and verifying its authenticity, Sarutobi Hiruzen adopted a more serious demeanor. As the matter pertained to official business, he nodded, his expression grave. "Indeed, Uchiha Yunyan, welcome back to Konoha. Although your return is somewhat belated, it remains timely. Konoha is in need of young talents such as yourself." Unfazed by the flattering title of young talent bestowed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yunyan was instead troubled by the implication of his delayed return. It was indeed late. By conventional standards for a jounin, he should have returned the previous day, not today. However, since the topic had been broached, Yunyan seized the opportunity to elaborate. With a subtle smile that hinted at deeper meanings, he replied, his tone calm yet laden with unspoken intensity. I sincerely apologize, Hokage-sama, for my tardiness. The reason for my delay was an unforeseen incident during my journey. I trust you understand, as such occurrences can be rather abrupt. The emphasis on unforeseen was deliberate, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, aware of the underlying implications, sensed a growing unease. Yunyan, it appears there is a backstory to your words. What unforeseen incident are you referring to? His inquiry, though ostensibly casual, was a mere probe. Yet, Yunyan's subsequent reaction caught Sarutobi Hiruzen off guard, nearly causing his eyes to bulge in shock. In a decisive act, Yunyan stepped back, retrieving a scroll from his attire and unrolling it before Sarutobi Hiruzen. With a swift series of hand seals, he clapped his hands together, unleashing a cloud of smoke as the scroll's seal was broken. Before the Hokage's eyes, the headless corpses of two root ninjas materialized on the floor of the office, confronting Sarutobi Hiruzen directly. What audacity! In such a situation, one would typically engage in veiled exchanges, gradually escalating the conversation before presenting evidence. Yet, Yunyan had bypassed all formalities, presenting the damning evidence outright, effectively tearing the mask off the situation, realizing that events had spiraled beyond his control. Sarutobi Hiruzen's composed exterior began to crack as he faced the stark reality of the two corpses laid before him. Not only was Sarutobi Hiruzen taken aback, but the elite Anbu shinobi concealed within the office were equally astonished. Good heavens! He has boldly presented the corpses of root ninjas. Is this Uchiha boy truly so reckless? The Anbu operatives, unable to conceal their shock, found it unfathomable that anyone would dare such an act within the Hokage's office. Yunyan could distinctly sense the aura of disbelief radiating from them. After unveiling the scroll and revealing the bodies, Yunyan rose slowly, his expression impassive as he met the now cool gaze of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Despite the evident chill in Hiruzen's demeanor, he maintained a calm facade, a testament to his experience. Yunyan, seizing the offensive, unwaveringly returned Hiruzen's gaze. It was clear that he had thrown down the gauntlet, and now the Hokage was compelled to respond. As anticipated, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice turned grave. Yunyan, what is the meaning of this? Dismissing the need for further pretense, Yunyan nudged one of the root corpses with his foot. Hokage-sama, you can surely recognize that these bodies are not those of Anbu, but of Root. The incident I mentioned occurred the night before last when I was ambushed by these two root ninjas while resting in the forest. If not for my considerable skills, I might have met a grim fate. Had that been the case, you would not be seeing these corpses but rather my own lifeless body. He added this last remark with pointed emphasis. Yunyan's candor left Sarutobi Hiruzen, accustomed as he was to subterfuge, momentarily disconcerted, though he masked it with a deepening frown. What truly occupied Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, however, was a more pressing query. He lifted his gaze, scrutinizing Yunyan with newfound seriousness. Yunyan, did you personally eliminate these adversaries? The old fox indeed had a knack for discerning the subtleties of the situation. By referring to the fallen as enemies, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already positioned the narrative. This can be regarded as a preemptive strike, insinuating that these two root ninjas are not aligned with Sarutobi Hiruzen, who remains oblivious to their true nature. These two ninjas are not only your adversaries, but mine as well. Subsequently, his primary objective is to ascertain whether these two root ninjas were personally eliminated by Yunyan, thereby testing Yunyan's current prowess. Indeed, this is a matter of utmost urgency for Sarutobi Hiruzen. He has long believed that this Uchiha youth is merely a Jonin at best, unlikely to reach the elite Jonin tier. However, the presence of two corpses, one a Jonin and the other an elite Jonin, bleedingly reveals to Sarutobi Hiruzen that the strength of Uchiha Yunyan is far from simplistic. He urgently needs to comprehend Yunyan's capabilities in order to formulate appropriate measures and responses. Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts and intentions are largely discernible to Yunyan. He sees no need for subterfuge, as there is no necessity to unveil his true strength. Allowing Sarutobi Hiruzen to remain shrouded in uncertainty suffices. Thus, Yunyan responds, "It was I who personally dispatched them. I employed certain tactics and exerted considerable effort to defeat them individually." Sarutobi Hiruzen breathes a slight sigh of relief. The notion of having taken them down individually makes sense, suggesting that this youth has concealed his strength. likely reaching the elite J-nin level and possibly standing out among them. Yunyan is indeed indifferent to Sarutobi Hiruzen's conjecture regarding his strength as an elite J-nin, and perhaps even a formidable one among his peers. It is not that he wholly believes Yunyan's words. Rather, it is due to Yunyan's previous low-profile demeanor, which has now dramatically shifted with the sudden elimination of two root ninjas, one being an elite J-nin. To entertain the thought that Yunyan might be akin to a Kage-level ninja is something Sarutobi Hiruzen is reluctant to accept. This young man, despite his tender age and lack of resources and guidance from esteemed mentors, how could he possibly attain the level of a shadow? Unless, of course, he has acquired the legendary Manjiki Sharingan. However, the likelihood of that is slim, as the Manjiki Sharingan has not been seen for countless years and has become nearly a myth. Though a twinge of unease lingered, Sarutobi Hiruzen maintained a composed demeanor. Suppressing the myriad thoughts swirling within him, he calmly addressed Yunyan, saying, "I see. I did not expect that during your years away, you have grown to such an extent. It is truly gratifying." Gratifying? Perhaps it should be seen as a cause for concern. After this inner reflection, Yunyan languidly responded to Sarutobi Hiruzen, "It's nothing much. My current abilities are just sufficient for self-preservation." Hearing these words and observing Yunyan's nonchalant demeanor, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but feel a pang of discomfort within. Is this fellow being sarcastic or hinting at something? Such strength is barely sufficient for self-preservation? What a jest! This level of power is more than adequate to instigate trouble. At the very least, it is sufficient to engage in the fray. Suppressing the irritation within, Sarutobi Hizashi continued to feign an amiable demeanor, hoping that this matter would swiftly resolve itself, ideally transforming a significant issue into a trivial one. Yunyan seemed to have discerned Sarutobi Hizashi's next intentions and, of course, would not acquiesce to his desires. Casually kicking the corpse of a root ninja, Yunyan unabashedly continued, "Lord Hokage, since you are now aware of my true capabilities, let us not further divert the conversation. Might I inquire, Lord Hokage, what is the story behind these two root ninjas? Why did they assault me? From their ambush the night before last, it was evident they were intent on exterminating me, unwilling to relent until I was dead. I have heard whispers of the fearsome reputation of the root. Honestly, being targeted by them instills great dread in me. Fortuitously, I managed to turn the tables and eliminate these two root ninjas. I hastened back to Konoha to report to you, Lord Hokage, while simultaneously seeking your assistance." Admittedly, his tone was rather sardonic. Even Sarutobi Hizashi, upon hearing these words, felt as though he had swallowed something distasteful. "Are you truly terrified after being targeted by the root? Rushing back to seek my aid? What a fabrication! With your remarkable feat of eliminating two root ninjas unscathed, but the specifics of your success remain unclear. It is evident you possess the capability. Why then this charade? Whom are you attempting to deceive?" Suppressing his disgust and discomfort, Sarutobi Hizashi began to change the subject. Employing his usual tactic of muddling through, "Yunyan, we cannot be absolutely certain that these two are indeed root ninjas, can we? They could possibly be other ninjas in disguise, aiming to sow discord among us in Konoha." Before Sarutobi Hizashi could finish, Yunyan, with evident impatience, grasped the head of one of the root ninjas and thrust a kunai into its mouth. Piercing through the tongue, he violently yanked it out, stretching it long enough for the entire tongue to be exposed before Sarutobi Hizashi. To be candid, Yunyan's actions were brutally savage, and the resulting spectacle was indeed shocking. However, Sarutobi Hizashi, having endured much throughout his life, was not easily intimidated. He maintained his composure in the face of such a gruesome scene and immediately noticed the cursed seal of the tongue's root on the base of the root ninja's tongue. It is a dire situation. The evidence is irrefutable and indisputable. Upon witnessing the seal of tongue calamity's eradication, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his heart plummet. Previously, he had managed to deflect suspicion by attributing the deed to other shinobi from different villages, but the emergence of this particular seal rendered such justifications utterly untenable. The seal of tongue calamity's eradication exists solely at its origin. There are no other counterparts. Yunyan essentially laid bare the bloody reality before Sarutobi Hiruzen, leaving him with a somber countenance, rendered speechless and unable to refute the claims. The old fellow fell silent, yet Yunyan had much to articulate. He continued to present the elongated tongue to Sarutobi Hiruzen while maintaining a steady gaze into the latter's eyes, his expression turning playful. "Honorable Hokage, with your keen insight, I trust you have already discerned that this is undoubtedly a root ninja. May I inquire if you would be willing to extend your protection to me? An ordinary J-nin of Konoha? Will you safeguard me from being slain by the root ninjas? Today, I, a member of the Uchiha clan, am at risk. Tomorrow, it may very well be the Hyuga clan's turn, and the day after, who knows which clan's ninja may fall victim, while the common ninjas will undoubtedly suffer even more. The Root organization has become increasingly audacious, committing heinous acts against our comrades and friends within the village. Will you not intervene? Will you persist in this alarming attitude of turning a blind eye? If that is indeed the case, I must confess, it leaves me quite disheartened. If this matter were to leak, it would not only chill my heart but also instill fear among the other ninjas of Konoha. After all, no one wishes to be betrayed by their own comrades while undertaking a mission or after laboriously completing one. What, then, would be the purpose of our sacrifices? We have guarded Konoha for so long, risking our lives for it, only to be met with such treachery? Therefore, I beseech you, esteemed Hokage, to contemplate this gravely. Sarutobi Hiruzen's demeanor darkened abruptly. The hidden Anbu ninjas surrounding him also changed their expressions upon hearing Yunyan's words. Even with Sarutobi's years of composure, he found himself slightly out of sorts, and it was no wonder the Anbu ninjas could not maintain their calm. Yunyan's remark struck at the very heart of their concerns. It was not merely a matter of concern, but a veiled threat. Yunyan almost mockingly conveyed to Sarutobi that should he fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, he would unhesitatingly expose this incident, ensuring it became common knowledge. At that point, whether Konoha would erupt in outrage or whether the ninjas would rise in fury, igniting turmoil, would be of no concern to Yunyan. He was indifferent. He truly did not care. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was now somber, as he began to grasp the unpredictable nature of Yunyan. This is a person who fears neither heaven nor earth, utterly indifferent to the consequences of escalating matters, and completely unconcerned about the turmoil that may ensue once the issue is exposed. Infuriatingly, it is precisely this audacious and fearless disposition that makes them so challenging to manage. In a certain sense, Sarutobi Asuma finds such individuals to be the most formidable to contend with. Unlike other Leaf Village ninjas, who possess familial ties and vested interests within Konoha, or who are deeply assimilated by the will of fire, fostering a profound sense of belonging to the village, this individual stands apart. Such individuals elude the grasp of Sarutobi Hiruzen. To be unable to seize control signifies a lack of dominion. As the Hokage, the supreme ruler of Konoha, the one wielding the utmost concentrated power, he finds himself incapable of subduing even a single jonin. The sensation of being beyond his control filled Sarutobi Hiruzen with an overwhelming sense of unease, igniting a tumult of inner turmoil and anger within him. Gradually, he lifted his gaze, directing his icy stare towards Yunyan. As for Yunyan, he remained unperturbed, exuding an air of fearlessness as he continued to meet Hiruzen's eyes with calm composure. The two men locked gazes, and within the confines of the Hokage's office, the atmosphere became palpably tense. Such a situation is indeed rare within the Hokage's office. One might ask, in the entirety of Konoha, who would dare to confront the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, so directly? Perhaps only the two elders and Dans would have the audacity. Now, however, there stands another challenger. Uchiha Yunyan. The hidden Anbu surrounding the scene, sensing the weighty atmosphere within the office, felt their hearts race, cold sweat trickling down their brows. And some even began to swallow nervously. How should this matter come to a conclusion? After locking eyes with Yunyan for approximately 10 seconds, Sarutobi Azashi seemed to realize that he was dealing with a person impervious to persuasion. He felt a throbbing headache. In this predicament, he found himself devoid of better alternatives, and could only seek to placate this obstinate individual before devising a more comprehensive plan. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a profound sigh, revealing an aura of poignant helplessness, intertwined with an air of waning vitality. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen presented a strikingly different demeanor. The earlier visage of him, an unwavering Hokage wielding substantial authority, had transformed into that of a weary elder, one who had devoted his life to the diligent service of Konoha, only to confront a myriad of unavoidable tribulations in his twilight years. After exhaling this breath of resignation, the aged Sarutobi Hiruzen earnestly addressed Yunyan. Undoubtedly, this situation is the fault of the Root. It is their responsibility. This group of individuals audaciously dared to assault their fellow villagers, an act I could scarcely have anticipated. I shall provide you with an explanation. However, this matter must not be disclosed. Should it come to light, it would undoubtedly incite turmoil within Konoha. Presently, Konoha is in a state of transition, with other ninja villages watching closely, and while the shinobi world may appear tranquil, it is rife with undercurrents. Konoha, though seemingly stable, is far from secure. At such a critical juncture, it is simply intolerable to encounter further complications. Do you understand, Yunyan? I truly do not comprehend. Observing Saratobi's pretentious demeanor, Yunyan was compelled to express his thoughts directly. This old fellow, realizing he cannot master his own emotions, has begun to indulge in self-pity. In doing so, he employs a so-called noble pretext to manipulate himself, compelling him to endure grievances for the sake of an alleged greater good, thus allowing the matter to fade into oblivion. How many times has he resorted to this tactic? Now, it has been turned against him. Yunyan discerned the ploy of Saratobi Hizashi and chuckled inwardly, asserting that he would not be swayed by such ruses. Consequently, Yunyan grew bolder, stepping forward 2 paces and placing a hand firmly on Saratobi's desk. This action, for the Hokage, has already crossed a line of rudeness. However, the subsequent words of Yunyan seem to be even more disrespectful. It is truly admirable that the esteemed Hokage is concerned about Konoha. The situation in the ninja world is indeed unstable. But if I may speak candidly, when has the ninja world ever been stable? It is merely a cycle of minor skirmishes during times of peace and grand conflicts during war. It has always been the same. We must not forsake our so-called principles due to these matters. Punishment for wrongdoing is fundamental, is it not? Saratobi Hiruzen found himself momentarily speechless. Just as he opened his mouth to respond, Yunyan, with an imposing presence, interjected, "Rather, it is precisely because the situation in the ninja world is unstable, and because Konoha is currently experiencing a generational transition, that we must handle matters impartially, allowing our shinobi, especially the younger generation, to feel secure. Only through fairness and justice can we inspire our youth to dedicate themselves to Konoha and to protect it, yes, rather than for the will of fire, which compels one to endure all injustices in the name of Konoha, allowing even the gravest offenses committed by the roots to go unpunished, correct? Ultimately, one must adhere to reason, mustn't one?" Yunyan's 3 consecutive queries left Saratobi Hiruzen utterly bewildered. Admittedly, Saratobi Hiruzen had not encountered such a ninja before. In similar situations in the past, he would invoke the will of fire or the greater good to compel compliance, and opponents would invariably yield to some extent. Yet, this individual did not. Instead, he spoke of fairness and justice and elucidated the principle of punishment for guilt. This makes an astonishing amount of sense. I find myself utterly convinced. After taking several deep breaths, Saratobi Hizashi could no longer maintain eye contact with Yunyan. He slightly lowered his head, picked up his pipe, and began to puff on it, seeking solace from the turmoil within. Is it not chaos? The tactics he had always prided himself on and grown accustomed to suddenly proved ineffective. Conversely, the theories presented before him seemed remarkably sound. What is happening? How can this be resolved? In the wake of a brief tumult, Saratobi Hiruzen finally calmed himself. A slight headache enveloped him as he began to ponder how this matter should conclude. Indeed, he was contemplating how to handle the situation rather than seeking a fair and just resolution. This indicated that the old man was still entrenched in his antiquated ways, beyond redemption. After indulging in a lengthy smoke, during which visibility before him diminished, Saratobi Hiruzen ultimately reached a decision. Firstly, the 2 root ninjas could be disregarded, as they were not significant characters. Secondly, he could not interfere with the root organization, for it must remain intact. There were numerous matters that required its discreet handlings, and without it, Konoha would be placed at a disadvantage. Finally, Saratobi Hiruzen ceased smoking and lifted his gaze to meet the visibly impatient Yunyan, his expression fraught with conflict. Where did this Uchiha youth emerge from? His manner of conduct and thought process starkly diverged from that of ordinary individuals. Even he has never encountered such a formidable character. There appears to be no alternative but to concede some ground and make certain sacrifices to ensure this young man behaves. At last, Saratobi Hiruzen spoke, articulating his proposed course of action. These 2 root ninjas, having acted independently and launched an assault on their fellow villagers without my explicit orders, have indeed committed a grievous offense. Such a transgression ought to warrant immediate execution. However, given that Yunyan has turned the tables and vanquished them, it is indeed a fitting consequence for their misdeeds. Upon hearing these words at the outset, Yunyan nearly rolled his eyes in exasperation. Such words are utterly devoid of substance, akin to turning mud into porridge. I have vanquished both root ninjas, yet you continue to slander and cast blame upon their names. Truly, Saratobi Hiruzen, you are quite adept at this. After all, the dead do not protest, do they? However, do not think you can use these 2 deceased to deflect responsibility from me. This matter cannot simply be resolved by tossing blame onto lifeless bodies. As Yunyan suppressed a roll of his eyes, He continued to listen to Sarutobi Hiruzen's subsequent remarks. Such a grave oversight falls squarely upon the shoulders of the root leader, Danzo, who bears undeniable responsibility. Yunyan could no longer contain himself. He furrowed his brow and interrupted Hiruzen. "One moment, Lord Hokage. I am genuinely pleased to finally hear you mention the crux of the matter, Danzo. However, you cannot frame it this way. From your words, it seems you are defining this incident as merely a lapse on the part of the root. With all due respect, the cursed seal of tongue-cutting remains upon the tongues of the root ninjas. Even in death, this seal has yet to be lifted. This clearly illustrates the strength of the cursed seal and the absolute control Danzo has over the root ninjas. Therefore, it is evident that this is not merely a misstep. I am almost certain that the root ninjas attacked me under Danzo's command, his orders." Yunyan directly pointed the finger at Danzo, targeting the true instigator with unambiguous intent. Observing Yunyan's bold stance, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe. Whether this tobacco had a special effect on him, after inhaling, Hiruzen appeared suddenly calm and resolute. What followed from this old man was somewhat unexpected for Yunyan. With utmost seriousness and sincerity, Hiruzen addressed Yunyan. "Yunyan, it is entirely natural for you to harbor such suspicions. It is human nature. However, the root is not solely Danzo's domain. He is not deranged enough to commit such an act. Thus, this incident must stem from some internal miscommunication or oversight within the root, which led to your unanticipated assault and the current predicament. I can assure you that this is indeed the case, and I can even guarantee it in the name of the Hokage." At this juncture, Yunyan's expression was nearly impossible to maintain. After exhaling a deep breath, he slowly composed himself, realizing the situation at hand. This old coot, seeing that Yunyan was impervious to reason, had begun to stubbornly deny the truth, adopting a facade of righteousness. One must ask, what is to be done when the esteemed Hokage becomes shameless? The answer is, there truly is no particularly effective remedy. Yunyan could not simply eliminate Sarutobi Hiruzen on the spot, although a flicker of such conflict did cross his mind. Just a flicker, mind you. Observing Yunyan's expression, Hiruzen seemed to sense the potential for anger and quickly offered some words of reassurance. Of course, wrong is wrong. The significant error within the root must be shouldered by its leader, Danzo. I have decided to dismiss Danzo immediately, ordering him to return home for reflection. During this period, I shall personally oversee the root and implement necessary reforms. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's conclusion regarding this incident, Yunyan exhaled slowly, his emotions complex. Well, what a surprise. I never expected that upon entering the ninja world, I would have to contend with such political maneuvers and engage in this sort of verbal sparring. Let us revisit Hiruzen's recent resolution. First, he dismissed Danzo. On the surface, this seemed quite severe, as it appeared Danzo had lost his position as the leader of the root, stripped of his greatest authority, unable to command the root. However, dismissal and removal are not synonymous. They differ significantly in nature and consequence. Dismissal implies the cessation of duties without substantial punitive implications. Removal, on the other hand, involves the revocation of position and carries a distinct punitive weight, being considerably more serious than mere dismissal. Hence, Sarutobi Hiruzen's handling of Danzo was dismissal rather than removal, revealing the underlying intricacies. Furthermore, commanding Danzo to return home for reflection elicited nothing more than a scoff from Yunyan. What does this mean? Is it a veiled way of granting this old dog a holiday? Or is it merely a means to let him lie low? Such a significant matter. And you choose to retreat home for self-reflection? Logically, one would expect at least a few days of contemplation, while others may create a great stir with minimal substance. Your situation is devoid of even a hint of tempest. At most, it resembles a mere overcast day. How utterly shameless. Furthermore, in these final days, the root is to be led personally by Sarutobi Hizashi, and yet there is to be a rectification? Such familiar rhetoric and perfunctory tactics. What purpose does it serve for you to lead the root? This so-called rectification seems merely a fade, does it not? One might even suspect that this alleged rectification is merely a superficial report to placate Sarutobi Hizashi, with no genuine implementation at the root level. This indeed represents a quintessential final resolution. For a moment, Yunyan found himself at a loss for words. After determining the ultimate outcome of the incident, Sarutobi Hizashi sat behind his desk, wearing a benevolent smile as he gazed at Yunyan. The expression seemed to convey a question. What do you think? Are you satisfied with this resolution? Yunyan scratched his head, momentarily engulfed in silence. Was he satisfied? Certainly not. So what should be his reaction? A burst of fury? A complete falling out with Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage? Or even a violent confrontation that would escalate into battle? Well, perhaps not to that extent. Although Yunyan felt little allegiance to Konoha, it was undeniably the strongest ninja village in the realm, a formidable power teeming with resources that Yunyan desired. Resorting to violence here would equate to betraying the village, thwarting many of Yunyan's future ambitions, a futile endeavor. For the sake of momentary pride, he would not disregard his long-term objectives and interests. Despite his reckless demeanor, he would not stoop to such actions. Moreover, knowing when to withdraw does not imply passive acceptance, nor does it signify the end of the matter. Yunyan possessed his own convictions. Perhaps Sarutobi Hiruzen believed that with the final decision rendered, the issue was resolved. However, Yunyan sensed that it was far from simple and would not conclude so easily. As long as Sarutobi continued to shield Danzo, this matter would remain unresolved. Given Danzo's temperament and his sinister nature, having been dismissed and suffering a minor setback, especially at the hands of the relatively insignificant Uchiha Yunyan, how could he endure such humiliation? His inability to endure would inevitably lead to future confrontations. Future confrontations would present opportunities. When the next occasion arose, Yunyan would be justified in seizing the moment to retaliate against Danzo, thereby addressing both this incident and the previous one. By that time, the resolution would not be so straightforward, and Sarutobi Hiruzen would have to reckon with the consequences, as avoiding costs would no longer be feasible. This encapsulates the current thoughts of Yunyan. In truth, beyond this, Yunyan harbors other profound insights. This reflection reveals that upon returning to Konoha, one's influence is remarkably limited, almost negligible. Some may argue that possessing formidable strength is sufficient, questioning the necessity of influence. However, this notion is misguided. Yunyan's current predicament exemplifies this reality. He has discreetly survived for several years, with no issues regarding strength, skillfully concealing his true capabilities. Yet, upon stepping onto the grand stage of Konoha, how many recognize or acknowledge him? Although he possesses power, his reluctance to reveal it results in a lack of influence. We must not underestimate the significance of influence, as it encompasses power, status, and various other factors in a comprehensive evaluation. For instance, despite Yunyan's impressive display of strength, which should warrant attention, his limited influence fails to sway Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the case of an individual with minimal influence, Sarutobi can dismiss him with a lackadaisical attitude. Conversely, what if Yunyan's influence were substantial? What if his standing reached that of the legendary Hokage, Minato Namikaze? In such a scenario, if he were to face assassination by rogue ninjas, the situation would undoubtedly differ. Sarutobi would be compelled to take the matter seriously. He could not afford to treat it with indifference. In that case, Sarutobi would face considerable challenges, and to quell Yunyan's anger, provide him with due accountability, and appease the larger ninja community, he would inevitably have to make difficult decisions, potentially resulting in repercussions for Danzo. This delineates the distinction between influence and the lack thereof. With this revelation, Yunyan's vision became clear and his heart illuminated, leading him to formulate his next course of action in Konoha. This forthcoming plan was intrinsically linked to his long-held aspirations, aligning seamlessly with his overarching objectives. Thus, Yunyan commenced his subsequent maneuvers. He lowered his hands from the desk of Sarutobi Hiruzen, yet did not retreat, remaining steadfast before the desk of the Hokage. This action sent a signal to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who believed that the matter was settled. Yunyan, this rebellious young man, should have accepted the outcome by now, regardless of his inner feelings. For this was the greatest concession he could offer. To have forced the esteemed Hokage to yield to such an extent. This young lad could indeed take pride in it. With this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled contentedly as he took a few puffs from his pipe. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen complacently relishing his perceived success, Yunyan seized the opportunity and suddenly interjected, "Very well, let us put this matter on hold for now. I must also give you, esteemed Hokage, some face. However, I have one more request." Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yunyan would have further demands. Yet, considering the young man's exceptional abilities at such a tender age, rivaling even his favored Kakashi, he had the leverage to make a request. Without much thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. "Pipe in mouth, feel free to voice your demands. I wish to serve in the Anbu." The seemingly mundane statement nearly choked Sarutobi Hiruzen on his smoke. Cough, cough. "What did you say?" "I said, I wish to serve in the Anbu." Could you clarify that? I have made myself abundantly clear. I wish to serve in the Anbu. Setting aside the pipe that had nearly caused him to choke, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head, incredulously gazing at Yunyan's calm visage. What nonsense is this young man spouting? He intends to take a position in the Anbu? Even though he has been away from Konoha for several years, he bears the Uchiha name. Surely, even in the capital of the Land of Fire, he must have some awareness of the recent dynamics between the village and his Uchiha clan. Essentially, the internal conflicts between the village and the Uchiha clan have nearly surfaced into the open, with both sides growing increasingly estranged and harboring a subtle animosity. In this circumstance, a mere Uchiha dares to seek entry into the Anbu? What is the Anbu, you ask? It is the most elite and clandestine force of Konoha, one of the most formidable powers under the Hokage's command, and can be regarded as the very essence of the village's shinobi. Moreover, it is the indomitable core of the Hokage's authority, for only Sarutobi Hiruzen, the current Hokage, possesses the capability to fully harness and command the Anbu's potential. And yet, here you are, an outsider, audaciously requesting to join the core of this esteemed Hokage's forces. Are you truly untroubled by this? Observing the incredulous expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, Yunyan remained composed. Lord Hokage, why do you react in such a manner? Am I not permitted to serve in the Anbu? Am I not a shinobi of Konoha? Am I not a part of this village? Or is there something about my identity that raises your concerns? Perhaps my strength is insufficient to enter the Anbu? Surely that cannot be the case, considering I have eliminated 2 root ninjas myself. At this juncture, Yunyan cheerfully nudged the corpse of the root ninja at his feet, a display of his considerable prowess. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his head spinning. No. Yunyan, you are indeed a member of Konoha, a shinobi of the village. And your strength is undoubtedly adequate for joining the Anbu. Your identity poses no issues whatsoever. In truth, Sarutobi Hiruzen was pondering how the Uchiha clan could possibly gain admission to the Anbu, yet he refrained from vocalizing such thoughts. With urgency clouding his mind, he resorted to various justifications to dissuade Yunyan. While you possess the qualifications to join the Anbu, the process is not as straightforward as you might think. First, you must submit a handwritten application, adhering to the correct format. Once your application is submitted, Konoha will conduct a thorough background check, which will require some time. The foremost criteria for entering the Anbu are your abilities and strength. After the review, the Anbu will assess your skills through practical examinations. Please, do not wear that expression. Aspiring to be an Anbu ninja necessitates a foundation of theoretical knowledge, and thus, a written test is mandatory. The assessment of your strength will be relatively simple, as the Anbu will dispatch suitable ninjas to engage you in practical exercises. Given your capabilities, you should pass without difficulty. Once all these evaluations are completed, and with the unanimous approval of myself and the 3 elders of Konoha, you will be granted entry into the Anbu. Having outlined the elaborate procedures, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled at Yunyan. This is the protocol for Konoha shinobi seeking to join the Anbu. It is quite simple, really. If you wish to proceed, you must take it step by step, so do not rush. At the sight of Sarutobi Hiruzen's aged visage, Yunyan felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a punch that would flatten it. How absurd. When did joining the Anbu require such convoluted procedures? In most cases, the entrance of ordinary shinobi into the Anbu was merely a matter of a single word from someone in power. Why was he subjected to such an arduous process? Was it a deliberate attempt to make things difficult for him? Sensing Yunyan's discontent, Sarutobi Hiruzen hastily added, "Do not misconstrue my intentions, Yunyan. The procedures for applying to join the Anbu were established long ago during the tenure of the second Hokage, who personally laid down these regulations." With a resigned gesture, he continued, "I too am at the mercy of these rules." Yunyan's expression darkened. This old fellow clearly harbors intentions of keeping me out of the shadows, manifesting his apprehensions towards my Uchiha lineage. As the Hokage, such a narrow-minded perspective is rather petty. Does he truly regard me with such wariness? In truth, Sarutobi Hiruzen does possess a degree of caution regarding Yunyan, albeit not to an excessive extent. He is somewhat aware of Yunyan's circumstances, recognizing that within the Uchiha clan, he is not held in high regard and is often overlooked. Logically, one would expect that a skilled individual, despite being undervalued within the Uchiha, would be courted by the Hokage. However, Yunyan's recent actions have been excessively forthright and unconventional, compelling even Sarutobi Hiruzen to yield somewhat. Such a rebellious and indifferent individual, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no intention of admitting him into the Anbu. As the commander of the Anbu, which he wielded with utmost proficiency, He could not allow any potential risks to arise within its ranks, nor did he wish for any internal discord. After subtly declining Yunyan through a myriad of tedious procedures that were sure to induce a headache, Sarutobi Hiruzen added, seemingly to dishearten Yunyan, "You see, the procedures for joining the Anbu can indeed be simplified, but it requires a recommendation from someone." Upon hearing this, Yunyan appeared intrigued and inquired, "Oh? So, if someone recommends me, I can bypass the procedures and join the Anbu directly? Who could potentially recommend me? Could it be you, Hokage-sama?" Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head firmly. No. I am the evaluator and the final decision-maker for your entry into the Anbu. I cannot recommend you. As a member of the Uchiha clan, your best bet for a recommendation would be from the clan leader, Fugaku Uchiha. With that, he refrained from elaborating further. However, Yunyan grasped the ulterior motives of the old man. To join the Anbu, he would need a recommendation from Fugaku Uchiha, the leader of the Uchiha clan. The pressing question now is whether Fugaku would be willing to provide such a recommendation, given that Yunyan and Fugaku had scarcely met and were nearly strangers. It was unlikely that Fugaku would agree. Moreover, with the deepening conflicts between the Uchiha clan and the higher-ups of Konoha, it would be foolish for Fugaku to allow his clansmen to enter the ranks of Konoha's elite. But Sure Sui Uchiha was an exception. His entry into the Anbu was a result of a compromise between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage's administration. Sarutobi Hiruzen believed that this tactic would effectively thwart Yunyan's ambitions to enter Konoha, yet unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently provided Yunyan with an opportunity. Observing the subtly smug expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, Yunyan furrowed his brow, contemplating a brilliant idea. A smile graced his lips as he calmly addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Hokage-sama. Must it be our clan leader's recommendation? Could it not be someone else?" Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated for a moment, instinctively responding, "Of course, others can recommend you, such as the leaders of other clans or the three elders of Konoha, provided they possess a certain status." However, deep within, Sarutobi Hiruzen scoffed. Aside from the Uchiha clan leader, who else would possibly have the inclination to recommend you? And as for the three elders, that is even less likely. It seemed that this matter was at an impasse. Yunyan was destined to have no recommendations, and thus would find it exceedingly difficult to enter the Anbu. Not so. At that moment, Yunyan revealed a confident smile that unsettled Sarutobi Hiruzen. So as long as someone of notable status recommends me, it is feasible. Then, Hokage-sama, would the recommendation of the daimyo suffice? Sarutobi Hiruzen set down his pipe, leaning forward with a look of astonishment. Scarcely able to believe his ears. "Did you just say who? The daimyo? The recommendation of our Fire Country's daimyo? Is that truly possible?" Hearing Yunyan invoke someone of greater stature than himself, Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback. How had the conversation shifted to the daimyo? The daimyo typically did not involve himself in ninja affairs. Why would he recommend Yunyan out of the blue? Yet, it was not entirely impossible. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly regained his composure, realizing that this young Uchiha was no ordinary individual, but rather someone favored by the daimyo himself. Indeed. What transpired next caused Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart to sink once more. Yunyan, with a beaming smile, produced a letter from his pocket and placed it on Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. "Hokage-sama, this is a personal letter of recommendation from the daimyo. I trust you will recognize his handwriting." Upon seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen, filled with skepticism, took the letter and began to read it. Upon opening the letter, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened considerably. It was undoubtedly a personal correspondence from the daimyo, as the handwriting and tone were unmistakably authentic, allowing Hiruzen to discern its genuineness. The content of the letter indeed advocated for Uchiha Kurenai's admission into the Anbu, lavishly praising him as a once-in-a-century talent, insisting that this Hokage must recognize his worth and employ him without hesitation. At this point, Hiruzen struggled to maintain his composure. At the conclusion of the letter, not only was there the daimyo of the Land of Fire's personal signature, but it also bore the official seal of that old man. Faced with this revelation, Hiruzen fell into a contemplative silence, remaining still in the act of reading. What does this letter of recommendation signify? Do not underestimate this missive. It is akin to a sovereign's personal decree. If it were merely a letter from the Lord of the Fire Nation, it might suffice. But its utility and authority would not be as profound. However, the inclusion of the Lord's personal seal at the conclusion of the recommendation elevates its significance to an extraordinary level, indicating that the Lord is earnest and is endorsing it in his capacity as a noble leader. This situation is rather unfortunate. Although the daimyo has never interfered in the internal affairs of Konoha or the matters concerning ninjas, It gives the impression that he stands as a mere mascot at the pinnacle of authority. However, in reality, the daimyo remains the supreme ruler of the Land of Fire. And Sarutobi Hiruzen, being a stubborn old relic, cannot and does not dare to disregard the daimyo's opinions. Holding this letter of recommendation, Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that the matter was indeed quite troublesome. Need an imperial decree? I shall compose one for him. Standing before his desk and observing the grim expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, Yunyan maintained a stoic demeanor while feeling a sense of relief within. His audacious display of authority, brandishing the daimyo's handwritten recommendation letter, had indeed left the old man at a loss. So, what was the essence of this recommendation letter? What else could it be but a contingency plan meticulously prepared by Yunyan in advance? The daimyo of the Land of Fire had long been under Yunyan's influence, making it a trivial task to have him write several letters of recommendation ahead of time. In truth, Yunyan possessed not only the daimyo's letter recommending him for the Anbu but also one suggesting his appointment as the Anbu captain, and even a letter endorsing him as a Konoha elder and potentially as Hokage. Yes, all these letters were whimsically crafted during moments of idle fancy. Little did he expect that they would be put to use today. Furthermore, at the conclusion of each letter, the daimyo's personal seal was affixed, verifying his identity and status. If Yunyan so desired, he could even include not only the daimyo's personal seal but also the official seal of the Land of Fire on this letter of recommendation. However, that would be excessive and might imply coercion, so he settled for merely the daimyo's personal seal. Observing Sarutobi Hiruzen's discomfited demeanor as he clutched the letter, Yunyan was suddenly reminded of a scene from an old film. Need an imperial decree? I shall compose one for him. How strikingly similar was that scene to the current situation. He had truly become the cunning sycophant nestled beside the daimyo. Sarutobi Hiruzen scrutinized the letter for an extended period before finally releasing it, looking up at Yunyan with a complex expression. Yunyan, seizing the moment, smiled broadly and pressed on. Well, esteemed Hokage, surely the daimyo's endorsement suffices? Sarutobi Hiruzen could only nod with great difficulty. Sufficient, indeed. Then, may I enter the Anbu? You may. Since there is a recommendation, the process must be less cumbersome, correct? Indeed. When can I join the Anbu? Now? Faced with Yunyan's incessant inquiries and the pressure mounting upon him, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a mix of frustration and anger. Yet, being the astute old fox that he was, he could not afford to reveal such emotions. He had to endure. Nevertheless, Sarutobi Hiruzen, being the cunning strategist he was, quickly devised a response that was less than ideal. Yunyan, why the haste? You have served as a guardian of the 12 guardian ninjas for several years now, which is tantamount to executing missions externally for all that time. This immensely significant task has been undertaken for such an extended period. It is truly exhausting. Let us consider this. I shall deem you to have completed a long-term S-rank mission. Moreover, you have just returned to Konoha, and even before you have fully settled back, a misunderstanding has arisen with the route. I will need to invest time in addressing matters with Danzo and his faction, which may cause you some inconvenience. To avert these troubles and allow for some respite, I have decided to grant you an extended leave of absence. Let it be half a month. No, a month of vacation. Upon hearing that Sarutobi Hiruzen intended to grant himself a break, Yunyan immediately grasped the ulterior motives of this old man. The back-and-forth entanglement had grown tiresome, and Yunyan's audacity surged forth once again. He placed both hands firmly on the desk before him and addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen without reservation. Lord Hokage, you are not merely stalling for time, are you? After my month-long leave, will I again be barred from entering the Anbu for various reasons? This cannot be acceptable. Not accustomed to such directness. Sarutobi Hiruzen broke into a cold sweat. Clutching his pipe, he managed a somewhat strained smile. How could that be? Yunyan leaned forward, pressing the issue further. It truly will not come to that? Sarutobi Hiruzen endeavored to adopt a serious demeanor. It genuinely will not. Still unconvinced, Yunyan grew bolder. In that case, I implore you, Lord Hokage, to provide a clear promise that upon the conclusion of my vacation, I shall be permitted to enter the Anbu. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression soured slightly. Yunyan, is it truly necessary to pursue this? As Hokage, would I not uphold my word? My apologies, Lord Hokage, it is not that I doubt you, but rather, I am a person who often feels insecure. Please provide me with a definitive answer. Will I officially enter the Anbu after my leave ends? Yunyan, please, be direct. Explicit. Answer. Promise. At this moment, Yunyan's demeanor was overwhelmingly assertive. Faced with such pressure from a younger generation, Sarutobi Hiruzen struggled to maintain his composure. With no alternative left, he sighed softly. Nodding slowly while adopting a solemn expression, Very well. I promise you that upon the conclusion of your vacation, I will grant you official entry into the Anbu. Finally receiving a clear response from the old man, Yunyan felt a sense of satisfaction, regardless of whether Sarutobi Hiruzen's words stemmed from genuine intent. The mere fact that he voiced such a commitment indicated his reluctant concession, which would not be rescinded. The title of Hokage signified that Sarutobi Hiruzen could not go back on his word. Otherwise, he would suffer a grievous loss of reputation, an unworthy trade-off. At long last, Yunyan's objective was officially achieved, and he felt content. He withdrew his hands from the desk, straightened his posture, and the aggressive aura that had enveloped him dissipated. With his goal accomplished, Yunyan's demeanor transformed. He offered Sarutobi Hiruzen a friendly, even respectful smile. In that case, I have no further concerns. Thank you for your trust. Lord Hokage, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to Konoha. At this juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed disinclined to maintain the facade any longer. He nodded lightly and let out a dismissive snort. Indeed, that would be for the best. Noticing Sarutobi Hiruzen's intent to usher him out, Yunyan decided not to overstay his welcome. He nodded in farewell and turned to leave. As he pushed open the door and stepped out, he finally exited the Hokage's office. Once Yunyan departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat alone behind the desk, inhaling deeply from his pipe. The smoke he exhaled began to fill the room once more, enveloping him in a haze and casting shadows upon his aged visage. Alone, he gazed at the letter of recommendation left behind by Yunyan, and then glanced at the two uncollected bodies of Root Ninja lying on the office floor. His mood soured considerably. When had he ever been at a disadvantage in such matters? More so, to face such a setback against a mere youth, and particularly a brash scion of the Uchiha clan. It was utterly infuriating. Sarutobi Hiruzen's spirits plummeted. Recalling Yunyan's audacious demeanor and his willingness to sever ties without a second thought, he felt both angered and exasperated. A person bristling with thorns? How could he be managed by an old politician well-versed in various dark intrigues? For a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen truly found himself at a loss regarding how to handle Yunyan. Moreover, with Yunyan set to enter the Anbu a month later, this unpredictable element gaining access to the most secretive and powerful forces under his command left Sarutobi feeling far from reassured. Yet, what could he do if he felt uneasy and reluctant? As the Hokage, he had made a promise. With a sigh, and realizing there were no viable solutions, Sarutobi resolved to take things one step at a time. Discontented, Sarutobi finally paused his smoking, and facing the empty office, he coldly huffed, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and dispose of these two corpses and return them to the root." No sooner had the words left his lips than a shadow flickered into view, and one of the concealed Anbu ninjas promptly emerged, swiftly removing the two Root Ninjas and their heads from the floor. Once the office was tidied up, Sarutobi suddenly called out Kakashi. Responding to the summons, one of the lurking Anbu ninjas, the masked Hatake Kakashi, instantly appeared, kneeling respectfully on one knee before Sarutobi, awaiting instructions. Observing this capable subordinate who was always obedient, Sarutobi's expression softened somewhat. He immediately commanded Kakashi, "Follow and monitor him discreetly, ensuring he remains oblivious to your presence." Kakashi nodded. Fully aware of the individual he was tasked to track, clearly, it was the recently departed Yunyan. Contemplating the depth of the other's abilities and recalling his reckless nature, Kakashi felt a twinge of headache. Nevertheless, the Hokage's orders were paramount. Kakashi had always been dutiful. After affirming his understanding, he vanished to execute the command. After Kakashi's departure, Sarutobi's countenance remained somewhat grim, evidently still troubled. However, regarding Yunyan, his intention was limited to surveillance. He would not take further action. Thus, Sarutobi turned his ire elsewhere, choosing to vent his frustrations upon another individual. That fool Danzo was truly more hindrance than help. As he ruminated on this, Sarutobi pulled over a blank document and began drafting an order to relieve Danzo of his duties and send him home for reflection. Indeed, Sarutobi had not forgotten this matter. He was determined to punish Danzo, especially considering the latter's recent aggressive maneuvers, which Sarutobi was keen to suppress. Now, leaving the conflicts and intrigues between Sarutobi and Danzo aside, let us turn our attention to Yunyan. After departing from the Hokage's office, Yunyan descended the stairs with a light step, a carefree demeanor as he exited the Hokage building and began to stroll leisurely through the streets of Konoha. To be frank, Yunyan's mood was quite buoyant. Engaging in a battle of wits with Sarutobi and navigating the old fox's schemes, Yunyan recognized he was no match for such cunning. However, he was resolute. If he could not win, he would simply overturn the table. If he could not negotiate, he would turn hostile. He refused to engage with their tactics and chose instead to confront them directly. What could they possibly do about it? The results proved that Yunyan's straightforward approach was effective, albeit blunt. Just now, in the Hokage's office, he and Sarutobi Hiruzen engaged in a contest that was remarkably evenly matched, to the extent that Sarutobi appeared somewhat at a disadvantage. It is worth noting that Yunyan, being relatively young, possesses a lifetime of experiences amounting to less than 30 years. To have managed to outmaneuver Sarutobi, a cunning elder of 70, is quite commendable. The subsequent events are rather straightforward. He will return home for a holiday, indulging in leisure and enjoyment, and after a month, he will resume work, immediately being promoted to the Anbu. It is pertinent to shed light on Yunyan's ardent desire to join the Anbu. Although his current strength is adequate, his influence is virtually non-existent. He is merely an obscure individual at present. To attain long-term benefits, he must expand his influence and elevate his personal status and power. The Anbu represents his forthcoming objective. If he can cultivate his influence and raise his standing within the Anbu, it would be exceedingly advantageous for him. Furthermore, as a transmigrator, Yunyan is well-versed in the storyline and can discern the prevailing trends. He is aware that in a few years, Sarutobi Hiruzen will meet his demise at the hands of Orochimaru. If he can gradually enhance his influence during these years, gaining a measure of power and establishing a notable reputation within the Anbu, he may seize the opportunity presented by Sarutobi's eventual death to potentially take control of the Anbu. However, it is not imperative for him to dominate the Anbu. After all, Yunyan does not relish the idea of managing affairs. It is equally plausible that through his endeavors over the years and the chance afforded by Sarutobi's passing, he could enhance his influence and status, thereby attaining a level comparable to that of the Konoha elders. This, indeed, represents the long-term goal, or perhaps the overarching purpose, of Yunyan over the past few years. With such an ambition, having lingered outside of Konoha for so long, Yunyan felt it was time to step into the spotlight. The heavens had granted him the opportunity to traverse into this world, and it would be a lamentable waste not to make the most of it. With these thoughts in mind, Yunyan continued to stroll with enthusiasm, relishing his month-long holiday. After years away from Konoha, upon his return, he noticed that the village had undergone some transformations. Some familiar shops had vanished, while new establishments continuously emerged. The cycle of renewal and decay seemed to be an immutable law of this world, and Konoha's marketplace was no exception. As he reminisced about Konoha from years past while observing its present state, the interplay of old and new fascinated Yunyan, who ambled leisurely through the streets. Yet, despite the relentless passage of time, certain things remained unchanged. For instance, Ichiraku Ramen, a restaurant that has consistently woven itself into the fabric of the Naruto narrative, its constancy rivaling the very existence of the ninja world itself. Due to its everlasting nature, many have even come to believe that the proprietor, the masterful noodle maker, is a figure of greater prowess than Kagaya Otsutsuki, often referred to as Otsutsuki Ichiraku. Yunyan was well aware of the myriad of jokes surrounding Ichiraku Ramen from his previous life. As he continued his leisurely exploration, he inadvertently stumbled upon Ichiraku Ramen. Standing before its iconic facade stirred a peculiar mix of emotions within him. Gazing at this hallmark establishment of Konoha and contemplating the myriad tales surrounding the ramen and its skilled owner, Yunyan found himself momentarily hesitant. Could it truly be Otsutsuki Ichiraku? Although these were merely jokes from his past life, and neither the creator of Naruto nor the anime production company had expressed anything in the storyline, the notion that repeated words could transform fiction into reality lingered in his mind, causing him a touch of unease. Standing before Ichiraku Ramen, Yunyan found himself momentarily at a crossroads. Meanwhile, Kakashi, who had received orders to covertly monitor Yunyan, was already in position. This individual lurked atop the rooftops surrounding the Ichiraku Ramen, skillfully concealing his presence and diminishing his aura, engaging in an exceptionally professional act of clandestine surveillance over Yunyan. Indeed, it was Kakashi. In terms of capability, he faced no obstacles. Not a single soul on the street was aware of Kakashi's existence. He had concealed himself impeccably, and his watchfulness was strikingly discreet. While maintaining his concealment, Kakashi attentively observed Yunyan's current condition. The individual stands before Ichiraku Ramen, seemingly contemplating his next move. Is he yearning to enter and indulge in the delectable ramen? It is entirely understandable, for this establishment is renowned for its generous portions and exquisite flavors, making it a culinary gem in Konoha. It is only natural that Yunyan would be drawn to it. Yet, what is he hesitating about? Why does he appear torn between the desire to enter and an underlying apprehension? Could it be that there exists something within the ramen shop that instills fear in this otherwise audacious individual? It seems implausible. Maintaining this line of thought, Kakashi continues to vigilantly observe, fulfilling the mission assigned to him by the Hokage. Meanwhile, Yunyan, after a moment of introspection, reaches a decision. Whether or not this is truly the famed Otsutsuki Ichiraku, or perhaps an even more elusive entity than Otsutsuki Kagaya, can only be determined by stepping inside. Moreover, Yunyan contemplates with clarity, if the proprietor of Ichiraku Ramen is indeed the legendary hand-pulling master, then such an extraordinary presence would surely have already sensed his hesitation at the threshold. Not only would the owner likely be aware of his indecision, but perhaps even privy to the peculiarities of his life over the past few years. What, then, is there to deliberate? It is time to uncover the truth. Thus, Yunyan strides confidently towards Ichiraku Ramen, pushes open the door, and enters without a trace of hesitation. Once inside, he cannot help but take a moment to observe his surroundings. In truth, there is little to scrutinize. While Ichiraku Ramen holds considerable fame in Konoha during this era, the establishment is modest in size, offering only a handful of seats. At this hour, it hardly qualifies as mealtime. The seats outside the counter remain entirely vacant. Inside, the proprietor of Ichiraku Ramen, a seasoned noodle chef, and his daughter, Ayam, are diligently engaged in their bustling culinary endeavors. Indeed, the atmosphere is filled with warmth and vigor. A large vat of broth simmers heartily, bubbling vigorously and releasing plumes of steam into the air. Meanwhile, the adept chef is fervently kneading the dough, while Ayam skillfully assists him. As the father and daughter duo labor with fervent enthusiasm, the bustling yet fulfilling scene instantly calmed Yunyan's heart, prompting him to nod slightly. The sound of Yunyan pushing the door open was evidently noticed by both the skilled uncle and Changpu. The two individuals momentarily set aside their tasks and, upon realizing the presence of a guest, immediately extended a warm welcome to Yunyan. Welcome. Please, come in and feel free to take a seat. Oblivious to any impropriety, Yunyan relaxed and stepped forward, no longer blocking the entrance, fully entering the Ichiraku Ramen shop. He casually selected a seat at the edge and settled down. As soon as Yunyan was seated, Changpu, serving as both assistant chef and waitress at Ichiraku Ramen, hurried over and, from behind the counter, warmly inquired, "What can I get for you, sir? Our ramen is generous in portion and delightful in flavor. Each variety is truly delectable." Glancing at the colorful banners hanging above, Yunyan chose one based on his personal preference. "I'll have the tonkatsu shoyu ramen, please, in a large size, with double chashu." "Very well. One large tonkatsu shoyu ramen with double chashu." After confirming Yunyan's order, Changpu promptly raised her voice to inform her father, the hand-pulling noodle master. Upon receiving his daughter's directive, the master immediately sprang into action, filled with enthusiasm as he began to prepare the ramen. This is indeed the first order of this afternoon. The customer placing this order appears to be a distinguished individual. Therefore, it is imperative to treat them with the utmost respect and to showcase 100% of my skills. In that moment, a brilliant blaze of special effects erupted behind the ramen chef. The protagonist of this world, Naruto Uzumaki, observed intently as the chef focused on crafting his noodles. Just how meticulous was he? Unbeknownst to anyone else, he even activated his Sharingan. With his kaleidoscopic eyes wide open, he scrutinized the chef's every movement. The reason for Yunyan's vigilance was to ascertain whether this ramen artisan was indeed the legendary Tsutsuki Ishiki or merely an ordinary man. After observing for an extended period, Yunyan found no evidence to support any suspicion. At most, he noted that the chef's technique was exceptionally pleasing to the eye, demonstrating a level of skill that suggested years of practice. However, this was hardly remarkable. Mastery comes with dedication, and as the renowned ramen proprietor of the Hidden Leaf Village, the chef was certainly no exception. Even with his Sharingan activated, Yunyan could discern nothing amiss. It was only when the bowl of ramen was nearly complete that he felt assured enough to deactivate his Sharingan, settling back in his seat to await his meal. It appeared there was no cause for concern, Yunyan mused. Having utilized his Sharingan without uncovering any discrepancies, he concluded that all was well. Surely, he had been misled by the tropes from his previous life, leading him to unnecessary worry and fanciful musings. The hand-pulled noodle master is evidently an ordinary ramen chef, perhaps endowed with a touch of fortune. Throughout the entirety of the Naruto storyline, he has navigated through every challenge unscathed, receiving continuous patronage from Naruto and the other protagonists. Thus, Yunyan need not harbor any concerns. There is no need for further contemplation. As these thoughts settled in his mind, he was reassured when the large bowl of tonkatsu soy sauce ramen he ordered, complete with double portions of char-siu, was ready. "Enjoy your meal," came the sweetly spoken words from Ayam as she placed the steaming bowl of ramen before him. Peering down, he beheld the sizable bowl exuding fragrant steam. The broth rich and flavorful, the noodles tantalizingly fresh, and the double layers of char siu artfully arranged atop, complemented by an array of delectable garnishes. The flavor of this Ichiraku ramen is not the primary focus for now. At the very least, its presentation is quite appealing. Upon witnessing this, Yunyan felt a stir of appetite within him, prompting him to casually grasp a disposable chopstick, which he deftly split into two. With chopsticks in hand, Yunyan eagerly lifted the ramen and placed it into his mouth. Ah, it is indeed a remarkably authentic Japanese ramen. The taste is simply beyond compare. Truly, Ichiraku ramen lives up to its reputation, and Yunyan could immediately discern its exceptional quality. The noodles are exquisitely smooth and chewy, while the broth is rich and fragrant. Together, they complement each other and enhance their own delectable flavors, creating a perfect culinary match. The taste is unparalleled. Upon experiencing such delightful flavors, Yunyan immediately picked up his bowl and began to slurp with gusto. The artisan who crafted the hand-pulled noodles, upon witnessing Yunyan's enjoyment, recognized that his skills were appreciated by his patron, who was thoroughly satisfied. A customer's happiness serves as the highest praise for the artisan. As he wiped his hands with a towel, he exchanged a knowing smile with his daughter, Changpu. Haha, even this esteemed ninja has been conquered by my craft. My skills remain unparalleled in Konoha. Yunyan was oblivious to the artisan's small sense of pride. Even if he had known, it would not have mattered. For his primary focus was entirely on the bowl of noodles before him. This bowl of ramen is undeniably exceptional, with a flavor that is truly top-notch. After savoring a generous portion of noodles, Yunyan seems to finally recall the presence of char siu and garnishes in the bowl. He promptly picks up a piece of char siu and begins to chew. Oh, this char siu is indeed quite substantial. Upon biting into it, the rich, savory juices of the char siu burst forth, offering a delightful and indulgent experience, making it thoroughly gratifying. He then proceeds to sample the accompanying garnishes. The side dishes are exceptional. The flavorful vegetables are refreshingly delightful, perfectly complementing the tonkatsu ramen. In summary, the quality of this ramen, placed within the context of the world, is undoubtedly outstanding. It truly lives up to the reputation of Ichiraku ramen. For a moment, Yunyan was so engrossed in savoring this bowl of ramen that he paid no heed to anything else. It seemed as though he was entirely captivated by the exquisite taste, oblivious to all else. However, that was not entirely the case. Yunyan has always been cautious. Even when deeply indulged in an activity, he maintains a portion of his awareness to remain vigilant of his surroundings. For instance, while he appeared to be relishing his ramen with fervor, did he truly disregard the environment around him? Had he not noticed Kakashi, who was discreetly observing him? Of course, he had. In fact, he realized Kakashi's presence the moment the latter began to surveil him, even before the ramen was served. It was merely that Yunyan chose not to concern himself with it. Indeed, he was unfazed. At the very least, Kakashi's arrival did not detract from his appetite. Why was Kakashi persistently watching him? Yunyan could easily surmise that it was because the old man, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was apprehensive about him, hence dispatching his capable subordinate to keep a watchful eye. Furthermore, Kakashi was someone Yunyan had known for years. Before he departed from Konoha to serve as a guardian of the 12 ninja warriors, he had already established a rapport with Kakashi, even after several years of separation. Yunyan believed that he and Kakashi could still be considered casual friends. There was no need for harsh judgment towards a friend. Kakashi was simply following orders, after all. Moreover, given that this young man's strength was currently inferior to his own, he likely still believed he was concealed well, unaware that he had long been exposed. As Yunyan savored the ramen before him, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Just as he was about to finish his bowl, an unexpected individual burst into the ramen shop. A scruffy-haired, slightly short and frail-looking boy suddenly dashed into Ichiraku ramen. Upon entering, he confidently plopped down at a seat and, with eyes gleaming with anticipation, shouted to the noodle chef behind the counter, "Hey, uncle, I want a large bowl of ramen. Today, I'm in the mood for seafood." Recognizing the exuberant boy immediately, the noodle chef's face broke into a wide grin. "Ah, it's Naruto. Switching things up today? All right, just a moment. Your large seafood ramen will be ready shortly." With that, the chef rolled up his sleeves and began preparing the ramen. Indeed, the boy who had just rushed in to enjoy a bowl of ramen was none other than the protagonist of this world, Uzumaki Naruto. Yunyan, seated 2 tables away, was also aware of this arrival and recognized Naruto's identity. While leisurely picking up the last few strands of noodles from his bowl and placing them into his mouth, he discreetly observed Naruto with a composed demeanor. This is the protagonist of this world, Naruto Uzumaki. He appears to be merely a child, seemingly around 8 or 9 years old, as if just embarking on his academic journey. Observing his attire, slender physique, and underdeveloped stature, it is evident that he has endured the unfortunate circumstances of an orphan as depicted in the original narrative. It is truly lamentable that such a young lad, so innocent, must endure such treatment. Sarutobi and Danzo, those two old men, are truly unworthy of the title of humanity. However, despite Naruto's tumultuous childhood, it is evident from his current demeanor that he has developed the carefree disposition portrayed in the original narrative. Of course, this seemingly carefree nature is but a facade. Deep down, Naruto undoubtedly harbors genuine pain and resentment, though he has chosen to confine these emotions within the depths of his heart. The protagonist of this world, a hapless young man beset by misfortune. After a moment of contemplation, Yunyan formulated his preliminary definition of the swirling figure beside him, Naruto Uzumaki. He set aside his chopsticks and lifted the bowl before him, calmly savoring the remaining broth of the ramen. The broth is fragrant and rich without being greasy, and thus should not be wasted. Savoring the noodles while sipping the soup is a customary practice of Yunyan. Furthermore, Yunyan is not merely consuming the soup. He sips it delicately while calmly observing Narahina beside him. The young protagonist has already observed and defined, leaving little room for further scrutiny. Nonetheless, there exists a plethora of observations to be made. At the very least, 3 aspects of Naruto's being warrant Yunyan's attention. Firstly, the chakra of the Nine Tails is indeed a remarkable asset. Within Naruto Uzumaki resides the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. Despite inheriting his father's golden locks and not his mother's crimson hair, the essence of his Uzumaki heritage is unmistakable. This is most evidently manifested in Naruto's prodigious chakra and robust vitality, both characteristic traits of the Uzumaki lineage. Even Yunyan, seated nearby, can distinctly sense that Naruto's chakra is nearly on par with his own. Is it not enviable, this bloodline of the Uzumaki? At merely 8 or 9 years of age, presumably just having embarked on his training, Naruto's chakra reserves are already abundant. Moreover, his vitality is formidable. Having endured a tumultuous childhood, he emerges only slightly malnourished, a testament to his resilience. Coupled with a natural aptitude for sealing techniques, the Uzumaki bloodline is indeed exceptionally gifted. The second aspect of concern for Yunyan is the Ashura chakra, deeply concealed within Naruto, having undergone countless reincarnations. Yunyan harbors a cautious attitude towards the chakra of the Sage of Six Paths and his 2 sons. Why this caution? It is merely a matter of chakra reincarnation, not soul reincarnation. Thus, Naruto and Ashura cannot be deemed the same entity. In the original narrative, Ashura's chakra does not exhibit any overt manifestations, rendering the cause for concern somewhat nebulous. Perhaps it is Yunyan's inherent disposition. He tends to consider all possibilities and often leans towards the unfavorable. This tendency instills in him an unease regarding the Sage of Six Paths, a concealed formidable force, and consequently, the chakra of his 2 sons that perpetually reincarnates. Regardless of their demise, why must they continue to meddle? The Sage of Six Paths remains a subject of debate regarding his ultimate fate, and in the conclusion of the original plot, he notably reasserts his presence, playing the role of a benefactor to the protagonist. His sons, Ashura and Indra, although seemingly deceased, continuously reincarnate, each occurrence inciting conflict and upheaval within the ninja world. In essence, the turmoil of the ninja realm hinges upon the Otsutsuki family. Of course, the manipulative influence of Kaguya must also be acknowledged. Given these considerations, how could Yunyan not exercise vigilance towards Ashura's reincarnated chakra? Despite his awareness and contemplations, Yunyan has no intentions of taking action. Firstly, Ashura's chakra is deeply buried, eluding Yunyan's senses within Naruto's being. Secondly, even if he were to uncover Ashura's chakra, he would hesitate to intervene. Who can ascertain whether the Sage of Six Paths is attentively observing his sons? Such a gamble is not one he is willing to take. Furthermore, Naruto's identity is far from ordinary. His significance and role are paramount. Any untoward action against him would surely provoke the wrath of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third element that draws Yunyan's focus is the Nine Tails sealed within Naruto's body. Unlike Ashura's chakra, this entity arouses Yunyan's covetousness. The Nine Tails, the mightiest of the tailed beasts, is a colossal being with boundless chakra. Early in the original narrative, the Nine Tails demonstrates formidable strength, its chakra seemingly inexhaustible. serving as one of Naruto's most reliable assets. Even later in the story, Naruto relies on the Nine Tails, achieving a perfect Jinchuriki state and attaining a power that rivals the pinnacle of strength. To return to the crux of the matter, Yunyan's desire for the Nine Tails is driven by two primary motives. Firstly, it is the singular asset he can procure from Naruto. The other two aspects, the Uzumaki bloodline and Ashura's reincarnated chakra, are beyond his reach. Secondly, Yunyan's only shortcoming lies in his chakra reserves. Among peers of equivalent strength, his chakra is neither scant nor excessive, resting comfortably within the average range. However, in Yunyan's eyes, mediocrity is inadequate. It constitutes a vulnerability. He aspires to a state where he can unleash ninjutsu without restraint, bombarding adversaries relentlessly. With an inexhaustible supply of chakra, such a capacity is essential. To attain such a magnitude of chakra, Yunyan sees only the tailed beast as a solution. It is crucial to clarify that Yunyan does not wish to become a Jinchuriki. He has no desire to harbor foreign entities within himself, even the Ten Tails. His true ambition regarding the Nine Tails within Naruto is to acquire its core chakra, thereby deciphering the source of the immense chakra possessed by these tailed beasts. By unraveling this mystery, Yunyan might elevate his own chakra reserves to that of a tailed beast. Should he succeed, this weakness would be rectified, transforming him into a formidable force without any discernible flaws. This encapsulates Yunyan's thoughts, the reason behind his attention towards Naruto Uzumaki. However, this notion requires careful deliberation. Possessing the Manjiki Sharingan, Yunyan indeed possesses the capability to control the Nine Tails, yet he must refrain from acting impulsively. Can you believe it? If Yunyan were to take any action against Naruto at this very Ichiraku ramen, Kakashi, who is nearby, would immediately intervene. Not only would Kakashi rush to halt him, but upon hearing the news, even Sarutobi Hiruzen might swiftly turn hostile. Thus, given the gravity of the situation, Yunyan must exercise caution. To acquire the core chakra of the Nine Tails, he must meticulously plan and await the opportune moment. At that moment, Yunyan finally finished the broth in his bowl of ramen. After savoring the last drop, he set the empty bowl down, exhaling a long sigh of satisfaction, appearing quite pleased. Only after consuming every last morsel did he seem to notice Naruto beside him. He turned his head, discreetly observing the young blonde. As Yunyan's gaze fell upon Naruto, Kakashi, who was hidden and monitoring the scene, felt his heart race. Who is Naruto Uzumaki? Publicly, he is the host of the Nine Tails in Konoha, albeit young. But any misstep is unacceptable. Privately, he is the orphan child of Kakashi's esteemed mentor and his beloved wife, one of the individuals he holds most dear. For both personal and professional reasons, nothing must happen to Naruto. This is the unwavering boundary in Kakashi's heart. However, what did he witness? His surveillance target, Uchiha Yunyan, had come to Ichiraku ramen, nothing unusual there. Yet, this child, Naruto, had coincidentally arrived at Ichiraku as well. Encountering Yunyan, Kakashi found Yunyan's strength somewhat elusive. And given his reckless nature, Naruto's chance meeting with Yunyan, even as mere passersby, was undeniably precarious. In an instant, Kakashi's heartbeat quickened, and he couldn't help but fervently pray that nothing untoward would transpire between the two, wishing they wouldn't even exchange words. It seemed as though the heavens had heard Kakashi's prayers and responded. Under Kakashi's watchful gaze, Yunyan merely glanced at Naruto a few times, seemingly recognizing his identity as the Nine Tails host, yet showing mere curiosity. Fortunately, Yunyan's interest was fleeting. After a few glances, he ceased to pay attention, and they remained as complete strangers. No longer focused on Naruto, much to Kakashi's relief, Yunyan appeared to have satisfied his hunger. He called out to the busy Ayam behind the counter, "Thank you for the hospitality. May I inquire about the total?" Upon hearing Yunyan's request for the bill, Ayam enthusiastically replied, a large bowl of tonkatsu soy sauce ramen with double chashu, a total of 1,500 yen. Yunyan nodded, deeming the price reasonable, especially for a large bowl with double portions. Not short of funds, he promptly retrieved his money and placed it on the counter. Ayam, beaming with joy, completed the transaction and respectfully watched as Yunyan rose from his seat, bidding him farewell as he exited Ichiraku ramen. As Yunyan, with one foot already out the door, glanced back at Ayam, he nodded and remarked, "The ramen was exquisite. I shall return." Ayam responded sweetly, "Thank you." After casting one last seemingly casual glance at Naruto, Yunyan completely exited Ichiraku, closing the door behind him, and leisurely departed the establishment. Finally home, once Kakashi witnessed Yunyan's departure from Ichiraku ramen, entirely separating from Naruto, he let out a profound sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it was merely a chance encounter, and thankfully, Nothing untoward had occurred. Heaven knows how anxious Kakashi had been. Had Yunyan truly interacted with Naruto, the aftermath would have been nothing short of chaotic. If Yunyan had indeed done something to Naruto, Kakashi feared that the entire village of Konoha could be thrown into turmoil. Thankfully, all of Kakashi's worries had proven unfounded. Gratitude filled his heart as he repeated silent thanks. Having mentally expressed his relief multiple times, Kakashi chose not to focus on Naruto within Ichiraku for the time being, reassured that the child would remain safe in Konoha. He still had his own mission to fulfill, continuing to keep a close watch on Uchiha Yunyan. Thus, after satisfying his hunger, Yunyan leisurely resumed his stroll through the streets. While Kakashi cautiously followed at a safe distance, both in an unspoken understanding, creating an oddly harmonious dynamic. As time passed, having meandered enough through the bustling commercial district, Yunyan began to venture towards the quieter, more secluded areas of Konoha. In which direction Yunyan is heading is easily discernible to Kakashi, who is tracking him. Undoubtedly, this path leads to the ancestral land of the Uchiha clan. Due to conflicts with Konoha and various disputes with the upper echelons of other clans, the Uchiha clan was marginalized, and their ancestral grounds were relegated to a more secluded area of Konoha. Thus, as Yunyan proceeds toward his clan's territory, he finds himself venturing deeper into solitude and tranquility. After traversing this serene and isolated stretch for some time, the landscape before him gradually expands, revealing clusters of houses. As individuals with black hair and dark eyes begin to emerge, here lies the ancestral land of the Uchiha clan. Having finally arrived at the domain of the Uchiha, Yunyan felt a complex array of emotions upon encountering what he deemed his so-called kin. He had traversed through time and space, experiencing a soul transference that had obliterated the consciousness of the original owner, leaving no trace of its existence in this world. The only remnants of the original being, aside from the body that Yunyan has now perfectly inherited, are the memories that he has assimilated. Fortunately, Yunyan possesses the entirety of the original's memories. Otherwise, he might have inadvertently revealed his true identity. Yet, despite having absorbed all of the original's recollections, Yunyan still feels little sense of belonging to the Uchiha clan. On one hand, the original was a mere shadow within the clan, lacking recognition and scarcely benefiting from familial support, thus remaining largely unbrainwashed by the so-called pride of the Uchiha. On the other hand, Yunyan looks down upon the clan's arrogance and their seemingly foolish behavior, finding it utterly disdainful. The amalgamation of these two aspects has resulted in Yunyan, despite being a member of the Uchiha clan, remaining indifferent towards his lineage. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that Yunyan currently bears the surname Uchiha. His very being is imbued with the bloodline of the Uchihas, and his pair of eyes is not only the Sharingan, but a Mangekyou Sharingan. The consequences of his bloodline have already been inherited, and the ties of his clan have been firmly established. Regardless of Yunyan's discontent, this is a reality he must acknowledge. This is precisely the reason why Yunyan's return to the clan's territory evokes such a complex array of emotions within him. As he gazes upon the ancestral grounds before him, a sigh escapes his lips, yet he ultimately resolves to step forward and enter the clan's domain, intent on returning home. Yunyan has seamlessly entered the Uchiha clan's territory, however. The situation is far more complicated for Kakashi, who trails behind him. This particular locale is among the few in Konoha that Kakashi is reluctant to visit. This aversion stems not only from the peculiarities of the individuals residing within, who stand opposed to Kakashi's so-called Hokage faction, but also from the significant number of elite shinobi present, many of whom belong to the Uchiha clan. While Kakashi harbors no fear of these elite shinobi, the sheer number, coupled with his intention to delve deeper into their ranks, presents a considerable challenge. Just as Kakashi grapples with the decision of whether to continue his covert observation, his singular eye suddenly widens in astonishment. What has captured Kakashi's attention? It is none other than his target, Yunyan. At that moment, having just crossed the threshold into the clan's domain, Yunyan discreetly places his hand behind his back and offers Kakashi, concealed in the shadows, a universally recognized gesture of goodwill. This gesture serves as a warning from Yunyan to Kakashi, indicating that he has long since been discovered. He should cease his advance, for if he proceeds any further and is detected, the consequences could be quite troublesome. Upon witnessing this gesture, Kakashi immediately comprehended everything. This individual has long since discovered his own identity. How infuriating. He believed he was concealing himself adeptly, stealthily monitoring, only to realize that Yunyan had been performing his own role throughout. He felt as though he were merely a foolish jester. After the initial shock, Kakashi could not help but feel a tinge of doubt, even a chilling sense of dread. The fact that Yunyan had already discerned his presence suggested that Yunyan's prowess might have surpassed his own. Among the elite jonin of Konoha, Kakashi was already among the most distinguished, and if Yunyan was indeed stronger, it implied. Surely not. The mere possibility sent a cold sweat trickling down Kakashi's brow. Observing Yunyan delving deeper into the Uchiha clan's territory, moving further away from him, Kakashi refrained from making any hasty moves. He began to contemplate his next course of action, since he had already been exposed. And given the inconvenience of entering the area ahead, he decided to cease his pursuit here. It held no real significance, and continuing would merely be a nuisance. This matter must be reported to Lord Hokage immediately. With such thoughts and a quiet sense of alarm, Kakashi's figure flickered and vanished into the outer woods of the Uchiha clan's territory. After dispelling the somewhat bothersome presence of Kakashi, Yunyan's mood lightened considerably. He strode confidently into the clan's grounds, surveying his surroundings with a leisurely air. Having been absent for several years, and coupled with the fact that his original self was not particularly well-liked, Yunyan encountered several members of the Uchiha clan during his short walk, none of whom recognized him. He too did not recognize them. Although their faces were somewhat unfamiliar, the passing Uchiha clan members had no reason to suspect anything amiss. For Yunyan's black hair and black eyes conformed to the standard appearance of their clan, leaving no grounds for doubt. It was entirely normal not to be recognized. Given the vastness of the Uchiha clan and its numerous members, mutual acquaintance was not guaranteed. It could very well be that one of these individuals had returned after years of missions away from home. Thus, in this circumstance of estrangement from his own kin, Yunyan had not walked far before nearing his home. This was unsurprising, as Yunyan was not particularly valued, and his home was situated on the outskirts of the clan's territory. Just a few steps brought him close to his abode. As he approached, he finally encountered a few former neighbors, individuals he could be said to know. After exchanging greetings and sharing a few pleasantries about his experiences over the past years, Yunyan ceased further conversation and officially arrived at his home. He retrieved his key, unlocked the door, and stepped inside with purpose. Upon entering, Yunyan beheld the meticulously arranged Japanese garden of his home. Gazing upon the garden, adorned with a thoughtfully designed Japanese landscape, he furrowed his brow. After a moment of contemplation, Yunyan passed through the garden and proceeded directly into the house. He opened the door and observed the interior of his dwelling. The room was furnished in the traditional Japanese style, which was hardly surprising. His home appeared perfectly normal. Yet, was it truly so? It seemed rather implausible. Considering he had been away for several years, the garden should have been overrun with weeds, left to languish in neglect. How could it still present such a pristine landscape? Furthermore, the interior was remarkably clean, devoid of even a speck of dust. One would expect that after such a prolonged absence, a layer of dust would have accumulated. This is where the unusual lies, the source of unease, and the reason for Yunyan's furrowed brow. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, Yunyan's furrowed brow relaxed as he began to piece together some thoughts. Indeed, it appeared that the reasoning he had surmised was the most plausible explanation. Having discerned something, Yunyan no longer harbored any concerns and ceased to ponder why his home was so impeccably clean. He simply closed the door to his abode, allowing himself to rest peacefully. After years of arduous travels, he had finally returned home. Regardless of the circumstances, this was his sanctuary, the place he knew best. Only in this familiar environment could Yunyan truly find solace, and it was here that his spirit could be at ease. Thus, upon returning home, Yunyan officially granted himself a respite, intending to rest for a few days. Meanwhile, on Kakashi's side, a different scenario unfolded. After departing from the vicinity of the Uchiha clan, Kakashi swiftly returned to the Hokage's office and appeared before Sarutobi Hiruzen, kneeling on one knee, motionless and silent. Upon seeing Kakashi's return, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his gaze slightly and inquired, "Kakashi, you have returned. What is the situation? Did Uchiha Yunyan exhibit any peculiar behavior?" Kakashi answered honestly, "No. There was no abnormality." After leaving the Hokage building, Yunyan strolled through the commercial district and had a bowl of Ichiraku ramen before heading straight back to the Uchiha clan's compound. After a moment of deliberation, Kakashi candidly added, "While enjoying ramen, Yunyan happened to encounter Naruto, who had also come to eat." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He looked at Kakashi, who remained kneeling before him, and asked, "Naruto? This child ran into Uchiha Yunyan at Ichiraku? Was it a chance meeting, or was there ulterior intent? It should be a coincidence. Yunyan arrived first at Ichiraku, where he was the sole patron at that time. Naruto arrived later, Kakashi clarified. I see, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, seemingly somewhat reassured, yet continued to probe. Did they have any interaction? Was there any conversation? Did Uchiha Yunyan display any inclination towards Naruto? To be honest, Kakashi was not surprised by Sarutobi Hiruzen's concerns. However, witnessing the third Hokage's vigilance and suspicion towards Yunyan stirred discomfort within him. While such wariness towards Yunyan was understandable, it was evident that Hiruzen also held reservations about Naruto, who was merely a child under 10, having endured a tumultuous past. What could he possibly do? Such musings flitted through Kakashi's mind in an instant, and he experienced only a fleeting discomfort. After Sarutobi Hiruzen posed these inquiries, Kakashi promptly responded. There was no interaction between them, nor any conversation. At most, after finishing their ramen, Yunyan glanced at Naruto a few times, seemingly recognizing his identity. I am unsure if that constitutes any inclination. However, it was limited to mere glances. Soon after, Yunyan departed, indicating that he held little interest in Naruto. I see. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, beginning to reflect. He was inclined to trust Kakashi's account. There appeared to be no irregularities in Yunyan's behavior on his way home. Perhaps the most significant oddity was their chance encounter at Ichiraku, yet the absence of dialogue rendered it difficult for Sarutobi Hiruzen to draw any suspicions from that interaction. It appears that this young man is indeed behaving quite normally, as Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplates. Just as he is lost in thought, Kakashi speaks up from below. Lord Hokage. There is another matter that is somewhat unexpected. What is it? As Yunyan returns to the Uchiha clan's territory and is about to enter, he suddenly gave me the middle finger from behind. What? Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen can no longer maintain his composure. So, you were discovered by him. Kakashi, displaying a hint of shame, lowers his head even further. It seems that way. How were you discovered? I'm not quite sure. And when exactly were you discovered? I am not certain of that either. After a silence of approximately 3 seconds, Sarutobi Hiruzen can no longer restrain himself. Could it be that he sensed you from the very beginning? Could it be that the seemingly normal behavior he exhibited later was merely an act he put on? Kakashi, looking despondent and utterly at a loss, responds, I don't know. Seeing Kakashi's bewilderment, Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot help but feel a twinge of frustration. To be honest, he is quite tempted to reprimand Kakashi for his ineptitude. However, it is evident that Kakashi has done his utmost. He should not have revealed any flaws. The fact that he was still detected by Uchiha Yunyan under such circumstances indicates that it is not Kakashi's fault. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen has cultivated an image of benevolence and compassion, and he is not inclined to chastise his capable subordinate over this matter. With a sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone softens once more. Well, since it is possible that he sensed your presence from the very beginning, it indicates that this situation has surpassed your capabilities. It is not your fault. Kakashi immediately lowers his head in acknowledgement. Thank you for your understanding, Lord Hokage. Alas, this makes things even more troublesome. If that fellow could detect you, it signifies that his strength is undoubtedly on par with yours. After a brief silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen, holding his pipe, gazes intently at Kakashi. Kakashi, do you believe that Uchiha Yunyan has perhaps reached the level of a Kage? At that moment, Kakashi, who was being questioned, felt a surge of apprehension. After a few seconds of silent contemplation, he opted for the most ineffectual yet safest response. I am unaware, my subordinate. This response did not come as a surprise to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who nodded slightly. Indeed, who could possibly anticipate such matters? From beginning to end, this young man had not revealed his full strength. The rationale behind eliminating 2 root ninjas was merely a tactic to pick them off one by one. And discovering one's surveillance could not definitively prove anything. Alas, it is precisely this veiled behavior that unsettles me. Upon hearing this, Kakashi, unable to restrain his inner musings, thought, Lord Hokage, is your unease truly just about Yunyan's evasiveness? I fear it is not. The real concern likely lies in your apprehension of Yunyan's true capabilities. If Yunyan is indeed of the strength comparable to that of a Kage, then the situation would spiral beyond your control, which is precisely what you cannot abide. Moreover, Yunyan is a member of the Uchiha clan. These thoughts remained unspoken in Kakashi's mind. He dared not voice them, for Sarutobi Hiruzen stood before him. So, what is Sarutobi Hiruzen's current stance towards Yunyan? Overall, he harbors a wary suspicion, yet it does not reach the level of hostility, even with the other party's concealment. Even if this young man is a thorn in the side, and even considering his Uchiha lineage, Saratobi Hiruzen has not yet arrived at the point of wishing to eliminate him swiftly. He is, at present, fervently eager to ascertain Yunyan's true strength. Should Yunyan's power fall short of Kage level, Saratobi Hiruzen could breathe a sigh of relief, allowing him to remain vigilant without undue concern. However, if Yunyan proves to be of Kage caliber, it would pose a significant dilemma. This would mean that Yunyan has reached parity with Saratobi Hiruzen, possessing the right to engage him as an equal, and no longer could he merely be regarded as a junior or subordinate. The emergence of another Kage-level individual within Konoha, particularly one from the Uchiha clan, would have profound implications for Saratobi Hiruzen's future authority and standing. Regarding whether this influence would be beneficial or detrimental, Saratobi Hiruzen held a pessimistic view. Once again, this young man's character is exceedingly unpredictable. The feeling of being beyond control is immensely troubling for Saratobi Hiruzen. Setting aside these convoluted thoughts, after a brief period of contemplation, Saratobi Hiruzen swiftly determined his immediate course of action to ascertain Uchiha Yunyan's true strength while maintaining vigilance and caution, and then to make judgments and responses based on the actual situation. Additionally, he must heighten his awareness of the Uchiha clan with the sudden emergence of a Kage-level powerhouse. They are bound to make a move. Who knows what those individuals might do, fueled by their arrogance? As he mulled over this, the cunning old fox, Saratobi Hiruzen, began to scheme in silence. At the same time, he gestured for Kakashi, who was kneeling before him, awaiting orders to withdraw. Kakashi had been anticipating this. Upon receiving Saratobi Hiruzen's directive, he immediately vanished from sight, returning to the ranks of the hidden Anbu guards surrounding him. For Kakashi, the day's affairs had come to a close. However, for Saratobi Hiruzen, it was evidently far from over. After silently calculating for some time, Saratobi Hiruzen found himself at a loss for a viable plan. In a moment of desperation, he thought of another individual. Upon recalling this person, Saratobi Hiruzen rose directly, walking towards the office door under the watchful gaze of the hidden Anbu ninjas. He opened the door and made to exit, but before he did, he glanced back at the empty office and calmly commanded, "Do not follow me. I shall return shortly." With that, he stepped out of the office, leaving entirely. To whom was this remark directed? It was evident. It was a command to the numerous hidden Anbu within that office. The hidden Anbu, too, were exceedingly obedient. When the Hokage instructed them not to follow, they complied without question, for this was indeed the Hokage, and they were in the heart of Konoha, where errors were unlikely. Such instances of being ordered not to guard in the shadows were common for the Anbu, likely because the Hokage needed to attend to matters of a more confidential nature, which they understood. They remained concealed in the office, poised for action, awaiting the return of the Hokage. Thus, Saratobi Hiruzen departed from the Hokage building unnoticed, making his way directly to the territory of the Uchiha clan. With the objective being the Uchiha domain, it became evident whom Saratobi Hiruzen sought. Indeed, he was on his way to find his old friend, Danzo. This individual, Danzo, possessed a dark disposition, willing to resort to any means to achieve his ends, earning him the title of the Shadow of Konoha's Ninja World. Many of the unsavory tasks that Saratobi Hiruzen found difficult to undertake were executed by Danzo, who also bore the brunt of many burdens on Hiruzen's behalf. Upon encountering a troublesome situation, Saratobi Hiruzen inevitably thought of Danzo. The reason he did not seek him out at the root headquarters, but instead went to the Shimura clan's residence, was that Danzo had recently been relieved of his duties and was now confined to his home for self-reflection, a decree issued by none other than Saratobi himself. Before long, Saratobi quietly arrived outside Danzo's abode. What was Danzo's state at that moment? He sat alone on the porch, gazing at the exquisitely arranged Japanese-style garden before him. Observing the meticulous details of every plant and stone, his expression remained impassive, yet his demeanor was steeped in gloom. Frankly, the aura he exuded was incongruous with the elegance of the garden, although his face betrayed no emotion. A mere glance into his eyes revealed a tempest of discontent brewing within him. What could have provoked such ire? Who else but Uchiha Yunyan and Saratobi Hiruzen? It seemed as though the beauty of the garden only served to vex his scheming mind further, for Danzo closed his eyes with a slight frown, retreating into a world of solitary contemplation. Uchiha Yunyan, Uchiha Yunyan, Uchiha Yunyan. Again and again, Danzo muttered Yuin's name in a sinister whisper within his mind. Who would have thought that the esteemed elder of Konoha, the leader of the root, Shimura Danzo, would stumble at the hands of a mere Uchiha? Initially, he had dismissed Yunyan as a young man who had somehow captured the favor of the daimyo, believing him to be nothing more than a high-ranking ninja, easily dispatched by sending 2 root operatives to eliminate him. Little did he know, the situation spiraled out of control. When the Anbu returned with the lifeless bodies of the 2 root ninjas before Danzo, his countenance darkened profoundly. Not only was he incredulous, but he could scarcely fathom that a seemingly inconsequential figure had eluded his grasp. From the moment he realized the assassination had failed, Danzo's attention was drawn to Uchiha Yunyan with newfound intensity. No wonder he had garnered the daimyo's favor. This young man was indeed formidable, concealing his true strength remarkably well, leading even Danzo to misjudge him. As Danzo simmered with rage over this blunder and contemplated issuing orders for the next course of action, Sarutobi Hiruzen's command arrived. Upon reading the missive, Danzo's fury surged uncontrollably. What? Relieved of duty? What? Sent home for self-reflection? What? The route would be under Sarutobi Hiruzen's command during this period. What a farce. He would never acquiesce to such nonsense. Though his outrage could have ignited a conflagration within the route, the written order from the Hokage lay before him, binding him to compliance despite his resentment. The reason was simple. He was not the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen was. Even as the formidable leader of the route, feared and powerful, he was compelled to submit to the authority of the Hokage, the highest power in the land. Damn it. Hokage. 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 As long as he, Danzo, was not the Hokage, he would remain subservient, bound to heed Sarutobi Hiruzen's commands and bow his head in deference. For many years, this has been the case, each instance driving Danzo into a furious frenzy. Yet, despite his rage, he finds himself powerless. Thus, after a tempestuous outburst of anger within the roots, Danzo reluctantly accepted the disciplinary order, temporarily forsaking the roots to retreat home for introspection. While his solitude was meant for reflection, and his outward demeanor appeared tranquil, within him, a tumult of resentment and fury surged, threatening to erupt at any moment. Beyond desire, Danzo was beset by confusion. He could not fathom why Sarutobi Hiruzen had suddenly issued such a punitive decree against him. Dismissal was one thing. But why the insistence on returning home for contemplation? Was it that Hiruzen had recently grown weary of him? Did he seek to suppress him further? Upon reflection, that seemed unlikely. His recent conduct had been rather discreet, offering no grounds for Hiruzen to undermine him. Was it merely due to that Uchiha brat, Yunyan? Was it because he had failed to eliminate him? Indeed, Danzo acknowledged this as a misstep, albeit a minor one. Why then? Did Hiruzen seize upon this opportunity to strike against him? His thoughts churned like a tempest, leaving him utterly bewildered. Just as Danzo was enveloped in this inner storm, he sensed a presence and abruptly opened his eyes. In that moment, he beheld Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had inexplicably materialized before him. The old fellow, inwardly lamenting, found it unsurprising that Danzo remained seated in the corridor, his demeanor dark and his eyelids reluctantly lifted to offer a perfunctory greeting. Sarutobi Hiruzen, internally addressing him by his full name, could not bring himself to utter anything beyond Danzo in their face-to-face encounter. Indeed, Danzo was a master of duplicity, presenting one face in public and another in private. Observing his old friend's current state, Hiruzen felt a complex mix of emotions, yet he chose to remain silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. However, Danzo had much to say. With an unfriendly countenance and a low voice, he directly questioned, Hiruzen, why have you relieved me of my duties and sent me back home? Is it merely because of that Uchiha boy, Yunyan? That was just a blunder. I misjudged the boy's capabilities. Witnessing Danzo's resentment, Hiruzen felt a profound sense of helplessness. Even if he were to extract Danzo's very essence, the latter would scarcely fathom that the rationale behind Hiruzen's punitive measures stemmed from his own forced hand, having been cornered into a reluctant compromise by Yunyan. For countless years, Hiruzen Sarutobi has compromised for a multitude of purposes, far too many to count. Yet, punishing Danzo for his compromises marks an unprecedented occurrence. Naturally, Hiruzen cannot disclose the true reasons, as doing so would tarnish his reputation and dignity. Thus, he diverts the conversation, commencing with a rebuke. Danzo, you have gone too far. Danzo remains silent, having heard such accusations innumerable times before. Hiruzen continues his reprimand. Regardless, the Uchiha are still part of Konoha. And Uchiha Yunyan is a ninja of our village. Sending Root to assassinate a fellow villager is an undeniable grave sin. The punishment you face is merely lenient. As Hiruzen delivers his lofty words, Danzo grows increasingly impatient, interrupting with a scornful scoff. The Uchiha clan is a malevolent one. All Uchihas pose a threat to Konoha. They harbor ill intentions, perpetually plotting rebellion and striving to seize power from the village. I have nothing to say regarding such Uchihas. My greatest wish is to completely eradicate the Uchiha clan and eliminate this menace. Hiruzen furrows his brow, his expression sharp. Danzo, you are far too extreme. The Uchiha clan has not yet reached such a point, but they are showing signs, are they not? Furthermore, let us not forget their ancestor, Uchiha Madara. That serves as a cautionary tale. Like begets like, the Uchiha clan ought not to exist. Danzo's fervent words continue. Hiruzen, you may believe that the time has not yet come, that the Uchiha have not explicitly shown signs of rebellion, and thus we should refrain from acting. Very well. I shall concede that the moment is not ripe. However, what about Uchiha Yunyan? Should we turn a blind eye to him? Absolutely not. Taking a deep breath, Danzo's demeanor becomes ominous and severe. I am uncertain about this young man or how he came to join the 12 Guardian Ninja. Yet, this Uchiha, who has suddenly emerged, has garnered immense favor and trust from the daimyo in recent years. Absolutely not. I will not allow this under any circumstances. Although the daimyo has never interfered in the affairs of Konoha, he is, after all, the daimyo and the supreme ruler of the Land of Fire. How could such a person be influenced by a member of the Uchiha clan? If we continue to allow this Uchiha Yunyan to exert his influence, might the daimyo not lean towards the Uchiha clan? Could it be that the Uchiha clan would gain the daimyo's support? If that were to occur, our troubles would indeed begin, and a coup d'etat by the Uchiha clan would become an inevitable reality. Konoha would face a tremendous catastrophe. Listening to Danzo's alarmist rhetoric, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally responded in a rather indifferent manner. I share some of your concerns, which is why I have recalled Uchiha Yunyan to Konoha. Not enough. Far from sufficient. Danzo continued vehemently. We must eliminate this individual completely, ensuring he can no longer influence the daimyo. Only then can we feel at ease. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression remained cold. No. You cannot take action against him. Regardless of the circumstances, he is a member of Konoha, a ninja of Konoha. As long as he remains in Konoha, you have no right to act against him. Danzo then stood up abruptly. Hiruzen, you are being overly stubborn. Such unstable elements must be eradicated at all costs. Sarutobi Hiruzen maintained his calm demeanor. Whether Uchiha Yunyan is indeed an unstable element is a judgment I will make myself. The malevolent Uchiha may pose a threat to Konoha, and I have my own assessment. Neither the Uchiha clan nor Uchiha Yunyan has reached that point. Danzo, why are you so extreme? We must eradicate the roots of this threat. Since we have identified a potential hazard, why not eliminate it beforehand? Do you truly wish to eliminate the threat to Konoha? Is there no element of your own selfish desires within? I have a clear conscience. There is no need for me to explain my actions to anyone. Regardless, one cannot act against a fellow villager. That is a fundamental principle. A principle? How absurd. After so many instances, Danzo, do not mistake my tolerance for indulgence. In the midst of their argument, Danzo inadvertently mentioned the previous instances, prompting Sarutobi Hiruzen to sharply interrupt him. For should Danzo articulate those words, the nature of certain matters would undoubtedly change. Realizing his lapse, Danzo's countenance shifted. Anger had momentarily clouded his judgment, nearly causing him to divulge something he should not. Observing the fearsome expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, even the faint glimmer of murderous intent in his aged eyes, Danzo was instantly doused in cold water, regaining his composure. For the moment, Danzo fell silent. Likewise, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained quiet. In the courtyard, the two exchanged glances, and the atmosphere became exceedingly tense. After a prolonged silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen, taking a draw from his pipe, softened his expression. With a resigned sigh, he finally spoke once more. Alas, Danzo, I came to observe you, to see if you had taken the time for self-reflection at home. It appears you remain unrepentant, which truly disappoints me. I had intended to shorten your punishment. However, it seems that is no longer feasible. During this period, you should take a well-deserved rest. I will take charge over there, and there will be no issues. After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to leave. Observing Hiruzen's retreating figure, Danzo felt an intense unwillingness and could only coldly retaliate. Hiruzen, your compassion will bring calamity to Konoha. Both the Uchiha clan and this Uchiha Yunyan must be dealt with swiftly. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned back, his voice icy. Danzo, you have crossed the line. I am the Hokage. Upon hearing the words, I am the Hokage, Danzo's mind exploded with fury, nearly losing his sanity. Yes, you are the Hokage. But why? Why are you the Hokage and not me? I have diligently served for so many years, eliminating countless threats in the shadows for Konoha. Why am I denied such an opportunity? The injustice was unbearable. At this moment, Danzo's aged face was overshadowed with clouds of resentment. He slowly raised his head, his eyes glinting with cold fury, his tone chillingly frigid. Everything I have done is for Konoha. Hiruzen, you will regret this. After casting one last glance at Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen, too weary for words, vanished in an instant. Gazing at the now empty courtyard before him, Danzo took a deep breath and slowly sat down. The old man appears to have settled into a deceptive calm, yet who can fathom the tempest brewing within his heart? After departing from Danzo's abode, Sarutobi Hiruzen silently approached the outskirts of the Shimura clan's territory. Revealing himself, he stood in a clearing, surveying the entirety of the Shimura clan's land, with a particular focus on Danzo's residence at its heart. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed softly. Danzo, I hope you can assist me in gauging the true strength of Uchiha Yunyan. Indeed, this was the crux of his true intentions. The pretext of visiting Danzo was merely a facade. Observing Danzo's reaction to his dismissal was but a secondary objective. Sarutobi Hiruzen's genuine aim was to use this visit as a subtle means of provoking Danzo. What purpose does this provocation serve? It is, of course, to incite Danzo into taking further action against Yunyan. Only by compelling Danzo to engage once more, through the subsequent conflicts with Yunyan, could Sarutobi Hiruzen ascertain the latter's approximate capabilities. Moreover, by forcing Danzo to continue leading the roots in their confrontations with Yunyan, it would stretch Yunyan thin, diminishing his capacity and focus for future endeavors. Although this young man is indeed reckless, his insidious and ruthless nature, coupled with the restraint imposed by Danzo, would undoubtedly temper his actions significantly. This outlines the general plan and intentions of Sarutobi Hiruzen. I must admit, this old man is quite cunning. After all, he has held the position of Hokage for so many years and has calculated everything meticulously. However, does Sarutobi not fear the potential collapse of his schemes? It is well known that Yunyan's demeanor is rather unpredictable. Is Sarutobi not concerned that Yunyan might become enraged by Root and retaliate in a manner that could lead to catastrophic consequences? In truth, Sarutobi had not considered this aspect. Years of political decay have left his thoughts, values, and mindset entrenched in an antiquated system of conspiracies and political balance. In his subconscious, he believes that no matter how reckless Yunyan may be, he is still a ninja of Konoha, bound to adhere to the rules of this land, regardless of the circumstances. Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the third Hokage, feels confident in his ability to grasp the overarching situation. Since he occupies this position of power, he assumes he can keep Yunyan in check, compelling him to heed the words of the Hokage and show him respect. The sole reason for this is his status as Hokage, while Yunyan is merely a ninja of Konoha. Of course, if Yunyan were to completely lose control and cause irreparable chaos, he might as well defect and become a rogue ninja. In such a case, Sarutobi would have a legitimate reason to eliminate Yunyan, simplifying matters considerably. This clearly illustrates the divergence caused by differing value systems. In Sarutobi's subconscious, every ninja, even those of the highest caliber, must adhere to the rules of this world. As the apex of this power structure, he finds it particularly convenient to exploit these rules. Conversely, in Yunyan's perspective, nonsense, utter nonsense. The so-called rules of ninjas and the unspoken norms of Konoha are nothing but decrepit constructs, which he has no intention of following. Everything hinges on strength, one's own strength. If your power surpasses mine, I may comply with you, enduring a degree of humiliation while I bide my time and develop. If my strength exceeds yours, then why should I heed you? Why should I conform to your ways? If I am displeased, I will ensure you face the consequences. It is foreseeable that, in the forthcoming period, these two contrasting value systems will inevitably clash, and we shall witness the outcome. The conversation between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo transpired in the latter's home, under a veil of secrecy, devoid of any onlookers. Moreover, their discussion ended on an unsatisfactory note, with Sarutobi departing first. The discord arose not merely from Sarutobi's intention to provoke Danzo, hoping to incite him to act against Yunyan, thereby allowing him to gauge Yunyan's true strength. In summary, neither of these individuals can be considered virtuous. The clandestine conversation between the two elderly gentlemen appeared to be a secret known solely to them, seemingly devoid of any third party's awareness. But is this truly the case? Not at all. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen accomplished his objectives and departed from Danzo's abode, leaving the territory of the Shimura clan within the grounds of the Uchiha clan, in the residence of Yunyan, the entirety of this meeting had been observed. Finally, Yunyan closed his Sharingan. Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a sense of pride, and Danzo harbored his resentment, utterly unaware that their recent dialogue had been completely discerned by Yunyan. How did Yunyan come to acquire this knowledge? This brings us to the kaleidoscopic Sharingan abilities of Yunyan, a topic that is yet to be addressed until now. It is an opportune moment to elucidate this matter. Typically, the ordinary kaleidoscopic Sharingan possesses one or two abilities, aside from the common Susanoo. However, Yunyan distinguishes himself with three unique abilities within his kaleidoscopic Sharingan. One of these abilities, or rather this specific ocular technique of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, is known as the infinite vision. This technique possesses no offensive power. Rather, it boasts unparalleled investigative prowess. Its specific function resembles that of the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan, yet it surpasses the Byakugan in strength. It is well known that the Byakugan wields formidable abilities, capable of near-range X-ray vision to perceive intricate details on an adversary's body, as well as long-range sight, allegedly allowing it to observe anything within several kilometers. This truly represents the most formidable means of reconnaissance, applicable in tactical, strategic, and individual combat contexts alike. Moreover, Yunyan's kaleidoscopic Sharingan, with its boundless vision, surpasses the Byakugan significantly. It possesses not only the ability to perceive but also to discern minute details. If the ocular power is sufficiently potent, it can even observe exceedingly small particulars, such as cells and bacteria. In addition to its penetrating insight, it also boasts farsightedness, enabling the viewer to discern any detail or situation within a radius of several hundred kilometers. Indeed, the scope of several hundred kilometers is genuinely formidable. Is this the extent of its limitless vision? Certainly not. This merely reflects Yunyan's current limitations. Should Yunyan's strength augment further in the future, the boundless vision could manifest even more powerfully. At that juncture, not only could he perceive bacteria and cells, but even smaller viruses might come within his sight, potentially allowing him to survey not just a radius of several hundred kilometers, but perhaps the entirety of the Land of Fire and even the entire shinobi world. However, this is still not the ultimate limit of the boundless vision. Yunyan has an inkling that if he were to fully develop the capabilities of his kaleidoscopic Sharingan, he might transcend the confines of time and space, enabling him to glimpse any corner of the world and witness both the past and the future. Such a power would be astonishing. Having the past, present, and future all within sight would be akin to divine capability. Unfortunately, that potential remains but a distant aspiration. Despite his formidable strength, Yunyan has yet to reach such a realm. On this occasion, Sarutobi Hiruzen deliberately sought to provoke Danzo during a clandestine meeting at Danzo's residence, which fortuitously fell within the purview of Yunyan's boundless vision. Yunyan was able to observe their secretive discourse in its entirety. It is essential to clarify a particular detail. The actions of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo within the confines of the latter's home were not only visible to Yunyan, but their conversation was also distinctly audible to him. This is not to suggest that Yunyan possesses a form of clairvoyance akin to the thousand-mile eye, nor does he have an auditory perception comparable to wind ear. Rather, when activating the boundless vision, he can both see and hear the observed subjects. Remarkably, this method of distant observation conveys sound alongside sight, perhaps illustrating the unique attributes of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Consider this. Merely on this point alone, it surpasses the Byakugan by an immeasurable degree. The Byakugan, despite its capacity to discern distant circumstances, fails utterly to apprehend sounds or the spoken words of adversaries from afar. At best, it can only rely on lip reading to infer conversations among foes. This is the boundless horizon, far superior to mere disdain. This technique is remarkably effective and does not require much spiritual energy. Therefore, whenever Yunyan finds himself with free time, he employs this method to survey his surroundings, hoping to discover any unexpected gains. Today, quite unexpectedly, he stumbled upon a remarkable discovery. While merely seeking a moment of respite at home, feeling somewhat listless, he decided to utilize his Sharingan to peer into the current state of various locations within Konoha. As he surveyed the familiar corners that piqued his interest, Yunyan found himself inexplicably reminded of that old rascal, Danzo. This cunning old man, with his insidious nature, would undoubtedly not spare himself in the future. To be prudent, it would be wise to assess his current situation. If I could glean some vital intelligence in advance, it would allow for better preparation. Thus, prompted by this sudden thought, Yunyan began to utilize his infinite vision to probe towards the Tohanzo household. As anticipated, this technique proved remarkably effective. Almost immediately, Yunyan was able to observe the circumstances within the Toanzo residence from afar, discovering Toanzo seated alone, ensnared in a state of forced introspection. Initially, Yunyan had intended merely to enjoy the spectacle. However, the subsequent arrival of Saratobi Hizashi prompted a shift in his demeanor. The ensuing dialogue between Saratobi Hizashi and Toanzo was thoroughly scrutinized by Yunyan through his infinite vision. It was only after Saratobi Hizashi had provoked Toanzo into a complete departure that Yunyan ceased his infinite vision and closed his kaleidoscopic Sharingan. He then sat alone in his home, reflecting deeply on the matter. Perched upon the tatami, gazing out at the courtyard, Yunyan momentarily lost himself in thought, pondering the implications. The intentions of Saratobi Hiruzen are truly insidious. On the surface, he appears to reprimand Danzo, subtly forbidding him from harming comrades within the same village. However, this is clearly a provocation, an exploitation of Danzo's pent-up resentment and rebellious psyche, urging him to take such actions. What actions, you may ask? It is to incite Danzo to continue his assaults. Henceforth, whether Danzo's actions yield success or result in dire consequences, they will bear no relation to Saratobi Hiruzen. What? Yunin, have you been attacked by the root again? That is a matter between the root and Danzo. It has nothing to do with me, Saratobi Hiruzen. Or perhaps, what? Yunin has been assassinated by the root. How infuriating. Danzo remains as obstinate as ever. This time, I cannot afford to treat this lightly. I can only surmise that Saratobi Hiruzen would react in such a manner. Do you believe it? This old fellow truly possesses a remarkable talent for calculation. Understanding this, and recognizing that Saratobi Hiruzen acted after provoking Danzo, Yunyan began to contemplate the true intent behind Saratobi Hiruzen's actions. What is this old fellow trying to achieve by provoking Danzo into taking action against me? Is it a matter of personal disdain? Does he wish to eliminate me, yet seeks to keep his hands clean as the Hokage, thereby shifting the burden onto Danzo? It appears not to be solely that. Upon further reflection, Yunyan begins to form a hypothesis. Perhaps this is merely a test. It is likely that my previous gesture of international goodwill has alarmed Kakashi. After reporting this incident to Saratobi Hiruzen, the latter finds himself troubled, uncertain of the true extent of his own capabilities, and is eager to ascertain the truth. However, as Hokage, this old man finds himself unable to directly engage in such matters. Consequently, he resorts to provoking Danzo, compelling him to fulfill this objective. This explanation holds water and makes perfect sense. With this understanding, Yunyan can now formulate targeted responses. Saratobi Hiruzen and Danzo, with their contrasting approaches, one devious and the other ruthless, necessitate a degree of caution when combined. For the moment, there is no need to concern myself with Saratobi. He has always preferred to manipulate others from the shadows, maintaining a position of safety. I shall ensure he finds himself in a precarious situation when the time comes. The immediate focus is on Danzo. Understanding the next moves of this cunning old dog is paramount, and vigilance is essential. Since Yunyan returned home for his leave, a week has already elapsed. During this week, Yunyan fully embraced the essence of a vacation, completely disregarding both clan matters and his duties as a ninja. He remained comfortably ensconced at home, indulging in leisurely pursuits, relishing the tranquility. However, this period of respite was not entirely free from interruptions, particularly from Kakashi. Ever since his last failed attempt to surveil Yunyan, Kakashi had become increasingly vigilant. He recognized that beneath Yunyan's unassuming exterior lay profound depths, and his strength might even surpass Kakashi's own. Moreover, following that incident, Saratobi Hiruzen had issued specific instructions to Kakashi, mandating him to keep a watchful eye near Yunyan's residence whenever he found the time, to ascertain whether Yunyan was harboring any nefarious schemes. Upon receiving this directive, Kakashi felt a profound sense of dismay. Oh, Hokage-sama, my previous attempt at surveillance was entirely thwarted. Had it not been for Yunyan's subtle acknowledgement of my presence, I would have believed my efforts had gone unnoticed. Now, you wish for me to attempt this again? Are you not concerned about provoking Yunyan? Despite his inner grievances, Kakashi exhibited no outward signs of dissent and dutifully accepted the order. Thus, from the second day of Yunyan's holiday, Kakashi began to occasionally frequent the vicinity of Yunyan's home, stealthily observing his activities. Kakashi's unsolicited visits, while somewhat impolite, did not escape Yunyan's notice. Nevertheless, Kakashi was adept at navigating social nuances. He typically arrived in the early evenings, remaining inconspicuously for about half an hour before promptly departing, showing no signs of lingering. As a friend of Kakashi's, Yunyan could easily deduce his intentions. Kakashi was cleverly attempting to fulfill Sarutobi Hiruzen's directive without exerting himself excessively. Hokage-sama, you did not specify that I must maintain an unceasing vigil near Yunyan's residence, did you? Therefore, I shall merely appear for half an hour each day, just to satisfy the requirement. In this manner, I have effectively fulfilled your instructions without overly offending Yunyan. Achieving a dual benefit, would it not? This is Kakashi's approach. One must admit that his response is quite commendable. Initially, Yunyan found Kakashi's repeated visits and incessant disturbances rather exasperating, to the point of occasionally feeling the urge to drag him over and give him a good thrashing. Despite their friendship, however, as time passed, Yunyan discovered that Kakashi merely came by each evening for half an hour, leaving promptly once the time was up. This revelation brought considerable relief to Yunyan. It seems that Kakashi is well-versed in the art of placating superiors. He understands that sometimes merely putting on a facade suffices. Thus, for several days, Kakashi would visit each evening, staying for approximately half an hour before departing without delay. During this half hour, Yunyan's demeanor was quite ordinary, exhibiting no unusual behavior. The collaboration between both parties was remarkably harmonious. One party understood the implication effortlessly, while the other intentionally performed for half an hour to fulfill obligations. It was as if they were in perfect accord. Indeed, the evening of that day unfolded in a similar manner. Today marked the 7th day of Yunyan's vacation, a week of respite. As dusk settled, Yunyan sat beneath the porch of his home, basking in the gentle evening breeze, with his legs crossed, quietly gazing at a scroll that lay spread across his lap. This scroll contains no other than information pertaining to ninjutsu chakra, which Yunyan is diligently studying and researching. Indeed, during this holiday, Yunyan has not been idly lounging about. When the time calls for diligence, he exerts himself accordingly, as is the case now. And what of Kakashi? As ever, the man quietly lingered atop the surrounding rooftops, silently observing Yunyan while dutifully fulfilling his surveillance task for the day. The unspoken understanding between them was almost palpable, a remarkable synergy that seemed to transcend words. Yunyan sat beneath the corridor, engrossed in the scroll before him, seemingly oblivious to Kakashi's watchful gaze. Kakashi, too, remained concealed, as if unaware that Yunyan had already detected his presence. It was indeed a rather peculiar situation. Yet their interaction unfolded with an unexpected harmony, a curious juxtaposition. Just as Kakashi pondered that today would likely pass uneventfully, a small yet unforeseen incident occurred. The door of Yunyan's home was knocked upon. At the sound of the knocking, both Yunyan in the corridor and Kakashi on the rooftop instinctively turned their attention towards the door. After a fleeting glance at the entrance, Yunyan's gaze instinctively shifted towards the opposite rooftop, while Kakashi, in turn, glanced towards the corridor across from him. Thus, the two found themselves locked in a gaze, their eyes colliding. Yunyan tilted his head upward, while Kakashi lowered his. A heavy silence enveloped them, creating an atmosphere tinged with awkwardness. After enduring a couple of seconds of uncomfortable eye contact, Kakashi was the first to avert his gaze, breaking free from Yunyan's stare. Yunyan's expression turned somewhat ambiguous as he set down the scroll and scratched his head. Regardless of the circumstances, someone had knocked at his door. And the second round of knocks echoed once more, indicating that the visitor outside had no intention of leaving. As he rose and walked toward the courtyard door, Yunyan began to speculate about who might be waiting outside. Who could it be? Who would come knocking at his door? Logically, within the entire Uchiha clan. Aside from a few neighboring acquaintances, he did not recognize many others. Who could possibly be seeking him? Wait, could it be her? In that instant, a swift conjecture took root in Yunyan's mind. On the rooftop, Kakashi observed as Yunyan approached the door, his own curiosity piqued. He never anticipated that during his routine 30-minute surveillance, an unexpected event would unfold. He had assumed the day would conclude as peacefully as usual. Yet, he was left wondering who the visitor could be. Could it be a high-ranking shinobi from the Uchiha clan? Yunyan had been home for a week now, remaining entirely inactive, a complete slacker. Moreover, despite having returned from a mission to his clan, he had failed to report his return to the Uchiha clan, which was rather inexplicable. Even though Kakashi understood that Yunyan was not particularly esteemed within the Uchiha clan, he expected Yunyan to disregard his own family to such an extent. Now, with someone knocking at the door, one could only speculate that perhaps the higher-ups of the Uchiha clan had finally realized his return and were displeased with his lack of communication, prompting them to come and demand an explanation. Kakashi pondered this possibility. Thus, Under Kakashi's watchful gaze, and with his suspicions brewing, Yunyan reached the door and, without a moment's hesitation, opened it. As the door swung wide, a youthful maiden, no older than 14 or 15, stood before him. The young girl, with her raven black hair and deep black eyes, is undoubtedly a member of the Uchiha clan. Her demeanor exudes tranquility, complemented by her bright eyes and radiant smile, making her a rare beauty. The reason she is referred to as a young beauty lies in her tender age, as she has yet to reach her full bloom. Once she matures and blossoms into her prime, she will undoubtedly become an extraordinary beauty. Now, without further ado, let us uncover the identity of this enchanting young lady. The young girl in question is none other than Uchiha Izumi, one of the few friends of Yunyan within the clan. Indeed, it is Uchiha Izumi, the charming young lady of the Uchiha clan, who is notably referenced in the original storyline as a potential love interest of Uchiha Itachi. To clarify, when Uchiha Izumi became a friend of Yunyan and the nature of their relationship, it is essential to mention that this occurred shortly after Yunyan's arrival in this new world. At that time, Yunyan was understandably unsettled, and to alleviate his anxiety, he would occasionally take leisurely strolls. It was during one such walk within the clan grounds that Yunyan fortuitously encountered Uchiha Izumi. To be candid, Uchiha Izumi was the very first individual with a name and significance in the narrative that Yunyan encountered after his arrival. In this manner, Yunyan inevitably developed a keen interest in Uchiha Izumi and endeavored to engage with her. As for Uchiha Izumi, she too possessed a delightful personality, exuding gentleness and kindness. Perhaps it was the butterfly effect at play, but at that time, Uchiha Izumi had yet to cross paths with Uchiha Itachi. Being at the tender age when a young girl first experiences the stirrings of affection, she found herself willingly reciprocating Yunyan's advances despite her shyness. As their interactions continued, they gradually became more familiar with one another, evolving into not merely friends, but rather close confidants. Indeed, they were not ordinary friends, but rather intimate companions. As close friends, they began to open their hearts to each other, sharing their respective troubles. Uchiha Izumi confided in Yunyan about her concerns, which revolved around challenges she faced at the Ninja Academy, whether they pertained to academic struggles or social anxieties, or even the typical worries that often plague young girls of her age. In response to her confessions, Yunyan, who had already lived a second life, regarded these matters as trifles, effortlessly navigating the complexities of a young girl's burgeoning emotions. Through the act of listening, conversing, and fostering mutual understanding, Yunyan not only provided Uchiha Izumi a platform to express her emotions freely, but also offered her numerous solutions to her dilemmas. Consequently, Uchiha Izumi found herself drawn closer to Yunyan, and their relationship gradually blossomed. While Izumi could confide in Yunyan, the latter found himself unable to share his own burdens. He could never divulge that he was a time traveler to Izumi. Such a revelation was utterly unthinkable. Even the closest of friends would remain in the dark regarding this secret, which Yunyan intended to carry to his grave. This inability to disclose his true feelings meant that Yunyan could not share his apprehensions and anxieties about his past or the looming threat of potential demise and annihilation of his clan with Izumi. Thus, he endured in silence. Naturally, Uchiha Izumi, possessing an inherent sensitivity typical of young women, sensed Yunyan's inner turmoil. As a friend, she yearned to offer him solace and lend an ear to his unspoken thoughts. However, what could she do if Yunyan refused to speak? At that moment, she found herself powerless. It was only later, when Yunyan's despair reached an unbearable level, that he decided to slightly reframe his concerns, employing metaphorical language to share them with Izumi. As for Izumi, being astute, she discerned that Yunyan was not being entirely candid. His words were mere metaphors, the deeper meanings of which eluded her comprehension. Despite her lack of understanding, she made a concerted effort to listen and remained quietly by Yunyan's side, providing him with emotional comfort in his newfound reality. Occasionally, when she observed Yunyan in distress, she would strive to console him and might even clumsily propose her own insights or solutions. Of course, given her youth, what substantial advice could she possibly offer? She was unable to alleviate Yunyan's worries. Nonetheless, the mere presence of such an empathetic young woman beside him significantly eased Yunyan's spirits. At least during that time, he was no longer consumed by endless anxiety and uncertainty. He began to actively seek change, pursue solutions, and explore ways to address the challenges that lay ahead. Perhaps it was the clarity of thought and the relief of sharing his feelings that led to this moment, but shortly after confiding in Izumi, Yunyan miraculously awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan. This matter indeed sounds absurd, yet it is the truth. When others strive to awaken the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, it often entails a harrowing sacrifice. Typically the loss of someone profoundly significant, leading to immense emotional turmoil and even a distortion of thought. Only then do they attain the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. However, Yunyan is different. His Sharingan awakens effortlessly whenever his spirits are lifted. To whom should one seek reason in such matters? It is noteworthy that when Yunyan's kaleidoscope unfolds, it reveals the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, unlike the inferior variant that leads to blindness upon prolonged use. The underlying reasons for this phenomenon are profound and were ultimately elucidated by Yunyan during his exploration of his own kaleidoscope Sharingan. To transform a three-tomo Sharingan into a more potent kaleidoscope Sharingan, one must undergo a significant metamorphosis. The conventional method involves intense external emotional stimuli to awaken the kaleidoscope Sharingan. However, this approach comes at a grave cost. The weight of such emotional upheaval, coupled with the instantaneous surge in power granted by the kaleidoscope Sharingan, can lead to a distortion of one's thoughts and, in some cases, an alteration of one's very character. Sasuke Uchiha and Obito Uchiha exemplify this transformation. Before awakening his kaleidoscope Sharingan, Sasuke already exhibited signs of abnormality in his character, which only worsened post-awakening. In contrast, Obito underwent an even more drastic change, descending into madness after unlocking his kaleidoscope. As for Shisui Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha, while their emotions and personalities appeared relatively unaltered upon awakening their kaleidoscope Sharingan, they too were undoubtedly influenced by the experience. This illustrates the drawbacks of awakening the Meijiki Sharingan through such means. However, this is not the most significant flaw. The most considerable disadvantage lies in the fact that the Meijiki Sharingan attained through this method is, in essence, a defective version. Indeed, it is a substandard variant. The general consensus among people is that the Meijiki Sharingan exists in two tiers, the ordinary Meijiki Sharingan and the more advanced Eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Prolonged use of the Meijiki Sharingan leads to gradual blindness, as its ocular power diminishes over time, ultimately resulting in complete loss of sight. Yet, upon upgrading to the Eternal Eye, the ocular power remains intact, preventing blindness and enhancing the abilities of the Meijiki Sharingan. Nonetheless, this widely accepted notion, or rather the theory of the Uchiha clan, is fundamentally flawed. It is inherently erroneous. Through the study of his own Meijiki Sharingan, Yunyan experienced a profound revelation. What is referred to as the Meijiki Sharingan and the Eternal Meijiki Sharingan. It should be clearly classified as the defective Meijiki Sharingan and the perfected version of the Meijiki Sharingan. Indeed, the Meijiki Sharingan, awakened through intense emotional stimuli, is the inferior variant. Conversely, the Eternal Meijiki Sharingan, achieved by transplanting a relative's Meijiki Sharingan to replenish ocular power, constitutes the true, complete version of the Meijiki Sharingan. Why is the initial Meijiki Sharingan deemed defective? It is because awakening it through extreme emotional turmoil represents a shortcut, a misguided path. While this method does allow for the activation of the Meijiki Sharingan, the resultant psychological trauma leads to gradual blindness and depletes ocular power over time. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan, which is bound to lead to one's demise with continued use, is undoubtedly a defective version. Only a Sharingan that can be utilized without the risk of blindness, functioning normally without concerns of strain, can be deemed the true complete version, often referred to as the Eternal Meijiki Sharingan. So, what is the proper method for awakening this eye? Through research, Yunyan deduced that the rightful approach to opening the eye lies in honing one's mental fortitude, allowing one's spirit to become extraordinarily robust and resilient. Once this strength reaches an appropriate level, the awakening of the Meijiki becomes a natural progression. Moreover, this awakening results in the complete Eternal Meijiki Sharingan, rather than the flawed variant that risks blindness with usage. Indeed, when one considers it, how could a properly awakened Meijiki Sharingan lead to blindness? Such a defect could only arise from a subpar imitation, as it is not the authentic Meijiki Sharingan. Ultimately, it all traces back to the essence of mental strength. Possessing a vast mental capacity guarantees a potent, side-effect-free Sharingan, leaving no room for other concerns. Returning to the question, how did Yunyan awaken his Meijiki Sharingan, and why did it manifest as the complete eternal version? The answer lies in his transmigration. Upon arriving in this new realm, the original soul, believed to be shattered, was in truth entirely absorbed and integrated by Yunyan's own spirit. The fusion of the original soul and Yunyan's essence resulted in a singular, potent entity, with Yunyan's spirit reigning supreme and the original as sustenance. Consequently, Yunyan's soul grew immensely powerful, which in turn significantly enhanced his mental strength. This rapid surge in mental capacity initially manifested as restlessness and fluctuating emotions, a reflection of Yunyan's anxieties during his early days of transmigration. Eventually, confiding in Quan and finding solace in their companionship brought him tranquility, allowing a moment of clarity that catalyzed the completion of his mental prowess. At last, with his mental strength fully realized and his soul intact, the true eternal Mangeki Sharingan was born. Thus, Yunyan's Sharingan awakened. This is the method by which Yunyan activates the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, a skill he acquired shortly after his arrival in this world. In a certain sense, the emergence of Uzumaki Izumi has significantly contributed to the awakening of Yunyan's Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Moreover, having such an understanding and gentle beauty by his side has greatly alleviated the anxiety he felt upon his arrival. From that moment until now, the bond between Izumi and Yunyan has remained exceptionally strong, evolving into a profound friendship, with Izumi's feelings for Yunyan gradually surpassing those of mere companions. Even though Yunyan has been away for several years, during which they could only communicate through letters, their affection for one another has not waned. Now, as Yunyan opens the door, it comes as no surprise that he finds Izumi standing there, her face alight with excitement. He immediately recognizes that her feelings for him have not diminished in the slightest. Rather, the passage of time has only intensified her longing. Standing at the threshold, Yunyan gazes at the increasingly animated Izumi with a hint of bemusement and greets her with a warm smile. "Ah, Izumi, I knew it was you. After all, no one else would knock on my door." "Well, it has been quite a while, hasn't it?" Upon seeing Yunyan's matured visage after years apart, Izumi's beautiful eyes glisten with emotion. She nods, struggling to contain her overwhelming excitement, her voice slightly choked. "Yes, Yunyan, it's been so long." Following their exchange of pleasantries, Izumi can no longer suppress her feelings. After a moment's hesitation, she decides to follow her heart, biting her lip before embracing him. A fragrant breeze envelopes them as she nestles into Yunyan's arms. Though Yunyan's expression remains one of mild exasperation, it is intermingled with a touch of enjoyment. For it is indeed a rare privilege to be embraced by such a lovely girl. In response to Izumi's heartfelt display of affection, Yunyan cannot remain passive. He gently wraps his arms around her in reciprocation. This moment, and Yunyan's reaction, reveal his attitude toward this burgeoning affection. When a girl expresses her feelings so openly, Yunyan's approach is simple, neither initiating nor rejecting the sentiment. This attitude may seem somewhat unrefined, yet it is precisely who Yunyan is. He never proactively seeks out a romantic relationship. However, when fate presents itself, he does not turn it away. Take the present moment, for instance. Yunyan gently embraces Quan, soothing her with whispers of comfort. As for Quan, she is not one to indulge in overly sentimental displays. After the initial emotions of their long-awaited reunion have softened and she has relished the warmth of his embrace, she reluctantly pulls away from Yunyan's arms. Once free from his hold, Quan delicately wipes away the tears from the corners of her eyes and offers Yunyan a smile that is both tender and resolute. "I apologize. Yunyan, I became too emotional. It has been such a long time since we last met." Yunyan responds with a gentle smile of his own. "It's all right, indeed. It has been quite a while. In recent years, our communication has been limited to letters, which must have been quite burdensome for you. Quan, shall we no longer linger at the doorstep and instead venture inside?" A broad smile illuminated Quan's face as she vigorously nodded in agreement. Thus, Quan stepped through the grand entrance of Yunyan's home, and once both had entered, Yunyan deftly closed the door behind them. The two walked side by side, in close proximity, making their way through the courtyard towards Yunyan's abode. During this brief journey, Yunyan could not help but gesture towards the courtyard in his room, inquiring, "By the way, Quan, in recent years, I have not returned home. My courtyard has remained tidy, and my room has consistently been kept clean. This must be your doing, I presume? I recall giving you a spare key to my house before I left." Quan nodded slightly, acknowledging, "Indeed, when I have the time, I come over to tidy up. After all, I cannot allow your home to fall into neglect. Ah, speaking of which." At that moment, Quan slapped her forehead and retrieved a set of keys from her pocket. "Yunyan, here is the key to your house, returning it to you." Observing the key, one of the spares I had given to Quan, Yunyan refrained from taking it, saying, "Quan, please keep the key to my house for now." This response was unexpected. "Oh?" I said, "You may keep the keys to my home." At this moment, Quan finally grasped the situation entirely. Being the astute individual she is, she instantly comprehended its implications. Yet a trace of shyness and disbelief lingered within her. Is this truly acceptable? Yunyan ambled calmly into his abode, his demeanor and tone remarkably serene. What could possibly be wrong with it? Quan, you are well aware that once I settle at home, I transform into a lethargic creature, merely existing and avoiding household chores. Given this reality, I must rely on you to assist me with tidying up whenever you find the time. Upon hearing these words, Quan blinked in disbelief. Yunyan, are you suggesting that the reason for entrusting me with your house key is merely to facilitate my future cleaning duties? As Yunyan removed his shoes and stepped into his room, he couldn't resist glancing back at Quan, his expression calm, composed, and utterly nonchalant. Indeed, why else? Still standing outside the room, unable to remove her shoes, Quan shot him an indignant glare, her adorable cheeks puffed up in frustration. Observing her like this, Yunyan finally succumbed to laughter, ceasing his playful teasing. I was jesting, merely jesting. It is not quite as you think. The key is simply for your convenience when entering and exiting my home. You are welcome to come and go as you please. At last, these words brought joy to Izumi, and the flush in her cheeks receded. She nodded in satisfaction, noticing that just a step ahead lay the tatami mat that marked the entrance to the room. Izumi hesitated for a brief moment, but disregarded any lingering thoughts and swiftly removed her shoes, entering the room barefoot. Given her relationship with Yunyan, there was no need for pretense or a polite apology. She could simply walk in. As expected, Yunyan showed no concern for the sudden intrusion of Izumi into his private domain. Rather, he appeared quite at ease. However, there was an annoying presence that needed to be addressed first. Unbeknownst to Izumi, Yunyan stood in his room and gestured a friendly sign towards the ceiling of the opposite room. Kakashi, concealed on the rooftop across, recognized the gesture and understood that Yunyan was signaling for him to leave. Although their routine activities had barely lasted half an hour, it was clear to Kakashi that he could no longer linger as a third wheel, so he discreetly made his exit. Yunyan felt a sense of satisfaction with Kakashi's perceptiveness. He nodded and withdrew his friendly gesture. Turning back, he found Izumi comfortably seated on a cushion by the table, her small head bobbing as she reveled in the ambience and the joy of being with Yunyan. It is worth noting that Izumi's sitting posture was not the formal kneeling stance, but rather a relaxed and easy position with her legs stretched out. This posture reflected her utter lack of reservation towards Yunyan and indicated that, even after several years, her feelings for him had not waned. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that this position showcased her legs splendidly. Perhaps due to her moderate exercise, Izumi's legs were both well-proportioned and elongated, with an elegance that was beyond reproach. As Yunyan's gaze trailed down her legs, it moved past her knees and calves, ultimately resting on her delicate feet. While it is often said that excessive admiration can lead to one's downfall, there was something truly exceptional about her feet. Yunyan could describe Izumi's petite feet as fair and exquisite. The allure of her feet, coupled with her cheerful disposition as she gently swayed them, stirred a flutter of emotions within him. Seemingly aware of Yunyan's direct gaze and the sudden silence that enveloped them, Izumi lifted her head in curiosity. As she lifted her gaze, Quan noticed that Yunyan's attention was fixated on her feet. A faint blush colored her cheeks, and her 10 toes instinctively curled slightly. As the young girl couldn't help but feel a touch of shyness and discomfort, Yunyan, realizing he had been caught, cleared his throat awkwardly and assumed a casual seated position before Quan, engaging her in lighthearted conversation as he always did. Of course, this was a rather clumsy attempt at diverting the topic. Ahem, Quan, where have you been lately? Ever since I returned home, seeing my yard and room so tidy. I knew you must have visited occasionally. However, I've been back for a week now, and you haven't shown up until today. Which leads me to suspect you must have been away from the clan during this time. In response to this, Quan nodded. You guessed correctly, Yunyan. I have indeed been away from the clan and the village. After all, I have successfully graduated, and I recently became a chunin. During this time, I left Konoha to undertake missions outside the village with other ninjas. Upon hearing that Quan had been on a mission, Yunyan refrained from inquiring about the specifics of the task and instead asked about her safety. So, you were on a mission? Did you encounter any dangers? Were you injured? Quan shook her head. It was a close call, but I came through unscathed. That's a relief, Yunyan responded, nodding with assurance and smiling once more. I didn't realize you had become a chunin already. Your progress is quite impressive. Clearly pleased by Yunyan's praise, Quan couldn't help but smile brightly. Oh, it's nothing much. I'm just a mere chunin, and I still have a long way to go. By the way, what about you, Yunyan? How have you been these past few years? I recall that before you left Konoha to serve as one of the 12 guardian ninjas, Your strength had already reached the Jonin level. What about now? When Quan posed this question, Yunyan displayed a mysterious yet confident smile. During these years, I have certainly not been idle. I couldn't afford to be. While serving as one of the 12 guardian ninjas, I diligently trained, fulfilled my duties, and occasionally ventured out to complete various missions, gaining a wealth of experience. Now, I am undoubtedly a Jonin. As for my strength, can you guess? With a teasing "can you guess," Yunyan kicked the ball back into Quan's court. Intrigued by his words, Quan instinctively began to speculate. Her brows raised in excitement as she eagerly voiced her guess. A few years ago, you had already reached the preliminary Jonin level. You wouldn't have attained the elite Jonin level by now, would you? Yunyan pondered for a moment, elongating his words to build suspense. If you believe I am an elite Jonin, then I suppose I am indeed an elite Jonin. Is it truly the case that you are an elite Jonin? Quan exclaimed, utterly astonished. That's one of the highest powers in the village. There are hardly a few from our Uchiha clan. Yunyan, you are remarkable. In that moment, Quan did not hesitate to express her admiration and praise. It is worth excusing the girl's limited perspective. After all, in her mind, an elite Jonin represented the pinnacle of expertise, and Yunyan achieving such a status was indeed impressive. As for the level above elite Jonin, the Hokage, that notion never even crossed her mind. It cannot be blamed on Izumi, for Yunyan has never revealed his true self, even to those closest to him. This includes the fact that long ago, Yunyan had already awakened his kaleidoscope Sharingan, a matter of which Izumi was completely unaware. Had she known that Yunyan had awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan under her influence during that time, her current speculations would undoubtedly be bolder, extending beyond merely considering him an elite Jonin. Presently, Izumi's excitement persists. Wow, he is indeed an elite Jonin. Remarkable. Yunyan, you have now become a pillar of Konoha. So, Yunyan, having returned to Konoha, what are your plans moving forward? Will you, like other clan members, join the police force? Or will you ascend to a higher position within the clan to serve its interests? The two options Izumi presents are the common paths for the Uchiha clan, typically. Capable ninjas from the Uchiha clan choose one of these two routes. One can either join the Konoha police force to maintain order within the village, thereby contributing to its welfare, or enter the clan's upper echelons to assist in managing internal affairs. Neither of these paths appealed to Yunyan. Quietly observing the spring, Yunyan calmly spoke. Quan, I have no intention of joining the police force, nor do I plan to work for the clan. Yunyan's response caught Quan off guard, though it was not entirely unexpected. She knew Yunyan well and understood that he had become an orphan at a young age, during which time he was largely overlooked and even marginalized by the clan. It could be said that throughout his life, Yunyan had never truly benefited from the family. His character was one marked by a clear distinction between gratitude and grievance, even towards his own family. He felt no obligation to repay them when they had offered him no support. Thus, while Quan found his decision to forego clan duties somewhat surprising, she could comprehend it. Moreover, Yunyan's reluctance to join the police force stemmed from a simple rationale: as an elite Jonin, it would be a regrettable waste of talent for someone of his caliber to engage in maintaining the mundane order of Konoha. With a complex expression, Quan gazed at Yunyan with concern. Since you have no plans to join, what do you intend to do next? Surely you cannot simply languish at home, allowing your abilities to waste away? Yunyan smiled slightly. Of course not. In fact, the moment I received my transfer order and returned to Konoha to meet with the Hokage, I had already determined my next course of action, which the Hokage has approved. Quan's eyes lit up with excitement as she eagerly inquired, and what is your next destination? Yunyan replied calmly, the Anbu. The Anbu. Upon hearing those words, Quan nearly leapt to her feet. With wide, round eyes, she could not help but seek confirmation from Yunyan. Are you certain you wish to join the Anbu? Our Konoha's Anbu? Of course, where else would it be? He replied with a hint of sarcasm. It cannot possibly be the Anbu of another village. However, Quan frowned, clearly hesitant and troubled, her expression one of deep concern. As a Chunin herself, she may not have been a significant figure within the Uchiha clan, but she possessed enough presence to be aware of some inner workings. Through this insight, the perceptive Quan realized that her family's relationship with the village was strained, even fraught with conflict. The Anbu represented the core strength of the Hokage's faction within Konoha. Now, Yunyan was set to join the Anbu, and with the Hokage's endorsement, it hinted at political implications. With a degree of political awareness, Quan grew increasingly worried. The Anbu. Itachi is there too, and he has been for quite some time. I've heard he is doing exceptionally well, but the clan has begun to suspect his loyalties, hasn't it? Yunyan completed Quan's unfinished thought. Observing her with concern, she nodded, confirming the situation. At that moment, Yunyan could not help but let out a cold laugh, ironically. Itachi's entry into the Anbu was a compromise between the Uchiha clan and Konoha's higher-ups. Initially, the clan had agreed and held high hopes for him. Now, because Itachi is performing admirably, those old coots within the clan begin to question the intentions of the clan's most exceptional talent. It is truly. With a sudden shift, Yunyan murmured quietly to himself, although detestable, their concerns are not without merit, considering Itachi. The last part of his mutter was too faint for Quan to catch. What did you say, Yunyan? Nothing, merely mocking the sinister motives within the clan. This conversation is difficult to engage in. It is unavoidable, after all. During the years of your absence, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha has not improved. Rather, it has deteriorated further. After Shisui entered the Anbu, he was unable to ease the tensions between the two sides, caught between his clan and the village. He inevitably faced challenges in his role. At this point, Izumi anxiously turned to Yunyan. Yunyan, once you join the Anbu, you may encounter a situation akin to Shisui's. Yunyan shook his head decisively. Do not worry, it will not happen. I am not like Shisui. Not like him. Indeed, not like him. Shisui is indecisive and entangled in the complexities between his clan and Konoha. Do you believe I possess such a temperament? Humph. What do family and village mean to me? The clan is merely the place of my birth. Regardless, I cannot escape this bloodline and these eyes, which I acknowledge. Konoha is simply my residence, or rather, my employer. My desire to remain here is solely due to Konoha's abundant resources, which align with my long-term interests and nothing more. Such audacious words were uttered directly by Yunyan. Upon hearing this, Quan's brows furrowed even deeper. She understood Yunyan well and recognized that his attitude towards his family and Konoha had always been this way, which was hardly surprising. However, this unconventional mindset and way of thinking truly caused Quan to feel anxious about Yunyan. As the holiday gradually approached its midpoint, observing Quan's deep concern for him, Yunyan smiled softly, his demeanor once again becoming gentle. Quan, you need not worry. To survive in this world, ultimately, it all comes down to one's own strength. As long as one possesses sufficient power, one can thrive anywhere. This statement is indeed a truth and an irrefutable principle. Upon hearing this, Quan nodded with a hint of resignation. Indeed, Yunyan, given your current abilities, you should be able to safeguard yourself no matter where you are. However, Yunyan, please don't find me tedious. It is generally wise to exercise caution. I do not wish for you to encounter any troubles. To alleviate Quan's concerns, Yunyan readily assured her, of course, you needn't worry. I would never jest with my own safety. Moreover, even if not for myself, I shall remain prudent for your sake. The sudden straightforwardness left Quan momentarily speechless. Being somewhat bashful, the young girl blinked a couple of times, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Really, Yunyan? What are you talking about? Observing Quan's bashfulness, Yunyan couldn't help but chuckle heartily. It was no small feat for him to express his feelings directly. After teasing Quan for a brief moment, he quickly composed himself. All right, Quan, you know very well what I mean. Besides, you understand me, though I may appear carefree. I possess a sense of discernment. Hearing this, Quan nodded in agreement. Indeed, as the person who understood Yunyan best in this world, she recognized that despite his seemingly indifferent demeanor, he harbored profound thoughts. Thus, they left the topic behind, and Quan ceased her insistence regarding Yunyan's impending visit to the dark department. As she gazed at the crimson evening glow outside, she suddenly recalled the time. Oh, Yunyan, have you prepared dinner? Caught off guard by Quan's unexpected question, Yunyan instinctively shook his head. Observing his reaction, Quan's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Yunyan, if you haven't tea cooked by now, are you planning to have just tea over rice for dinner? Or do you not even have that? Sensing an ominous premonition, Yunyan scratched his cheek while seated. Well, not cooking is not a big deal. 3 meals a day are easily managed. Easily managed? Quan's voice rose sharply, her aura turning somewhat formidable. Knowing Yunyan well, she had already begun to speculate about his recent living conditions, particularly his diet. Without a moment's hesitation, she stood up and turned to pull open the door to the adjoining dining room. Witnessing her action, Yunyan realized that his faint sense of foreboding was indeed justified, and he hurriedly reached out to stop her. Hey, Quan. Unfortunately, it was too late. Quan had already flung open the door to the dining room, revealing the chaotic scene within. The dining table was strewn with empty instant noodle packets and various fast food containers, a testament to Yunyan's disheveled lifestyle over the past few days. It was true that there were a few restaurants in Konoha that offered takeout, so this was not entirely surprising. As Quan surveyed the messy table, the image of Yunyan's recent slovenly existence sparked a vein of frustration on her forehead. Seated behind her, Yunyan felt a pang of guilt. And faced with this damning evidence, especially being caught in the act, he could only maintain a sheepish smile. Fortunately, Quan was a gentle girl. She did not explode in anger. Taking a deep breath to suppress her indignation over Yunyan's failure to care for himself, she quickly donned an apron and long rubber gloves, ready to clean up. Yunyan, I will tidy this place right away. Also, dinner is on me. Do not refuse. Yunyan nodded eagerly, secretly delighted. Having someone help with dinner would be splendid. Why would I refuse? By the way, Quan, I'd like something a bit more lavish for dinner, considering I haven't eaten well in days. Temporarily halting her cleaning, Quan couldn't help but roll her eyes. You do realize you haven't eaten properly in days? For convenience's sake, since you weren't around. I had to simplify things, he replied. It seemed Yunyan's slight teasing had flustered Quan, as her cheeks flushed. With a huff, she resumed her cleaning. Clearly accustomed to household chores, she swiftly organized the dining room, wiping down the table and tidying the floor until everything gleamed anew. Satisfied with her work, she then opened another door and entered Yunyan's kitchen. Since Yunyan had not cooked in days, the kitchen remained remarkably clean and orderly. After inspecting the space and finding little to tidy, Quan nodded in approval. She removed her gloves and opened the refrigerator, discovering an ample supply of ingredients. Rolling up her sleeves and donning her apron once more, she elegantly gathered her long, smooth black hair into a bun. Having completed her preparations, Quan commenced washing the vegetables and began preparing dinner. Observing her from behind, Yunyan suddenly realized that this 14 or 15-year-old girl exuded an air reminiscent of a devoted wife. What a captivating sensation that was. This sensation, particularly the scene where the girl he admires prepares a meal for him, brings great enjoyment to Yunyan. Therefore, he refrains from saying much more, turning on the lights in his home and unrolling a cherished scroll he often peruses, quietly immersing himself in its contents under the glow. Taking advantage of the time while Quan is cooking, he continues his studies and research, diligently enhancing his own abilities. For it is paramount to possess sufficient strength to protect those who matter most. Thus, Yunyan's tranquil holiday persists. Regarding the sudden presence of a girl beside him, Yunyan feels that Quan has not only refrained from disrupting his vacation but has also wholeheartedly taken care of his daily life, rendering his time off even more enjoyable. At the very least, Yunyan is exceedingly content and fulfilled. Indeed, it is not just this evening's dinner that Quan has prepared. Since her return, she has been the one to cook all of his meals each day. Quan is remarkably attentive. Moreover, whenever Quan finds herself with free time, she invariably returns to Yunyan's home. Even if she does nothing else but share conversation or simply keep him company, Quan derives immense satisfaction and joy from her presence. Were it not for her own family, it seems that after this period of companionship, she might well choose to reside at Yunyan's home. Upon reflection, her daily visits to cook, along with possessing a key to his abode, and her willingness to come over during her leisure time to keep him company, blur the lines between visiting and living together. Through this companionship, the bond between Yunyan and Quan steadily deepens. Both are acutely aware of this growing affection, and their attitudes towards it align remarkably. They embrace a natural progression. How delightful it is to allow things to unfold organically. Yunyan relishes this effortless feeling, requiring no forceful advancement, merely a gentle unfolding, devoid of abruptness or intensity. Time flows on, and another week of Yunyan's vacation passes, one that has been graced by Quan's company. He finds himself profoundly satisfied. Unbeknownst to him, half of his month-long holiday has already slipped by. On this day, Yunyan found himself halfway through his holiday. As a typical day in the midst of his vacation, today seemed no different from the usual. He languidly indulged in leisure at home. When he referred to himself as a languid fish, it signified a state of restful repose. When idle, he rested, and when duty called, he engaged in diligent practice and research. His life was indeed quite fulfilling. It is essential to note that being a languid fish does not imply a complete surrender to lethargy. Rather, it embodies a serene and comfortable mindset, a particular approach to life. At this moment, Yunyan epitomized this state of being. Clad in a loose bathrobe that resembled a sleeping gown, he sat cross-legged on the porch of his home, gazing quietly at the elegant and warm scenery of his garden while intently studying the scroll of ninjutsu materials in his hands. It is uncertain whether this scroll is the one he has been perusing, yet it is evident that Yun has indeed engaged in diligent study. Not only does he conduct theoretical research, but occasionally, when his interest is piqued, he also partakes in practical experimentation. In this moment, Yunyan resolved to conduct an experiment within the confines of his own courtyard. Today, however, seemed rather peculiar. As he sat beneath the eaves, engrossed in the scroll before him, he extended his right hand and commenced his trial. Gradually, he concentrated his chakra, channeling the wind-type chakra into the palm of his hand, compressing and coalescing it into a high-speed rotation. Before long, a brilliant azure sphere of wind-style chakra materialized in the center of Yunyan's palm. This technique needs no further elaboration. It is evidently the spiral sphere. The technique of the spiral sphere is not particularly astonishing, as its cultivation method has been thoroughly dissected within the narrative of the original work. If Yunyan were to struggle with it, it would indeed be a disservice to his innate talent. However, it appears that due to the experimental nature of the endeavor, the chakra he is channeling is rather minimal, resulting in a spiral sphere of diminutive size, akin to that of a glass orb. Though small, the challenge of manifesting such a compact spiral sphere should not be underestimated. On the contrary, achieving this tiny version requires an exceptionally high level of chakra control to maintain its rapid, explosive rotation and a stable suspension within his palm. The fact that Yunyan can effortlessly accomplish this speaks volumes about the terrifying proficiency of his chakra manipulation. Nevertheless, it is important to note that Yunyan is not merely experimenting with the spiral sphere, he has already mastered it. His true aim lies in experimenting with a more advanced technique, the wind release, spiral shuriken. The potency and destructive capability of this technique should not be underestimated. Given that Yunyan excels in wind release, how could he possibly forsake the cultivation of such a skill? Moreover, the difficulty of mastering this technique is incomparable to that of the spiral sphere. It necessitates a transformation in both the nature and form of chakra, where the confluence of these two alterations unleashes the true might of the spiral shuriken. One must not be deceived into thinking this is an easy feat. The practical application is indeed challenging. For instance, at this moment, Yunyan began experimenting with the transformation of wind release chakra's nature and form, while simultaneously endeavoring to elevate the minuscule spiral sphere in his hand. As he gradually regulated the output of his chakra and stabilized its transformation, the minuscule spiral sphere began to undergo a metamorphosis. The rotation speed of the sphere appeared to accelerate, producing a resounding hum as it sliced through the air within the palm of his hand. At the moment the humming resonated, the overall form of the spiral sphere shifted, flattening gradually as the wind release chakra within condensed at high velocity, a clear indication that the transformation was proceeding correctly. Subsequently, the spiral sphere evolved further, extending white wind blades reminiscent of shurikens. These blades whirled with dazzling speed, instilling a sense of awe. From its appearance, it seemed that Yunyan's spiral sphere had indeed transformed into a spiral shuriken, albeit a miniature variant. This shuriken was scarcely larger than a glass orb. Quietly suspended in his hand, holding the diminutive wind-release spiral shuriken and surveying his experimental outcome, Yunyan furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that something was amiss. Nevertheless, the result was promising. With this in mind, he decided to test its power. Casually, he hurled the miniature wind-release spiral shuriken into the air. Upon its rapid flight, it struck the ground of the courtyard before him with a thunderous crash. Dust and debris erupted, accompanied by the explosive rotation of the wind-release chakra. A crater approximately 2 meters in diameter and over a meter deep was blasted into the ground before Yunyan. Remaining composed, he observed the destructive effect of his technique. Indeed, the power was commendable. Such a diminutive version of the wind release, spiraling shuriken, can create a crater 2 meters wide and 1 meter deep. If one were to consider the full-sized version of the wind release, spiraling shuriken, the devastation it could unleash upon being thrown would be unimaginable. This thought sends a thrill through me, and I find myself smiling with excitement. Casting another glance at the crater, I discover an unexpected delight. It is evident that this gaping hole is not merely the result of an explosion. The pit is remarkably deep and wide, with the surrounding soil hardly displaced. This phenomenon can be attributed to the recent detonation of a miniature wind release, spiraling shurikens, which not only compressed the earth but also annihilated a substantial portion of it. The ability to reduce soil to mere dust speaks volumes of the destructive power of the wind release, spiraling shuriken. It is indeed formidable beyond imagination. Truly, It is a technique capable of obliterating even cells. Observing the pit before him, Yunyan felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction upon realizing the promising results of his experiment. Just as he was about to delve deeper into his research, a frown creased his brow as he sensed an approaching presence. Why is he here now? What is Kakashi up to today? Indeed, Kakashi had arrived once more to fulfill his routine surveillance duties. However, the timing of his visit seemed rather peculiar. Ever since Izumi returned and began accompanying Yunyan frequently, Kakashi had displayed considerable discretion, rarely interrupting their time together. He had adjusted his daily visits from the evening to the afternoon, a period generally devoid of activities, during which Izumi seldom chose to visit. This convenient timing allowed Kakashi to monitor them for half an hour without causing disruption. Yet today was different. Kakashi had reverted to his previous habit of arriving in the evening. Sensing Kakashi's concealed presence drawing nearer, Yunyan calmly formed several hand seals with his left hand, employing a small earth release technique. Upon the application of this earth-style ninjutsu, the soil before Yunyan began to soften and coalesce, swiftly replenishing the large crater that had been created. The newly surged earth filled the pit seamlessly. Moreover, under the influence of the ninjutsu, the surrounding parched soil also rushed in, completely enveloping the circular patch of moist earth and effectively concealing any trace of the unusual activity that had occurred. Just as Yunyan completed the restoration of the ground, Kakashi arrived. The man, as ever, remained concealed upon the rooftop across the way, maintaining his hidden stance. Of course, Kakashi was merely putting on a fade. He understood that no matter how adeptly he concealed himself, Yunyan would inevitably detect his presence. Yunyan, too, was well aware that Kakashi knew he had been discovered, and thus their mutual understanding persisted in silence. Yet, the question lingered. Why had Kakashi chosen to arrive this evening? Did he not fear intruding upon his time with Izumi? Typically, at this hour, Izumi would return from her errands, having procured the evening's ingredients. After which she would prepare dinner, and together they would share a meal in each other's company. During this period, it was a time for Yunyan and Quan to accompany one another, a moment when others were discouraged from intruding. Kakashi surely recognized this. Why then? Did he choose to provoke the situation today? There must be a reason behind his actions. Yunyan maintained his posture, engrossed in the scroll, only sparingly acknowledging Kakashi perched upon the opposite rooftop. Yet, a flicker of curiosity stirred within him, leading to some speculation. Within 2 minutes of Kakashi's arrival, the door to Yunyan's home swung open, revealing Quan, who returned with a basket brimming with fresh vegetables and meat, humming a cheerful tune, clearly in high spirits. Shifting his gaze from the scroll, Yunyan looked up at Quan and greeted her warmly, as he usually did. Quan, you're back. Upon seeing Yunyan, Quan's face lit up with a radiant smile. Yes, I am back. As she spoke, she eagerly retrieved a substantial, well-packaged piece of beef from her basket. Today, I procured some exceptionally fine quality beef. Let us have this for dinner. Gazing at the beef, which resembled a marble adorned with delicate snowflake-like patterns, Yunyan nodded in agreement. Very well. Do as you see fit. It seems we are in for a delightful meal this evening. Flattered by Yunyan's praise, Quan's spirits soared. She clenched her small fist and struck an enthusiastic pose. Leave it to me. I shall not disappoint this splendid piece of beef, nor shall I let down your expectations. With that, Quan enthusiastically entered the house, bustling into the kitchen with her bounty of ingredients. Soon, the sounds of washing and chopping filled the air. As she busied herself with the preparations, the sensation of having someone else cook was indeed delightful. However, Yunyan found himself unable to relish this warmth. He sensed something amiss. Having discerned this anomaly, Yunyan casually cast a glance at the rooftop across from him. Was it possible that Kakashi chose this moment to disturb him solely to issue a silent reminder? Although no words were spoken, the action was tantamount to a notification. Understanding this, a subtle smile crept upon Yunyan's face. The individual, remaining steadfastly loyal to his former friend, was enveloped in such thoughts. With a composed demeanor, Yunyan discreetly tucked his hands into his sleeves, where they deftly formed several seals as he prepared for what was to come. Upon completing his preparations, he ceased all further actions, resuming his quiet vigil beneath the corridor, where he gazed at the scroll, illuminated by the soft glow of the setting sun. In the kitchen, Quan busily clattered pots and pans, while Yunyan patiently awaited outside, creating an atmosphere that seemed entirely ordinary, reminiscent of any other day. As half an hour slipped by, the sun gradually descended beyond the horizon, and the sound of Quan's voice resonated from the dining area. Yunyan, dinner is ready. Come in and eat. Upon hearing this call, Yunyan promptly rolled up the scroll, rose to his feet and entered the dining room. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by the sight of a sumptuous feast laid out across the dining table, an array of dishes, steaming and enticing, that ignited one's appetite at first glance. Notably, the exquisite beef dish, crafted with utmost care, occupied the central position among the delicacies. This evening's centerpiece was undoubtedly this culinary masterpiece. In high spirits, Yunyan gracefully took his seat at the head of the table. This position, without a doubt, is one only the master of the house could occupy. Currently, Yunyan is the sole inhabitant of the Yun family, so it is only natural for him to take his place here. In the kitchen, Quan has already prepared 2 bowls of rice, and with a beaming smile, she hurriedly made her way to the dining area, placing the rice before Yunyan before casually sitting beside him. Quan's seat is right next to Yunyan. This position is typically reserved for the matriarch or the wife of the household, and from this seat, one can discern the current standing of Quan. After settling down, the two did not rush to eat, but instead, Quan clasped her hands together in prayer and offered a greeting. "I shall begin." Indeed, it was these 4 words that held significance. It appeared that the people here engaged in this small ritual before their meals, much like someone returning home who, regardless of being alone, would announce, "I have returned." Observing Quan in this manner, Yunyan felt compelled to mimic her, folding his hands and murmuring, "I shall begin." Such matters do not particularly offend Yunyan. He simply regards them as a customary adaptation, embracing the habit with grace. Clad in a loose-fitting kimono bathrobe, he harbors no particular fondness for such attire. However, its ample comfort has led him to adopt it as a loungewear for his home. After a modest mealtime ceremony, Yunyan and Izumi commenced their dinner together. Izumi, already renowned for her culinary skills, utilized exceptionally fresh ingredients today, and her consistently pleasant demeanor while cooking contributed to an extraordinary dining experience. The delightful nature of the meal was not solely attributed to the food itself. A significant part of its appeal stemmed from the presence of companionship. Dining alone, regardless of the meal's exquisite quality, often diminishes one's spirits, though, of course. Those who revel in solitude may find joy in their own company. However, having someone who brings comfort and affection elevates the experience. Even a meal of modest flavor can transform into a sublime affair when shared with such a person. The sentiment shared between Yunyan and Izumi mirrored this notion. They continued their intimate dinner in the restaurant, unbound by the customary silence of mealtime, engaging in light conversation that fostered a warm and simple bond between them. Alas, it seems that the unexpected often finds its way into such tender moments. Just as they had consumed about half of their meal, everything flowing smoothly and pleasantly, suddenly, Izumi was struck by a wave of discomfort. The immense agony that surged from within her caused her eyes to widen in shock, and the utensils she held clattered to the table. Yunyan seemed taken aback, his astonishment tinged with a hint of fear as he turned to the side, urgently inquiring, "Quan, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" At that moment, Quan appeared unable to articulate anything. She grasped her throat in distress, her body beginning to convulse. Witnessing her in such a state filled Yunyan with a mix of terror and rage, and he sprang to his feet, intent on supporting her. However, it was too late. The light in Quan's eyes abruptly extinguished, her face frozen in an expression of disbelief and agony as her body lurched forward, crashing onto the dining table with a resounding thud, plunging into the remnants of the evening's meal. The table was left in disarray. The once cozy scene now transformed into a horrific sight. Faced with this sudden calamity, Yunyan's expression contorted in anguish. Who could explain to him what had transpired? How could everything have turned so dire so swiftly? Before he could succumb to his fury or take further action, Yunyan himself began to feel unwell. The discomfort emanated from within, an overwhelming surge of anguish that engulfed his entire being. Similar to the earlier sensation, the pain compelled Yunyan to clutch his throat, his eyes bulging slightly in distress. Enduring immense suffering, he staggered back a couple of steps, leaning against the wall, striving to remain upright. At that moment, he could do nothing but summon all his chakra to combat this discomfort and confront the source of his torment. It was then that Yunyan realized the origin of this sudden affliction: poison. Someone had poisoned him, and he and Izumi were afflicted. As he grappled with the tormenting question of who was behind this, 2 ninjas clad in Anbu attire slowly entered the dining area from an adjacent room. Upon seeing these 2 figures, Yunyan's eyes widened in shock. It was Root. Those wretched individuals had indeed administered the poison. Fixated on the unexpected presence of these Root ninjas, he despairingly discerned that both appeared to be elite jonin. This is a lesson learned from the previous encounter. One elite jonin was deemed insufficient, so they dispatched 2. Moreover, These two elite jonin did not engage directly but resorted to the insidious method of poisoning. How despicable! This is disastrous. Enduring immense physical agony, Yunyan's spirit sank further into despair, fully aware that hope was nearly extinguished. Quan was already incapacitated, and he himself was deeply poisoned. The venom was fierce and ravaging his body. Even if he summoned all his chakra to resist, he could only persist in a state of mere survival. Were it not for the wall at his back providing support, he would have surely collapsed to the ground by now. Given the circumstances, what talk of resistance could possibly remain? The two root ninjas surveyed the scene before them, noting the demise of one target and the imminent death of another. Nodding in satisfaction, one of the root ninjas, observing Yunyan's eyes filled with vehement resentment and unyielding determination, coldly remarked, "Accept your fate. With such poison coursing through you, there is no salvation." Grasping his throat, Yunyan summoned his final ounce of strength to utter, "Since when did the root resort to such despicable tactics?" The root ninja exhibited an air of calmness. Whether or not to resort to despicable means was of no consequence, as long as it proved useful. Just like you now. Have you not fallen into their trap? Lord Danzo himself has decreed that both of your lives are forfeit. There is no escaping this fate. At this moment, Yunyan seemed reluctant to accept his fate, his body gradually sliding down until he collapsed against the wall. Our lives? Regardless of the outcome. It has nothing to do with Izumi. Why must she be dragged into this? Why must she suffer for my troubles? In apparent response to Yunyan's defiance, the root ninja spoke, "How navi? Once your name is on our list, once you have caught Lord Danzo's attention, your fate is sealed. Death is the only outcome. Not only will you perish, but those around you will share the same fate." As he spoke, the root ninja cast his gaze towards Izumi, who lay unconscious on the dining table. "Uchiha Yunyan, you must realize that when your little girlfriend returns to your side, her fate is irrevocably tied to yours. If you wish to place blame, direct it towards yourself, for it is you who has doomed the ones you cherish." With that, he turned to another root ninja and commanded, "Go and extract her eyes before the poison invades them. After all, they are a pair of Sharingan, which Lord Danzo will surely desire." The other root ninja nodded and approached the lifeless Izumi, flipping her body over and without hesitation, extending his fingers towards her eye sockets to gouge them out. Witnessing this act, Yunyan, on the brink of death yet still clinging to life, roared with his final strength, "No!" Suddenly, the world shifted, and everything shattered like glass, fracturing into countless pieces. As the entire realm seemed to splinter, reality finally revealed itself to all present. What of food poisoning? What of Izumi being poisoned first, followed by Yunyan? What of the root ninja's appearance to extract Izumi's eyes? All of that was an illusion, a mere fabrication within a jinjutsu, a ruse from the very beginning to deceive these two root ninjas. With the jinjutsu dispelled, the true reality was restored. It was still early evening, the sun had yet to kiss the horizon, and Izumi was still in the kitchen, just beginning to prepare a meal, while Yunyan remained seated outside. However, two uninvited guests had infiltrated the courtyard. The two elite root shinobi, released from the illusion, suddenly regained their senses and were horrified by their surroundings. What had transpired? Had they not already succeeded? Why did everything change so abruptly? Was it truly an illusion? Realizing that they had unwittingly appeared in this courtyard, they were gripped by terror. It was undeniable. They had fallen victim to a jinjutsu. Everything that had just occurred, their supposed success, had been a lie? To think they had both been ensnared in an illusion, completely unaware. Were it not for the one who crafted the jinjutsu voluntarily releasing them, they might still be trapped within its confines, oblivious to the oddities around them. Such a terrifying mastery of illusion. The one capable of orchestrating this could only be. As this realization dawned upon them, the two root ninjas, still dazed, turned their fearful gazes towards the figure sitting beneath the eaves. Yunyan remained seated, his posture unchanged, seemingly indifferent to the two root ninjas who stood frozen. His expression was one of displeasure, as if he were entirely unconcerned with their predicament, shaking his head in frustration. What a glitch tale of star-crossed lovers. Am I truly so foolish as to conjure such a narrative within a jinjutsu? Indeed, the events that had transpired within the illusion had left Yunyan in a state of discontent. Despite his derision of the plot, he understood that the jinjutsu he cast was merely a fade designed to mislead these two root ninjas. Beyond that, Yunyan's influence was minimal. Everything within the illusion unfolded as it should have. In other words, had Yunyan not sensed the anomaly, had he and Izumi truly succumbed to the poison, the unfolding events would have mirrored those depicted in the jinjutsu. To put it plainly, should Izumi perish, the extraction of her eyes by the root ninjas would indeed come to pass. Furthermore, should Yunyan meet his end, his fate would likely mirror hers. Contemplating this, Yunyan felt a wave of discontent wash over him, raising his gaze to the two root ninjas who stood rigid in the courtyard. These two scoundrels dared to lay hands on Suan, an act that could never be tolerated, even within the confines of an illusion. Sensing the malevolent gaze of Yunyan fixed upon them, the two root ninjas were gripped by terror, instinctively attempting to flee in opposite directions. However, to their dismay, after a sudden jolt, they realized their bodies were no longer under their control, remaining rigidly in place. Indeed, these two root ninjas could not even command their own bodies, their hearts racing with fear as they struggled in vain against an invisible restraint. How infuriating! What was happening? Why could they not move? Were they still ensnared in the illusion? Yunyan rose calmly, his cold eyes surveying the two root ninjas. In a bid to clarify their dire situation, he generously elucidated, "In a certain sense, you are indeed still within my illusion. However, your consciousness has been awakened, released from its confines. Yet your bodies remain under my control, rendering you incapable of movement." The two root ninjas were utterly astonished. Such a feat was indeed possible. They were elite jonin. And yet Yunyan, of the Uchiha clan, possessed such formidable genjutsu. Their despair deepened, for they found themselves utterly powerless, unable to shake off the illusion binding their bodies. Feeling a profound sense of hopelessness, at that moment, Yunyan finally took action. He directed his gaze toward one of the root ninjas, the one who had remained silent during the illusion and had ultimately obeyed the command to gouge Suan's eyes. To dare assault Suan is utterly unforgivable. Therefore, let us commence. With that, a crimson hue flickered in his eyes as the three-tomo Sharingan manifested. As his Sharingan whirled, a phantom of the three-tomo cast itself over the root ninja, further ensnaring him in the illusion. To his utter disbelief and horror, the root ninja felt his body begin to move involuntarily. What was happening? In a state of sheer terror and confusion, he caught a glimpse of his companion witnessing the unfolding nightmare. His hands, seemingly possessed, rose and gripped the sides of his own head. Gradually, they began to twist and turn, wrenching his own neck. Realizing the horror of what was about to transpire, the root ninja screamed in panic, "No, no, no." Yet, no matter how fiercely he struggled, his body remained beyond his control, his hands inexorably twisting his head. His neck began to contort against his will, rotating at angles of 30 degrees, 60 degrees, 90 degrees, and even beyond. One might ponder, how far can a human head twist? Generally, a person can only turn their head about 90 degrees. Those with extraordinary flexibility might achieve 180 degrees, but that seems more a legend than reality. Typically, exceeding 90 degrees would place immense strain on the cervical spine. As the root ninja continued to twist, the strain on his neck reached an unbearable level. Accompanied by his desperate cries, his head had turned beyond a 90-degree angle, subjecting him to immense agony, rendering him unable to vocalize his suffering. It is important to note that he was compelled to twist his own neck, not in a sudden motion, but rather in a gradual manner, savoring the torment with each deliberate turn. After all, who could blame him for daring to act during the illusion? Under the horrified gaze of another root ninja, one of his comrades finally managed to contort his own head nearly to a full 180 degrees. At long last, the limits have been reached. The threshold has been crossed. The cervical vertebrae of the root ninja emitted a resounding crack. The light in his eyes flickered and ultimately extinguished in exquisite agony. As for his breath, it had seemingly vanished long ago due to the constriction of his trachea. The neck of the root ninja was thus twisted excruciatingly and slowly by his own hand. Having completed this grim task, Yunyan nodded in satisfaction and lifted the illusion he had cast upon the root ninja. The moment the illusion dissipated, the lifeless body of the root ninja collapsed impotently into the dust. Subsequently, Yunyan turned his gaze toward the remaining root ninja, who was now on the brink of terror. The root ninja appears to be a superior among them. During the recent illusion, he was the only one speaking, commanding another root ninja to gouge the eyes of Izumi. Observing this individual felt akin to gazing upon a slaughter-bound beast, and Yunyan fell into a contemplative silence. How should he deal with him? Just as Yunyan was still pondering, amidst the despair and fear of the remaining root ninja, an interruption occurred. A shadow flickered, and Kakashi descended from the heavens, placing himself between Yunyan and the root ninja, facing Yunyan with an expression of profound seriousness. Observing Kakashi's sudden appearance and obstruction, Yunyan felt a surge of displeasure. With an impassive demeanor, he addressed Kakashi. "Kakashi, are you out of your mind? Can't you just stand by and watch? Must you intervene?" Truth be told, Kakashi had no desire to intervene. However, Having witnessed the unfolding events, he could not remain indifferent, assuming a vigilant and cautious stance. Kakashi regarded Yunyan with earnestness, his expression even bordering on a heartfelt plea. Yunyan, this is within the village. One cannot take lives recklessly. Especially not those of fellow ninjas from our village. Yunyan narrowed his eyes, his mood darkening further. You should not be directing that admonition at me, but rather at those two. You ought to confront the root ninjas and even Danzo himself. I have no intention of striking against our own within the village. It is these two scoundrels who have forced my hand. If I do not act first, it is I and Izumi who will suffer the consequences. Therefore, Kakashi, step aside. Kakashi found himself at a loss for a rebuttal, as the reasoning was undeniably simple. The root organization, in this instance, was indeed in the wrong. With a deep sigh, Kakashi's expression remained resolute. I apologize, Yunyan, but I cannot step aside. I cannot remain a passive observer in this matter. Yunyan appeared to be gradually losing his patience. Kakashi, can't you be a bit more perceptive? Ignoring this situation would be quite simple. Kakashi replied earnestly. Yet the truth is, I have indeed witnessed it. Yunyan, heed my counsel. You have already taken the life of one root ninja. Surely that has provided you with some measure of satisfaction? If that is the case, perhaps it would be prudent to spare the other root ninja, considering their scheme has ultimately failed, remaining ensnared within your illusion from the beginning, has it not? This matter must not be allowed to escalate uncontrollably. Had Kakashi employed a different approach to persuade Yunyan, there might have been a glimmer of receptiveness. Yet, Kakashi's method of counsel revolves around the notion that this issue must not be magnified. It echoes the tiresome theory of sacrificing oneself for the so-called greater good. Likely yet another individual tainted by the toxic influence of the will of fire. At that moment, Yunyan's fury surged forth, and he became increasingly incensed. His countenance shifted to one of hostility, his expression growing somewhat fearsome, emanating an aura of danger. How dare they attempt to escalate this situation? Why should I endure their assassination attempt? What justification do I have to suffer indignities? It is utterly unreasonable. He turned to Kakashi with a fierce determination. Do not dissuade me any further. I must take the lives of these two scoundrels today. Do not think to impede me. Not even the third Hokage himself could stay my hand. Kakashi's body tensed, his demeanor betraying a palpable anxiety. Yunyan, is there truly no room for negotiation in this matter? Enough with the idle chatter. If you continue to impede me, I shall not hesitate to strike you down as well. Given the gravity of the situation, Kakashi found himself in a position of helplessness. In truth, who would wish to save these two rogue ninjas? Their demise held little consequence for him. However, Kakashi's obligations as a shinobi forbade him from standing idly by. Should this incident reach the ears of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he would surely face repercussions for his inaction while fellow villagers were slain. Thus, Kakashi was compelled to intervene, putting on a facade of utmost resolve. As the tension reached a critical peak and the atmosphere thickened with impending conflict, Kakashi decisively unleashed his signature technique, Chidori. With swift hand seals, he positioned his legs apart, lowering his center of gravity. Grasping his right hand with his left, he concentrated his lightning chakra, which roared to life, accompanied by a sharp, piercing sound and flickering blue electricity. The technique known as Chidori was firmly grasped in Kakashi's right hand, the blue lightning flickering and crackling ominously, exuding an extraordinary power. To be frank, the might of Chidori was not only formidable, but its visual spectacle and the commotion it stirred were indeed impressive. It was unmistakably a technique designed to intimidate. Upon witnessing Kakashi resort to this technique, Yunyan instinctively felt a surge of anger rising within him. Was Kakashi truly contemplating an assault on him? Would he not adopt the stance of mere observation? How utterly rigid! He resolved to confront Kakashi later, seeking to alleviate his pent-up frustration. However, this anger was merely instinctive. Although Yunyan was unruly, he was not devoid of reason or reflection. Observing the Chidori in Kakashi's hand, a frown creased Yunyan's brow, tinged with confusion. Why had this fellow chosen to wield Chidori instead of the more powerful and subtle Raikiri? It dawned on him that Kakashi, too, harbored disdain for the root ninjas. His intervention was merely a matter of obligation. In truth, the fate of the root ninjas was of no concern to him. Bound by duty, Kakashi was compelled to act, yet he did not wish to engage earnestly. He could not appear overly insincere, thus opting for the Chidori. This maneuver is quite impressive and possesses considerable power. It appears that Kakashi is taking this seriously. However, in truth, he has been holding back, unwilling to confront Yunyan earnestly. Observing Kakashi's true intentions, Yunyan smirks inwardly. Very well, since you harbor such apprehensions, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. Rest assured, even if Saratobi Hiruzen learns of this matter. You shall not be held accountable, as you were entirely unable to thwart me. With this thought in mind, Yunyan's gaze sharpened, and he prepared to make his move. The wind chakra within him was summoned forth, manifesting as a clear and delicate wind-release chakra enveloping his body. Under Yunyan's extraordinarily precise control, this wind-release chakra began to influence him, instigating a remarkable transformation. What is wind? It can be understood as the movement of air. This concept can be dissected into two components, flow and air. What Yunyan is currently executing embodies this principle, as the wind-release chakra permeates throughout his entire being. Through some exquisite means, Yunyan's essence begins to take on an ethereal quality, as if his entire form has merged with the very air itself. Kakashi, positioned directly opposite Yunyan, experiences this phenomenon most acutely. Sensing the anomaly, he hastily raises his forehead protector, activating the concealed Sharingan with its 3 tomo. However, even with the power of the Sharingan at his disposal, Kakashi is unable to discern Yunyan's intentions. He can only perceive that Yunyan has become elusive and intangible, rendering him utterly inscrutable. This sensation is perilous. In the next moment, Yunyan's entire being seemed to transform into a wisp of gentle breeze, swiftly and indistinctly rushing forward. Kakashi felt as though Yunyan flickered before him, both his form and presence rendered exceedingly nebulous. The only thing visible through the 3 tomo Sharingan was that Yunyan's figure appeared to morph into a tempest, this tempest surging directly towards him. Never before had he encountered such an eerie and dangerous feeling. In that instant, a shiver ran down Kakashi's spine. With no time to ponder further, sensing that Yunyan was drawing ever closer, Kakashi could only grip the Chidori tightly in his right hand and thrust it fiercely forward. Kakashi's instinct proved remarkably astute, as the trajectory of his Chidori indeed aligned with Yunyan's location. However, it was not that Yunyan underestimated him. The Chidori was far from sufficient. The gentle breeze swept by, the tempest howled, and Yunyan's form melded seamlessly with the air, gliding past Kakashi with effortless grace. The wind was more than merely drifting by. As it surged past Kakashi, it unknowingly shattered the Chidori in his grasp. With a crack, the Chidori lamented as it fractured beneath the caress of the breeze, the once vibrant blue lightning waning, swiftly extinguished into mere flickers of azure sparks. By the time the wind had fully passed Kakashi, the Chidori in his hand had utterly dissipated. To be frank, Kakashi stood there, dazed, staring blankly ahead, a sheen of cold sweat forming on his brow. What had just transpired? Yunyan had integrated into the very air, his form transformed into a gust of wind. As the breeze swept past, the myriad of birds in my grasp was shattered unbeknownst to me. It is inconceivable. Chidori is a signature technique of my own creation. The pinnacle of A-rank lightning ninjutsu, developed through the transformation of my lightning chakra. Kakashi is acutely aware of Yunyan's unfathomable prowess, acknowledging that he is no match for him. However, to have his prized technique inexplicably dismantled, without any comprehension of the events that transpired, is utterly terrifying. Engulfed in disbelief over the disintegration of his Chidori, Kakashi's mind was abruptly jolted back to reality as he sensed an impending danger. The gust of wind that had just swept past him was now behind him, a clear indication of impending doom. Alarmed, he swiftly turned around, hoping that the situation was not as dire as he feared. Yet, as the saying goes, fear often materializes. The worst scenario had indeed unfolded. The wind generated by Yunyan's transformed body was astonishingly swift, akin to a gentle breeze that effortlessly traversed an extensive distance. By the time Kakashi glanced back, the head of the root ninja had vanished. The decapitated corpse, for a fleeting moment, retained its last vestiges of strength, as a torrent of blood erupted from the severed neck, resembling a gushing fountain of crimson. The fountain of blood was but a fleeting moment, soon succumbing to exhaustion, ceasing its upward eruption and instead flowing outward from the neck cavity. The lifeblood, lacking the vigor to spurt forth, left the lifeless body with only the remnants of its standing strength, which was visibly faltering. With a dull thud, the headless corpse of the root ninja collapsed into the dust, all under Kakashi's watchful gaze. Observing this harrowing scene, Kakashi pressed his lips together and swallowed hard. His pupils dilated slightly as his gaze drifted further afield. In the very spot where the root ninja had once stood, just a little farther away from Kakashi, Yunyan reappeared. At this moment, Yunyan no longer blended into the atmosphere. The influence of wind chakra had dissipated from his form, and he emerged from the whistling state like a gentle breeze, standing quietly beneath the cherry blossom tree. It seemed that the sudden cessation of his standing had left the residual winds around him undispersed, as gusts continued to swirl around him. the air filled with whispers of the gentle zephyr. The gentle breeze swept through, causing his ample robes to flutter and rustle, while cherry blossoms cascaded down from the trees in a flurry. Amidst this enchanting shower of petals, Yunyan extended his hand to reveal to Kakashi the object he held aloft. Undoubtedly, it was a severed head. Even as Yunyan grasped it by the hair, the visage of the decapitated ninja retained an expression of disbelief. Frozen in the moments before death, Kakashi remained rooted in place, his eyes wide with shock, absorbing the surreal spectacle before him. In theory, the scene should have been one of exquisite beauty, with the soft wind and falling cherry blossoms creating a picturesque backdrop. However, the presence of the head in Yunyan's grip rendered the tableau both beautiful and chilling, evoking a disquieting ambivalence within Kakashi's heart. Drawing a deep breath, Kakashi was struck not only by astonishment, but also by a perplexing thought. This fellow Yunyan seemed to have a penchant for severing heads. Was it not so? Earlier, when Yunyan returned to Konoha to report to Lord Hokage, he had similarly discarded the bodies of two root ninjas, their heads detached from their torsos. Now, the fate of this root ninja mirrored that grim tableau. Did Yunyan harbor a peculiar obsession with decapitation? In truth, it was not quite so. Yunyan's affinity for severing heads stemmed primarily from his wind-based ninjutsu, which favored sharp, slicing techniques reminiscent of a certain meat processing plant director. Given his proficiency in such precise cutting, it was only natural for him to engage in this grim practice. The human neck, being the most suitable target for a swift, decisive strike, offered both flesh and bone, and provided a gratifying tactile sensation during the act. It was this profound fascination with the seamless severance of a neck that cultivated Yunyan's habit of decapitation. What had just transpired occurred in a mere blink of an eye. The entire sequence likely lasted no longer than a second. From the moment Yunyan melded into the air, transforming into a gust of wind, to the instant he passed Kakashi, shattering his Chidori with a swift strike, the elapsed time was less than half a second. In the remaining fleeting moments, Yunyan surged forward, propelled by the gusts, and with remarkable speed, executed an 8-part wind wheel to sever the root ninja's neck. He then seized the hair, lifting the head as he continued onward, finally halting beneath a cherry blossom tree. It was then that Kakashi, having regained his composure, swiftly turned around to behold this juxtaposition of beauty and danger. With the head now detached, the root ninja had become a lifeless corpse, undoubtedly beyond salvation. The die was cast, the outcome was irrevocable. Kakashi lamented his inability to thwart Yunyan's actions, letting out a resigned sigh. Yet amidst his regret, a flicker of secret delight stirred within him. The two rogues have finally met their demise, and it is truly deserved. The true extent of Yunyan's formidable strength remains beyond prediction. These two fools dared to offend him, and thus they have reaped the consequences of their actions. However, as this thought crossed his mind, Kakashi's demeanor grew grave. He fixed his gaze unwaveringly on Yunyan's silhouette beneath the cherry blossom tree, his heart filled with solemnity. To what level has Yunyan's power ascended? Kakashi had failed to accurately capture Yunyan's movements. Even with the activation of his 3-tomo Sharingan, it proved futile. Moreover, his once proud technique, the Chidori, was inexplicably thwarted with ease. What does this signify? It signifies that Yunyan's prowess has surpassed his own, and not merely by a fraction, but by an overwhelming margin. Even if he were to unleash his Raijin technique, he would likely be unable to impede Yunyan even momentarily. Kakashi prides himself on being a thoroughly elite jonin. If he were to exert his utmost, he could potentially pose a challenge akin to that of a Hokage. Yet, the recent feeling of helplessness, the stark realization that the opponent does not even regard his presence with concern, and the undeniable truth that he is incapable of hindering the other party weigh heavily on him. All of this conveyed to Kakashi that Yunyan's strength surpassed that of an elite jonin. Beyond the elite jonin lies the level of a Hokage. Realizing this truth, Kakashi could not help but swallow hard. At such a tender age, Yunyan had already attained Kage-level prowess. Moreover, he belonged to the Uchiha clan and exhibited a rather reckless demeanor, showing little fear or respect even towards the Hokage. The existence of such a formidable individual, characterized by such a tumultuous disposition, raised profound questions. What implications would this hold for the future of Konoha? Kakashi found himself momentarily unable to fathom the consequences. Regardless of his growing anxieties, those concerns were matters for another day. He had to acknowledge that the current situation was already fraught with complications. Kakashi reined in his tumultuous thoughts as he gazed upon the lifeless bodies of two root ninjas, one with a broken neck and another devoid of a head, causing him considerable distress. Once again, two root ninjas had perished, and tragically, it had occurred within the confines of Konoha, right before Kakashi's very eyes, at the hands of Yunyan. How could the esteemed Hokage possibly find joy in this matter? And how could Danzo ever relent? What shall be done? Kakashi's headache bears no relation to Yunyan. The latter's singular thought is to take the initiative. A week prior, he had already gleaned the conversation between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo through the eternal Meijiki Sharingan's infinite vision. At that juncture, Sarutobi had begun to provoke Danzo, compelling him to prepare for an assault, all in an effort to gauge his own strength through Danzo's actions. Now, a week later, Danzo has indeed succumbed to the urge to act, the repercussions of which are already manifest. Sarutobi will undoubtedly be able to assess his own capabilities through this incident. Yet, in this world, where such fortuitous opportunities exist, it permits only one party to strike. Only one to test the waters, even resorting to the despicable act of poisoning, yet forbids me from making any missteps? Were it any other ninja faced with such a situation, Sarutobi's approach would likely be to offer some soothing words, then allow matters to settle. But Yunyan is not swayed by such tactics. An unrelenting series of assassination attempts leads them to expect compliance from him? How absurd. Holding the severed head in his hand, Yunyan slowly turned around, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Kakashi. Kakashi, finding himself bereft of alternatives, could only sigh. I apologize, Yunyan. I must report this incident to the Hokage immediately, trusting that he will provide a fair judgment. As Kakashi uttered his final words, his conviction faltered. Unable to meet Yunyan's gaze, Yunyan remained impassive, unmoved. Observing Yunyan's lack of response, Kakashi hastily took his leave, vanishing from Yunyan's courtyard in a flash. He swiftly leaped across several rooftops, concealing his presence and hastening towards the Hokage's building. In the blink of an eye, Kakashi had exited the Uchiha clan's territory. Thus, the courtyard was left with only Yunyan. Casting his gaze upon the two lifeless bodies of root ninjas before him, Yunyan let out a cold chuckle. With a single hand, he formed several seals, employing a minor earth release technique. In an instant, the two bodies sank below the surface, buried without a trace. Not only were they concealed, but Yunyan also manipulated the earth beneath, ensuring that the corpses nourished the cherry blossom tree above as fertilizer. Raising his eyes to the swirling cherry blossoms, Yunyan mused that this tree would surely flourish even more, blooming with greater beauty in the coming year. After addressing the bodies, Yunyan continued to hold the severed head, strolling nonchalantly towards the kitchen. Peering through the kitchen window, he called out to Izumi. Izumi, I need to step out for a moment. I shall return before dinner. Immediately, Izumi's voice responded from within, accompanied by the sound of cooking. All right, come back soon. Dinner will be ready shortly. Do not worry. It is but a trivial matter that I will resolve swiftly, he assured her. However, a question arises, with the chaos of thunderous clashes and severed heads outside. How could Izumi remain oblivious? Throughout it all, she continued cooking, seemingly unaware of the tumult. In truth, this was precisely the case. Izumi genuinely had no knowledge of the events transpiring outside. Initially, Yunyan had employed Jinjutsu to deal with the two root ninjas, silent and undetectable. It naturally escaped Izumi's notice while she prepared their meal. Later, when Kakashi intervened, Yunyan disregarded his attempts and eliminated both ninjas. Indeed, this created quite a commotion. Yet, to shield Izumi and spare her from the distressing realities, Yunyan had cast a subtle Jinjutsu from the outset, blocking her auditory and perceptual connection to the outside. Thus, throughout the ordeal, Izumi remained completely unaware of the happenings beyond the kitchen, believing Yunyan to be quietly seated outside. This is acceptable. Yunyan does not wish for Quan to be troubled by some unpleasant matters. After exchanging greetings with Izumi, Yunyan's figure flickered and, with a speed surpassing even Kakashi's recent pace and a more clandestine demeanor, he swiftly departed from his home, hastening towards the outskirts of his clan's territory. His destination was evidently the Hokage building. Meanwhile, Kakashi, who was sprinting to report to the Hokage, felt a shadow dart past him with remarkable speed. Startled, he focused his gaze and realized that it was Yunyan who had overtaken him. Kakashi was not surprised by Yunyan's swiftness. However, observing the direction in which Yunyan was heading, he noted that he, too, was bound for the Hokage building. Moreover, with a narrowed gaze, Kakashi saw that Yunyan was carrying the severed head of a root ninja. What on earth was Yunyan planning? Was he seeking an audience with the Hokage to demand justice or to flaunt his power? Considering Yunyan's notoriously reckless disposition, Kakashi felt a chill of apprehension. Anything was possible with him. Fueled by anxiety, Kakashi hastened his pace, channeling chakra in an effort to catch up with Yunyan. Yet, Yunyan unleashed his wind-released chakra, merging seamlessly with the air and transforming into a fleeting breeze, achieving an unfathomable speed. Despite Kakashi's desperate acceleration, he could only watch helplessly as Yunyan's blurred silhouette receded further into the distance, eluding his grasp. With no alternative, the beleaguered Kakashi persisted in his pursuit, fervently praying that Yunyan would not cause a significant uproar or clash with the Hokage. With Danzo lurking in the shadows, the Uchiha clan and the village already embroiled in conflict, Konoha was experiencing tumultuous times and could ill afford further instability. Kakashi's prayers went unheard. Yunyan arrived at the Hokage building before him. It is important to note that he did not merely approach the Hokage building, he entered it. Unlike his previous visit to report to Sarutobi Hiruzen, this time Yunyan was intent on instigating trouble, completely disregarding the formalities of meeting the Hokage. Swift as a breeze, he infiltrated the Hokage building. To his credit, Yunyan spared Sarutobi Hiruzen the indignity of crashing through the glass into the Hokage's office, instead arriving directly at the door. Observing the entrance to the Hokage's office and sensing no fluctuations in the chakra within, Yunyan concluded that his presence had gone unnoticed, whether by Sarutobi Hiruzen or the lurking Anbu guards. With this realization, he felt no compulsion to be courteous and boldly pushed the door open. To be frank, refraining from kicking the door down already demonstrated a modicum of respect on Yunyan's part. However, the sudden and forceful opening of the office door certainly startled those within. What was happening? There had been no indication of anyone outside, who had burst in unannounced without even knocking. In the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen shared a simultaneous thought with the hidden Anbu guards surrounding him. After a moment of shock, upon closer inspection, he realized that the intruder who boldly entered the Hokage's office was none other than Uchiha Yunyan. The mere sight of Uchiha Yunyan instinctively stirred a sense of foreboding within Sarutobi Hiruzen, before he could fully prepare himself psychologically or entertain any speculations. Yunyan approached him with an imposing demeanor, striding directly to Hiruzen's side and casting the severed head onto the Hokage's desk. The severed head of a ninja, bearing the grim visage of death, landed abruptly on Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk, rolling to rest upon the documents before him. Whether by sheer coincidence or the precise manipulation of the forces of nature, the lifeless head ultimately settled in an uncanny manner atop the papers. The blood at the neck of the head had yet to congeal, and the remnants trickled forth, staining the documents with a dark crimson hue. This unmarked report was now rendered utterly useless. Lowering his gaze to the gruesome sight, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had never encountered such a bizarre circumstance, fell into a profound silence. Indeed, he had never faced such an affront, nor had he ever been so brazenly provoked. What place is this? This is the Hokage's office, the very domain of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. However, today, Uchiha Yunyan brazenly barged in without so much as a greeting. As if that were not enough, he entered and nonchalantly hurled a severed head, placing it directly before himself. Is this not a provocation? The scene is utterly disgraceful. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen's ability to remain composed speaks volumes of his years of cultivation. For a moment, the Hokage's office fell into an eerie silence, leaving the concealed Anbu in a state of alarm from this unexpected turn of events. The Anbu had never encountered such a situation. Who would dare to show such disrespect to their esteemed Hokage? This was truly unprecedented. Ordinarily, for such insolence towards the Hokage, they, the Anbu, should have promptly emerged to apprehend Uchiha Yunyan. However, as they were hidden pieces, lurking in the shadows, they could not act without the Hokage's command. Thus, they remained motionless, observing the unfolding events while awaiting directives from their leader. After a brief moment of shock, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to regain his composure. Yunyan's actions, fueled by his volatile temperament, had indeed taken Sarutobi by surprise. Yet, reflecting on the latter's previous displays of unruliness, the current circumstances did not seem entirely unexpected. Reminding himself to remain calm, Sarutobi quickly began to assess the situation at hand. This old fellow is the instigator. How could he possibly be oblivious to the cause and effect? At the very least, he must have some understanding of the situation. However, knowing in his heart is one thing. On the surface, Sarutobi Hiruzen still needs to feign ignorance. With a composed demeanor, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head, his aged eyes glinting with a profound and somber chill. The old fellow finally spoke. Yunyan, what is the matter? Unfazed by his tactics, Yunyan cut straight to the chase, boldly questioning, Hokage-sama, do you require me to sever his tongue so you may behold the cursed seal of misfortune upon it? Sarutobi Hiruzen maintained an air of calm, his demeanor unruffled as he replied, another root ninja? Yunyan let out a cold snort. Is this a case of feigned ignorance? Have they come to trouble you once more? To be precise, they sought to assassinate me in my own home, employing despicable methods of poisoning. It is fortunate for them that their plans were thwarted. Had they succeeded, you would not be seeing me now. Or do you wish for their success, Hokage-sama? Such reasoning is perplexing. The moment Yunyan's subtly malicious words were uttered, an oppressive silence enveloped the Hokage's office once more. It is a peculiar silence, one that breeds a profound sense of unease, as if concealed within it lies an imminent danger of great terror. Breaking this stillness is Sarutobi Hiruzen, the aged man who still feigns innocence, smiling lightly as he responds, "How could that be? Yunin, you truly possess a sense of humor." After this perfunctory remark, he retracts his smile, his expression returning to one of solemnity. Regardless of his reluctance, he must confront the situation at hand, especially since Yunin has presented him with the severed head of a root ninja, an act impossible to disregard. With a faint sigh, Sarutobi's countenance reveals a mixture of helplessness and sorrow. "Yunin, I am deeply regretful about the unforeseen incident you encountered today. I never anticipated that the root would." Yunin, brimming with impatience, interrupts Sarutobi, declaring, "Hokage-sama, this cannot be classified as an accident. Do not hastily label this event as such. The last time, I tolerated it. But this time, it will not be so easily dismissed. Previously, you referred to it as a misunderstanding. Out of respect for you, I refrained from pursuing the matter further. However, the root ninja has returned, and this time they employed poison right from the outset, a far more heinous act than before. This is unequivocally not an accident. Nor can it be a misunderstanding. Please do not treat me as a child of 3 to deceive." The familiar dynamic resurfaces, the usual formula, the same sensation. When addressing others, regardless of who they may be, a measure of deference is afforded to the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words hold considerable weight. Yet, when it comes to Uchiha Yunin, this is not the case. It is mere child's play to interrupt the Hokage, to directly contradict him, offering no semblance of respect. Is Yunin's customary approach. Faced with Yunin's unabashed rebuttal, Sarutobi's expression darkens, a tumultuous blend of anger and frustration washing over him. How shall we resolve this matter? This issue has nearly been laid bare for all to see. That fool Danzo is more of a hindrance than a help. Root will undoubtedly make another attempt against Yunyan. A fact that Sarutobi Hiruzen is well aware of, for it was his provocation that compelled Danzo to take such action. Sarutobi has long been mentally prepared for Root's imminent failure, especially since he cannot ascertain Yunyan's true strength. Sarutobi's genuine intention is to utilize Root's actions as a means to test Yunyan, thereby uncovering the depths of his capabilities. Whether or not this test proves successful is yet to be determined, but once again, the ninjas of Root have fallen victim to Yunyan. Their severed heads thrown before him, a true testament to Danzo's ineptitude. At this moment, the silent Sarutobi found himself seething with resentment towards Danzo. He fails to recognize that it was his own provocation that set this chain of events into motion. If Danzo is to be regarded as utterly ruthless and despicable, then Sarutobi himself is nothing short of shameless. Raising his gaze to the cold visage of Yunyan, then lowering it to the lifeless head before him, Sarutobi took a puff from his pipe, seeking to buy time. He spoke slowly. "Yunyan, there is no need for such impatience. You have carelessly tossed this head upon my desk, and while I shall refrain from addressing your rudeness, your evident fury merely suggests that Root has attacked you once more. However, I remain completely in the dark regarding the specifics of what transpired. Perhaps you would be so kind as to elucidate the circumstances? Once we have clarity, I assure you that I will provide a satisfactory response." Noticing that this old man seemed intent on muddling the situation, Yunyan's expression grew increasingly unfriendly. He was in no mood to elaborate on the details or the sequence of events to Sarutobi. Fortunately, at that moment, a suitable individual arrived. Kakashi, having exerted great effort to travel at full speed, finally made his delayed entrance. Panting heavily, he hastily slipped into the Hokage's office, revealing his presence. Upon halting, he raised his head, breathless, and surveyed the scene before him. His first glance fell upon Yunyan, standing defiantly before the Hokage, and his second upon the severed head discarded atop the Hokage's desk. What is there left to speculate? The matter is quite evident. Yunyan has undoubtedly acted foolishly once again, and he has indeed failed to prevent Yunyan's actions. Taking a moment to steady his breath, Kakashi let out a sigh and promptly offered his apologies to Hiruzen Sarutobi. "I beg your pardon, Lord Hokage." Yunyan moved with remarkable swiftness, and I was unable to keep pace. Before Hiruzen could respond, Yunyan gestured towards Kakashi standing nearby. Perfect timing, Kakashi has returned. "Lord Hokage." You may inquire about the specifics from Kakashi, for he witnessed the events firsthand. This statement seems to merely request Kakashi to articulate the facts. Yet Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart still sank. The fact that Kakashi now openly confronts Yunyan by appearing directly in his office signifies something significant, does it not? This indicates that Kakashi must have been exposed long ago, and Yunyan should be aware that he has frequently dispatched Kakashi to surveil him during this period. This has become somewhat troublesome. Moreover, Kakashi just mentioned that Yunyan's speed is exceedingly swift, rendering him unable to keep up. This signifies that Kakashi has just encountered Yunyan, and it is possible that the discovered Kakashi had already confronted Yunyan. It is even plausible that Kakashi was involved in this incident. Sighing softly, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Kakashi beside him and said, "Very well, Kakashi, since it has come to this, please elucidate the sequence of events." After casting a glance at Yunyan, Kakashi turned his gaze back to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Confronted by these two powerful figures, Kakashi felt an immense pressure weighing down on him. Since he was asked to recount the events, he would comply. Kakashi had no intention of resorting to trickery at this juncture. He earnestly and candidly recounted what had transpired, including the two root ninjas' attempt to poison, which was thwarted from the outset when Yunyan ensnared them in his genjutsu, followed by the sequential demise of the two root ninjas and his subsequent arrival, which failed to prevent their fates. Every detail that Kakashi deemed significant was articulated in full. Moreover, during his narration, Kakashi maintained an impartial perspective, refraining from favoritism towards either party. Once Kakashi concluded his account, just as Yunyan was about to voice further inquiries, Sarutobi Hiruzen, now somewhat familiar with Yunyan's directness, surprisingly interjected first. He launched into a line of reasoning that was sure to irk Yunyan. Yunyan. Based on Kakashi's account, it appears that from beginning to end, those two root ninjas were entirely at your mercy within your genjutsu. They could not have poisoned anyone. It is likely they never even set foot in your room before you eliminated them one by one. They did not succeed in their mission. Nor did they even execute it. They merely exhibited intent. Your preemptive action to neutralize these two root ninjas to protect yourself and your friends was rather audacious. Perhaps even a bit excessive. However, considering the necessity for self-defense and the fact that the root ninjas were at fault from the outset, I shall refrain from pursuing the matter of your harming these fellow villagers. Thus, I propose we let this incident rest. After this speech, Yunyan was left utterly speechless, taken aback by such shamelessness. He had encountered dishonor before, but never to this extent. Was he jesting? To let this matter slide? He would not be held accountable for his defensive actions against the two threats? The absurdity of the situation echoed in Yunyan's mind. And even Kakashi found it difficult to endure. Lord Hokage, this is not how one seeks peace in a matter, he thought. It was evident that Yunyan would not accept this lightly. True to form, with Sarutobi Hiruzen's stance, Yunyan felt no inclination to utter any conciliatory remarks. He leaned forward, pressing his palms against Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk, his demeanor decidedly hostile. Lord Hokage, what about dignity? Can we maintain some semblance of respect here? Is this matter to be dismissed so easily? It is utterly absurd. I sensed something amiss and took preemptive action to eliminate those two rogue ninjas, thereby preventing the poisoning of myself and Izumi. This should be regarded as a natural and justified act of self-defense. Yet, why does it seem as though I am the one at fault? Those two nefarious ninjas resorted to underhanded tactics, intending to poison both Izumi and me. And they even planned to extract our Sharingan afterward. Fortunately, their scheme was thwarted. However, just because they were unsuccessful, does that absolve them of their wrongdoing? This theory is utterly ludicrous. Is it truly the case that premeditated murder is a crime, while attempted murder is deemed innocent? You express regret over an unsuccessful defense. Yet an effective act of self-defense, executed in advance, is deemed wrong? What kind of reasoning is this? In the end, Yunyan could no longer contain his fury and forcefully slammed his hand upon the table. 36, allowing Danzo to step aside. In his rage, Yunyan struck the table with considerable force. With a resounding slap, Sarutobi Hiruzen's entire desk trembled. Observing the scene before him, Hiruzen's expression darkened slightly. How many years had it been since he had experienced such a display? He faintly recalled the last time he had been subjected to a desk slap. It was during the early years of his tenure as Hokage when his influence was still waning. After establishing his reputation and solidifying his position, no one dared to confront him in such a manner again. This occurrence was indeed unprecedented in decades, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Taking a puff from his pipe, Hiruzen contemplated silently. Meanwhile, Kakashi, witnessing Yunyan's bold act of slapping Hiruzen's desk, felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. Although he was aware of Yunyan's audacity, he hadn't anticipated such a brazen move. Yet, he could comprehend the rationale behind Yunyan's anger. After all, the Hokage had indeed overstepped his bounds, and as an observer, Kakashi found it increasingly difficult to tolerate. Maintaining his assertive posture, Yunyan refused to grant Hiruzen the luxury of silence, continuing to press. Hokage-sama, this is unacceptable. Such actions will dishearten those around you. While it may seem trivial for me to feel disheartened alone, should I choose to disseminate your recent remarks, it would likely cause widespread discontent. How would the other shinobi of Konoha react? What would the common folk think? I implore you to reconsider, Hokage-sama. Undoubtedly. This was a clear and blatant threat directed at Hiruzen. A surge of anger welled up within him, though it swiftly dissipated as he recognized the gravity of the situation. Hiruzen momentarily felt a twinge of insecurity, glancing at Yunyan's intimidating demeanor. If it were anyone else, Hiruzen would have dismissed the matter entirely, confident that his authoritative presence would defuse the tension. However, considering Yunyan's reckless disposition, Hiruzen felt a nagging doubt. The threat might not be an empty one, and provoking him could lead to dire consequences. No, he could not allow his reputation to suffer. With this thought and a slight sense of rationality, Hiruzen conceded a measure of compromise. After all, the art of politics often necessitates concession. He had already made numerous concessions both publicly and privately, so this instance would not be detrimental. At worst, it would be a slight embarrassment to yield to a junior. Thus, after taking another contemplative puff from his pipe, Hiruzen sighed, adopting an expression of deep regret. Very well, Yunyan. In this instance, you are indeed the victim. Preemptively eliminating the two root ninjas who sought to harm you is an act of justifiable defense. You bear no fault in this matter. What then? Do you wish to request regarding this situation? Seeing Hiruzen's willingness to ease the tension, Yunyan allowed a rare smile to grace his features. Hokage-sama, I have no demands. I merely request that you impartially and justly evaluate and address this matter. Although I have already dispatched the two root ninjas, this incident cannot simply be overlooked. Otherwise, future root operatives may feel entitled to dispose of their fellow villagers at will. Would you not agree? Hiruzen's expression darkened further as he nodded in agreement. Before he could respond, Yunyan, now serious, formally inquired. So, Hokage-sama, how do you intend to handle this matter? At last, he was confronted with this prickly issue. The last time he faced a similar dilemma, in an effort to provide Yunyan with closure, Hiruzen's resolution had been to dismiss Danzo, confining him for reflection. This time, Danzo and Root have transgressed again, and the ultimate consequences must be even more severe than before. Leniency is not an option. However, removing Danzo from his position to allow him a respite is essentially the inner limit for Hiruzen Sarutobi. He has no intention of taking drastic action against Danzo, at least not at this moment. If Danzo were to lose his current standing, or if Root were to truly encounter significant issues, who would Hiruzen be able to hold accountable in the future? Who would be tasked with the dirty work that lies ahead? While others possess the luxury of white gloves, Danzo and Root have become Hiruzen's proverbial black gloves, and he has no desire to relinquish this grip, no matter the circumstances. After a moment of vexing contemplation, Hiruzen could only return the ball to Yunyan. Indeed, Root and Danzo have committed grave mistakes, and given that this is their second offense, they must face harsh penalties. However, the existence of Root is essential, and Danzo, as an elder of Konoha, complicates matters. I find myself at a loss regarding how to proceed. Yunyan, as the concerned party, do you have any thoughts? Yunyan, indifferent to whether Hiruzen was genuinely seeking his counsel, boldly stated his intentions. This matter is straightforward. Root has harbored corruption. While Danzo's methods are insidious, neither of these culprits should escape unscathed. My recommendation is that Danzo, daring to lay hands on a fellow villager, must face the ultimate punishment, execution. As for Root, it has significantly undermined the stability of Konoha, instilling fear among its shinobi. It should be disbanded immediately. Upon hearing Yunyan's decisive stance, Hiruzen nearly coughed in surprise. Ahem, Yunyan, that's a bit excessive. As I just mentioned, Root must remain in existence, and Danzo, being a respected elder of Konoha, cannot simply be executed or disbanded outright. Is that truly reasonable? Yunyan feigned innocence. I believe my arguments hold considerable merit. Excessive indeed, Yunyan. Please refrain from using this opportunity for personal vendettas, Hiruzen replied, seemingly distressed. With a hint of frustration, Yunyan continued, in that case, I shall concede a bit. First and foremost, Root must still be disbanded. Such a nefarious organization should not persist. As for Danzo, considering his past contributions to Konoha, I propose sparing him from death. But he must be stripped of his leadership of Root and his position as an elder, demoted to a mere genin. What do you think? Listening to Yunyan's propositions, Hiruzen was rendered speechless. To strip Danzo of all titles was one thing, but to demote him to a genin? Was Yunyan intent on provoking Danzo to madness? Given Danzo's vindictive nature, demoting him would be tantamount to a death sentence. Hiruzen's expression grew troubled as he puffed on his pipe, continuing to plead, "Ahem, Yunyan. That request is still a bit much." "What? Still excessive?" Yunyan exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. "I have already shown immense mercy, Lord Hokage. I have spared Danzo's life." Hiruzen bitterly thought to himself, "You speak as if you were the Hokage." Quickly, he interjected, "Yunyan, your demands are truly a bit unreasonable. Please consider my position. Moreover, Danzo has indeed accomplished much during his years in charge of Root. Let us acknowledge his efforts rather than focus solely on his transgressions." Yunyan merely scoffed. Then, crossing his arms as if greatly wronged, he continued, "Very well, I shall concede once more, but this is my final concession. Root may remain intact. As it appears to be of significant importance to you, Lord Hokage, I grant you this favor." At this point, Hiruzen's discomfort was palpable. Yunyan pressed on, "As for Danzo, I shall spare him from demotion to a genin. However, his position as leader of Root must be irrevocably revoked. He must never again hold power over Root, lest he once again utilize it to eliminate dissenters. I shall generously allow him to retain his title as elder, but solely in a ceremonial capacity. Moving forward, Lord Hokage, you must grant him no authority whatsoever. What say you?" The proposed course of action appears quite reasonable, aligning seamlessly with Yunyan's innermost thoughts. He indeed yearns to decisively eliminate Danzo, yet such a notion is impractical. No matter the circumstances, Hiruzen Sarutobi will always shield him, as long as Hiruzen remains. So too does Danzo. The latter is not easily dismantled. Thus, Yunyan's genuine aspiration is to marginalize Danzo entirely, rendering this old dog devoid of authority. Yunyan candidly articulates his intentions, yet the next consideration is Hiruzen. Will Hiruzen embrace Yunyan's recommendations? The unequivocal answer is no. How could Danzo be sidelined? He must continue to wield power. If he does not, who will bear the burdens of the future? Who will undertake the arduous and unsavory tasks? The other two elders, Narashikaku and Mito Kohara? No, those two lack the capability. They cannot shoulder many responsibilities or handle the laborious tasks. Only Danzo. Only he cannot be relegated to the sidelines. Contemplating this, Hiruzen begins to suffer a headache, pondering how to manage Yunyan. The two sides stand in a tense standoff. Hiruzen gazing once more at Yunyan, who now resembles a pitiful elder toiling for the welfare of Konoha. Yunyan, the Roots have their necessity, and so does Danzo's existence. There are numerous confidential matters I cannot disclose to you, yet these matters necessitate Danzo. Only he can manage them effectively. If Danzo were to be entirely dismissed and stripped of all authority, it would lead to turmoil within Konoha. I shall not permit this matter to transpire. In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone became somewhat resolute. Resolute? Who is not capable of that? Upon hearing this, Yunyan's expression immediately grew grave, and his aura began to subtly intensify. Fixing his gaze upon Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yunyan spoke in a frosty tone. If that is the case, does the Hokage intend to refrain from addressing Danzo? Must I endure being targeted in these two assassination attempts? Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. It is not that way. It is simply that we cannot deal with Danzo, as you suggest. Yunyan let out a cold laugh. My proposed course of action is quite fair. Hokage, you seem excessively partial towards Danzo. What do you mean by partiality? Danzo's position and role are, indeed, rather unique. So, in order to preserve Danzo, the Hokage would sacrifice someone of my insignificance, disregarding the thoughts of those like me? I never claimed such a thing. Yunyan, do not label me unjustly. Yet, is that not precisely what you are doing, Hokage? Minor matters are trivialized, while significant matters are diminished. That is not the case, Hokage. Such occurrences have transpired countless times before, have they not? I wonder how many individuals you have compelled to compromise in this manner. But I shall not concede. The exchange between Yunyan and Sarutobi Hiruzen escalated, their words quickening, until their voices rose, and the atmosphere grew antagonistic, reaching the brink of an outright quarrel. As tensions threatened to erupt, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened, his cold gaze fixed upon Yunyan. Yunyan, you have overstepped your bounds. Regardless of the circumstances, I am still the Hokage. I ask that you show me respect. Yunyan laughed heartily, his demeanor replete with disdain. I apologize, but my audacity is not a recent development. And you are well aware of that, are you not? Moreover, respect is reciprocal. You must respect me if you expect my respect in return. Additionally, let me clarify. My respect is for the position of Hokage, not for you as an individual. In a certain sense, these words truly provoked Sarutobi Hizashi. His eyes widened in shock as he abruptly rose to his feet, unleashing an overwhelming and terrifying aura befitting a shadow-level ninja, which surged forth unreservedly towards Yunyan across from him. In a moment of desperation, Sarutobi Hiruzen resolved to leverage his identity and strength to coerce his adversary into submission. Unfortunately, he had miscalculated. Sensing the overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him, Yunyan did not retreat even an inch. His body remained unshaken, standing resolutely firm. With narrowed eyes, he too emanated an aura of shadow-level potency, which surged forth to confront Sarutobi Hiruzen, subtly clashing against his own. To be candid, Yunyan's display of shadow-level prowess was indeed astonishing, yet not entirely unexpected. Numerous prior indications suggested that his strength was unfathomable, hinting that he had likely attained the level of a shadow. However, it was only now that Yunyan fully manifested his capabilities. Despite having mentally prepared for this revelation, the sight of Yunyan unleashing his shadow-level aura left Kakashi and the concealed Anbu surrounding them utterly astounded. Uchiha Yunyan was indeed a shadow-level powerhouse. Shadow-level. This is indeed a cinematic level. One cannot fathom how many ninjas are drawn to it, and within the entire ninja realm, few possess such formidable strength. It can be said to stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world. At this moment, Uchiha Yunyan is one of the elite at the summit of the ninja realm. Compared to Kakashi and the Anbu, Sarutobi Hiruzen's inner astonishment is no less profound. Undoubtedly, this possesses an imposing grandeur of cinematic proportions. This is undoubtedly the prowess of a cinematic masterpiece. This young man has truly reached such a level. The palpable aura emanating from Yunyan, which stands in equal measure against his own, leaves Sarutobi Hiruzen with a tumultuous heart. Amidst this emotional turmoil, a sense of trepidation also arises. The clash of their energies is so intense that even the slightest misstep could lead to a genuine confrontation. To be candid, Sarutobi Hiruzen unleashed his formidable presence with the intention of intimidating Yunyan, seeking to compel him into submission through strength and authority. However, he miscalculated. Yunyan is unfazed and dares to confront him directly. What course of action should he take next? Should they truly sever all pretense and engage in a full-blown conflict? What a farce. Such matters cannot culminate in violence in this place. If a real fight were to ensue, how would it conclude? How would he justify it to the other ninjas? Would this incite chaos within Konoha? Might the Uchiha clan rise in rebellion? Would other clans harbor ulterior motives? The notion that a single thread can unravel the entire fabric of the situation is indeed true. After years in his position, Sarutobi Hiruzen's ambition and courage have long since faded. He has become instinctively cautious, lacking the audacity to gamble everything on an outright confrontation. The old fellow lacks it, but Yunyan possesses it. Not merely courage, but within Yunyan, there lies a flicker of eager anticipation. Although he has restrained his own aura, he merely ensures that it stands firmly against Sarutobi Hiruzen's without overwhelming it. Despite concealing a considerable portion of his strength, he senses that Sarutobi Hiruzen is likely not his match. Nevertheless, one must engage in combat to ascertain the truth. Previously, Yunyan had only dealt with trivial adversaries. He had never encountered a true shadow-level opponent. Now that tensions have escalated, seizing this opportunity to relish a shadow-level battle and gain invaluable combat experience seems quite appealing. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Yunyan smiled, his eyes glinting with impatience as he regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon witnessing Yunyan's expression, a jolt of alarm coursed through him. Oh no, he had forgotten that this reckless youth might indeed wish to engage him in a duel. While such behavior would be deemed abnormal in others, it was entirely plausible with this young man. No, this simply cannot happen. It must not escalate into a fight. If he were to win, that would be one thing, but the consequences of losing were unimaginable. In that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his heart sink repeatedly, realizing that the situation had spiraled beyond his control, and it was imperative to resolve this matter. Thus, despite feeling utterly helpless and somewhat aggrieved, Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to retract his aura. Upon witnessing Sarutobi Hiruzen's voluntary retreat, Yunyan felt a twinge of regret. However, given the current circumstances, it was not an opportune moment for further escalation. Thus, Yunyan too withdrew his aura. The once palpable tension between the two shadow-level presences gradually subsided, and the atmosphere in the office, which had been fraught with impending conflict, began to soften. What nearly erupted into a confrontation now felt like a mere illusion. Standing nearby, Kakashi exhaled in relief, discreetly wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Heaven knows how tense he had been, had a fight truly broken out. he would have been at a loss for what to do. However, after composing himself, Kakashi couldn't help but glance at the now-seated Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Hokage had voluntarily restrained his aura, demonstrating an unexpected willingness to yield in this regard. This revelation struck Kakashi profoundly, as he finally recognized the aging of the third Hokage. Setting aside Kakashi's contemplations, let us turn our attention to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Yunyan. Regardless of the circumstances, Hiruzen felt a twinge of fear. The prospect of conflict over trivial disagreements was simply unbearable for him. Since confrontation was off the table, dialogue became the only recourse, and it was imperative to align with Yunyan's perspective. Yet, the predicament lay in the fact that he could not deal with Danzo, while Yunyan's demand was precisely to address Danzo, creating an apparent contradiction that seemed insurmountable. What, then, could be done? Fortunately, Hiruzen's years as Hokage had not been in vain. His extensive political experience equipped him to navigate such dilemmas. While the conflict may not be resolvable, it could certainly be alleviated. After taking several contemplative puffs from his pipe, Hiruzen gazed at Yunyan and finally articulated the most viable solution he could conceive. Yunyan, I understand the grievances you bear, and I acknowledge the heinous acts committed by Danzo and his root faction. However, Danzo cannot be recklessly dealt with. To demonstrate my sincerity and to ensure your satisfaction, I propose to offer you ample compensation. Once this matter is settled, shall we let bygones be bygones? Yunyan listened to Hiruzen's proposal with an inscrutable expression. Although his demeanor betrayed no visible emotion, internally, Yunyan was already celebrating. Yes, this is precisely what I desire. This is the compensation I seek. In truth, what Yunyan yearned for was precisely this. Regarding the architect of his woes, Danzo, he wished to eradicate him completely, if not entirely, at least to render him sidelined. Yet, was this feasible? With Hiruzen present, achieving such an outcome was exceedingly difficult, for Hiruzen would undoubtedly shield Danzo. Reluctant to punish Danzo while needing to provide Yunyan with a satisfactory resolution, Hiruzen was compelled to pay a price. Indeed, the mention of the word compensation by Sarutobi Hiruzen struck a chord deep within Yunyan's heart, igniting a yearning for benefits. What was it that compelled him to remain in Konoha if not the abundance of resources and treasures it offered? Now, it seemed that these coveted treasures were within reach. However, despite the stirring excitement within, Yunyan could not allow his true feelings to surface. He feigned a slight frown, projecting an image of reluctance, yet with a hint of intrigue. Maintaining this subtle conflict of emotions, Yunyan directly inquired of Sarutobi Hiruzen, compensation? What sort of compensation? Perhaps the Hokage might enlighten me. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared to make a momentous decision, gazing earnestly at Yunyan as he solemnly declared, once you join the Anbu, I shall promote you to the position of captain of the Anbu squad. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Yunyan's eyes flickered with intrigue. What position does the captain of the Anbu hold? One might wonder. In succinct terms, it is a role of considerable standing and authority within the Anbu. A position of undeniable significance, albeit not particularly exalted. Frankly speaking, upon hearing the compensation of the title Anbu captain from Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yunyan felt a sense of discontent brewing within him. Anbu captain? It sounds appealing, yet what does it truly entail? It feels akin to mere charity. Thus, without concealing his dissatisfaction, Yunyan cast a frigid and disdainful gaze upon Sarutobi Hiruzen, questioning, is this all there is? At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to don a thick skin, responding, is this not sufficient? Yunyan, you must understand that since the inception of the Anbu, there has never been a case of someone becoming a squad leader immediately upon joining. You are the first. Oh, do not deceive me, Lord Hokage. What significance does this so-called first instance hold for me? I prefer something tangible, Yunyan retorted, his tone laced with skepticism. Something tangible, Lord Hokage. I trust you comprehend the essence of that. Observing Yunyan's knowing demeanor, Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance darkened. He yearned to assert his ignorance regarding Yunyan's perspective. The position of Anbu captain is indeed of great importance and quite substantial. Moreover, your immediate appointment as squad leader upon entering the Anbu reflects my esteem for you. Yunyan's expression grew increasingly impudent. Lord Hokage, you may deceive others, but I am not so easily fooled. Let us not overlook my own capabilities and strength. If I were to enter the Anbu with my current prowess, it would be well within my means to serve as Anbu captain. Do you intend to treat someone of my caliber as an ordinary Anbu ninja? That would be utterly outrageous. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself choking on his pipe, coughing several times to mask his embarrassment. Seizing the moment, Yunyan continued his tirade. As the saying goes, the capable rise to the top, and I believe this principle holds true within the Anbu as well. With my level of strength, I cannot be commanded by those of lesser ability upon my entry into the Anbu. Hence, my appointment as squad leader is only fitting. Lord Hokage, do not preemptively bestow upon me a position that rightfully belongs to me, merely cloaked under the guise of compensation. That would be rather shameless. The directness of Yunyan's words left Sarutobi Hiruzen coughing even more violently, as if the smoke had truly caught in his throat. After several moments, he finally composed himself, though the old man's face betrayed a hint of embarrassment at being so bluntly confronted. He attempted to disguise his discomfort and inquired, "Cough, if that is the case, Yunyan, do you have any other compensation in mind?" Finally, the question had been posed, and a flicker of triumph ignited within Yunyan. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen had taken the initiative to ask, he resolved to be audacious in his demands. Without hesitation, he declared, "I desire the Book of Seals." Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted dramatically, morphing into one of disbelief, even indignation. "What jest is this? You asked for the Book of Seals outright. Why not simply request the position of Hokage?" Yunyan immediately recoiled in distaste. "I have no desire for such a position. It would entail endless toil and worry, fraught with concerns for this and that, ultimately yielding little reward despite the labor. In critical moments, one might even perish for the sake of Konoha. Did the second and fourth Hokage not meet their demise in this way? I would rather perish than assume the mantle of Hokage." This statement thoroughly perplexed Sarutobi Hiruzen. What is this? How can the title of Hokage sound so trivial when it escapes your lips? It feels as if I am being played for a fool. How vexing. In the past, I have managed to concoct numerous enticing schemes from this position, yet this young man seems utterly disinterested, struggling with this peculiar sense of frustration and humiliation. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened as he returned to the original topic. Regardless of the circumstances, the Book of Seals is the most vital possession of Konoha. It cannot simply be handed over, nor should it even be considered. Yunyan, cease this nonsense and propose a reasonable form of compensation, should it be sufficiently justifiable. I shall certainly oblige you. At this moment, Yunyan disdainfully clicked his tongue. Reasonable? What, in the eyes of the esteemed Hokage, constitutes reasonableness? Very well. If the Book of Seals is off the table, then I shall concede. Surely the ninjutsu contained within it is acceptable? Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated briefly, but then nodded, albeit with a somber expression. Very well, that is indeed a possibility. Which ninjutsu do you seek as compensation? Edo Tensei, don't even think about it. How about Shikifujin? That is also out of the question. With every suggestion met with rejection, Yunyan's demeanor grew increasingly hostile, and he glared at Sarutobi Hiruzen with irritation. I say, esteemed Hokage, with every proposal being dismissed, are you not merely deceiving me? At this juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen was on the verge of cursing. The Book of Seals contains numerous confidential and formidable ninjutsu, which are classified into varying degrees of significance. If it were a matter of relatively important but not critical ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen might have considered granting Yunyan's request. However, the very first demands made by Yunyan were what? Edo Tensei, Shikifujin, and the entirety of the sealing techniques from the Uzumaki clan. Are these abilities something that can simply be given away? Which of these is not a decisive weapon of great magnitude? Even the seemingly inconspicuous sealing techniques of the Vortex clan, if fully disclosed, could indeed establish an entire ninja village. Such incredibly vital techniques cannot possibly be handed over to Yunyan without due consideration. It is essential to recognize that Yunyan belongs to the Uchiha clan. Should these abilities fall into their hands, it would spell significant trouble for Konoha. It is precisely because of the potential disastrous consequences that Sarutobi Hiruzen's resolve remains unwavering. These techniques must not be given. Yunyan, seemingly incensed by Sarutobi's repeated refusals, wore an increasingly hostile expression. Lord Hokage, what is permissible? What can you provide? As the esteemed Hokage, you cannot continue to dismiss my requests so casually. Nor can you expect me to leave empty-handed. Sarutobi's demeanor was equally grim, yet his stance remained resolute. Under no circumstances can these perilous techniques be offered to you. You must select a different jutsu. Yunyan instantly seized upon the term perilous in Sarutobi's words. Perilous? Are these techniques truly dangerous? Indeed. These jutsus are forbidden techniques from the Book of Seals, and such forbidden arts are both dangerous and powerful, typically prohibited from use. If these techniques were to circulate, even a minor misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Very well, let us assume I am persuaded by your reasoning, Lord Hokage. I shall choose a jutsu that is not hazardous, if that is acceptable. That is permissible. Seeing that Sarutobi had seemingly fallen into his trap, Yunyan finally revealed his true intent. Then I shall request the Flying Thunder God technique. Sarutobi was momentarily taken aback and fell silent. Yes, the Flying Thunder God technique. This was Yunyan's ultimate objective, the jutsu he was determined to acquire at all costs. While he undoubtedly coveted the previously mentioned reanimation and sealing techniques, he was acutely aware that such powers were beyond his immediate reach, as Sarutobi would never grant them to him. Thus, Yunyan lowered his expectations, opting for a technique that Sarutobi would find less objectionable yet still immensely beneficial to himself, successfully extorting the Flying Thunder God technique, a jutsu that shines brilliantly among all ninja arts and holds an exceptionally important position. Its prominence stems from the fact that it is a spatial technique. To simplify its principle and function, it is essentially a form of instant teleportation, characterized by remarkable speed and extensive range. Throughout the annals of ninja history, aside from the Flying Thunder God, there are indeed numerous capabilities related to space. For instance, Uchiha Obito's Manjiki Sharingan technique, Kamui. Additionally, Tsutsuki Kagai's abilities, such as the Shinjinzanshu no Jutsu and Tank no SHK. Furthermore, Uchiha Sasuke's later use of the Rinnegan's Ameno Jikara also exemplifies such spatial prowess. These abilities pertain to the realm of space. Among the various spatial techniques, the Flying Thunder God technique may not be the most formidable, yet it undoubtedly ranks as the most convenient. In the original storyline, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, the illustrious Minato Namikaze employed the Flying Thunder God to instantaneously transport the tailed beast bomb, proving immensely beneficial. Thus, Yunyan is resolutely determined to acquire such an incredibly convenient and impactful spatial ninjutsu. After articulating his request for the Flying Thunder God technique, Yunyan fixed his earnest gaze upon Sarutobi Hiruzen, unequivocally demonstrating his unwavering resolve. Moreover, at that moment, Yunyan exuded an intense aura, suggesting a readiness to engage in combat at the slightest provocation, indicating that should his request be denied once more, he would not hesitate to take action. What predicament does Sarutobi Hiruzen find himself in now? The old man is currently engulfed in a profound hesitation. He is well aware of the formidable power and convenience that the Flying Thunder God technique possesses. Should he master this technique, its potential applications would be beyond imagination. Thus, it is with a heavy heart that Sarutobi Hiruzen is reluctant to impart this ninjutsu to Yunyan. However, witnessing Yunyan's unwavering determination and considering that he has already declined the young man's requests on numerous occasions, it becomes increasingly difficult to refuse him once more, leading Hiruzen into a state of indecision. His hesitation does not stem solely from this conflict. He is also contemplating the arduous nature of mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. Indeed, the learning curve for this technique is exceedingly steep, far surpassing the difficulty of the impure world reincarnation that Yunyan had previously mentioned. Hiruzen harbors a subtle belief that, in order to successfully learn the Flying Thunder God, mere diligence is insufficient. One must possess a certain innate talent, particularly a gift for spatial manipulation. Without such an aptitude, no amount of effort would suffice to master the technique. However, should one indeed possess this talent, the opportunity to learn it arises, akin to his mentor, the second Hokage Tobirama Senju, and his own apprentice, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. Does Yunyan possess this innate ability? As Hiruzen gazes at Yunyan, he begins to ponder this possibility, though he finds it unlikely. Since the creation of the Flying Thunder God technique by his teacher, the second Hokage, so much time has elapsed, and many have attempted to learn it. Yet only 2 individuals have truly succeeded. For reasons unknown, Hiruzen instinctively feels that Yunyan will be unable to master the Flying Thunder God technique. The odds of failure loom large, potentially tarnishing the brilliance of this ninjutsu gem. However, the tarnishing of the gem is of little consequence. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Yunyan may not be capable of learning this technique at all. As long as he imparts the technique to silence the young man, allowing Yunyan to feel satisfied, Hiruzen thinks that what happens afterward, whether the young man can learn it, will no longer be his concern. This encapsulates the general thoughts of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Undoubtedly, Hiruzen harbors concerns. He worries about what might transpire if Yunyan truly masters the Flying Thunder God technique. However, that is a distant consideration. For even Minato took an extensive period to barely grasp the technique. In essence, mastering the Flying Thunder God technique is no simple feat after deliberating for quite some time. Hiruzen ultimately resolved to acquiesce. Seated behind his desk, he continued to puff on his pipe, exhaling a plume of smoke, and sighed deeply. as if he had made an exceedingly difficult decision. Well, since you have asked, Yunyan, I shall bestow upon you the Flying Thunder God technique. Upon hearing this, a smile immediately illuminated Yunyan's face, and the vaguely menacing aura surrounding him dissipated entirely, his demeanor transforming a full 180. Ah, Lord Hokage. It is truly splendid that you agree. I knew you were a man of great wisdom and reason. Observing Yunyan's sudden shift, Hiruzen inwardly scoffed, just moments ago. You were ready to resort to violence, and now you flatter me for my sagacity. This scoundrel is quite audacious. The notion of no gain without effort and no rabbit. No hawk, how shall I contend with such a personality in the future? It poses quite the challenge. Temporarily suppressing his concerns for the future, Hiruzen furrowed his brow and felt compelled to caution Yunyan. The compensation of the Flying Thunder God technique, along with the position of captain of the Anbu, should suffice, correct? Yunyan nodded with a beaming smile. Sufficient, indeed, just barely. After suppressing his irritation, Hiruzen continued, in that case, let us consider this matter settled for the time being. Do not pursue the issues with Danzo and the route for now. I shall issue a strict order to Danzo, instructing him to refrain from any further actions against you or your companions. You may rest assured on this matter. If I were to be so trusting, I would be a fool, Yunyan thought internally, though his visage remained soft and amiable. Very well, Lord Hokage, since you are so sincere, I shall turn a blind eye to the situation with Danzo. He continued, I believe you will uphold your promise, and I trust that Danzo will heed your words and not provoke me henceforth. After all, you are the Hokage. He must obey your orders, right? Feeling as though this statement was a veiled mockery of himself, Hiruzen reflected on Yunyan's cheeky demeanor and suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue. He no longer wished to maintain the pretense and, with an expression of annoyance and resignation, gestured for Yunyan to leave. All right. Then, you may return for now. With a smile still gracing his features, Yunyan extended his hand toward Hiruzen, clearly indicating, so, where is the Flying Thunder God technique? Hand it over. Seeing the outstretched hand, Hiruzen felt a vein nearly pop on his forehead. Such a crucial ninjutsu cannot be given to you immediately. It will be tomorrow. I shall have Kakashi personally deliver the Flying Thunder God technique to you. Upon hearing this, Yunyan glanced at Kakashi, who had remained silent, quietly observing the exchange. At last, Kakashi nodded, seemingly in agreement. Yunyan, sensing no issues, concurred, very well, I shall await your esteemed delivery of the Flying Thunder God technique at home tomorrow. Please do not disappoint me or go back on your word. Hiruzen's forehead vein finally could no longer contain itself and surfaced. His words nearly gritted through clenched teeth. Yunyan, do you perceive me as such a person? To this query, Yunyan did not respond directly. Instead, he laughed it off. Haha, I shall take my leave now, as Tsukasa is waiting for me to return for dinner. No sooner had he spoken, Yunyan vanished in an instant, departing from the Hokage's office. The fellow has finally departed. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen reclined in his chair, unable to suppress a sigh of relief. However, once the relief settled, he could not help but reflect on the series of events that had just transpired, and a wave of anger surged within him. It was utterly infuriating that this young upstart had extorted the Flying Thunder God technique from him. Indeed, the old fox Sarutobi Hiruzen was not oblivious. After years of political maneuvering, he had developed a keen sense for such tactics. Realizing this, an intense frustration welled up inside him. How could he, a seasoned elder, have been outmaneuvered by a mere youth from the Uchiha clan? How despicable! Though anger simmered within him, and he felt the sting of defeat, he still found solace in the fact that he had managed to send that troublesome youth away. Moreover, upon further contemplation, he had to concede that even if he had anticipated Yunyan's request for the Flying Thunder God technique, he had no viable alternatives. The truth was undeniable. Yunyan held the upper hand, with the lifeless head of a root ninja still prominently displayed before him. Furthermore, Yunyan was unpredictable, ready to resort to violence at the slightest provocation, indifferent to the consequences, while Sarutobi Hiruzen, cautious by nature, could not afford such recklessness. This innate tendency to weigh his options often left him feeling vulnerable to manipulation. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, preserving Danzo and the root organization could not be deemed a failure. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only find comfort in the self-justification. In light of these troubling matters, he found himself compelled to ponder yet another significant issue. The crux of this significant issue lies in the true prowess of Yunyan. The attempts by Danzo and the root organization have evidently faltered. In their efforts to confront Yunyan, they resorted to the despicable tactic of poisoning, which ultimately proved futile. As Yunyan discerned and neutralized their scheme from the outset, From beginning to end, the true strength of Yunyan remained elusive. However, whether it is a stroke of fortune or misfortune, when Yunyan later caused a commotion at Saratobi Hizashi's place, he inadvertently revealed his authentic power. The aura displayed by Yunyan indicated that this young man had already achieved the rank of a shadow. The very thought of shadow echoed in Saratobi Hizashi's mind as he furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the predicament at hand. The Uchiha clan had unexpectedly produced a shadow-level warrior, and to make matters worse, this individual was particularly troublesome. The only silver lining was that Uchiha Yunyan seemed to have no close ties to their clan. The Uchiha had never truly valued this troublesome youth, and it was likely that they remained unaware of the existence of such a formidable shadow among them. The young man's detachment from his family could be considered a stroke of misfortune amidst the greater calamity, maintaining a tumultuous inner turmoil. Saratobi Hiruzen lifted his gaze slightly and beheld Kakashi, who stood nearby, seemingly awaiting his command. Upon seeing Kakashi, Saratobi Hiruzen momentarily paused. "Ah, Kakashi." In the courtyard of the Yunyan clan, you engaged in a brief confrontation with him to prevent him from eliminating the root ninja, did you not? Kakashi nodded in response to Saratobi Hiruzen's inquiry. "Indeed, Hokage-sama." With a serious expression, Saratobi Hiruzen requested, "Please elucidate the details of the encounter," leaving no aspect unaddressed. Kakashi, without reservation, recounted the instantaneous clash in great detail, including Yunyan's peculiar high-speed technique that merged with the air, transforming into a gentle breeze, and how his Chidori was swiftly overwhelmed in a moment of distraction. He also noted that by the time he regained his composure, the root ninja had already been decapitated. Kakashi shared everything he could. It was not as though Kakashi aimed to expose Yunyan's secrets. After all, Saratobi Hiruzen was the Hokage and Kakashi's superior, and he could only respond truthfully to the inquiries posed by his leader. Once the account was concluded, Saratobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed even deeper. He realized that he had underestimated Yunyan. Initially, he thought this young man had only recently ascended to the level of a shadow, and that his arrogance stemmed from this newfound power. However, based on the details of his brief encounter with Kakashi, it seemed that Yunyan was far from an ordinary newcomer to the shadow level. The early stages of attaining such power often come with instability. How could one so easily overwhelm Kakashi? Saratobi Hiruzen possessed a profound understanding of Kakashi's capabilities. He recognized that although Kakashi was not at the shadow level, his various techniques allowed him to contend with even the strongest opponents. Yet, when faced with Yunyan, this ninja, who could spar with anyone, was unexpectedly vanquished in an instant. This situation evokes a sense of unsettling contemplation. After pondering for a while, Saratobi Hiruzen discerned a certain nuance. It appears that Kakashi may have deliberately held back. If he had not, why would Kakashi have opted for Chidori instead of Raikiri? If Kakashi did indeed restrain himself, then his swift defeat becomes comprehensible. In that moment, Saratobi Hiruzen seemed to have discovered a plausible explanation, casting a meaningful glance at Kakashi. As for Kakashi, he felt a tinge of unease under Hiruzen's penetrating gaze. Yet his extensive experience as a ninja allowed him to maintain a composed demeanor, betraying none of his inner turmoil, mistakenly believing he had grasped the truth of the matter. Saratobi Hiruzen underestimated the true strength of Yunyan, which alleviated his worries somewhat. His spirits lifted slightly. He felt that this young man could indeed handle and subdue the situation at hand. With this thought in mind, Saratobi Hiruzen waved his hand at Kakashi, signaling him to withdraw. Kakashi complied immediately, returning to his position among the concealed Anbu ninjas. This matter appears to have come to a definitive conclusion. Yet it is not entirely resolved. After sitting in contemplation for a while longer, Saratobi Hiruzen realized that he must alert Danzo, informing him of yet another failure. Simultaneously, Saratobi Hiruzen genuinely intended to caution Danzo, urging him to refrain from taking any further action against Yunyan. This time is not merely a provocation. Saratobi Hiruzen is truly earnest, and he has no intention of allowing Danzo to continue his machinations. One must acknowledge that Yunyan is already at the level of a Kage, and dealing with such formidable opponents is no trivial matter. This matter requires careful deliberation, and Danzo must be kept in check for the time being. Having resolved these thoughts, Saratobi Hiruzen lifted the severed head of the fallen ninja before him and departed from his office. And indeed, his visit to Danzo this time was akin to the previous one. He went alone, without the company of the surrounding Anbu guards. Just as Saratobi Hiruzen exited his office, Yunyan returned to his own abode. There were no signs of disturbance at home. The bodies had long been disposed of, and nothing appeared amiss. Upon entering his room, Yunyan realized the fortuitous timing of his return. Izumi had just finished preparing dinner, the table laden with a sumptuous feast. What more was there to discuss? It was time to dine. Thus, Yunyan chose to set aside the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind and took a seat at the table, enjoying dinner with Izumi. Despite the numerous incidents that had transpired prior to this evening's meal, it unfolded in the same tranquil and heartwarming manner as usual. Throughout dinner, Yunyan found himself in a state of hesitation, contemplating whether to share the current circumstances with Izumi, to let her in on the unfolding situation. However, after some reflection, he decided against disrupting the warm atmosphere. He resolved to wait for a more opportune moment to disclose these matters to her. Until then, it was best that Izumi remained untouched by such distressing troubles. Ultimately, Yunyan held a protective sentiment towards Izumi, wishing to shield her from unnecessary worry and concern. The dinner between Yunyan and Kwon was warm and comforting. However, on the contrary, the atmosphere between Sarutobi Hisashi and Danzo was quite unpleasant. The setting remained in Danzo's residence, with the two individuals being Sarutobi Hisashi and Danzo. Upon Sarutobi Hisashi's arrival, presenting the severed head and directly detailing the events that transpired, Danzo's mood soured considerably. Another failure. Yet another defeat. Despite employing even the deadly poison left behind by Orochimaru, which seemed a surefire plan, the outcome was still disastrous. Upon learning of the situation and beholding the head of his subordinate, Danzo's spirits plummeted. Yet, the worst was yet to come. Following this, Sarutobi Hisashi delivered an unrelenting reprimand to Danzo, harsh and scathing, firmly ordering him to refrain from making any further moves against Uchiha Yunyan. This time, Sarutobi Hisashi's demeanor was strikingly stern, and his resolve unwavering, contrasting sharply with his previous stance. Naturally, Danzo was unwilling to acquiesce. He harbored biases against the Uchiha clan. And after repeatedly failing against Yunyan, he was adamant about not backing down. Consequently, a heated argument erupted once more between Danzo and Sarutobi Hisashi. Danzo reiterated his familiar reasoning, insisting that the Uchiha clan must be eradicated, and that Uchiha Yunyan posed a significant threat that needed to be eliminated entirely. He admonished Hisashi for his leniency, warning that such compassion would ultimately lead to disaster. Having grown weary of this incessant dialogue, Sarutobi Hiruzen certainly bore no goodwill towards Danzo. His approach to dealing with Danzo remained unwavering as ever. With his assertive proclamation, "I am the Hokage," he once again silenced Danzo, leaving his face a ghastly shade and his mind teetering on the brink of madness. Observing the man he had consistently suppressed, Hiruzen felt a sense of disdain. Yet, he understood the wisdom in balancing reprimand with benevolence. After delivering a stern order to Danzo, he provided a justification for restraint. The rationale was straightforward. Yunyan's strength had ascended to that of Hokage, a formidable adversary not to be trifled with, necessitating a more cautious approach. Upon hearing this news, Danzo's eyes widened in shock, his ire momentarily dissipating as his focus shifted predominantly to the fact that Uchiha Yunyan had reached Kage level. After confirming this information with Hiruzen, Danzo's expression darkened once more. It became clear to him why he had failed twice. Unbeknownst to him, this young man had stealthily attained such power, which explained much. With this newfound understanding, Danzo's mood lightened slightly. Simultaneously, he found himself more amenable to Hiruzen's directives. After all, confronting an elite jonin differed vastly from contending with the Kage, both in significance and in the strategies employed. Danzo resolved to reevaluate his plans, elevating Uchiha Yunyan's threat level to its utmost, designating him as a long-term target that must be eliminated, requiring extensive deliberation. The Flying Thunder God technique was now within reach, and as Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained a figure of integrity. The day after the incident, despite his reluctance, he painstakingly transcribed a scroll of the Flying Thunder God technique from the Book of Seals and entrusted it to Kakashi, instructing him to deliver it to Yunyan. Kakashi, ever obedient, set off to fulfill this task. As he stealthily approached the outskirts of the Uchiha clan's territory for the nth time, nearing Yunyan's residence, he discovered that Yunyan was already waiting for him beneath the eaves of his home. Was it possible that this fellow had anticipated his arrival? A few strands of annoyance surfaced on Kakashi's forehead as he swiftly appeared before Yunyan. At that moment, Yunyan was clad in a comfortably loose bathrobe, exuding a relaxed demeanor. Upon seeing Kakashi materialize before him, Yunyan wasted no time and extended his hand towards him. Kakashi's irritation only intensified, yet with resignation. He handed over the scroll he had been carrying. Yunyan accepted the scroll and unfurled it right in front of Kakashi's eyes. Indeed, it was authentic. He nodded in satisfaction. Although he had never seen the contents of the Flying Thunder God technique before, Yunyan possessed a discerning eye. A mere glance was sufficient for him to ascertain its authenticity. completeness, and whether any details were missing or flawed. There was no need for concern that Sarutobi Hiruzen had provided a counterfeit version of the technique or that he had intentionally altered it while copying, aiming to set a trap for Yunyan's training. Although this old fellow may be cunning, he would not stoop to such despicable acts. This much Yunyan firmly believes. Thus, once everything was confirmed beyond doubt, Yunyan contentedly tucked the scroll into his bosom. Having received the benefits, Yunyan felt satisfied, and this matter was definitively concluded. As for Danzo and the roots, Yunyan held to his promise and had no intention of intervening for the time being. Of course, the absence of intervention does not equate to a lack of vigilance. Yunyan was 2,000% certain that Danzo, having suffered this defeat, would remain discontented and would certainly make another attempt against him. However, this time, Danzo likely had gleaned some insight into Yunyan's capabilities, and without sufficient assurance, he would refrain from rash actions. After accepting the Flying Thunder God technique and feeling quite pleased, Yunyan did not engage in any other activities, but merely raised his gaze to calmly regard Kakashi before him. The implication in his eyes was unmistakable. Why had Kakashi not yet departed? Under Yunyan's unwavering stare, the lines of annoyance on Kakashi's forehead multiplied, and he could not help but retort, "I say, Yunyan, must you so disdainfully regard me? After all, we are friends, are we not?" Yunyan crossed his arms, adopting a scornful demeanor. "Friends? Do friends secretly monitor each other for half an hour each day?" Kakashi, possessing a rather thick skin, felt no embarrassment whatsoever. "I simply have no choice. How could I disregard the orders of the Hokage?" "Ah, yes, indeed," Yunyan replied dismissively. "You are a favored aide of the Hokage, so naturally, you must obediently heed his directives." At this juncture, Yunyan's expression shifted abruptly. "However, if one day Sarutobi the Elder could no longer tolerate me and commanded you to eliminate me, what would you do? Would you comply with that order?" This question proved to be quite challenging for Kakashi to answer. However, he replied with a seemingly innocent demeanor, "Although, I can't possibly defeat you." Indeed, it seemed to be true. Yunyan nodded thoughtfully. "But aren't you known as Hatake 50-50? You can spar with anyone. And if the old man Sarutobi were to give the order, would you not also find yourself at a 50-50 stance with me?" At this point, Kakashi could no longer suppress the exasperation evident on his face. "What on earth is this Hatake 50-50 nonsense? You bestowed that moniker upon me long ago, and it is rather offensive." Nevertheless, Kakashi refrained from diverting the conversation any further. After pondering for a moment, treating Yunyan as a true friend, Kakashi ultimately provided his response to the matter. "If, in the future, you truly come to blows with Lord Hokage, and if he were to assign me to confront you, as you stated, my strength is merely that of an equal match with you. What can I do?" Yunyan immediately grasped the implication and enlightened realization dawned upon him. "So, you would go easy on me, wouldn't you?" Kakashi resolutely denied. "I never claimed such a thing. My abilities are simply insufficient. Even if I were to exert myself fully, I could only manage a draw with you. Even achieving a draw would likely be fleeting. I fear that before long, I would be bested by you." Yunyan chuckled and nodded in understanding, sharing a tacit agreement with Kakashi. I see, a 50-50 match." Upon hearing Kakashi's response, he felt quite satisfied. It appeared that Kakashi was not particularly loyal to Sarutobi. Rather, he was merely compelled by circumstance to serve faithfully under him. Kakashi displayed a commendable sense of camaraderie towards his friend. Should such a situation arise, he would be unable to defy the Hokage's orders, yet would find it inappropriate to treat his friend with hostility. Thus, he would have to relent. In conclusion, it seemed their friendship could continue to flourish. Having confirmed this, Yunyan gestured towards the two cushions nearby. "Come, Kakashi, have a seat. It has been many years since we last met formally. Let us engage in a meaningful conversation." At this moment, Kakashi's expression bore a hint of distress. "I too wish to converse with you, yet regrettably, my time is limited. After delivering this Flying Thunder God technique, I must return to report to Lord Hokage. Is that truly so difficult? Is there not a ready-made excuse at hand? Do you not come to my residence for half an hour each day? You could simply inform the old man Sarutobi that after bestowing the Flying Thunder God upon me, you casually executed a task by keeping watch for a while, confirming that I posed no unusual threats before returning. While that may be true, Yunyan, Lord Hokage has already rescinded the order for me to surveil you daily." "What?" Yunyan momentarily failed to anticipate this, but soon grasped the situation. "Ah, I see now. Yesterday, I revealed my abilities before the old man Sarutobi, He recognized that I am not to be trifled with. Thus, it is no longer convenient for you to continue your daily visits. Kakashi nodded deeply, affirming her realization. Just then, Izumi emerged from the house after finishing her daily chores, intending to say something to Yunyan. Yunyan, I recall that we should still have. As soon as she stepped outside, Izumi caught sight of Kakashi, clad in his Anbu attire. She was completely unprepared and was startled by his sudden appearance. Indeed, the presence of Kakashi, a member of the Hokage's Anbu, typically heralded no good news. Upon witnessing Kakashi standing before Yunyan, Izumi could not help but feel a wave of trepidation wash over her, soon followed by concern. Was Yunyan in some sort of trouble? Had the Anbu come to seek him? Yunyan, perceptive to Izumi's anxiety, sought to reassure her. With a casual gesture towards Kakashi, he introduced him, saying, "This is Kakashi, my friend who works in the Anbu. He has come to see me today. You must have heard of his name." Upon realizing that the white-haired Anbu before her was none other than the illustrious Kakashi, Izumi was taken aback once more, unable to restrain her curiosity. "So, you are indeed the esteemed Kakashi-senpai. I have certainly heard of your reputation." Being addressed as senpai made Kakashi scratch his head, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his features. "Is that so? However, I fear you might not have heard the most flattering of titles." Izumi nodded, a touch of bashfulness creeping into her demeanor. After all, Kakashi, as a representative figure of the younger generation in Konoha, was often associated with monikers such as the Copy Ninja or Sharingan Kakashi. Regardless of the title, be it Copy Ninja or Sharingan Kakashi, they all echoed one defining trait, the Sharingan itself. It is worth noting that Kakashi, not being a member of the Uchiha clan, possessed the Sharingan, which was a gift granted with the clan's reluctant consent. These circumstances contributed to Kakashi's noteworthy, yet somewhat tarnished reputation within the Uchiha clan. Izumi was certainly aware of the whispers that surrounded him. There was a time when his name resonated with her like thunder. However, she was still caught off guard. Glancing at Kakashi, then at Yunyan beside her, her expression reflected a blend of shyness and delight. "I truly did not expect that Kakashi-senpai would be a friend of Yunyan's. I had thought that Yunyan had no friends in the village at all." Yunyan could not simply disregard those words. He was immediately displeased and instinctively retorted, "How could I have no friends in Konoha? Isn't Kakashi one of them?" Izumi smiled gently and inquired, "Aside from Kakashi-senpai, who else?" The names Yunyan attempted to conjure up dwindled as his hesitation grew. Most of the clan members are somewhat unhinged. Finally, it seemed like a light bulb went off in Yunyan's mind as he realized, "So, my social standing in Konoha is that poor?" Izumi placed a hand on her forehead, her expression one of exasperation. Kakashi, standing before them, was equally at a loss and couldn't help but tease Yunyan. "Yunyan, it's not that your reputation in Konoha is lacking. Rather, you have no reputation at all." Izumi nodded in agreement, acknowledging Kakashi's observation. "That does seem to be the case. I'm not entirely sure about your standing outside the clan, but I can assert that within it, you possess no social connections," she affirmed. Logically, such a revelation from Izumi should have left Yunyan feeling quite embarrassed. But who was Yunyan? He was thick-skinned and carefree. Contemplating for a moment, he promptly dismissed the notion, offering his own unique perspective. "It doesn't matter. So what if I lack social connections? It is the weak who lament their circumstances, while the strong forge their own paths. My lack of connection stems from my belief that those individuals are not worthy of my friendship. Only those whom I deem worthy can call themselves my friends." At this juncture, Yunyan took a couple of steps forward and patted Kakashi on the shoulder, saying, "Kakashi, if you have the time, please introduce me to that might guy fellow. After all, we are all friends, aren't we?" Kakashi was somewhat taken aback by this request. "Of course, I can introduce you to him. Guy is indeed a good person," but he paused, aware of Guy's eccentric personality. "I know he has a rather peculiar character, and as the foremost master of ninjutsu in Konoha, I am familiar with his situation. However, that should not impede our friendship. As I mentioned, only those I value are worthy of my acquaintance, and in my eyes, Guy fits that bill." Upon first hearing this, especially when considering Guy's usual demeanor, Kakashi found himself at a loss for words. Yet, upon further reflection, especially when considering Guy's sincerity and formidable taijutsu skills, Kakashi had to concede that Guy was indeed a friend worth having for Yunyan, provided that Yunyan could tolerate Guy's eccentricities. Scratching his head, Kakashi could only agree to the proposal. "All right, if I have the time, I will introduce you too. However, not right now. I must return immediately as I have already dawdled too long." Yunyan expressed his understanding and gave Kakashi another reassuring pat on the shoulder. "I can relate. After all, It's not easy being around the old man Sarutobi all day. Upon hearing Yunyan refer to the third Hokage as the old man, Izumi was taken aback and glanced at Kakashi with a mix of surprise and concern. Kakashi, unfazed, bid farewell to Yunyan and nodded at Izumi before vanishing in an instant. As Yunyan watched Kakashi depart, he fell into a contemplative silence. After a few moments, he suddenly turned to Izumi and remarked, "Izumi, Kakashi is quite a decent fellow. If I am not around and you find yourself in a predicament, you can seek him out. I am certain he will assist you." Izumi nodded, committing this to memory. With their conversation concluded, Yunyan decided to retreat indoors, saying, "Come, Izumi, I will provide you with Kakashi's address and some of his contact details." Izumi nodded obediently and followed Yunyan into the room. Thus, this matter reached a definitive conclusion. Following this incident, both Yunyan's side and the factions of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo maintained a period of calm, seizing the rare tranquility. Yunyan took the opportunity during the holiday to delve into the newly acquired Flying Thunder God technique within the confines of his home. This research reveals that the Flying Thunder God technique is indeed quite remarkable. As anticipated, making strides in the realm of space is not a trivial endeavor. After all, when it comes to the complexities of time and space, the challenges are formidable. Such enigmatic forces are beyond the reach of mere mortals. Through diligent investigation, Yunyan discovered that mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique is heavily reliant on innate talent. It cannot simply be achieved through sheer effort alone, as one must possess the requisite aptitude. Having the potential for spatial abilities opens the door to the possibility of cultivating the Flying Thunder God technique. It is crucial to note that merely possessing this potential does not guarantee success in mastering the technique. Conversely, lacking spatial aptitude essentially precludes any hope of success, compelling one to pursue other ninjutsu instead. Now the question arises, does Yunyan possess such aptitude? For Yunyan, the answer is somewhat inconsequential, as he has an external advantage. Utilizing this advantage, Yunyan dedicated a week to researching the Flying Thunder God technique, and indeed, he began to uncover some insights. While a week's time may not suffice for him to formally grasp the technique, he has certainly identified a pathway to initiation. As he continues to follow this instinctive approach, Yunyan harbors a strong premonition that he will undoubtedly succeed in mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. When that time comes, his mobility and speed will see a tremendous enhancement, elevating his strength to new heights. It is truly exhilarating to contemplate such prospects. However, another week of vacation has slipped away, and 3 weeks have now passed, leaving Yunyan with only a quarter of his month-long break remaining. The impending return to work is indeed disheartening. In addition to this troubling matter, there is another issue that has weighed heavily on Yunyan's mind, one that was brought to his attention by Quan. During breakfast, Quan expressed her concerns to Yunyan. "Yunyan, it has been 3 weeks since your return, and during this time, you have yet to meet with the clan leader, nor have you reported back to the clan, have you?" Upon hearing this, Yunyan paused in his meal, his chopsticks hovering over the rice. "Meet the clan leader? Report to the clan? Huh. I am but a ghost within the Uchiha clan. Who in our clan cares for me, values me, or even knows of my existence? I have returned. Why should I seek him out? Why should I report? Should I press my warm face against their cold backsides? I refuse to do so." Yunyan's defiance was anticipated by Quan. With a sigh, she felt compelled to offer a few words of counsel. "Yunyan, this is an unspoken rule of the family. When clan members return from missions, it is customary to report back to the clan. The specifics of the mission need not be disclosed in detail, but at the very least, it is respectful to inform them of your return. Moreover, while ordinary Chunin and Jinin may not have the privilege to meet the clan leader, as a Jonin who has undertaken a long-term task such as guarding the 12 ninja, it is only fitting that you pay a visit to the clan leader upon your return as a gesture of respect." Yunyan gazed at Quan with a sense of resignation. Firstly, it was evident that Quan was concerned for his well-being. She understood that he was not valued within the Uchiha clan and believed that this situation could not persist. As an elite Jonin, he was bound to shine in the future, and it was indeed inconvenient for him to remain isolated within the clan. Secondly, upon further reflection, Quan's words held a degree of truth, especially in matters of interpersonal relations. It is akin to someone who has been on a business trip for several years, finally returning home, yet chooses to remain silent, not reaching out to relatives or friends, leaving them unaware of their return. This is somewhat unreasonable. However, the issue at hand leaves Yunyan in a state of perplexity. In his perspective, the members of the Uchiha clan, or rather his own kin, seem to possess a certain degree of irrationality. Moreover, the closer one is to the core of the family, the more pronounced this irrationality appears to be. Conversely, those who are on the periphery of the clan, or those who have been distanced by the core members, tend to exhibit milder, if not entirely absent, signs of such irrationality. For instance, the individual named Izumi before Yunyan is a Uchiha clansman who is entirely devoid of any such affliction. While it may seem somewhat impolite to express, the truth remains. For those members of the Uchiha clan who exhibit signs of mental instability, Yunyan genuinely wishes to avoid any engagement. Izumi hopes to meet with the clan leader of the Uchiha. Indeed, being the clan leader implies a significant degree of mental imbalance. Deeply entangled in the myriad troubles that pervade both the upper echelons of Konoha and the inner workings of the Uchiha clan itself, it can be stated unequivocally that the leader of the Uchiha clan is currently one of the most troublesome figures within Konoha. Furthermore, Izumi wishes for Yunyan to report to the clan. While the leader's mental faculties may not be as severely compromised, those who wield power within the clan surely represent a notable lack of rationality. To what extent is this irrationality? It has reached a point where Yunyan feels utterly disinclined to engage with them. To the extent that communication seems impossible, he intends to meet solely with the clan leader. One can imagine the scenario, one's own clansman nearby, extolling the glories of the Uchiha clan while simultaneously belittling others, suggesting that Konoha, at best, ranks third among the great clans. Moreover, these clan members exhibit an air of superiority that leads them to believe that, irrespective of circumstances, one should expend every effort and sacrifice all for the family, simply because one bears the Uchiha name. If such delusions were confined to a mild degree of irrationality, Yunyan might tolerate it. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that these clan members not only indulge in self-deception but genuinely believe it. They are convinced that the Uchiha clan is the paramount clan of Konoha, invincible, and deserving of dominion over the entire village and even the shinobi world, which they regard with disdain. But does the Uchiha clan truly possess such might? Indeed, at present, they may be considered the foremost clan in Konoha. Yet, when one compares the scale of the Uchiha clan to that of the entire village, the disparity becomes glaringly apparent. The Uchiha members seem oblivious to this gap, their misplaced confidence leading them to deem Konoha insignificant, believing that the Uchiha clan should command Konoha, or at the very least, occupy a more pivotal position with greater authority, rather than merely controlling the police force and being marginalized by the village's leadership. In recent years, the estrangement and exclusion imposed by Konoha's higher-ups have become increasingly evident, and to the members of the Uchiha clan, this discord is perceived as targeted hostility. Coupled with the Uchiha's notoriously volatile temperament, it is inevitable that more extreme rhetoric and ideas will arise over time. Struggles for power are mere child's play, and whispers of a coup d'etat are already in the air, with a majority of the clan members exhibiting irrationality, and Konoha as a whole pushing them away. The future of the Uchiha clan appears bleak. However, setting aside future prospects, let us consider the immediate situation facing Yunyan. As a transmigrant, his predecessor, a mere unnoticed orphan within the Uchiha clan, was scarcely influenced by their extremist pride. Upon Yunyan's arrival, having assumed the identity of his predecessor with a distinct set of values and perspectives, he finds the Uchiha clan's demeanor even more intolerable. Thus, in his view, the majority of Uchiha clan members are indeed mentally unwell and fundamentally incapable of communication. To compel him to report to the clan and interact with that group of irrational individuals would amount to torment. Given Yunyan's reckless nature, a mere disagreement could easily escalate into a physical altercation, let alone the clash of perspectives with these irrational individuals. After a moment of silence, Yunyan voiced his concerns. Izumi, I reluctantly agree to meet with the clan leader, as he tends to be rather composed. However, reporting to the clan, you know well the temperament of those who control clan affairs. They often regard others with disdain, and while they may treat core members with some respect, their attitude towards peripheral members like myself is far from amiable. If their demeanor is poor, my temperament will not allow me to tolerate it. I might very well retaliate. Should that occur, the conflict could escalate beyond control. Upon hearing Yunyan's reasoning, Izumi was taken aback. She could not deny his self-awareness and the validity of his concerns. In that moment, as she stirred her rice with her chopsticks, she began to contemplate the implications. Yunyan reporting to the clan, announcing his return from a long-term mission. The usual authoritative figures within the clan, upon encountering an unfamiliar member, would likely adopt a cold and distant demeanor. They would inquire about the details of his mission and his return, to which Yunyan might respond with impatience, stating he had returned 3 weeks prior. Upon hearing this, the clan members would undoubtedly react with displeasure, questioning why he had only now come to report. They would doubt his loyalty to the clan, even resorting to accusing him of treasonous intentions. The more he listened, the darker his expression would grow, until he could no longer restrain himself and would retaliate with a slap. The resounding slap served as a signal for the battle to commence, prompting both parties to engage in direct combat. With his prowess as an elite shinobi, Yunyan was undoubtedly not at a disadvantage. This situation could only escalate further, ultimately spiraling out of control. As the scenario unfolded, Quan could no longer contain the growing frustration that clouded his mind. Such occurrences are highly likely to transpire. What shall I do? In a moment of despair, Quan slowly picked at her meal, finding this breakfast utterly tasteless. Observing Quan's demeanor, Yunyan understood her plight and shrugged helplessly. Just as Yunyan was about to resume her meal, Quan had a sudden inspiration, offering a rather unconventional solution. Yunyan, how about this? You could simply meet with the clan leader for a brief conversation to inform him of your return. This would effectively serve as a report to the clan. At worst, you could ask the clan leader to relay the information to the others, ensuring they know you are back and that this matter is duly noted. After all, you have attained the rank of elite jonin, on par with the clan leader in strength. Surely, even the clan leader would grant you some respect when addressing someone of equal standing. There are not many elite jonin in our Uchiha clan. Upon hearing this, Yunyan found Quan's suggestion quite reasonable, as it stemmed from her understanding of his elite jonin status. Reflecting on it, Yunyan felt reassured that there would be no issues. Considering that Fujitake, the clan leader, was well-versed in etiquette and would not behave as some others within the clan might. Quan then added a point that Yunyan could not dismiss. Moreover, after the holidays conclude, you will be joining the Anbu. Currently, only Shursui has entered the Anbu from our Uchiha clan, and soon there will be another. This is significant news that the clan leader must be made aware of. Yunyan, already wavering in her decision, found herself leaning towards acceptance after Quan's words. Taking a bite of her meal, she nodded in agreement, affirming, "Yes, Quan, you are right. If I were to return and merely idle away my time in the clan, what concern would the clan leader have for me? However, as I am set to join the Anbu and assume the role of a squad leader, there will undoubtedly be more responsibilities that cannot be overlooked." Quan nearly choked on her food, exclaiming, "What? You are to be a squad leader as soon as you enter the Anbu?" Shursui has been there for quite some time and is merely a squad leader. Yunyan paused, looking at Quan with surprise. "Oh, didn't he mention that to you?" Quan shook her head with a hint of disappointment. "You never told me." Feeling a bit sheepish, Yunyan chuckled. "My apologies. I must have forgotten. Yes, it is true that I will be a squad leader in the Anbu. This was promised to me by Sarutobi." With a resigned sigh, Quan shook her head. "In that case, you must meet with the clan leader to discuss these matters." Yunyan had already resolved to go, nodding in agreement. "Very well. I will meet with the clan leader. There is no time to waste. After finishing breakfast this morning, I shall pay him a visit." With that, Quan felt a sense of relief, pleased that her advice was taken to heart and that Yunyan valued her input. However, after her moment of joy, a trace of worry crept in. As her bowl neared emptiness, she glanced at Yunyan with concern. "Yunyan, becoming a squad leader in the Anbu at the behest of the Hokage must entail certain implications, does it not? Although I am not entirely sure. A squad leader is undoubtedly a significant position within the village and the clan." Sensing her anxiety, Yunyan offered a reassuring smile. "Rest assured, I am fully aware of what this entails. There is absolutely nothing to worry about." Quan nodded, comforted by Yunyan's composed demeanor, which instilled some confidence in her. Thus, breakfast concluded as it always did, without any notable difference from the usual routine. After the meal, Yunyan lingered for a moment before determining it was time to visit Uchiha Fugaku. After giving Quan a few words of reassurance to stay safe at home, Yunyan donned a more formal attire and stepped out alone. This marked his first voluntary excursion outside in 3 weeks, well, perhaps the second, as he had previously ventured out to confront Sarutobi with the head of a deceased foe. As he stepped outside, strolling through the outer precincts of the clan, the surroundings momentarily left him in a daze. Had he truly become such a recluse? Was it truly acceptable to remain cooped up for so long? After some introspection, he quickly justified his solitude. What was the harm in being somewhat reclusive, given that he had no acquaintances among the Uchiha or anyone he wished to meet? It was only natural to stay home during the holidays. Moreover, He had not merely squandered his time, he had engaged in research and training. With this self-reassurance, Yunyan ambled leisurely towards the heart of the clan. His residence was situated on the outskirts, while the clan leader's abode undoubtedly lay at the core of the Uchiha territory. The Uchiha clan's domain was quite expansive, and traversing from the periphery to the center at an unhurried pace would take some time. As he proceeded inward, the atmosphere began to shift. When he was still at the outer edge, he observed the typical scenes of daily life. Uchiha matriarchs buying vegetables and children playing in small groups. Yet, as he drew closer to the clan's inner sanctum, he encountered stern-faced ninjas, their expressions unyielding and intimidating, appearing increasingly frequently. The frequent presence of these individuals has given rise to a peculiar situation. Yunyan, a seemingly unfamiliar figure, often finds himself subjected to the scrutinizing gaze of passing members of the Uchiha clan. The inherent coldness of these ninjas adds an air of discomfort to Yunyan's experience. As their watchful eyes are laden with suspicion and wariness, a natural reaction given his unfamiliar visage. As the frequency of such scrutiny increases, a certain vexation begins to creep over Yunyan, though he refrains from anger, recognizing that his unfamiliarity with the clan renders their curiosity understandable. Fortunately, Yunyan bears the typical appearance of the Uchiha lineage, with his black hair and dark eyes. Had he possessed a different countenance, he would likely have faced persistent inquiries from the clan's ninjas. Thus, with a somewhat irritable disposition, Yunyan successfully navigates his way to the heart of the Uchiha clan's territory and ultimately arrives at the residence of the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. Upon standing before the grand abode, he knocks gently and immediately forms a judgment. Ah, indeed, this is the home of the clan leader. Impressively vast, perhaps 7 or 8 times larger than his own abode. After a brief moment of reflection, Yunyan sets aside his thoughts and approaches with a mindset of visitation. Rapping on the door once more. Before long, the door swings open, revealing none other than Uchiha Itachi, the eldest son of Uchiha Fugaku. Despite his youth, having recently graduated from the Ninja Academy and embarked on his duties as a ninja, Itachi already exudes an air of premature gravitas. Yunyan gazes upon Itachi. His emotions swirling in complexity, he had not anticipated encountering Itachi at such an early juncture. Had he not traversed into this world, in a few short years, his original self would have perished alongside the entire Uchiha clan at Itachi's hands, all for the sake of his brother and the village of Konoha, leading to the tragic annihilation of his own family, including the slaying of his parents. What could be the thoughts of Uchiha Itachi, considering the peculiar nature of his mind? As he contemplates the actions he may undertake in the future, Yunyan gazed at Uchiha Itachi with a mixture of emotions. Although Yunyan was acquainted with Uchiha Itachi, the latter remained unaware of his presence. The young scion of the Uchiha clan stood behind the threshold of his home, observing this clan member with a look of perplexity. What brings this unfamiliar clansman to my home? Why does his gaze seem somewhat peculiar? With these questions swirling in his mind, Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but ask tentatively, "May I inquire about your purpose here?" Given the politeness of the inquiry, Yunyan felt compelled to respond rather than remain silent. He composed himself, shifting his demeanor to regain a calm and cordial presence, and regarded Uchiha Itachi with a measured look. "I am Uchiha Yunyan, a jonin of Konoha. I have served as a guardian of the 12 ninja for several years. Now that my external assignment has concluded, I have been summoned back to Konoha by Lord Hokage to report to the clan leader." Upon hearing this explanation, Uchiha Itachi was struck with understanding. So, this clansman had returned after completing a long-term mission and was indeed a jonin. There is nothing peculiar about this. Typically, in such circumstances, a seasoned ninja returning from a prolonged mission would most likely pay a visit to their father. Although he had come to this realization, Uchiha Itachi could not shake off the peculiar gaze that Yunyan had cast upon him, which lingered in his thoughts, suppressing his curiosity and unease. Uchiha Itachi took a few steps back, allowing entry to his home, and gestured invitingly to Yunyan. "So that is the case. Please, come in, my father is at home, and I shall introduce you to him." Noticing that Uchiha Itachi was quite accommodating, Yunyan expressed his gratitude with a nod. "Thank you for your trouble." Thus, under Uchiha Itachi's guidance, Yunyan entered the residence of the clan leader, stepping into an expansive courtyard. As he walked, Yunyan couldn't help but observe the general surroundings of the clan leader's abode. The patriarch's residence is not only 7 or 8 times larger than his own home, but its decor and specifications are also far more luxurious and exquisite. It is no surprise, given the status of the patriarch, to enjoy such privileges and background. His family's circumstances are undoubtedly superior to those of this orphan from the Uchiha clan. As Yunyan proceeded towards the interior of the patriarch's abode, another significant character made their entrance. The second protagonist of this world, a man who has engaged in a lifelong rivalry and bond with the ever-spirited Uzumaki Naruto, is none other than Uchiha Itachi's younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke, who makes his entrance. At this juncture, Uchiha Itachi is still in the bloom of youth, and Sasuke's age is even more tender. Presently, Uchiha Sasuke embodies a child of immature intellect, heavily reliant on his parents and elder brother. Yet, this young lad, with his raven hair and dark eyes, possesses a certain charm. Yunyan observes as the youthful Sasuke dashes out from the clan leader's residence, his eyes shining with excitement upon spotting Uchiha Itachi. He calls out to his brother and rushes forward with fervor, enthusiasm radiating from him. As he approaches, Sasuke eagerly expresses his plea, "Brother, do you have time to practice with me today?" Upon hearing this, Yunyan comprehends the situation. Indeed, prior to the tragic fate that befell the Uchiha clan, the one whom Sasuke cherished and felt closest to was none other than his brother, Uchiha Itachi. And what of Itachi? Yunyan cast a discerning glance at this young master. Unsurprisingly, as a devoted brother, Itachi's typically stoic visage softens, revealing a rare and gentle smile upon seeing Sasuke. His tone becomes markedly warmer, yet what he conveys is a refusal. "Sorry, Sasuke, we have guests at home, and I have other matters to attend to. We shall practice another time." Upon hearing these words, Sasuke visibly deflates. Although disheartened, he accepts the reality of the situation. Nodding listlessly, "All right then, I will practice by myself." After making this statement, the young lad politely steps aside, with a nod exchanged between Yunyan and Itachi. The latter resumes his forward path without further ado. Yunyan, too, pays little heed to the other protagonist, simply following Itachi onward. After a few more steps and turns, Itachi leads Yunyan to a spacious and exquisitely furnished room, seemingly designated for receiving guests. Under Itachi's guidance, Yunyan removes his shoes and enters this room, stepping onto the tatami mat. Once inside, Itachi offers a few words of courtesy. "Please take a moment to sit here. I will inform father shortly." Yunyan nods in acknowledgement, refraining from further comment. Thus, under Yunyan's watchful gaze, Itachi slips through another door, vanishing from sight, presumably to seek out Uchiha Fugaku. Though the surroundings are now devoid of company, Yunyan remains respectful in this foreign abode, refraining from any impolite actions. Instead, he peruses the room, admiring the various paintings and calligraphy adorning the walls, which serve to pass the time. Indeed, it is fitting for the clan leader's residence, as the walls of this guest room boast several pieces worthy of being regarded as antiques. In comparison, one's own home appears rather lackluster. The living room, designed for entertaining guests, is rather ordinary, adorned only with a few understated vases, lacking any antiques to lend it an air of sophistication. This is the essence of heritage. It appears that Uchiha Fugaku's father was also the previous head of the Uchiha clan, and their lineage has been one of leadership, handed down through generations, making their foundation undeniably profound. And what of my own family? As Yunyan perused these antique books and paintings, he recalled the circumstances of his original self through the memories he inherited. The original self was far less illustrious, hailing from a side branch of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, the original's mother was merely a low-ranking shinobi, while the father, after toiling for over 40 years, had only just achieved the rank of J-nin before meeting his untimely demise on a mission. Tragically, the mother succumbed to her grief shortly thereafter, leaving the original self an overlooked orphan, neglected by all. Had it not been for the Uchiha clan's somewhat principled treatment of orphans among their kin, one might wonder if the home Yunyan resides in would have been taken from him. After all, his dwelling could hardly compare to that of the clan leader. Yet it stood as quite respectable on the outskirts of Uchiha territory. Just as Yunyan was lost in his reflections, Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, arrived. Sensing the approach of this presence, Yunyan turned to see Uchiha Fugaku entering the room. This middle-aged man appeared to be around 40, exuding a calm demeanor, serious and unsmiling, with a resemblance to Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke that unmistakably marked them as father and sons. Finally meeting Uchiha Fugaku, out of respect for his status as clan leader, Yunyan initiated the greeting. Esteemed clan leader. The latter reciprocated the greeting, indicating respect. However, upon hearing this address, Uchiha Fugaku felt a peculiar twinge within. While the term esteemed clan leader was acceptable, the preceding struck him as odd. Observing Yunyan's somewhat irreverent demeanor, Uchiha Fugaku felt a slight headache. It seemed this clan member's personality diverged from that of the others, and he doubted it was merely his imagination. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Fugaku maintained a stoic expression, nodding at Yunyan while responding in a grave tone. Indeed, you are Uchiha Yunyan, correct? I recall you. A few years ago, when Konoha needed to dispatch the 12 guardian ninjas to protect the daimyo, few in the village were inclined to undertake such a time-consuming and thankless task. As the foremost clan of Konoha, we, the Uchiha, had to make a statement in such matters. Among the 12 positions of the guardian ninjas, it was imperative that at least one of our clan members be included. Regrettably, the other clan members were dismissive of such roles, unwilling to accept the task. Only you, despite your youth, had already reached the preliminary level of J-Nin and bravely stepped forward to take on this long-term mission, alleviating a minor inconvenience for the clan and preserving our dignity. Am I not mistaken about these matters? Upon reminiscing about the past, Yunyan offered a faint smile, one that could be deemed somewhat sincere. The esteemed clan leader possesses a remarkable memory to recall matters concerning a mere minor character like myself. Indeed, it was true that the position of guarding the 12 ninjas had been met with disdain, leaving someone like me, an individual on the periphery, with no choice but to volunteer. Upon hearing Yunyan refer to himself as a peripheral figure, Uchiha Fugaku recognized this as a subtle expression of discontent. However, with so many individuals harboring grievances, and the orphans within the Uchiha clan being numerous, even the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, could not extend his concern to all. Were it not for Yunyan's status as a Konoha Jonin, possessing sufficient strength and position, it was uncertain if Uchiha Fugaku would have even deigned to meet him today. Ultimately, it came down to the matter of one's own capabilities and intrinsic value. Only with sufficient strength and demonstrated worth could one earn the respect of Uchiha Fugaku. Thus, after exchanging a few pleasantries upon their meeting, Uchiha Fugaku took his place on the tatami, gesturing for Yunyan to sit across from him as a sign of respect and esteem. Observing Uchiha Fugaku's impeccably formal kneeling posture, Yunyan felt a wave of discomfort. He was not particularly fond of this manner of sitting, as it became uncomfortable over time. If he were hosting someone in his own abode, he would naturally sit as he pleased, unconcerned about matters of propriety. Yet, as the guest visiting another, he had no choice but to adhere to local customs, enduring the discomfort. Thus, masking the slight twitch at the corners of his mouth, Yunyan endeavored to adopt a similarly proper kneeling position before Uchiha Fugaku. Consequently, the two sat facing each other in the reception room, their expressions solemn, and the atmosphere decidedly grave. Considering Yunyan, a character he had previously overlooked and nearly forgotten, and bearing in mind the years of exclusion he had faced, Uchiha Fugaku surmised that there must be some resentment harbored within him. As the clan leader, he felt a responsibility to offer some words of comfort, to convey the clan's concern for such a commendable junior. Therefore, with a serious demeanor, Uchiha Fugaku began, Yunyan, these past years, you have served as a guardian of the 12 ninjas in the capital of the Land of Fire. How have you fared in your duties? Have you brought disrepute to our Uchiha clan? Upon hearing these words, Yunyan could not help but feel a twinge of irritation within. This inquiry regarding one's work over the past few years seems to convey a sense of concern, does it not? If it is indeed a matter of expressing concern, then let it be so. If it is merely a question, then let it stand as such. Yet, upon opening your mouth, you cannot help but append a remark questioning whether you have tarnished the illustrious reputation of our Uchiha clan. This hardly conveys concern, rather, it resembles an interrogation. Is this how the Uchiha clan expresses their care for others? Even if one struggles to articulate their emotions, it should not devolve into an inquiry. Observing the placid demeanor of Fugaku Uchiha, Yunyan realized that the clan leader was entirely oblivious to this notion. Or perhaps, in his heart, the esteemed reputation of the Uchiha clan holds paramount importance above all else. With a resigned sigh, and in an effort to prevent the situation from becoming too awkward, as well as to maintain appearances, Yunyan responded as diplomatically as possible. The Uchiha clan's reputation should indeed be unassailable. In recent years, I have diligently served as a guardian of the 12 ninja, executing my duties with unwavering commitment. My task completion rate stands at a perfect 100%, with not a single mission failing. I have approached my responsibilities with utmost seriousness, ensuring that no errors have arisen. Upon hearing Yunyan's response, Uchiha Fugaku nodded in satisfaction, commenting, I see, well done. However, why have you suddenly returned? Have you ceased to hold your position among the guardians? To this inquiry, Yunyan felt a sense of ennui, responding, that is a question for the Hokage. It was he who summoned me back to Konoha. As he murmured the Hokage's name, Uchiha Fugaku pondered heavily in his heart about the recent discord between the Uchiha clan and the higher echelons of Konoha, concocting his own theories regarding Yunyan's abrupt return. Surely, it must be a form of exclusion. Surely, it must be a targeted action. It is highly likely that the higher-ups in Konoha have discovered there is another Uchiha among the guardians, deeming it inappropriate, and thus recalled the sole Uchiha in service to the esteemed lord. It is indeed troublesome. Even the Uchiha executing long-term missions outside Konoha are not spared. While entertaining such thoughts, Uchiha Fugaku maintained a facade of decorum, stating, "Since it was the Hokage who summoned you back, there must be profound reasoning behind it. Your duty is simply to obey the orders." Yunyan shrugged nonchalantly. "Of course, what else can I do but obey orders?" At that moment, Yunyan presented himself as an innocent caught in the crossfire of clan and village conflicts, embodying a pitiable character filled with grievances. However, this demeanor was merely a facade, as he withheld significant details from Uchiha Fugaku. For instance, the reason for his hasty recall by Sarutobi Hiruzen was due to the considerable trust and favor he had garnered from the daimyo of the Land of Fire, prompting the Hokage faction to perceive a threat and thus prevent him from continuing as a guardian. Furthermore, during his return journey, he had encountered an ambush from root ninjas, only to effortlessly retaliate, yet even after his return, he continued to face targeting from them. These matters were concealed by Yunyan, who refrained from disclosing them to Uchiha Fugaku. The reason for this secrecy stemmed from Yunyan's belief that such information was entirely unnecessary for Uchiha Fugaku, even if he were to learn of them. It would serve no practical purpose. Could he possibly sever ties with the higher-ups of Konoha over these issues? It was highly improbable. What does it feel like to misjudge someone? After inquiring about Yunyan's assignments over the past few years, Uchiha Fugaku politely shifted his concern towards Yunyan's strength. This concern is understandable. As a ninja, the two most crucial aspects are the execution of missions and the enhancement of one's abilities. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku could only express his care for the younger generation through these two facets. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku gazed at Yunyan and inquired, regardless of the circumstances. Returning to Konoha and reuniting with the clan is ultimately a positive development. It is certainly preferable to being alone in the outside world. Yunyan, after these years of experience beyond our borders, how have your abilities evolved? Your strength as a Jonin should have stabilized by now, correct? Do you possess the confidence to ascend further to the elite Jonin level and become a pivotal pillar of our family? As he listened to these inquiries and observed Uchiha Fugaku, Yunyan's expression grew somewhat intricate. What is the true nature of this patriarch? Is he incapable of perceiving it himself? In order to avoid exposure, he suppressed his aura and diminished his strength upon arrival. Currently, the power he displays is that of an elite Jonin. Could the patriarch truly be oblivious to this? Thus, Yunyan, with a tone laden with difficulty, elucidated, "When I departed from Konoha, I had already preliminarily attained the rank of Jonin. Subsequently, through years of rigorous training, I not only solidified my prowess at the Jonin level but further ascended to that of an elite Jonin." "Oh, I see," Uchiha Fugaku instinctively responded. He yearned to offer some polite reassurances to encourage him not to lose heart and to strive onward. However, a sudden realization struck him. "What? You have already reached the rank of elite Jonin." At this moment, Yunyan's expression conveyed a deeper sense of exasperation, his gaze seemingly imploring, "Can't you see for yourself?" Under the scrutiny of Yunyan's somewhat impolite stare, Uchiha Fugaku felt an unusual pang of shame. Yet, this embarrassment was fleeting. He quickly focused intently, keenly sensing the formidable aura emanating from Uchiha Yunyan. Indeed, it was unmistakably that of an elite Jonin. The sheer intensity of this presence left no doubt about his elite status. After the initial astonishment came a wave of disbelief. How could this fellow have become an elite Jonin? It is inconceivable. Serving as a guardian for the 12 ninja is neither a lucrative position nor an opportunity for substantial growth. In such a tedious role and marginalized position, with insufficient resources for training, how did this individual manage to ascend to the rank of elite Jonin? Moreover, those within the clan who possess the potential for elite Jonin status have long been on his radar, with the seeds of the clan, those children, under his watchful eye, as they represent the future of the family. Among them, without a doubt, is not Uchiha Yunyan. He lacks both the qualifications and the potential, a fact that the clan had already confirmed. Uchiha Fugaku himself is certain of this. In an instant, Uchiha Fugaku found himself astounded by this unforeseen turn of events. Utterly incredulous. From this internal monologue, one can discern Uchiha Fugaku's general impression of Yunyan, as well as his previous perspective and treatment of him. In Fugaku's eyes, Uchiha Yunyan was merely an unremarkable clan orphan with limited potential, likely destined to remain at the Jonin level, not warranting special attention or extensive training. A few years ago, his barely achieving the Jonin rank was seen as a stroke of luck by Uchiha Fugaku. Perhaps he had relied on some secret technique or potion to elevate his abilities to such a degree, and it seemed unlikely he would make further progress in the future. It was precisely because Uchiha Yunyan was regarded as near a discarded child of the clan that Fugaku had so readily agreed to Yunyan's request to serve as one of the 12 guardian ninjas. The title of the 12 guardian ninjas sounds grand and formidable. However, is that truly the case? Ostensibly, they are the ninjas dispatched by Konoha to protect the daimyo. Yet in reality, the daimyo has his own recruited ninjas and may not necessarily trust those from Konoha. Thus, the primary duty of the 12 guardian ninjas is, in essence, a facade of protection. To put it bluntly, they serve as a more advanced form of bodyguards, doubling as a ceremonial entourage for the daimyo, employed by Konoha to bolster both sides' prestige. Beyond their roles as bodyguards, they occasionally assist the daimyo with errands, euphemistically termed as following the daimyo's commands and executing tasks on his behalf. Such responsibilities in such a position are certainly not a coveted or desirable appointment. Moreover, in the capital of the Land of Fire, near the daimyo, the situation is predominantly secure and the atmosphere rather tranquil, offering little opportunity for growth or development. Unlike the abundant training resources available in Konoha. Therefore, in summary, to serve as one of the 12 guardians is, in the eyes of the Uchiha clan's ninjas, akin to being relegated to the fringes, effectively being cast aside to a distant locale. This was precisely why no ninja from the Uchiha clan was inclined to join the 12 guardian ninja. Nevertheless, the Uchiha clan remains the most prestigious family in Konoha, and it would be rather unbecoming to have a position among the 12 devoid of an Uchiha. Fortunately, at that time, the clan's strength was barely sufficient, and they did not place significant emphasis on the relatively inconspicuous Yunyan, who boldly stepped forward. When the clan's higher-ups, including Uchiha Fugaku, observed this, they thought, indeed, there is someone willing to play the fool. Since he was willing to go, they decided to let him. Considering that this junior was not particularly vital and would likely meet a fate akin to cannon fodder on the battlefield. With this indifferent mindset, Uchiha Fugaku consented to Yunyan's appointment as one of the 12 guardian ninja. However, who could have anticipated that Yunyan would return, not only having endured exclusion but also having risen to the status of an elite jonin? This is not the common fare of lower or middle ninjas. Nor is it the ordinary upper ninjas who are as plentiful as cabbages. This is an elite upper ninja, the very backbone of the ninja world. The pinnacle most ninjas can aspire to in their lifetime. Even within the Uchiha clan, the number of elite upper ninjas is scarce, undeniably regarded as the pillars of strength, held in high esteem by the family. Yet here stands Uchiha Yunyan, a person who possesses such power and has attained this esteemed status. Observing the unmistakable aura of an elite upper ninja emanating from Yunyan and reflecting upon the myriad of past events surrounding him, Uchiha Fugaku was profoundly astonished, feeling an unsettling turmoil within. If one were to describe Fugaku's current sentiment, it might be likened to the feeling of having consumed something utterly distasteful. Indeed, it is perplexing. A clansman he had previously disregarded, deemed unworthy of cultivation due to a perceived lack of potential, had returned, transformed into a pillar of strength. Who can endure this? Is he not slapping his own face? This glaringly proves that Uchiha Fugaku has misjudged. The esteemed leader of the Uchiha clan possesses eyes that are akin to refuse. Thus, overwhelmed by astonishment, Uchiha Fugaku's expression began to shift dramatically. Observing the myriad of emotions flickering across this individual's face, Yunyan found amusement within, harboring a sense of derision. While the notion of fortunes fluctuating over the years may be cliché, it undeniably brings him a sense of gratification. As an orphan of the Uchiha clan, I have always been overlooked, a mere shadow ignored by my kin, devoid of care or assistance. Yet, through relentless effort, I have ascended to this level, entirely independent of familial support. Master Clan Leader, are you satisfied? Whether satisfied or not, it is evident that Uchiha Fugaku is currently engulfed in a mix of shame and irritation. He has indeed misjudged, gravely so. The once inconsequential member of the clan, whom he dismissed and disregarded, has now transformed into a formidable force, almost akin to a dragon crossing the river. Who can accept such a reality? Even with Uchiha Fugaku's years of experience as clan leader, he momentarily felt a bitter pang within, akin to the sensation of forcefully swallowing broken teeth. Nevertheless, regardless of the embarrassment or reluctance to face Yunyan, in this moment, Uchiha Fugaku must summon his resolve and treat Yunyan with the seriousness he warrants. Indeed, there has been a marked shift in Uchiha Fugaku's demeanor. For the treatment of an ordinary Jonin within the clan significantly differs from that of a young elite Jonin brimming with limitless potential. This individual is indeed an elite Jonin, a rarity within the clan, and still quite young. With a determined effort, he may potentially reach the level of a Hokage. warranting the serious attention of Uchiha Fugaku. Despite having recently faced humiliation in this regard and feeling somewhat hesitant as the clan leader, the allure of benefits and the future prospects of the clan compelled Uchiha Fugaku to overlook such insecurities. He composed himself, striving to exhibit a facade of joy and satisfaction, while simultaneously conveying encouragement and admiration. Yunyan, I must say, I am astonished by your remarkable achievement in becoming an elite jonin. This is indeed a tremendous surprise for our Uchiha clan. It is worth noting that individuals as young as you attaining the elite jonin status are exceedingly rare within our ranks. The only one who seems to surpass you is Shursui. Uchiha Fugaku found it difficult to accept this sudden shift in attitude, which appeared somewhat insincere. Observing him, Yunyan felt an overwhelming sense of tedium. Indeed, it was a profound boredom. If his prowess truly matched that of an elite jonin, returning to the clan and earning the respect of those who once looked down upon him would have sufficed. However, his capabilities undoubtedly exceeded mere elite jonin status. Such a classification was trivial in comparison to his true strength. The disparity between Yunyan's actual power and Uchiha Fugaku's estimation rendered the situation particularly mundane, even a touch tiresome. If one were to draw a parallel, Yunyan's mindset resembled that of a summer insect, oblivious to the frost of winter. The clan had gained an elite jonin, and yet, as the clan leader, this was Fugaku's response. Had he truly known the extent of Yunyan's abilities, would he not have staged a rebellion? Contemplating this, and witnessing Uchiha Fugaku's expression of satisfaction, Yunyan was suddenly overwhelmed by ennui. He could no longer be bothered to maintain appearances. With a casual motion, he shifted from a formal kneeling posture to a more relaxed and comfortable cross-legged position before Uchiha Fugaku. Yunyan resolved not to subject himself to discomfort. Although he was a guest in another's home, why should he compromise his own comfort? Observing Yunyan's demeanor, Uchiha Fugaku found himself momentarily perplexed. This individual's disposition indeed sets him apart from his kin. Is it merely my impression, or does he exude an air of recklessness? Before Uchiha Fugaku could interject with a diplomatic remark, Yunyan, with an expression of palpable impatience, spoke first. Do as you please, esteemed leader. After all, throughout these years, I have honed my abilities to this level. Moreover, during this time, I have been training independently, and the clan has never inquired about my progress nor offered any assistance. My achievements today are solely the result of my own efforts. His words effectively silenced Uchiha Fugaku, leaving the esteemed clan leader in an awkward predicament. Indeed, when they finally encountered a clan member willing to assume the role of one of the 12 guardians, he and the higher-ups of the Uchiha clan hastily dispatched Yunyan, subsequently neglecting him entirely. Now, he has returned, transformed and empowered, embodying the high-level combat strength that the clan desperately requires. Isn't the Uchiha clan in a rather awkward position? What face do they have to demand contributions from Yunyan, who has just returned, pointing fingers and making accusations? Even Uchiha Fugaku, as the clan leader, finds it inappropriate to speak at this moment. After a moment of uncomfortable silence, Uchiha Fugaku, with a stern expression, finally attempted to speak gently. He hoped that by adopting a more conciliatory attitude, he could bridge the gap with this clan member who had grown estranged from the family. Yunyan, it seems that your years away haven't been particularly smooth. This matter is indeed regrettable. However, every family has its own challenges, and I trust you can comprehend this as well. In recent years, you have faced considerable hardships outside. Little did you know that our family has also encountered significant challenges within Konoha. Presently, the Uchiha clan finds itself increasingly marginalized by the higher echelons of Konoha, making it exceedingly difficult for us to grasp the core of power. If this situation persists, the prospects for our clan appear dire. It is indeed ironic to reflect upon the fact that the establishment of Konoha was, in part, due to the contributions of the Uchiha clan. Yet now we are relegated to the fringes. This situation must undoubtedly be altered. The Uchiha clan cannot compromise. The struggle against the higher echelons of Konoha must persist. Now that Yunyan has returned, it is indeed timely, as the family is in dire need of capable individuals. Sitting cross-legged opposite Uchiha Fugaku, Yunyan coldly observes his performance, calmly listening to his words. Truly, as the clan leader, he adeptly engages in the art of deception with remarkable finesse. This lengthy discourse not only elucidates the tribulations faced by the family, but also nostalgically envisions its former glory. Such a grandiloquent theory, if wielded against other impressionable youths, would likely leave them utterly befuddled. What follows such bewilderment, one might wonder. Naturally, an overwhelming sense of responsibility and mission would surge forth. compelling them to volunteer their services for the family's prosperity, dedicating themselves wholeheartedly to the revival of the Uchiha clan. This, indeed, is a familiar tactic employed by Uchiha Fugaku, not much dissimilar from that of the venerable Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, Yunyan is not the type of Na'vi youth easily swayed by grand rhetoric. His mind remains astutely clear, prompting him to maintain a composed silence while meeting Uchiha Fugaku's gaze, offering no response to his words. After observing Yunyan for a while and noting his impassive demeanor, Uchiha Fugaku found himself in an increasingly awkward position. How is it that this young man differs so markedly from his kin? While the others have long devoted themselves to the family, he shows no inclination whatsoever. Is it merely because his family neglected him during his childhood? Now that he has matured and possesses the means, why can he not extend a helping hand to his family? This was a subconscious irritation within Uchiha Fugaku, a fleeting thought that flickered through his mind. Yet, Uchiha Fugaku possessed a certain moral threshold. In contrast to other confused clan members, this leader remained relatively lucid. After a brief moment of instinctive anger, he suddenly regained his composure and let out a resigned sigh. Alas, his thoughts were indeed somewhat shameless. When the other party was in distress, the clan had extended no assistance, and now that they had grown strong, it was unreasonable to expect them to willingly contribute to the family. Where in the world does such a notion hold merit? After a moment of self-reflection, Uchiha Fugaku felt a twinge of shame. However, despite the embarrassment, he still needed to forge connections. After all, Yunyan bore the Uchiha name. It was one thing to have overlooked him in the past, but now that he had discovered this young elite jonin of the clan, he could not simply let him slip away. Thus, Uchiha Fugaku steeled himself and continued speaking to Yunyan. Yunyan, you have finally returned to the clan. What are your plans moving forward? Do you intend to join the police force or serve the family in some capacity? With your elite jonin level of prowess, you are bound to shine brightly in whichever path you choose, and I eagerly anticipate your future. On Uchiha Fugaku's typically stern visage, a glimmer of hopeful anticipation appeared, creating a rather incongruous atmosphere. Observing this unexpected warmth, Yunyan finally replied, albeit rather bluntly, there is no need for the esteemed clan leader to concern himself. My next destination has already been decided. Uchiha Fugaku, somewhat perplexed, inquired further. Oh? Yunyan, do tell. Hokage-sama has invited me to join the Anbu, and I have accepted, Yunyan stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes widened in shock, nearly losing his composure. What? Invited you to the Anbu? You have already agreed? Yunyan regarded him with a steady gaze. Indeed, esteemed clan leader, is there a problem? A problem? It is a grave issue. The Anbu is no ordinary division. It is the elite force upon which the Hokage relies, undeniably the most vital trump card in the hands of Konoha's higher-ups. Should this formidable power be unleashed, it could indeed alter the course of a war. It is undoubtedly the essence of the Hokage lineage. Yet here you are, a member of the Uchiha clan, contemplating joining the Anbu. Does this not equate to allying with the very adversaries of your bloodline? Just moments ago, I was reflecting on how I could not allow such a young and elite shinobi to slip away, and now, you are eager to depart. Who could possibly endure such a betrayal? Thus, the previously composed Uchiha Fugaku, now visibly agitated, furrowed his brow and began to offer his counsel. Unsure of where to commence, Yunyan, are you certain the Anbu is truly suitable for you? Despite having discerned Fugaku's sentiments, Yunyan maintained his indifferent demeanor. Seemingly disinterested, what makes the Anbu unsuitable for me? I am aware of the fierce competition and perilous missions that await, yet having reached this level of power, I find that in order to further hone my skills, I must immerse myself in such an environment. Compared to the Anbu, both the police force and our clan's surroundings are far too comfortable, offering me no real benefit. The reasoning presented was so compelling that Uchiha Fugaku found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, his expression hardened once more, transforming into that familiar demeanor that discouraged any approach. With a cold countenance, he reluctantly inquired, Yunyan, are you truly determined to join the Anbu? Yunyan nodded affirmatively. I have already made arrangements with Lord Hokage. It would be unwise for me to backtrack now. Moreover, there is no rationale for such a reconsideration. Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow. But are you not aware of the underlying tensions between our clan and the higher echelons of Konoha? Regardless, you bear the Uchiha name. Once you enter the Anbu, will you genuinely be afforded the opportunity to excel? Might you not face exclusion or hostility from your peers? Should you encounter even the slightest opposition during high-stakes missions, your safety could be jeopardized. To assist in relaying messages within the clan through the Anbu? Yunyan responded resolutely. I have certainly contemplated these matters. Worst case, I shall navigate the Anbu as a lone wolf, undertaking missions independently, given my abilities. While I may not achieve absolute success in the most challenging tasks, I am confident I can return unscathed. As for being recognized or earning merits, I truly remain indifferent. For my aspirations lie beyond such concerns. Uchiha Fugaku appeared perplexed. Then what exactly are your aspirations? My focus is on the environment of the Anbu, on the training I will receive therein, and on the prospect of enhancing my abilities through such experiences. Uchiha Fugaku was rendered speechless. These reasons are indeed compelling. So much so that Uchiha Fugaku finds himself at a complete loss for rebuttal. Firstly, during his times of hardship, his clan offered him no assistance. Secondly, upon achieving success, he received no acknowledgement in return. Finally, when he expressed his desire to distance himself from the clan, there was little the clan could say. Furthermore, the rationale provided by Yunyan for joining the Anbu to seek training and enhance his strength renders Uchiha Fugaku utterly powerless to intervene. As a ninja, the advancement of one's prowess is undeniably paramount. To obstruct another's path and hinder their growth is tantamount to the gravest of transgressions. Akin to the murder of one's own kin, even if Uchiha Fugaku is the clan leader, he lacks both the authority and the audacity to impede Yunyan's progress. In that moment, Uchiha Fugaku's countenance dimmed, as he came to the sobering realization that he was indeed incapable of preventing this matter. The prospect of a talented young scion from within the clan joining the Anbu was simply too bitter a pill to swallow. Observing the fluctuations in Uchiha Fugaku's expression, Yunyan couldn't help but find amusement. His earlier statements regarding the opportunity for training and strength enhancement were merely a facade. The truth behind his desire to enter the Anbu was far more intricate. On one hand, Yunyan coveted many resources and information from Konoha, which lay not within the Uchiha clan, but rather among the upper echelons of Konoha. To acquire such assets, infiltrating the Anbu was the most prudent course of action. On the other hand, the previously unassuming Yunyan recognized the necessity of expanding his influence and augmenting his power and prestige. This notion, within the Uchiha clan, also proved unattainable. Thus, joining the Anbu emerged as the most prudent choice. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, he must embark on this path. He held a profound disdain for the Uchiha clan, never intending to remain within its confines. Sensing Yunyan's unwavering resolve and recognizing the futility of addressing this issue, Uchiha Fugaku reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, Yunyan. Since the Hokage has consented, you may proceed to the Anbu. Henceforth, exercise utmost caution while there. Should you encounter opposition from certain high-ranking individuals within Konoha, and find your experience in the Anbu unsatisfactory, you are always welcome to return to the clan. The clan will forever embrace your return. Uchiha Fugaku nearly uttered that the clan would eternally welcome his return. Remarkably, throughout this discourse, Yunyan had never expressed a desire to abandon the clan. Had he articulated the notion of returning, it would have seemed as though he had been proactively cast out from the Uchiha lineage. This simply cannot be. A young and promising successor like him, even if he cannot be won back, should not be pushed further away. Thus, in a moment of urgency, Uchiha Fugaku decided to change his approach. It must be said that his demeanor was commendable. Had it been another member of the Uchiha clan, upon hearing that Yunyan was unwilling to serve the clan and instead wished to join the Anbu, they would likely have raised their voice in reprimand or even resorted to insults. They might have uttered harsh words about betraying the clan's values, as the Uchiha clan's character often leads them to such extremes, having long been entranced by the so-called glory of their family. To them, the Uchiha clan holds a stature greater than the heavens, making it difficult for them to accept Yunyan's actions. Yet, Uchiha Fugaku was different. Though undoubtedly reluctant, he accepted the situation without anger. This patience and relative clarity of thought were enough to earn Yunyan's respect. After all, as the clan leader, his capacity for tolerance was quite admirable. His eventual reluctant agreement to Yunyan's joining the Anbu likely stemmed from the current circumstances surrounding the Uchiha clan. The discord between the Uchiha and the higher-ups of Konoha was escalating, seemingly irreconcilable, and events might unfold in unpredictable directions. As the clan leader, Fugaku had to strive to maintain composure and guide his kin toward a viable path forward. It seems that the relatively conservative Fugaku was disinclined to instigate a coup unless absolutely necessary. However, given the pressing concerns for the future of the Uchiha, and coincidentally with Yunyan's intention to join the Anbu, Fugaku found himself contemplating other possibilities. He gazed at Yunyan and finally spoke. Yunyan, after you joined the Anbu, if circumstances allow, could you assist the clan in relaying some messages? Yunyan furrowed his brow, quickly understanding the implication. Relay messages for the clan? What kind of messages? Certainly. They referred to intel from the Anbu or even from Konoha's upper echelons. Ah, so they wish for him to become an undercover agent for the Uchiha. To gather intelligence within the Anbu. With an impassive expression, Yunyan regarded Uchiha Fugaku, who maintained a stern facade, though his mood was undeniably strained. It seemed he was asking for more than was reasonable. Yet, he had no other options. Fugaku did not believe the Uchiha could emerge victorious in their struggle against Konoha's leadership, thus he was willing to seize any opportunity for the clan's benefit. In response to Fugaku's request, Yunyan did not provide a direct answer, but instead brought up another individual, clan leader. If memory serves, Shursui should be handling the message relaying. Correct? His strength surpasses mine, and he has long been a member of the Anbu, gaining considerable renown as Shunshin Shursui. With such a title, it is evident he has achieved commendable results and established a certain standing within the Anbu. Thus, it would be more fitting for him to handle such matters, wouldn't it? If Shursui is present, what need is there for me? Upon hearing Yunyan mention Uchiha Shursui, a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed Fugaku's face. After a moment to compose himself, he candidly addressed Yunyan. You may not be aware, but Shursui is indeed our clan's most exceptional successor. His joining the Anbu was a compromise in our struggle against Konoha's leadership, and initially, his objective was to relay information for the clan. However, I have sensed a change in Shursui's heart. He no longer dedicates himself solely to the Uchiha clan. Intrigued, Yunyan pressed further. Are you suggesting that Shursui has betrayed the Uchiha? Fugaku quickly denied this assertion. I do not claim that. Yet, various signs indicate that Shursui is gradually losing control within the Anbu. It appears that for him, what matters most is not the clan, but Konoha, and the will of fire he cherishes. At this juncture, Fugaku's anger became palpable. Shursui is not like you. He has been nurtured by the clan since childhood. When we sent him to the Anbu, we hoped he would play a significant role, yet who could have anticipated this turn of events? As Fugaku's words trailed off, a deep sigh escaped him, revealing a weariness etched upon his features. Observing this fatigue and helplessness, Yunyan found himself unexpectedly admiring Uchiha Fugaku. Thus, he offered a subtle compliment. Clan leader, your dedication to the family is truly commendable. To Yunyan's surprise, Fugaku's eyes brightened, seizing upon the compliment. Then, Yunyan, will you assist the clan by relaying messages within the Anbu? Yunyan's expression shifted immediately, and he shook his head decisively. Fugaku's urgency became apparent. Yunyan, while others may not see it, I can discern the truth. The Uchiha clan is not as formidable as its members imagine. The future of our family is indeed concerning. Our conflicts with Konoha's leadership have become irreconcilable. Where does that leave us? Must we resort to the most violent means of a coup? I do not wish to lead the clan down that path. At this moment, Fugaku's voice rose in intensity. Yunyan, with the clan's future uncertain, will you not lend your aid to the Uchiha? You bear the Uchiha name. In a bid to persuade Yunyan, Fugaku laid bare an undeniable truth. He bore the Uchiha name. Sighing, Yunyan understood that he could not evade this reality, and he owed Fugaku a direct response. With a serious demeanor, he replied, Clan leader, you speak truthfully. I am indeed of the Uchiha lineage, possessing the Sharingan and the blood of the Uchiha clan. This fact is immutable. In truth, my current strength, my bloodline, and this I have played a significant role in my development, for which I am grateful. However, my gratitude extends only so far. If you seek to repay a debt of gratitude, I must decline, as I do not subscribe to that notion. Fugaku sighed, disappointment evident in his demeanor. Yunyan, is there truly no room for negotiation? For the neglect and injustices you suffered in your youth, I can apologize on behalf of the entire clan. Yunyan gently shook his head. Apologies are meaningless if they come too late. Fugaku found himself at a loss. What could he do for someone who had grown independently, never having benefited from the clan's support? Even as the clan leader, his power was limited. Could he point fingers? Issue commands? Use his authority to reprimand him? What folly! Uchiha Fugaku has already discerned the nature of Yunyan. He is certainly not the type to be easily swayed. Rather than allowing their relationship to deteriorate into a contentious affair that drives Yunyan further from the clan, it is more prudent to indulge him slightly and strive to preserve this bond of blood. In truth, Uchiha Fugaku's intentions, along with his actions, are quite sound. No matter how indifferent Yunyan may be towards the Uchiha clan, he still holds a deep-seated regard for his Sharingan, and thus cannot sever the connection to the bloodline that has bestowed him with these eyes. Observing Uchiha Fugaku in this light, Yunyan sighed and made a vow. There is no need for such concern, esteemed clan leader. As a mere junior of the clan, I am not worthy of your efforts. However, let us settle this. I am aware of the difficulties within the clan, and it is evident that the minds of many clan members are not particularly clear. I trust you can see this as well. Therefore, do not expect my unwavering dedication to the clan. My disposition is simply such, and it cannot be changed. Nonetheless, I can assure you that should the Uchiha clan face a grave crisis in the future, I will not stand idly by, regardless of the circumstances. I will safeguard the future of the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing this promise, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes sparkled with interest. Yunyan's stance was indeed intriguing. While he may not feel a close affinity for the clan and is often critical of various internal matters, he cannot entirely forsake the connection of blood. After all, he is still an Uchiha, and he acknowledges this fact. Thus, Yunyan made this commitment, pledging that in the event of dire circumstances, he would not remain passive but would strive to protect the future of the clan. What does this equate to? It signifies that he has voluntarily taken responsibility for the family. With such a commitment, Uchiha Fugaku can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Having received some response and gains, Uchiha Fugaku felt a sense of ease within. Well, although it may not be the most ideal outcome, it is still acceptable. Wait, something seems amiss. Upon regaining his senses, Uchiha Fugaku noticed some peculiarities. Why did he feel a sense of entrustment when facing Yunyan? It seems he is contemplating entrusting the future of his clan to this young man. What absurdity! No matter how formidable Yunyan may be, he is merely an elite jonin, not of the caliber of a Kage. Why had he entertained such a mindset and thoughts? Why did he believe that Yunyan could sufficiently safeguard the family in their most critical moments? If he were a Kage, it would be conceivable, but as an elite jonin, all one could hope for is that he could preserve the last remnants of the family's bloodline during their most perilous times. Once he came to this realization, Uchiha Fugaku was filled with perplexity. How strange it is that he harbors the illusion that Yunyan can alter everything and save the clan. Though this young man possesses considerable potential, he is yet to reach such heights, does he? Gazing at Yunyan with a hint of perplexity, Uchiha Fugaku pondered for a moment before offering a seemingly ambiguous rationale. Perhaps this lad exudes an air of remarkable composure? The demeanor he displayed instilled within him an impression of fearless audacity, as though he harbored no trepidation whatsoever. Particularly when he proclaimed his ability to safeguard the future of his clan, the formidable aura he radiated compelled even Fugaku to believe in his words. This calm demeanor and the confidence that seems to emanate from an unwavering grasp of the situation are indeed infectious. However, one cannot help but wonder where this confidence originates. To make a commitment to safeguard the family's future, one must possess at least the prowess of a shadow-level ninja, wouldn't one think? Or perhaps it is simply a matter of his unwavering belief in the young man's potential, akin to that of Shui, believing that he will eventually attain such heights, which compels him to trust him so wholeheartedly. This possibility does seem plausible. This encapsulates the psychological musings of Uchiha Fugaku, a tapestry woven from his own conjectures. Yet, he utterly failed to consider the singular truth. The reason Yunyan could make such a calm promise was that his prowess was sufficient to uphold it. With such formidable strength, his words naturally carried weight, inadvertently influencing Uchiha Fugaku. Regardless, Fugaku felt a sense of joy at Yunyan's final demeanor. He wished to veer away from the gravitas of their previous discussions, and thus, he initiated a conversation on lighter topics with Yunyan. As for Yunyan, he recognized Fugaku's sincerity and his unwavering commitment to his clan, particularly noting that he was not like other Uchihas, who often lacked clarity and awareness. This realization fostered a favorable impression of the clan leader in Yunyan's mind, prompting him to engage in further dialogue. Thus, the two continued their conversation in the guest chamber. Before they knew it, an hour had elapsed. Yunyan glanced at the sunlight streaming through the window and noted that midday was approaching. Should they linger any longer, it would likely coincide with mealtime, which would be an unwelcome disruption, regardless of whether he intended to partake in their meal. Desiring not to impose upon Uchiha Fugaku, and considering that they had discussed all that was necessary, Yunyan sought an opportunity to take his leave. He stood up and expressed his intent to bid farewell. Uchiha Fugaku, sensing the time was indeed ripe, had no intention of insisting that Yunyan stay for lunch. He merely offered a few token words of retention before acquiescing. Just as Fugaku escorted Yunyan to the threshold of the room, and as Yunyan donned his shoes, he unexpectedly spotted his eldest son, Uchiha Itachi, clad in his ninja attire, hastily returning from outside. Upon returning from my errands, I found myself in a moment of serendipity. To underscore the importance he placed on Yunyan, Uchiha Fugaku called out to his son, Itachi, please see Yunyan off. Upon hearing these words and observing the scene, Uchiha Itachi immediately comprehended his duty as the eldest son to bid farewell to the guest. However, as he contemplated this, Itachi scrutinized Yunyan with newfound perspective. Previously, when he opened the door and welcomed Yunyan to meet his father, Itachi had not regarded him with particular significance. In his eyes, Yunyan was merely an ordinary jonin from their clan returning from a prolonged mission, paying a routine visit to his father, nothing remarkable about it. Yet, after introducing the guest and stepping out to attend to matters for approximately an hour, he returned just in time to witness Yunyan's departure. This implied that his father had been engaged in the company of this guest throughout his absence. This is quite extraordinary. Uchiha Itachi possesses a profound understanding of his father. He is acutely aware of his father's lofty aspirations and that those he holds in high regard are not ordinary individuals. Now, a visitor has come to see his father. And to Itachi's astonishment, his father engaged in conversation with him for an entire hour. Before the guest departed, he even requested that Itachi, as the eldest son, escort him. Itachi immediately realized that this visitor was no ordinary jonin. Indeed, just as he had paused to nod in preparation to see the guest off, his father, Uchiha Fugaku, imparted another instruction. Uchiha Fugaku regarded Itachi with earnestness and cautioned, "This Uchiha Yunyan is your senior. He is not an ordinary jonin. His prowess has ascended to the elite jonin level, making him a rare young talent within our Uchiha clan." Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Itachi's eyes. An elite jonin? At such a young age? He appears to be only a few years older than Shursui, yet possesses strength comparable to his. Clearly, this individual is remarkable. He is likely the most gifted member of the Uchiha clan, second only to Shursui. But who exactly is Uchiha Yunyan? How has this name never before graced his ears within the clan? One would expect such a prodigy to be well known. Itachi found himself both surprised and perplexed. With a mind full of questions and wonder, Itachi dutifully adhered to his father's directive. He offered a gentle and polite smile to Yunyan, who had already donned his shoes and stepped out of the room. "Senior Yunyan, allow me to escort you." Observing Itachi's demeanor, Yunyan nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well, I appreciate your assistance." Subsequently, Yunyan glanced back towards the doorway, nodding at Uchiha Fugaku, who stood watching from the entrance, before departing. Fugaku remained there, watching as his eldest son and Yunyan vanished from view. The path that led them here was identical to the one they would take to depart. Under the guidance of Itachi Uchiha, Yunyan navigated through the twists and turns until they finally arrived at the threshold of the clan leader's residence. Yunyan took a step forward, exiting the door, and turned to Itachi, who had not yet stepped outside, signaling him to refrain from accompanying him any further. "This is sufficient. I appreciate your escort." Itachi, maintaining a composed demeanor, gently shook his head. "It is no trouble at all. It is the custom of our family to treat guests with respect, as per my father's directive." Initially, Itachi intended to bid farewell and let the matter rest. However, the lingering astonishment and curiosity within him regarding Yunyan only intensified. After a moment's contemplation, before Yunyan could formally depart, Itachi unexpectedly inquired, "By the way, I heard from my father that you, Senior Yunyan, are now an elite jonin?" Meeting Itachi's gaze, Yunyan responded with a neutral expression, "Indeed, I possess the strength of an elite jonin." Itachi's expression shifted to one of increased reverence. "I see. It is truly admirable that you, Senior Yunyan, have achieved such a status at a young age. Yet, I have never heard of you within our clan before. A talent such as yours should not remain obscure among the Uchiha." At this moment, Yunyan had no intention of concealing the truth. With a hint of derision on his face, he replied to Itachi's inquiry, "That is because I have spent the past few years serving as one of the 12 Guardians. Naturally, my name would not resonate within the clan." "The 12 Guardians?" Itachi pondered briefly before responding instinctively, "I see. So this is the long-term mission you referred to that requires execution outside the village?" Yet, he refrained from voicing his subsequent doubts. In reality, Itachi was inclined to question whether serving as one of the 12 Guardians was truly a commendable assignment. Perceiving Itachi's unspoken thoughts, the derision on Yunyan's face became more pronounced. "Indeed, as you suspect, serving as one of the 12 Guardians is hardly a favorable task. At least in the eyes of our kin, This role equates to a prolonged exile, being relegated to the periphery of both the village and the Uchiha clan. Yes, I am that individual who has been cast aside. Itachi was rendered speechless, momentarily at a loss for words in response. This young man, despite his tender age, is remarkably sensitive and contemplative. Whether or not his mind is afflicted is a different matter, yet it undoubtedly functions exceptionally well. As the scion of the Uchiha clan, he has been immersed in the political acumen of his father, thus acquiring a degree of political astuteness. Upon hearing Yunyan's words, Uchiha Itachi sensed that there was likely more than met the eye. The prior ostracism and demotion of senior Yunyan seemed to suggest a matter far from straightforward. This is likely a consequence of internal strife within the family. Alas, the Uchiha clan. These are the contemplations of Uchiha Itachi at this moment. Only Yunyan remains oblivious to Itachi's thoughts. Were he aware, he would undoubtedly scoff and disdain. What are you imagining? The reality is quite the opposite. To the ordinary clansman, my appointment as one of the 12 guardians is perceived as a demotion or ostracism, yet only I am aware that this was a decision of my own volition. And indeed, it was the right one. While others view this as a burdensome and thankless long-term task for Yunyan, it represents a splendid opportunity to distance himself from conflicts and gradually nurture his own growth in a discreet manner. The truth has borne this out. Yunyan has adeptly seized this chance. Growing weary of debating with Uchiha Itachi, he decided to let the misunderstanding persist and refrained from offering further explanations. With a casual wave of his hand, Yunyan prepared to take his leave. Well then, this is where I bid you farewell. It's time for me to return. However, to his surprise, Itachi seemed to have other intentions. He suddenly dashed out of his home, his expression earnest as he halted Yunyan. Wait, Senior Yunyan. Yunyan looked at the obstructing Itachi with a hint of confusion. What is it? Is there something else? Senior Yunyan, I have an unusual request. Since you are an elite jonin, might you have the time to provide me with some training and guidance? Perhaps engage in a sparring session? A sparring session? Yunyan had not anticipated that Itachi would broach such a topic. Nonetheless, it was not entirely surprising. As the eldest son of the clan leader, Itachi often indulged in fanciful thoughts and was undoubtedly eager to enhance his prowess. Encountering an elite jonin in me, he wished to seize the opportunity to measure the disparity in strength between us. Were it anyone else, Yunyan would have disregarded them entirely. Who would dare approach him for training? However, the prospect of engaging with Uchiha Itachi genuinely piqued his interest. Presently, Itachi appeared to have graduated from the Ninja Academy only a few years prior, and his strength likely did not yet reach the level capable of annihilating the Uchiha clan. Yet, intrigued by the extent of his reputed genius, Yunyan was keen to ascertain his current capabilities. Understanding Itachi's strength would be valuable for Yunyan's future endeavors and predictions. After a moment of contemplation, Yunyan lazily nodded in agreement. Very well. Since I have some free time during my vacation, I shall provide you with training and engage in a sparring session, he added with a note of caution. But let us keep it to a moderate level. A smile broke across Itachi's face, of course. Senior Yunyan, let us head to the nearby family training grounds. It is perfectly suited for this. Indeed, that sounds good. Having reached a mutual understanding, they leisurely made their way to the nearest Uchiha training ground. Given the time, it was approaching lunchtime, and thus, the training area was relatively empty, allowing Yunyan and Itachi to utilize it without interruption. Upon arriving at the training ground, they selected an open space, standing about 10 paces apart, facing each other. Yunyan maintained a nonchalant demeanor, as though Itachi posed no real challenge. In stark contrast, Itachi's demeanor was serious. He had drawn his kunai and assumed a posture ready for attack, his entire being taut with anticipation. The contrast between their relaxed and tense states was striking. Before any blows had been exchanged, the mere standoff had already captured the attention of the few remaining Uchiha clan ninjas on the training ground. The group of Uchiha ninjas, upon witnessing this scene, could not help but express their astonishment, exchanging furtive glances and whispers. Is that the esteemed Itachi? Indeed, he is the eldest son of the clan leader. I recognize him. I have heard that Itachi is also a prodigy of our Uchiha clan, having graduated from the Ninja Academy and attained the rank of Nin in less than 2 years. Is that true? It is indeed so. Itachi is a bona fide genius. Heaven truly favors our Uchiha clan. But who is the individual sparring with Itachi? I have never seen him before. Yes. Who is this person? How is he able to train alongside Itachi? Moreover, he appears to be rather lackadaisical, as if he is entirely indifferent to the sparring session. Indeed, he hasn't even drawn his weapon, while Itachi's demeanor is quite serious. Who could this person be? He seems to resemble our clansman. Does anyone recognize him? I do not know him. I have no recollection whatsoever. In that moment, the Uchiha ninjas observing the scene engaged in fervent discussions. However, the opinions and gazes of the onlookers held no significance for either Yunyan or Uchiha Itachi. Their focus was solely on the ongoing sparring match. At the very least, Uchiha Itachi was taking the matter seriously. Gripping his kunai, he assumed a stance, scrutinizing the seemingly unguarded Yunyan across from him, who exhibited a nonchalant demeanor devoid of any defense. Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow, contemplating how to initiate the engagement. Logically, against an opponent so utterly defenseless, a swift and fierce assault would suffice. Yet, Uchiha Itachi acutely sensed that, despite Yunyan's apparent lack of defense, he emanated an aura of latent danger, as if every apparent flaw in his posture concealed a trap. Thus, Uchiha Itachi hesitated. Just as doubt crept in, Itachi's eyes widened, and the three tomo of his Sharingan manifested within his gaze, prompting him to activate the ocular technique to observe more keenly. Then let us engage in combat. However, even with the Sharingan activated, Uchiha Itachi could not discern a single discernible flaw in Yunyan's demeanor. Those so-called vulnerabilities still radiated an unmistakable sense of entrapment. Why does it seem so difficult to find a way in? Is Senior Yunyan truly merely an elite jonin? He has witnessed elite jonin in action before. Yet there is an impression that Senior Yunyan is even more formidable. At that moment, Itachi Uchiha furrowed his brow deeply, uncertain of how to initiate this spar. However, one thing was clear. The longer he hesitated, the more unfavorable the situation would become. With no other choice, despite feeling at a loss, he resolved to charge forward and attack, hoping to uncover an opportunity amidst the assault. Understanding that he could not afford to delay any longer, Itachi suddenly dashed forward, thrusting the kunai in his hand towards what appeared to be a vulnerable spot on Yunyan's body. Observing Itachi's swift approach, Yunyan internally commended such youth, yet remarkable speed and decisiveness, truly a testament to Itachi Uchiha. Wait, could this speed and body flicker technique have been learned from Shisui Uchiha? Indeed, Yunyan's conjecture was correct. With this thought, Yunyan calmly sidestepped, effortlessly evading Itachi's thrust. The sudden strike proved ineffective, yet Itachi remained undeterred, as long as he could close the distance. Getting near his opponent would suffice. He swiftly pivoted, wielding his kunai, and lunged toward Yunyan with great speed. The kunai moved with dazzling swiftness, and Itachi's onslaught was fierce and relentless. Following the principles of taijutsu, he attacked with a barrage of strikes aimed directly at Yunyan. As for Yunyan, although Itachi's assault was indeed fierce and unyielding, to Yunyan, it was merely an exercise in evasion. He could easily avoid the incoming attacks. He kept one hand behind his back, calmly repositioning his feet, and his body flowed gracefully left and right, evading each of Itachi's strikes with precision. It was not merely avoidance. He moved like a delicate piece of paper, gliding past every assault. As time passed, Itachi found himself unable to close the gap with Yunyan, his efforts proving fruitless. A sense of frustration began to brew within him as he contemplated a means to break the stalemate. The duel between the two parties raged fervently, leaving the observing Uchiha clan members utterly astonished. From the very moment Uchiha Itachi showcased his remarkable speed, these Uchiha had already discerned the truth. The esteemed heir of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi, appeared to possess strength that was perilously close to that of a jonin, at the very least. His swiftness was undeniably impressive. Even a true jonin would likely find themselves flustered when faced with such velocity and lethal intent. Yet, the individual sparring with Itachi seemed entirely unfazed, maneuvering with effortless grace, and despite the duration of the encounter, Itachi had gained not a single advantage. Reflecting upon their own capabilities, the onlooking Uchiha realized none among them could possibly reach such heights. The realization struck them. The person engaging in the spar with Itachi was extraordinary, likely an elite jonin. With this revelation, the Uchiha watched on in awe. After a prolonged exchange, Itachi, whose efforts had proven futile thus far, resolved to escalate the situation. His speed was insufficient to affect Yunyan, and thus he resorted to employing more formidable techniques. With a firm decision made, Itachi swiftly leaped backward, distancing himself from Yunyan. As he retreated, he deftly grasped a kunai and began forming hand seals, utilizing the interval to prepare his ninjutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. Upon hearing this incantation, Yunyan felt no surprise. This technique was quintessential to the Uchiha clan. While it was true that the Great Fireball was a hallmark of the Uchiha, its potency varied significantly depending on the wielder. At this moment, Itachi had gathered chakra within his mouth, his gaze intense. With a sudden exhale, a terrifying surge of fire-released chakra swelled in the wind, manifesting into a fireball nearly 3 meters in diameter. The colossal fireball, radiating an overwhelming heat, hurtled toward Yunyan with alarming speed. Observing the approaching inferno, Yunyan's interest was piqued. Indeed, the execution of the fire release was commendable, both in power and quality. However, it regrettably fell short of sufficiency to contend with him. In a display of seriousness, Yunyan finally drew his weapon, unsheathing a kunai. As the kunai emerged, he swiftly enveloped it with sharp wind-release chakra. The white winds danced along the surface of the kunai, and its blade exuded a keen, whistling aura, showcasing a relatively elementary application of wind-release transformation. Despite its simplicity, it was more than adequate for the task at hand. Standing still, kunai in hand, Yunyan calmly observed the massive fireball barreling towards him and made a decisive forward slash. Much like a sharp knife slicing through paper, the immense fireball was effortlessly cleaved in two before him. Witnessing his signature technique being bisected with such ease, Itachi could scarcely believe his eyes as the remnants of the fireball, now diminished, drifted past Yunyan before extinguishing into nothingness. Such a colossal fireball has been effortlessly sliced in two. How is this possible? Is there truly someone capable of such a feat? Can a mere kunai sever a fireball of this magnitude? It seems not quite so, for the kunai appears to be imbued with a sharp wind-style chakra. Is it the influence of the wind release? Observing the situation of the cloud kunai through his 3-tomo Sharingan, Uchiha Itachi pondered and speculated. Not only did he deduce the methods employed by Yunyan in battle, but Uchiha Itachi also vaguely gauged Yunyan's level of strength through this maneuver. How formidable! The fire release technique he took pride in is rendered so feeble. Indeed, the prowess of the elder Yunyan surpasses his expectations. Is this the prowess of an elite jonin? Truly, it should not be underestimated. However, I have witnessed the might of elite jonin before, and this individual appears to transcend the ordinary. No need to dwell on that. The pressing matter at hand is how to confront Senior Yunyan. Even the great fireball technique proved ineffective, leaving not even a trace of disturbance. What course of action should I take next? Uchiha Itachi is not one to waver in indecision. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved to change tactics and employed a new ninjutsu. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. Once again, he formed hand seals with both hands and unleashed a torrent of searing flames. Simultaneously, Uchiha Itachi utilized the Uchiha clan's esteemed technique of shuriken manipulation, releasing a multitude of shurikens in a single breath. The shurikens pierced through the flames recently expelled by Uchiha Itachi, melding seamlessly with the fire release. The rapidly launched shurikens, accompanied by the destructive blaze, scattered in a radiant display, attacking Yunyan from various angles, creating a dazzling, offensive spectacle. This technique possesses a certain depth. Initially, the multitude of shurikens launched by Uchiha Itachi appears to scatter like petals in the wind. However, under his exquisite control of power, these shurikens trace graceful arcs in the air, effectively sealing off all directions around Yunyan, converging from every angle. Coupled with the intense heat of fire release, each shuriken is engulfed in roaring flames, combining high-speed slicing with searing combustion, rendering each shuriken a formidable weapon. Consequently, this omnidirectional blockade, accompanied by immense power, makes it exceedingly challenging for an ordinary person to confront. Calmly observing the flaming shurikens hurtling towards him from all sides, a glimmer of light flickers in Yunyan's eyes. Who would have thought that Uchiha Itachi, at such a young age, could master this technique? Truly, he is a genius as depicted in the original narrative, deserving of utmost respect. Although this boy's chakra may not yet reach the level of a jonin, his overall combat prowess is likely already on par with that of one. Since he can ascertain this boy's approximate strength, and given that he is earnest in his endeavors, perhaps I shall present him with a modest surprise. Unlike other Uchiha, my expertise lies not solely in fire release, but also in wind release. Given this, with the fire shurikens assaulting him from all directions, Yunyan resolved to deliver a subtle shock to Uchiha Itachi. With a stoic expression, he remained stationary, merely raising a hand. As he gestured, he summoned the chakra within him, allowing a torrent of wind-release chakra to surge forth from his body in all directions. The released wind-release chakra not only generated a tearing howl, but also, under Yunyan's deft control, began to whirl rapidly around him, racing at an astonishing speed. The principles of rotation, condensation, and compression are akin to that of the Rasengan. At this moment, the abundant wind release chakra emanating from Yunyan was a manifestation of this very principle. A vast amount of chakra enveloped Yunyan's form, coalescing into a translucent azure sphere of rapidly rotating wind release chakra, creating a comprehensive 360-degree defense. Simultaneously, the surrounding flaming shurikens rained down like a tempest, intent on transforming Yunyan into a pincushion of charred remains. Alas, these fiery shurikens met the rotating sphere of wind release chakra surrounding Yunyan, and without exception, were repelled. Not only were the shurikens themselves deflected, but the intense flames affixed to them were also disrupted and extinguished by the force of the wind release. In an instant, Uchiha Itachi's technique faltered, much like the previous Great Fireball, failing to inflict any harm. Upon witnessing this scene, particularly the manner in which Yunyan defended himself, Uchiha Itachi's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Hack!" Indeed, the defensive maneuver employed by Yunyan bore a striking resemblance to the Hyuga clan's ultimate defense, hack. However, Uchiha Itachi quickly realized that this was not hack, it merely shared a superficial similarity. At the very least, what swirled around Yunyan was a sharp and lethal wind release chakra, which fundamentally distinguishes it from the Hyuga clan's technique. Nevertheless, the underlying principle appears to be interconnected. In that moment, Uchiha Itachi was filled with astonishment and a profound respect for Yunyan. The elder Yunyan had managed to develop an entirely new wind release jutsu based on the same principle. Truly remarkable. Uchiha Itachi had previously assumed that this technique's prototype was hack. Yet in reality, it was not. The prototype of this technique is, in fact, the spiral sphere, merely an enlarged version that envelopes the user's body. It is essentially a defensive application of the spiral sphere, devoid of any particular merit. In truth, Yunyan did not even bother to bestow a name upon this technique. It was executed with a mere flick of his hand. However, the subsequent technique he intended to employ did possess a name, and Yunyan resolved to utilize it to bring this battle to a conclusion. His gaze grew solemn as he clenched his raised hand slightly. Accompanying Yunyan's gesture, the wild, howling, and swirling wind blades of chakra around him softened, transforming into a remarkably obedient force. The cerulean chakra converged in an exceedingly brief moment within Yunyan's right hand, cradled in his palm. At the instant he shifted his technique, Uchiha Itachi felt a jolt of unease ripple through him, an ominous premonition settling in his heart. From the outset of this spar, Yunyan had either evaded or defended, with his sole offensive maneuver being the severing of a great fireball. He had yet to launch a proactive assault. It seemed that the impending moment would finally herald Yunyan's attack. Moreover, a vague intuition nagged at Uchiha Itachi, suggesting that this strike might be the singular offensive move. What could this mean? Was Yunyan truly intent on using this technique to utterly vanquish him? How could that be? How could he possibly be defeated in one blow? This foreboding stirred a surge of indignation within Uchiha Itachi, prompting him to take the initiative and disrupt Yunyan's impending strike. Consequently, he unleashed chakra into his feet, employing the body flicker technique taught to him by Uchiha Shursui without reservation, propelling himself forward with such speed that he became a mere afterimage, racing toward Yunyan. His velocity was commendable, yet it was limited, for Yunyan had already prepared his own technique. With his right hand still elevated, he held within it a vast accumulation of compressed wind release chakra. Maintaining this posture, he calmly regarded the rapidly approaching Uchiha Itachi and articulately uttered 4 words: wind release, wind blade. Indeed, it was the wind blade, a rather commonplace wind release ninjutsu. Upon articulating these words, Yunyan forcefully swung his right hand forward, releasing his clenched fist. In that fleeting moment, the substantial concentration of wind release chakra coalesced into a brilliant cerulean crescent-shaped blade of wind. The crescent-shaped blade of wind surged forward with an astonishing sharpness, an unparalleled swiftness, and an exquisite smoothness. Uchiha Itachi, in his relentless advance, was suddenly met with a resonant hum, the sound of air being sliced apart, before his eyes beheld a vivid azure radiance. So near it felt palpable. The acute sensation coursed through him, a chilling realization of imminent peril. Itachi's scalp prickled with dread. This was dire. The attack was insurmountable. He could not withstand it. No, he must not press forward. He had to evade. At all costs, he had to escape. Failure to do so would result in his being cleaved in twain. With a fierce resolve ignited within him, Itachi began to fight for his very existence. He channeled chakra into his feet, twisting his body with fervor, redirecting his body with a swift body flicker technique. in mere fractions of a moment. Itachi's reflexes reacted with astonishing quickness, while the azure crescent of wind was unleashed with blinding speed. Fortunately, through sheer determination, Itachi managed to narrowly evade the strike. With a swift motion, the azure light flickered, and the air buzzed ominously as Yunyan's blade cut through nothingness. Nevertheless, even though it missed its target, it left an unfathomably deep and smooth scar upon the ground before him, nearly cleaving the training field in two. As for Itachi, he barely escaped the devastating wind blade, almost being severed in half. Now, with his heart still racing from the close call, he felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, stumbling slightly as he struggled to maintain his balance. After halting, he cast a glance to his side, and that singular gaze sent a shiver down his spine. For there, etched into the ground, was the long, dark scar, a testament to the formidable power of the wind blade. Had he not evaded it, he would undoubtedly have been bisected. "Oh, not bad. You dodged it," came Yunyan's voice suddenly from behind Itachi. Upon hearing this, he felt a hand firmly pressed down on his shoulder, a kunai poised menacingly against his neck. In that instant, Itachi's body froze, paralyzed by the realization of his predicament. A bitter smile crept across his face as he understood the grim truth. Though he had escaped the wind blade, he had not evaded Yunyan's next move. In a fleeting moment of physical exhaustion that rendered him momentarily rigid, Senior Yunyan swiftly positioned himself behind Uchiha Itachi, seizing control over him, demonstrating a remarkable sense of consideration. Senior Yunyan merely gripped a kunai, gently pressing it against Itachi's shoulder, akin to a friendly greeting. Had he chosen to disregard Itachi's dignity, the kunai would have been poised against his carotid artery, resulting in an even more humiliating predicament. Uchiha Itachi, acutely aware of the vast chasm that lay between him and Yunyan, could not help but feel a tinge of despondency, a blow to his pride. With a wry smile, he sighed and conceded, "Senior Yunyan, I admit defeat." Positioned behind Itachi, Yunyan nodded, releasing his hold on Itachi's shoulder and sheathing the kunai. It was essential to preserve some semblance of dignity. After all, he was the esteemed heir of the clan and ought not to suffer an excessively disgraceful defeat. Reflecting on the encounter, one could interpret that while Itachi had been evading or defending himself, it took but a single maneuver for Yunyan to vanquish the young lord, which could indeed be construed as offering him face. Now, having relinquished his grip and returned the kunai, Yunyan stepped in front of Itachi and casually inquired, "Now that our sparring session has concluded, how do you feel?" "It feels as though I have been thoroughly bested by you," Itachi replied. These are the true thoughts of Uchiha Itachi. Since his birth, apart from experiencing a fleeting sense of safety in his father's presence during childhood, this marks the first instance of being thoroughly bested by an outsider. To be candid, such an experience is rather disheartening. Wearing a bittersweet smile, Uchiha Itachi bore an expression of ineffable complexity, yet he articulated his insights. The disparity in strength is considerable, rendering it difficult to perceive anything beyond that. It was evident that his senior's speed surpassed his own, exhibiting greater agility and effortlessly outmaneuvering him, almost as if toying with him. Moreover, his senior's wind release technique was exceptionally formidable. Indeed, it was the most powerful wind release he had ever encountered. Yunyan harbored a deep-seated disdain for such individuals. Listening to Uchiha Itachi's so-called post-battle reflections, Yunyan wore a somewhat amused expression. "Indeed, I am particularly adept at wind release and accustomed to employing it. As you can see, this spar has unfolded as such. There remains a notable gap in our strengths, and it appears you are not my match." Having profoundly recognized this reality, Uchiha Itachi felt a rare sense of dejection. This is indeed true. There exists a vast chasm in strength between myself and Senior Yunyan. I had thought my progress was swift. Observing the young man, Yunyan could not help but scoff internally. "Your strength has indeed advanced remarkably. It is uncommon for someone your age to possess such prowess. The title of genius is not given lightly. Were it not for my ability to leverage certain advantages, I doubt I would stand a chance against you. Fortunately, I can exploit such advantages." With this thought in mind, Yunyan gestured towards a nearby open space, indicating to Uchiha Itachi, "Enough of this melancholy. Let us take a moment to rest and rejuvenate your weary body." Noticing the pile of concrete pipes nearby, Uchiha Itachi nodded in agreement, and together with Yunyan, they ambled over, casually sitting side by side atop the pipes, engaging in a brief respite. The two individuals concluded their sparring, feeling rather indifferent about the outcome. However, the spectators who had been observing from a distance were utterly astounded, their astonishment beyond words. Among them were the same few Uchiha ninjas who had witnessed the entire encounter, and they had comprehended every intricate detail of the recent clash. It was precisely because they had grasped the nuances and seen the outcome of the duel that they found it hard to believe, exchanging bewildered glances with one another. Did I see that correctly? Young Master Itachi was defeated? Well, perhaps Itachi's defeat isn't entirely unfathomable, considering his opponent was presumably an elite jonin. Yet, to think that Itachi was vanquished in a single strike, was this elite jonin truly that formidable? It was hard to ascertain. Hey, did you see that wind release technique just now? It cleaved the ground in two. One exclaimed. Had Itachi not dodged swiftly, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Indeed, the prowess of this individual's wind release was alarming. When had such a figure emerged within the Uchiha clan? Undoubtedly, their strength was that of a bona fide elite jonin, particularly skilled in wind release. Such talent should have garnered fame long ago. So why were so few familiar with him? In no time, the spectators engaged in animated discussion regarding the spar and its unfolding. They were perplexed by the origins of Yunyan, and a mixture of fear and admiration began to blossom within them for this formidable ninja. Not only were they filled with trepidation and wonder, but they also harbored profound curiosity. Yunyan's sudden appearance felt almost surreal, as if he had sprung forth from the very crevices of stone. How could such strength have remained unnoticed within the Uchiha clan until now? Bearing a cacophony of emotions and thoughts, and wishing to avoid disturbing the resting Yunyan and Uchiha Itachi, the onlookers eventually dispersed after a spirited debate. Naturally, upon their return, they did not forget to investigate, each seeking information about Yunyan. However, within the Uchiha clan, Yunyan had little presence, and their inquiries yielded scant results. Moreover, the onlookers managed to circulate news of the spar. Soon, many within the Uchiha clan learned of the astonishing event. Realizing that someone had the capability to decisively defeat their young master Itachi. Yet, they remained puzzled about when their clan had acquired another elite jonin, especially one proficient in wind release. Most Uchiha shared a similar sentiment. They had never heard of this individual before. Where had he come from? In time, the nameless wind release master who had sparred with Itachi began to garner a reputation among the Uchiha, prompting many to seek out information about him, but to no avail. Of course, these were merely the repercussions of the event, matters that would unfold in the future, entirely unrelated to Yunyan's present. At this moment, Yunyan sat idly atop a concrete pipe, accompanying Uchiha Itachi in his repose. Logically, given his aloof demeanor towards the Uchiha clan, Yunyan should have had no inclination to linger after the spar, preferring to depart immediately. Yet, how could he abandon Itachi, a character of immense significance in the original narrative? One who would later bring ruin to the Uchiha clan. Considering the weight of Itachi's circumstances and the uncertainty of his thoughts, Yunyan chose to remain and offer his company to Uchiha Itachi. After a moment of serene silence between the two, as their bodies gradually regained strength, Itachi Uchiha, who had been lost in contemplation, suddenly posed a question to Yunyan. Senior Yunyan, what is your perspective on the relationship between the village and the clan? Yunyan found himself momentarily bewildered. To be frank, he was indeed taken aback by Itachi's unexpected inquiry. After a brief moment of confusion, an instinctive irritation welled up within him. Indeed, it was Itachi Uchiha, consistently exhibiting such tendencies. Even at a tender age, he was already consumed by such profound musings. At such a young age, why delve into these matters? Is there something amiss with your mindset? What else more? It would have been one thing if he merely pondered these thoughts, but eventually he allowed these self-proclaimed revelations to lead him to annihilate his own clan, tragically taking the lives of his own parents. What madness is this? With a deep sigh, Yunyan found that the slight fondness he had developed for Uchiha Itachi through their minor sparring had dissipated entirely. He truly wished to avoid excessive interaction with someone seemingly unhinged. Thus he retaliated with a question for Uchiha Itachi. What a profound inquiry. What do you think, Uchiha Itachi? After contemplating for a moment with his head lowered, Uchiha Itachi articulated his genuine thoughts. I believe that the clan is the village's clan. The Uchiha belong to Konoha. After a moment of reflection, Yunyan nodded in agreement. Indeed, this statement could not be more accurate. Unless the Uchiha clan intends to betray the village entirely, they must acknowledge this fact. However, Yunyan could not help but turn his gaze towards Uchiha Itachi. Yet, for an ordinary Uchiha clansman, even to acknowledge this would be a reluctant concession. Given the Uchiha's pride, they would find it difficult to accept this truth, or perhaps even seek to deny it, striving to place their clan above the village, to elevate the Uchiha above Konoha. What makes you so aware of this reality? Notably, Yunyan's use of the term aware was laden with irony. Indeed, The notion of being the sole enlightened individual amidst a sea of ignorance is not necessarily a virtue. In Yunyan's eyes, Uchiha Itachi embodied such awareness at this moment. Regardless of whether his thoughts were correct, when one's beliefs diverge from the norm, contradicting the interests of the majority, they are deemed erroneous. Uchiha Itachi, oblivious to the underlying implications of Yunyan's words, continued with his musings, slightly bowing his head. Senior Yunyan, you too are a person of clarity. The Uchiha clan is undeniably too proud, and their relationship with the village is deteriorating. However, the Uchiha are Konoha's Uchiha. How can this continue? How can the village and the clan coexist if this persists? What choices must I make? Listening to this youth's concerns for the future. Observing an expression on his face that belied his age, Yunyan's irritation deepened considerably. This is indeed the drawback of premature maturity. It is one thing to mature early, but it is particularly unfortunate when such maturity occurs in a challenging familial environment. Various external circumstances compel one to indulge in errant thoughts, leading to a distortion of one's mindset. This young man harbors concerns for the Uchiha clan, for Konoha, and for the future, which is understandable. However, what truly troubles Yunyan is that this very individual, influenced by Sarutobi Hiruzen in the future, ultimately aligns himself with Konoha, becoming ensnared by the so-called will of fire, and tragically leads to the annihilation of his own family. While the Uchiha clan certainly has its share of issues, had he chosen not to intervene, perhaps the clan would have met a similar fate at the hands of Konoha. The crux of the matter lies in the distinction between being extinguished by Konoha and being extinguished by Uchiha Itachi. To be defeated by Konoha might be attributed to a disparity in strength and foundation, an unavoidable reality. Yet, to be vanquished by your own kin? You are a ninja born of that very clan, the eldest son of the clan leader, nurtured from a young age by the abundant resources of your lineage. In the end, you betray your family and align with Konoha, who is truly unhinged here. It is no wonder that Yunyan feels a profound irritation towards Uchiha Itachi. This situation defies all logic and reason. While one might admire those who sacrifice their kin for a greater cause, the notion of annihilating one's entire clan under the guise of such a cause is simply repugnant. Yunyan, being a self-proclaimed selfish individual who prefers to aid family over justice, harbors a deep-seated disdain for such people, those who claim to make tremendous sacrifices for lofty ideals. Sacrificing not only themselves, but also their entire kin and family. What gives them the right? Have they been granted a sense of superiority? What qualifies them to impose sacrifices upon others? 54. When one's path diverges fundamentally, collaboration becomes futile. Sensing that Uchiha Itachi's ideology had begun to deviate, Yunyan felt no patience left for him. He leapt directly from the concrete pipe, his expression devoid of emotion, and strode forward, intending to depart from this place. The somewhat troubled scion of the Uchiha clan found himself reluctant to continue the conversation. However, Uchiha Itachi seemed intent on prolonging the engagement. Observing Yunyan's intention to depart, he hastily called out, "Wait. Senior Yunyan, I have yet to fully seek your counsel. How do you perceive the relationship between the clan and the village?" With that, Uchiha Itachi leaped down from the concrete pipe and approached Yunyan. At that moment, his expression radiated sincerity, a genuine eagerness to seek knowledge. "I can discern that you, Senior Yunyan, are unlike the other Uchihas. You possess a remarkable clarity of thought. You must have your own perspective. I wish to glean insights from your views to determine my future path. I implore you." With that, Uchiha Itachi bowed deeply. The attitude of inquiry is indeed commendable. However, Yunyan simply lacks the inclination to rectify Itachi Uchiha's mindset. On one hand, the young man is remarkably mature, having been sensitive and contemplative from a tender age. It is likely that his perspectives have already solidified by this time, rendering any deviation from his current beliefs quite challenging. On the other hand, Yunyan possesses the self-awareness to recognize his own selfishness. With his own thoughts being far from normal, what right does he have to influence another's beliefs? After all, he harbors no fondness for Itachi Uchiha. Why should he bother with him? One should not impose upon others what one does not desire for oneself. Observing the serious demeanor of Itachi Uchiha, seemingly striving to extricate himself from the clutches of this troubled youth, Yunyan abruptly altered his tone. Sneering, "You wish to know my perspective on the relationship between family and village? Allow me to be candid. To me, both are of no consequence. I live solely for myself." Upon hearing Yunyan's almost earth-shattering declaration, Itachi Uchiha's eyes widened in disbelief, abruptly rising from his bowing posture, staring incredulously at Yunyan. In that moment, Itachi felt as though he was perceiving Yunyan anew, and he fervently retorted, Senior Yunyan, how can you utter such words? The Uchiha are part of Konoha. The village nurtured us. Our family raised us. How can these two be irrelevant to you? With a cold gaze fixed upon Itachi Uchiha, Yunyan interjected abruptly. You acknowledge that your family nurtured you. Yet why do you turn your elbow outward? Itachi Uchiha was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, he found Yunyan's words to be strikingly sensible. Yet, in the next instant, an innate sense of discord surged within him. This internal conflict was accompanied by a sense of trepidation, akin to the realization of one's own error, leading to a desperate denial of that mistake. Shaking his head to regain clarity, Itachi resolutely stated, Indeed, our family has raised us, but I believe the peace of Konoha holds greater significance. After all, it is Konoha that has nurtured us. The cold smirk and mockery on Yunyan's face became even more pronounced as he retorted bluntly, Spare me your rhetoric about we. Itachi Uchiha, I am not connected to you. I am unlike you. Neither family nor village has nurtured or cultivated me. The strength I possess, all that I have attained, is either inherited from my deceased parents or earned through my own endeavors. What concern does the Uchiha clan hold for me? What relevance does Konoha have for me? The matter at hand transcends mere astonishment. It is utterly heretical and defiant. Uchiha Itachi stared in disbelief, instinctively yearning to refute the claims made. However, as he opened his mouth, he found himself utterly bereft of any valid arguments. This was due to the fact that Yunyan had previously suggested that he had indeed not been nurtured by his clan, nor had he received any benefits or support from them. The situation was even more pronounced with Konoha. The Uchiha clan had overlooked this member, and Konoha cared even less. What basis was there for any notion of cultivation or upbringing? In his youth, he had been ostracized from the Uchiha clan and distanced from Konoha, assigned instead to serve as one of the 12 guardian ninja. Now, upon returning to Konoha and his clan, the fact that he had achieved such formidable strength was indeed a testament to his own relentless efforts, entirely independent of his family or village. How could this be possible? This individual is exceedingly peculiar. Sensing his inability to reproach Yunyan from a rational standpoint, Uchiha Itachi instinctively sought to condemn him from a moral perspective. His expression shifted, becoming more resolute and righteous, as if he had ascended to a certain moral high ground. Yunyan, even so. The significance of the existence of Konoha should transcend our individual concerns. For the tranquility of the entire Konoha, for the future of our village, we must not become entangled in the past or fixate on trivial matters of right and wrong. Upon hearing these words, Yunyan's gaze transformed as he regarded Uchiha Itachi with a hint of incredulity. Where did this mentally deranged, saintly individual come from? It seems that describing them as a saintly individual is still inadequate. In any case, this person is clearly disturbed. Assessment complete. The existence and significance of the village should transcend our personal interests. Truly, you are magnificent, and your enlightenment is commendable. I almost feel compelled to applaud you. Furthermore, the village should not be entangled in past grievances. Your perspective is indeed lofty and worthy of praise. Ah, how I long to slap your face. Resisting the impulse to confront him, Yunyan took a step back, furrowing his brow, genuinely feeling discomfort. Yet, he remained somewhat curious about how Uchiha Itachi's thoughts had come to be. Thus, he gently inquired, What leads you to believe this? Momentarily taken aback, Uchiha Itachi's expression turned grave as he provided what he considered a profoundly correct and lifelong principle, because of the will of fire. The audacity of the will of fire. After instinctively cursing inwardly, Yunyan realized why Uchiha Itachi, at such a tender age, held such peculiar beliefs. He had been poisoned, distorted, even brainwashed by this so-called will of fire, brainwashed into someone willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of Konoha. Indeed, later on, this young man would go so far as to annihilate his own family, partially for the sake of Konoha and partly for his younger brother. No wonder. Once the will of fire is invoked, even the strangest occurrences seem entirely reasonable. Recognizing that his fundamental ideology diverged significantly from Uchiha Itachi's, Yunyan finally lost his patience. He sneered coldly and spoke without mercy. Uchiha Itachi, these are merely your own thoughts, which I find utterly inconsequential. The will of fire has no bearing on me, and I do not subscribe to such ideologies. I am a selfish person. I live solely for myself. With that, Yunyan disregarded Uchiha Itachi entirely, sweeping past him and departing, leaving the latter in disarray amidst the wind. These two individuals are entirely incompatible, their discourse lacking any semblance of harmony. After Yunyan departed, Uchiha Itachi stood rooted in place, momentarily lost in thought, struggling to regain his composure. What had Yunyan just articulated? The will of fire was of no concern to him. He did not align with it. He was a self-serving individual, living solely for his own sake. It seems that this is indeed the case. As he delved deeper into his thoughts, Uchiha Itachi felt a surge of alarm as he came to a profound realization. Yunyan is, without a doubt, an exceptionally lucid individual. So much so that he's acutely aware of his own selfishness. Ironically, such a person neither embraces the will of fire nor aligns himself with his clan or village. Coming to terms with this understanding, Uchiha Itachi turned away with trepidation, gazing at the distant silhouette of Yunyan as he departed. His eyes, sharp and penetrating, rendered a judgment upon Uchiha Yunyan, or rather, crafted a definition uniquely his own for this individual. This is a self-centered individual, devoid of understanding sacrifice, lacking the capacity for contribution, indifferent to the greater good, and unconcerned about the welfare of the village. This is a perilous individual. After establishing a definition, the anxious Uchiha Itachi began to worry once more. Such individuals exist within the Uchiha clan, and remarkably, their strength is formidable and challenging to control. Could they pose a hidden threat? Might they be a danger? Could they be detrimental to the village? The more Uchiha Itachi pondered, the more his concerns deepened, leading him to believe that vigilance was essential. With a solemn gaze fixed upon the direction in which Yunyan had departed, Itachi etched Yunyan's presence into his memory. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Yunyan, Itachi harbored such thoughts. Had he been aware, he would undoubtedly have uttered a few more harsh words. Am I truly a dangerous person? Could I potentially jeopardize Konoha? Must I be regarded with suspicion? On what grounds? Merely because I possess clarity of mind, an understanding of my own needs? How deluded one must be to consider oneself a hero safeguarding Konoha, a saint willing to sacrifice everything for its sake. Well, perhaps that is indeed the case. Not everyone can embody Itachi's resolve, willing to sacrifice for a so-called greater good, even at the expense of their own clan, regardless of the circumstances. Both Yunyan and Itachi profoundly illustrate a fundamental truth. Those who walk divergent paths shall not conspire together. Yunyan sincerely believes that Itachi's reasoning is flawed, while conversely, Itachi genuinely perceives Yunyan's thoughts as abnormal and perilous. The two individuals are bound to continue their quarrels in the future. Yunyan has already become acutely aware of Uchiha Itachi's dissatisfaction towards him. As he departed from the training grounds and made his way home, he distinctly sensed the vigilance emanating from his back, accompanied by an almost imperceptible aura of hostility and wariness. In response to Uchiha Itachi's demeanor, Yunyan indeed felt an overwhelming urge to strike him down. However, considering that this is the territory of the Uchiha clan and that Uchiha Itachi is the esteemed heir of the Uchiha lineage, coupled with the amicable conversation he had just had with Uchiha Fugaku, his father, he resolved to avoid unnecessary trouble. Additionally, he felt a certain reluctance to engage with Uchiha Itachi, leading him to decide to treat him as a stranger from henceforth, avoiding any interactions. Of course, should Uchiha Itachi choose to provoke Yunyan in the future, that would be a different matter altogether. Yunyan would ensure Uchiha Itachi comprehends the reason behind the blossom's vibrant hue. With such thoughts and a smirk of disdain, Yunyan nonchalantly exited the core of the clan's territory, returning to the periphery. It was already midday, and his purpose of visiting the clan leader had been fulfilled. It was time to return home for a meal. He estimated that at this hour, Izumi would be nearly finished preparing lunch, eagerly awaiting his return. Yes, he must hasten home for a meal and to find Izumi. Fortunately, Izumi was a rather sensible member of the Uchiha clan, and spending time with her should help alleviate the disquieting feelings he had just experienced with Uchiha Itachi. Thus, Yunyan hastened homeward, choosing to disregard the clan's incessant turmoil, closing the door behind him to continue his own tranquil existence. His month-long holiday was not yet over. He still had a week remaining. How could he squander this precious time for relaxation? Time flows like falling petals, swift and unyielding. In a fleeting moment, yet another week had slipped away. What does this signify? It signifies that Yunin's vacation balance has truly been depleted. His month-long holiday has finally come to an end. With the holiday concluded, it is time to return to work. The dreaded return to the office. Why must life involve work? What purpose does it serve? What significance lies in employment? A cry of anguish from the weary worker. For the average individual, work is merely work, and employment is simply a means to an end. However, for a ninja, the end of a holiday and the return to duty heralds a return to the ranks of the ninja, commencing the execution of one assignment after another. Today marks the first day back to work after the holiday for Yunyan. and he awoke this morning with a sullen expression, clearly reluctant to embrace the day ahead. Had it not been for the gentle coaxing of Quan, who had prepared breakfast, he would have succumbed to the morning grumpiness typically associated with the prospect of returning to the office. Nevertheless, even with Quan's tender gestures, Yunyan's mood remained as sour as ever. Reluctantly, he went through his morning routine, and after finishing breakfast, the time had come for him to depart. Glancing at the clock, which indicated that it was time to take action, he sighed and began to gather his belongings, donning his ninja attire. He was well aware that today he must report to the Anbu. Becoming the captain of the Anbu right from the start was a noteworthy achievement, and he understood the importance of punctuality. Arriving late or skipping work would tarnish his reputation and hinder his ability to establish authority and influence in the future. Thus, he resolved not to be tardy on his first day. The subsequent days would be subject to circumstance. As he stood at the threshold of his room, he hesitated to step outside, for Quan was still at home. At that moment, Quan exuded the essence of a devoted partner. Having just finished washing the dishes and tidying up, when she noticed Yunyan waiting by the door. With a gentle smile, she approached him and meticulously smoothed out the wrinkles in his clothing. Observing her beautiful visage up close, Yunyan found his earlier agitation dissipating. "I'm heading out," he announced. Upon hearing his voice, Quan lifted her gaze to meet his, her bright eyes sparkling with warmth as she smiled and replied, "Be careful and do your best in the Anbu. I'll be waiting for your return." The atmosphere between them was thick with unspoken affection, a moment of serene intimacy. After nodding and returning her smile, Yunyan turned to exit, but upon opening the door, his expression soured once more. He spotted Kakashi waiting for him just outside in the courtyard. Leaning casually against a pillar, Kakashi was dressed in his Anbu attire, engrossed in a small, Risku book. Clearly, he had come specifically to await Yunyan's departure. Although Yunyan had sensed Kakashi's presence outside, witnessing his nonchalant demeanor ignited a spark of irritation within him. "What are you doing at my house, Kakashi?" he called out without preamble. Kakashi closed the book with care, tucking it away before meeting Yunyan's gaze with his characteristic deadpan expression. "By the order of Lord Hokage, I am here to escort you to the Anbu." Yunyan nodded, appearing somewhat satisfied. "Ah, I assumed that as the freshly appointed captain of the Anbu, I would have to report on my own. I did not expect someone to guide me. This is quite fortunate." "Of course someone must guide you," Kakashi replied. "What if you encounter trouble in the Anbu without assistance? The competition is fierce, and conflicts are inevitable. If you were to clash with someone and, in a fit of rage, wreak havoc within the organization, it would be disastrous. Hence, it is essential for someone to accompany you, to familiarize you with the regulations and ensure you do not act recklessly. That is why I have been dispatched by the Hokage." This reflects Kakashi's feelings of helplessness at that moment. Donning his ever-present mask and adjusting his Anbu attire to conceal his identity, Kakashi turned to Yunyan and said, "Let us proceed." He added, "The mask and equipment will be provided to you once you officially join the Anbu. For now, please follow me. I will guide you through your induction as the captain of an Anbu squad." Yunyan nodded in agreement. "All right, I suppose this is a promotion for me. I look forward to your guidance, Kakashi-senpai." Upon hearing the term senpai, a shiver ran down Kakashi's spine, and feeling quite uncomfortable, he swiftly disappeared from Yunyan's family courtyard, racing in a specific direction. Glancing back at the direction Kakashi had departed, Yunyan exchanged a nod with Izumi before vanishing in an instant, rapidly catching up to Kakashi. Yunyan's speed was remarkable. Kakashi found it impossible to shake him off. In less than 2 seconds, Yunyan had closed the distance. Sensing Yunyan maintaining a steady pace alongside him, Kakashi chose to remain silent as they continued their journey to work. After a few minutes, under Kakashi's guidance, Yunyan finally arrived at the Anbu headquarters. Nestled within the heart of the Hidden Leaf Village lies a vast and clandestine base, situated merely a stone's throw away from the Hokage's office yet concealed beneath the earth. Within this subterranean stronghold, Anbu ninjas bustle about, their demeanor a blend of quiet intensity and diligent busyness. A sweeping glance reveals that they are either attending to various matters, preparing for missions, or receiving directives from higher-ups, all operating with remarkable order amidst the flurry of activity. Observing these Anbu operatives, Yunyan ponders thoughtfully. Indeed, they embody his prior impressions of the Anbu. Each ninja hurries along, most donning masks, speaking little to one another, maintaining an air of distance. However, this sense of detachment does not impede the progress of their tasks, nor does it diminish their efficiency. The Anbu's sophisticated operational system functions seamlessly. ensuring that each member fulfills their designated role and that every component runs smoothly. After granting Yunyan a moment to acclimate to the environment, Kakashi leads him deeper into the Anbu base. "Come, Yunyan, I shall guide you through your formal onboarding," he states. Yunyan nods in silent agreement, following Kakashi further into the depths of the facility. After navigating several turns and traversing a considerable distance, Kakashi halts before an unassuming office. Without bothering to knock, he simply pushes the door open, and Yunyan follows suit without hesitation. Upon entering the office, they are met by a female Anbu, who appears rather listless as she sits behind a desk overflowing with documents. The scene seems somewhat incongruous within the Anbu context, yet upon reflection, it makes sense. Such a large organization must contend with a multitude of responsibilities. Yunyan's gaze lingers on the woman's striking purple hair, though her features are obscured by a mask. He finds her visage oddly familiar. Wait a moment, purple hair, a female Anbu. These traits evoke memories of a minor character from the original narrative, the girlfriend of the Swift Moonlight, Yuzuki Yugao. It is likely her, Yunyan muses. Though he recognizes her, he refrains from speaking as Yuzuki Yugao does not know him. There is no need to create an unnecessary complication with Kakashi present. As anticipated, Kakashi appears to be acquainted with Yuzuki Yugao. Upon entering the office and spotting her at the desk, a look of surprise crosses his face. "What brings you here on duty today?" he inquires. The masked Yuzuki Yugao lifts her gaze, her expression betraying no emotion. "I sustained minor injuries on a recent mission and am temporarily assigned here to recuperate," she replies. Kakashi nods, choosing not to probe further. After explaining, Yuzuki Yugao turns her attention to Yunyan, unable to suppress her curiosity. "Who is this? He is not one of our Anbu ninjas, is he? Kakashi, what is his purpose here?" Kakashi responds succinctly, "This is my friend. He was not an Anbu ninja previously, but he will be shortly. I am here to assist him with his onboarding." As he speaks, he produces several documents from his pocket and places them on the desk before Yuzuki Yugao. Upon examining the files, Yuzuki Yugao's expression shifts to one of astonishment. "What? A member of the Uchiha clan? Joining the Anbu? Did the Hokage truly approve this? And starting off as a squad leader? Good heavens, is this some sort of jest?" Seeking confirmation, she quickly flips through the pages, scrutinizing the signature and seal on the last page. Indeed, the signature belongs to the Hokage, verified without doubt. The seal is unmistakably that of the Hokage as well, leaving no room for error. The confirmation of these 2 points indicates that the documents are authentic, and that this Uchiha is indeed about to join the Anbu, assuming the position of captain right at the outset. Could it be that the Hokage is jesting? Surely, he cannot have lost his faculties. In a moment of disbelief, Yuzuki Yugao could not help but mentally scoff. Yet, humans possess a remarkable ability to conjure reasoning. After her brief moment of doubt, she reassured herself with the notion that the Hokage must have profound intentions behind this decision. Given that the documents are undeniably genuine and this individual was personally brought by Kakashi, it is evident that this matter reflects the Hokage's true will, and there is no cause for concern. Thus, she found no reason to remain conflicted. After a brief moment of surprise, Yuzuki Yuka swiftly proceeded to complete the necessary procedures for joining the Anbu. True to its reputation, the Anbu demonstrated remarkable efficiency. Yunyan personally witnessed as Yuzuki Yuka briskly handled the paperwork. She only stepped out once, and upon her return, she presented a document to him and Kakashi with a nod, announcing all set. Uchiha Yunyan is officially a member of the Anbu. As she spoke, Yuzuki Yuka handed over the completed Anbu identification to Yunyan, cautioning, "This is your Anbu ID, be sure to keep it safe." Meanwhile, Kakashi added, "Indeed, this document not only verifies your identity and position within the Anbu, but also serves numerous other purposes. Losing it would be quite troublesome." Acknowledging their words, Yunyan casually accepted the Anbu ID, discreetly tucking it into his clothing and patting it lightly to assure its safekeeping. Thus, Yunyan officially joined the Anbu, assuming the role of a squad leader. However, his position was largely nominal. Although he held the title and possessed certain authority, he had no subordinates, akin to a solitary commander. Yet, Yunyan was unconcerned by this, as his independent nature made him ill-suited to leading a team. Just as the necessary formalities were completed and Yunyan was about to speak, Yuzuki Yuen had additional tasks to attend to. She opened a door in the office and stepped into an adjacent room, waving to both Yunyan and Kakashi, inviting them to enter. Kakashi cast Yunyan a glance, urging him to follow. Without hesitation, Yunyan entered the neighboring room. Upon entering, He observed the neatly arranged Anbu equipment, and realization dawned upon him. Oh, this is for outfitting me. As anticipated, Yuzuki Yunyan gestured towards the gear and said, choose a set. This is the standard Anbu equipment. In truth, there was little choice to be made, as the garments were fairly uniform, differing primarily in the weapons one was adept at using and the style of the mask worn. Seeing the almost identical Anbu gear, Yunyan frowned slightly, feeling averse. Is it possible for me to forego wearing this equipment? I am not accustomed to these clothes and weapons. I prefer to rely on what I am familiar with. Is that acceptable? Yuzuki Yunyan was not particularly surprised by Yunyan's request. Very well. Your situation is not uncommon within the Anbu. There is no strict requirement for everyone to don standard equipment, as only familiar and suitable gear can maximize one's combat capabilities. However, you must select a mask, as we in the Anbu must conceal our identities while on missions. Understanding this, Yunyan replied, oh, the mask, that I can accommodate. He approached the wall adorned with an array of masks and began to examine his options, intending to select one. After a period of contemplation, he randomly chose a fox mask and donned it. The moment he put it on, an unexpected sense of comfort washed over him. This feeling likely stemmed from the fact that, aside from himself, all others in the Anbu, including Kakashi and Yuzuki Yunyan, were masked, creating an unspoken distance between them. Now that he too wore a mask, this sense of distance emerged, allowing him to blend into the Anbu and feel at ease. Seeing Yunyan in a mask, Kakashi posed one final question. Yunyan, there is one more matter to address, your codename. In the Anbu, especially during missions, we cannot use our real names. We refer to one another by codenames. You will need to choose one for ease of operation. Yunyan scratched his head, slightly troubled, glancing at Kakashi and Yuzuki Yunyan as he sought their counsel. How should I go about selecting a codename? Kakashi shrugged, indifferent. You can choose however you like. There are no stringent requirements for codenames. However, Anbu codenames typically consist of 2 characters and often relate to various animals. As he spoke, Kakashi gestured to himself and Yuzuki Yunyan. My codename is Moon Wolf, and hers is Night Fox. Listening to their codenames, Yunyan pondered. Oh, Moon Wolf and Night Fox. Those names seem rather fitting. Perhaps the moonlight brings a hint of green? Just a jest, of course. These codenames carry meaning. Kakashi's Moon Wolf likely signifies a white wolf that operates at night, which aligns with his white hair. Yuzuki Yunyan's Night Fox is also understandable, as female ninjas often adopt codenames like foxes or butterflies, and the prefix night subtly alludes to her name. Reflecting on their intriguing codenames, Yunyan contemplated his own. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Ah, I shall be called Lazy Fish. Upon hearing this proposed codename, both Kakashi and Yuzuki Yunyan nearly stumbled in disbelief. What? Lazy Fish? Can that even serve as a codename? Yuzuki Yunyan covered her face in exasperation, observing Yunyan quietly to ascertain whether this peculiar individual truly belonged to the Uchiha clan. How had she never heard of such a character? Becoming a squad leader in the Anbu with such an eccentric demeanor. Kakashi wore a weary expression, seemingly more resigned. Reflecting on how Yunyan had spent the past month at his home, Kakashi reluctantly conceded that the name might be surprisingly apartment. Yet, was it truly acceptable? Unable to contain himself, Kakashi confirmed with Yunyan, are you certain you want to choose this codename? You must consider that during missions, enemies will surely mock you upon hearing it. Let them mock. I am indifferent, Yunyan replied nonchalantly, adding, perhaps the humor in my codename will cause the enemy to underestimate me, leading to their downfall. Kakashi was at a loss for words. Very well. That is one way to look at it. Satisfied that Yunyan had donned his mask and chosen a codename, Kakashi beckoned him to leave the office. All right, Yunyan. Let us proceed. Trusting Kakashi, Yunyan followed him out of the office, leaving Yuzuki Yunyan behind. Once outside, Yunyan calmly inquired, what shall we do next? Are you assembling my subordinates as the Anbu squad leader? Kakashi, no, Moonwolf, responded, let me clarify. I prefer working alone, even on missions. So please do not assign me any subordinates. I believe that given the Uchiha clan's reputation, few ninjas would willingly serve under me. At Yunyan's words and reasoning, Kakashi turned back, exasperated. Rest assured, I am not assigning any subordinates to you. As an Anbu squad leader, if you wish to have subordinates, you must recruit them yourself. The Anbu does not handle that. Ah, in that case, it suits me just fine. Yes, if I choose to undertake missions alone, I need not recruit anyone. However, that would make me a solitary commander. Solitary commander? That sounds rather harsh. I prefer to think of myself as a lone wolf, for the strong often walk alone. You know? Suit yourself. Your abilities should suffice for solo missions. Since you are not assigning me any subordinates, what is our current objective? Without hesitation, Kakashi replied, We are going to meet with Lord Hokage. Yunyan felt a tinge of bewilderment. Why must we meet the old man Sarutobi? The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Yet Kakashi responded with utmost sincerity. Before I usher you into the Anbu, the Hokage had already issued specific instructions. The esteemed Hokage requested that once you officially assume the role of Anbu's squad leader, I should take you to see him. He seems to have a rather significant task in mind, explicitly designating the two of us for it. Oh, the two of us? Yunyan pondered meaningfully. Indeed, just the two of us. Kakashi appeared oblivious to the underlying implications within Yunyan's words and continued to elucidate earnestly. I understand you prefer undertaking missions solo, but this is your inaugural Anbu assignment. The Hokage wishes for me to guide you through the intricacies of Anbu operations. Once you grasp the pertinent rules and procedures, it will matter little whether you embark on missions alone or recruit subordinates to lead a team. I see. Yunyan smiled. Accompanying you on missions is certainly preferable to teaming up with strangers. After all, what if an unfamiliar ally were to stab me in the back during the operation? Wouldn't you agree? Kakashi, who had been walking ahead, abruptly halted, casting a profoundly exasperated glance back at Yunyan. You jest. This is the Anbu, not the route. Yunyan, peering through his mask, met Kakashi's gaze. Yet you cannot guarantee that there are no root members within the Anbu, can you? Just as you cannot assure that there are no Anbu agents within the route. This statement left Kakashi speechless. He could only remain silent for a moment before turning away to continue his forward journey. Yunyan chuckled softly, refraining from provoking Kakashi further, and leisurely accompanied him as they proceeded. Soon, the two of them, having exchanged no more words, exited the Anbu base. They concealed their presence and stealthily made their way towards the Hokage building. Given their affiliation with the Anbu, the method of entering the Hokage's office had evolved from previous times. Yunyan and Kakashi did not need to knock. Instead, they subtly released their respective chakra to announce their presence to Sarutobi Hiruzen before directly infiltrating the room. Of course, it was also possible to enter unnoticed, but that would raise suspicions of guilt or ulterior motives, which could result in being apprehended by other Anbu members or, worse, being eliminated by Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. Upon entering the Anbu, they soon found themselves before Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kakashi respectfully performed a bow to express his esteem for the Hokage, stating, Hokage-sama, I have returned. Yunyan's Anbu enlistment procedures have been completed. He is now the captain of an Anbu squad, codenamed Salted Fish. At the mention of the unusual codename, Kakashi's mouth, hidden behind his mask, involuntarily twitched. Sarutobi Hiruzen, slightly taken aback, regarded the masked Yunyan with a bemused expression. Yunyan, however, saw no need to bow. Instead, he casually raised his hand in greeting, saying, Greetings, Hokage-sama. The newly appointed Anbu captain, Salted Fish, reporting for duty. A vein of frustration appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead as he sighed. His tone tinged with resignation. Yunyan, let it be. If that name brings you joy, so be it. After taking a few puffs from his pipe, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his attention to Kakashi and Yunyan, adopting a serious demeanor. Do you know why I called you both here? Yunyan nodded in acknowledgement. I just heard Kakashi mention that he is to take me on my first Anbu mission, correct? May I inquire what the mission entails, Hokage-sama? Is it to eliminate the other four Kage? Or perhaps the leaders of the other four great nations? Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead creased with additional lines of exasperation. Do you think the other Kage and the daimyos are mere cabbages that you can simply dispose of at will? With a resigned sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen contained his frustration and clarified, neither of those options. In fact, the task assigned to you both is a reconnaissance mission. A reconnaissance mission? Kakashi inquired with a grave expression. Where are we to scout? Sarutobi Hiruzen mirrored Kakashi's seriousness. The border of the Land of Fire. More specifically, the junction where our borders meet those of the Land of Lightning. Yunyan pondered thoughtfully. The border? The junction with the Land of Lightning? The Hidden Cloud Village? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, proceeding with a formal explanation. Since the conclusion of the last Ninja World War, many years have passed. In recent years, the ninja world has generally maintained a semblance of peace, with the 5 great nations and their corresponding hidden villages exercising relative restraint. However, as time has passed, it seems that the stillness has incited some restlessness. Recently, there have been frequent skirmishes along the borders of several major nations. with ninjas from other villages occasionally encroaching upon our territory. Among them, the village of Cloud has been the most egregious. Yunyan has discerned the implications behind Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Various hidden villages have engaged in considerable friction, with the village of Cloud being the most excessive. Is that not so? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement and continued. Indeed, that is the case. Therefore, your mission is to investigate the border situation between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning, to ascertain whether any ninjas from other villages are perpetrating harassment or even invading our territory. Upon hearing this, Yunyan could not help but raise his hand. Lord Hokage, I have a question. Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured for him to proceed. If Kakashi and I encounter ninjas from the village of Cloud who provoke us or directly invade our borders, resulting in a confrontation, what should we do? Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared to have anticipated this question, responding with caution. Act according to the situation, maintain restraint. Remember, even minor skirmishes can escalate into war. The ninja world has enjoyed peace for several years. We cannot endure another devastating conflict. Hearing such grandiloquent sentiments, Yunyan couldn't help but scoff internally, feeling particularly disdainful. Has this old man become increasingly timid with age? This thought filled him with discontent, and he did not conceal his dissatisfaction. Is it truly the case that the older one gets, the more cowardly one becomes? With this sentiment weighing on him, Yunyan began to inquire, even questioning. Act according to the situation, maintain restraint? Lord Hokage, let us not even discuss whether I am capable of such restraint. Even if I can, there must be limits. I cannot simply stand by while they invade the Land of Fire and approach Konoha. Therefore, let's refrain from talking about the fear of war. I am not a child in need of reassurance from the Hokage. Please, just tell me plainly what I should do. Listening to Yunyan's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Very well, the familiar dynamic persists. This lad remains as irreverent as ever. Sarutobi Hiruzen has even grown accustomed to Yunyan's manner of speaking and approach. Sighing heavily, as if to prevent Yunyan from causing further trouble, Sarutobi Hiruzen provided a clearer directive. If enemy ninjas provoke you and engage in combat, or have significantly trespassed into our territory, you are to issue a warning. If the warning is ignored, you may then engage them. Capture them if possible. If not, eliminate them on the spot and ensure their remains are disposed of properly. Be mindful that even if you must act, it should be done cleanly and with restraint. Do not allow the situation to spiral out of control, especially in a manner that exacerbates tensions between both parties. Listening to this lengthy explanation, Yunyan felt as though his head might explode. Why has this old fellow become so timid? Even when provoked by the opponent, he opts for a warning first. Only after it proves ineffective does he resort to action. And even then, he refrains from delivering a lethal blow, preferring to capture alive if possible. As the Hokage, this is rather cowardly, is it not? Even if there is concern about the outbreak of war, it should not result in such timidity. Is it true that one grows more feeble with age? More anxious about potential troubles? Listening to these thoughts, Yunyan cast a disdainful glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen. As for Sarutobi, he appeared entirely oblivious to the disdainful gaze. For Yunyan was masked, concealing his expression. After a lengthy admonition, Sarutobi turned to Kakashi and Yunyan. So, do you both understand? Kakashi nodded earnestly. I understand, sir. Yunyan, however, offered a dismissive grunt, uncertain if it constituted agreement. In reality, it was merely a perfunctory response, not a genuine affirmation. Yunyan had no intention of adhering to Sarutobi's directives. Should a ninja from Yunyan village provoke him, he would not hold back. Whether or not Sarutobi noticed Yunyan's indifference, he assumed both had acquiesced. Very well, in that case, you two shall carry out this mission. Sarutobi began to usher them away, and Yunyan, disinterested and lingering, swiftly vanished from the Hokage's office. Kakashi nodded, exchanged pleasantries with Sarutobi, and promptly followed suit. Upon exiting the office, Kakashi looked around, only to discover that Yunyan was not waiting for him outside. After a brief moment of panic and searching, he realized Yunyan had already departed, heading in a specific direction. With a head full of questions, Kakashi decided to pursue the path Yunyan had taken, eager to uncover the truth. Eventually catching up to Yunyan, Kakashi called out as he ran, Yunyan, why are you in such a hurry? Where are you going? Aren't you supposed to be on a mission? Without looking back, Yunyan replied, the mission must be carried out, but first, I need to return home and inform Izumi. She knows I am joining the Anbu today, but she is unaware that I will be assigned a mission immediately upon joining. In this mission, we are to journey to the border of the Land of Fire. Given the considerable distance, I anticipate that the round trip will require at least a week. Naturally, I must inform Izumi about this. Kakashi nodded in understanding, albeit with a hint of envy, such as the advantage of having a female head of the household. One must always notify her before embarking on a long journey to alleviate her worries. Glancing at Kakashi, Yunyan calmly remarked, "What female head of the household? I am not married to Izumi. She hasn't even moved in yet. At the very least, she must be your girlfriend," Kakashi suggested, inching closer with a mischievous grin. To his surprise, Yunyan was unmoved. "I'm afraid that, strictly speaking, we cannot even categorize her as a girlfriend, for neither of us has formally confessed our feelings. We have yet to express our affections in any official capacity." "What?" Kakashi exclaimed, genuinely astonished. "You've never confessed? There has been no formal expression of feelings? Yet. Your relationship seems akin to that of a long-married couple." As they continued to run forward, Yunyan sighed in resignation. "Indeed, that is the case. My relationship with Izumi has developed quite naturally and seamlessly. I cannot pinpoint the exact moment, but it seems that Izumi has taken to visiting my home daily, tending to my daily needs as though she were already part of the family." At this juncture, Kakashi leaned in closer, broaching a more serious topic. "Yunyan, while it is commendable that things have progressed so smoothly, you must provide her with a clear answer. She deserves a legitimate status in your life." With a dismissive glance at Kakashi, Yunyan responded decisively, "Rest assured, I am fully aware of this and will not let Izumi feel wronged." Kakashi, however, was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words, merely pointing at Yunyan in speechless astonishment. You. Seeing Kakashi's reaction, Yunyan suddenly had a realization. "Oh, I see now. Could it be that you have been watching romantic dramas? After spending an entire day engrossed in this collection of books, one may find themselves brimming with theoretical knowledge, yet devoid of practical experience. Alas, how lamentable." With that thought, Yunyan hastened his pace, darting swiftly towards his home. Kakashi appeared to be incensed, furiously pursuing him, yet he could not catch up. Left only to watch helplessly as Yunyan's figure receded into the distance. "Damn it, that guy." Kakashi could only voice his frustration in impotent rage. Fortunately, they were currently in a deserted area of Konoha. Otherwise, their unseemly antics as two Anbu would surely invite criticism. Amidst this commotion, Yunyan returned home and explained the situation to Izumi. Upon learning that Yunyan had officially joined the Anbu as a squad leader, Izumi felt a swell of joy. After all, her partner was achieving great things, and she felt a sense of pride in his accomplishments. However, her happiness was soon overshadowed by concern when she discovered that Yunyan would be embarking on a mission with Kakashi immediately. Yet, Izumi's most admirable quality was her understanding nature. She knew that despite her worries, she must not display her anxieties, especially not in a way that would hinder Yunyan. Thus, Izumi suppressed her various concerns and gently advised Yunyan to be cautious and vigilant, even suggesting that, in critical moments, he should prioritize his own safety. Witnessing Izumi's heartfelt care for him, Yunyan felt deeply moved. He reassured her repeatedly that he would be fine, emphasizing his instinct for self-preservation and expressing gratitude for her understanding of his character. However, when it came to discussing his nature, Izumi felt a measure of relief, for she recognized that Yunyan was not the type to sacrifice everything for the sake of Konoha. Thus, Kwan's worries were significantly alleviated. After exchanging words of comfort and farewell, she took the initiative to embrace Yunyan, who reciprocated the gesture. Unbeknownst to them, as they shared this intimate moment, Kakashi happened to arrive, his familiar presence entering Yunyan's courtyard. Upon stepping inside, he was greeted by the sight of Yunyan and Kwan in each other's arms. Oh! In that instant, the single white-haired ninja suffered a crushing blow. Kakashi could hardly bear to look. Covering his eyes, he despaired and turned away, squatting down to draw circles on the ground, enveloped in frustration. Meanwhile, Yunyan, still holding Kwan, wore a subtle smile. He had done it on purpose, just to provoke Kakashi. However, Kakashi's retreat provided Yunyan a perfect opportunity. Ignoring Kakashi, who had turned away in his own world, Yunyan released Kwan from his embrace, gazing at her slightly bashful yet tranquil expression. With a serious demeanor, he activated his Manjiki Sharingan. In the depths of his eyes, a peculiar triangular pattern emerged, his Manjiki Sharingan. As the kaleidoscopic eyes began to spin slowly, Yunyan cast a unique genjutsu upon Kwan. Under the influence of this illusion, Kwan's body stiffened, and the same pattern as Yunyan's Manjiki Sharingan appeared in her eyes. A clear sign of the genjutsu's effect. Once the illusion was set, and his contingency plan established, Yunyan quickly retracted his Manjiki Sharingan and discreetly erased Kwan's brief memory of the event. In a daze, the pattern in Quan's eyes vanished, and she regained her awareness. Completely unaware of what had just transpired, she felt as though she had momentarily lost herself, though a hint of confusion lingered in her heart. Her focus was entirely on Yunyan before her. As for Yunyan, all farewells had been exchanged, all reassurances provided, and even the contingency plan was in place. He had little left to worry about. Thus, he gently patted Quan's shoulder, taking a step back to create distance between them. Quan, I must take my leave. Please take good care of yourself while I am away. Looking at Yunyan, Quan nodded earnestly. I will. You must also take care. After exchanging pleasantries with Izumi, Yunyan showed no inclination to linger and turned to depart. He called upon the helpless Kakashi beside him, and together they formally exited Yunyan's residence. Leaving behind the Uchiha clan's territory, they swiftly made their way out of Konoha, heading directly towards the borders of the Land of Fire. In truth, the expanse of the Land of Fire is quite vast, with Konoha situated in the heart of its core region. From the moment Yunyan and Kakashi left Konoha until they approached their mission target at the borders of the Land of Fire, they spent approximately 4 days in transit. For the past 4 days, the majority of the time has been spent traversing during daylight, with evenings reserved for rest when possible. Such highly efficient long-distance travel is, of course, commonplace for ninjas accustomed to executing tasks. However, for Yunyan, a rather unique ninja, this relentless journey has bred a sense of dissatisfaction. At this moment, Yunyan and Kakashi are making their final push towards their destination, having approached the borders of the Fire Country. Yet, the closer they draw to their objective, the greater Yunyan's grievances become. While maintaining a steady and composed leap forward, he clutches a wild rabbit in his hand, brimming with frustration as he complains to Kakashi, who maintains the same pace alongside him. This rabbit is so adorable. Of course, we should eat it. Kakashi, I must say, you have been excessively cautious these past few days. We haven't even lit a fire for our meals. It's all been cold rations, water, and even military food pills. This situation is untenable. Do you not comprehend the disharmony of the spleen and stomach? Upon hearing the phrase disharmony of the spleen and stomach, Kakashi was struck with disbelief. Yunyan, what does a ninja have to do with the harmony of internal organs? While we are on a mission, we cannot afford the luxury of cooking. Having dry rations is already a blessing. Remember the wartime days when we survived on military rations, enduring an entire month without any improvement in our meals? Frankly, our current circumstances are far superior to those of the war. Far superior? Yunyan clearly held a dissenting opinion. The issue, however, lies in the fact that times have changed. The conditions during wartime and peacetime ought to differ, do they not? After expressing this sentiment, Yunyan continued to voice his grievances. It's one thing to be near the border, but when we were within the Land of Fire, what harm was there in lighting a fire for a warm meal? The Anbu has no regulations forbidding us from cooking in the field, right? Kakashi, feeling exasperated, replied, while it is true that the Anbu does not have such a regulation, the Ninja Handbook clearly states that, to avoid revealing our presence, we should minimize the use of fire while on a mission. These principles outlined in the handbook are foundational. Did you not learn them during your training? Yunyan pondered for a moment before responding, oh, those guidelines? I returned them to my teacher. However, regardless of the handbook, there is a saying, the skilled are bold. With our abilities, cooking at night should pose no problem. Kakashi clearly disagreed, stating, I believe it is better to err on the side of caution. After silently criticizing his rigidity, Yunyan felt resigned. Previously, while traversing the Land of Fire, Kakashi had shown little fondness for cooking, and now that they were nearing the border, with the situation becoming increasingly precarious, he was even less inclined to entertain the idea of preparing a meal. Thus, regarding the wild hare he had captured, Yunyan could only reluctantly release it back into the wild. By release back into the wild, he meant simply dropping it from the tree, indifferent to whether the hare survived the fall. Nevertheless, despite abandoning the hare, Yunyan soon set his sights on another target, fixating on a ninja dog leading Kakashi forward with a fiery intensity in his gaze. The breed of this ninja dog is Sharpei, with a brown body and a rather petite frame. Adorned with a forehead protector from the Hidden Leaf Village, it possesses remarkable speed. Indeed, this ninja dog is none other than Pakin, one of Kakashi's loyal companions, renowned for its exceptional olfactory tracking abilities. The reason Kakashi has Pakin lead the way at this moment is that he requires the dog's keen sense of smell to seek out potential targets in the vicinity. Yunyan leisurely followed beside Kakashi, casting a somewhat heated gaze towards Pakin. Suddenly, in a hushed tone, Yunyan addressed Kakashi, have you ever heard of the saying, 1 black, 2 yellow, 3 spotted, and 4 white? Disturbed once more by this annoying individual, Kakashi couldn't help but feel exasperated, yet he managed to respond, "I haven't heard of it." "What does it mean?" Yunyan, with a sly grin, replied, "If you haven't heard of it, then that's just as well." The phrase refers to the theory of consuming dog meat. The most delectable is black dog, followed by yellow dog, then spotted dog, and lastly, white dog. So, where does brown fit in? Can it be reluctantly categorized as black? That would make it the most delicious of the lot. Upon hearing Yunyan's words, even though Kakashi knew the individual was unreliable, he still looked at him with a shocked expression. For heaven's sake, be reasonable. Pakin is not just any dog. He is a ninja dog. He is my partner. Kakashi thought incredulously, while Pakin, leading ahead, stumbled and nearly fell from the tree that could no longer contain itself, abruptly halting upon a branch. After coming to a stop, it turned to glare furiously at Yunyan, even baring its teeth and articulating human speech. "What nonsensical words are you uttering, you rascal? I have heard every bit of it." Yunyan also ceased his movements, offering an awkward smile while raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. My apologies, it was a slip of the tongue." Suddenly, he pointed at Kakashi, who had also paused, in an attempt to shift the blame. "It's all Kakashi's fault. There are countless prey scattered throughout the forest. Yet he forbids me from lighting a fire to cook, not even once to improve our meals. I have been driven mad with hunger for meat. And in a moment of weakness, I made an ill-timed jest. My sincerest apologies." Parker, still simmering with indignation, retorted, "Such jokes should not be made lightly. I am not like ordinary dogs." "Ah, yes, indeed," Yunyan replied, utterly unrepentant in his flippancy. Observing this chaotic scene once more, Kakashi let out a deep sigh, feeling profoundly weary. Such noisy disturbances had occurred more than once over the past few days, each time tranquility was restored. It seemed Yunyan would inevitably conjure some form of mischief, seemingly relishing every moment. What on earth is wrong with this guy? Is this still the Anbu? Doesn't he understand the need for seriousness and silence during missions? Not to mention, even ordinary ninjas do not behave so recklessly while executing a task. Sigh. After this one time, I shall never undertake a mission with him again. He is simply exhausting. As Yunyan and Parker were bickering, Kakashi was contemplating stepping in as a mediator when a gentle breeze wafted from the north to the south, brushing past the three of them. This breeze carried not only air but also a medley of scents. As a scent-tracking ninja dog, Parker immediately detected certain odors within the atmosphere. He ceased his ruckus, his expression turning serious and silent. Yunyan, not one to be oblivious, recognized the shift in Parker's demeanor and understood that something was amiss. Kakashi, being Parker's companion, quickly inquired with a serious tone, "Parker, what do you smell?" With a furrowed brow that adorned his wrinkled canine face, Parker gravely responded, "There is a distinct scent of charred corpses, along with some other foul odors that you might find unbearable." Upon hearing Parker's reply, Yunyan, equally grave, couldn't help but glance towards the north. That recent breeze had come from that direction, suggesting that these anomalies had likely occurred in their northern vicinity. Kakashi's mood soured further upon hearing the mention of burnt corpses. What is this place? This is the border of the land of fire, yet still within its confines. The scent of charred corpses permeates the air, signifying what? This signifies that a battle has taken place, resulting in casualties, with the corpses charred beyond recognition. Kakashi silently hoped that the deceased were not comrades, but rather bandits or individuals unrelated to their cause. Unbeknownst to him, Yunyan, if aware of Kakashi's inner thoughts, would likely regard his hopes with skepticism. During their mission briefing from Saratobi Hiruzen, it was made clear that tensions along the border had escalated recently. As they approached the contentious territory, the scent of burnt flesh assailed their senses, a coincidence Kakashi refused to entertain. The charred remains were most likely those of his own kin, a thought that weighed heavily on his heart. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Yunyan lost his inclination for jest and exchanged a meaningful glance with Kakashi. Understanding the unspoken urgency, Kakashi addressed Park, "Please lead us." Park, aware that this was no time for frivolity, paused briefly before turning northward. "In that direction, the scent is strong and not far from here. Follow me." Without delay, Park bounded ahead, with Yunyan and Kakashi closely trailing. The atmosphere was thick with tension as they hastened their pace, silence enveloping the trio. After several minutes of swift travel, they arrived at the source of the horrific stench. Upon their arrival, both Yunyan and Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief, not merely in shock, but brimming with uncontainable fury. Before them lay a gruesome sight, a heap of charred bodies, barely recognizable, having been mercilessly dismembered before being set ablaze. The very act of murder was heinous enough, but the subsequent dismemberment and partial incineration revealed a level of brutality that was beyond comprehension. The carnage was not entirely consumed by flames. Remnants of blood and flesh clung to the remains, rendering the scene utterly grotesque. Yunyan and Kakashi, seasoned ninjas with years of experience and exposure to death, had witnessed their share of atrocities. Yet, the sight would have undoubtedly sent a novice or an ordinary person into a state of panic. The sheer horror of the dismembered, charred corpses was appalling. However, it was not solely the mutilated bodies that incited their rage. The pivotal source of their fury lay in the one remaining corpse, suspended and untouched by flames. It was the body of a female ninja, devoid of clothing, her neck ensnared by a noose tethered to a branch above. The female ninja bore an array of harrowing scars etched across her body, her eyes wide open in a state of eternal unrest. And the expression lingering on her face before death was a testament to her inner turmoil and rage. Furthermore, both Yunyan and Kakashi could discern even more grievous marks upon her. The torment she endured prior to her demise needed no elaboration. It was all too apparent. Strangely provocative. The insignia of Konoha, although she was devoid of clothing, was carelessly tied around her ankle, presenting a stark image to Kakashi and Yunyan. To be candid, Kakashi had traversed many years in his ninja career, encountering ordinary missions and enduring the ravages of war, witnessing unspeakable brutality. Yet, the ruthless scene laid before him today still pierced his heart. Unconsciously, Kakashi clenched his fist, silently absorbing the grim reality, his eyes ablaze with fury, an ominous aura subtly emanating from him. In contrast to Kakashi's emotional turmoil, Yunyan remained somewhat composed, though not by much, suppressing the inferno of indignation within. He stepped forward to examine the charred remains more closely. Casually prodding with a stick, Yunyan unearthed several disfigured Konoha headbands among the ashes. Extracting these tattered relics, he discarded the stick and shook his head helplessly at Kakashi. It is undoubtedly confirmed that these are Konoha ninjas, yet I cannot discern their identities. Kakashi inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. It's all right. I recognize them. I have crossed paths with them before. Yunyan paused momentarily, then considered that it was not surprising. After all, Kakashi had been a ninja for many years, and while he may not know every villager, he surely held some recollection of most. Thus, identifying these compatriots was entirely within reason. However, the fact that these unfortunate souls were acquaintances only fueled Kakashi's rage further. Even Yunyan, who felt a tenuous connection to Konoha, was incensed by the atrocious acts committed against its ninjas. Regardless of his feelings toward Konoha, he was, for all intents and purposes, one of its own. And the wanton disrespect towards its ninjas was utterly unacceptable. Shaking his head, Yunyan turned his gaze to the silent Parker. Parker, the other foul scent you mentioned, aside from that of the charred remains, must surely be. He gestured towards the female ninja, suspended from the tree. Parker sighed heavily and nodded, offering no further words. In this moment, one person and one dog silently gazed at each other, while Kakashi had already taken action, regardless of the circumstances. It was imperative to properly arrange the remains of these fellow villagers, ensuring they would not endure further indignities. Thus, Yunyan and Kakashi began to divide their tasks. Kakashi took responsibility for lowering the female ninja hanging from the tree, while Yunyan focused on sorting the charred remains. Before long, Kakashi had gently laid the female ninja on the ground, even attempting to tidy her appearance, at the very least closing her eyes. Yunyan worked swiftly in organizing the burnt corpses. Although the Konoha ninjas had been dismembered, their bodies were not reduced to excessively small fragments, allowing for a semblance of reconstruction. Once assembled into a few humanoid forms, Yunyan arranged them in a line, signifying the completion of his task. Kakashi then dragged the female ninja to join the ranks of the scorched bodies. They had finally come together. This obliterated ninja squad was reunited, even in death. After removing the forehead protector from the female ninja's ankle, Kakashi collected the charred protectors, cleaning them as best he could before stowing them away. These tokens would be returned, serving as identification for the fallen. Only by confirming their identities could the entire squad be acknowledged as deceased, allowing for the subsequent benefits to be delivered to their families and possibly leading to their names being inscribed on the Konoha Memorial Stone. Naturally, only the forehead protectors could be brought back, as the remains must remain here. Once the bodies were neatly aligned, Kakashi observed a moment of silence before unleashing a large fire technique, reducing them to ashes. The remaining remnants were buried deeply with a small earth technique, granting them a semblance of peace. Upon completing this somber duty, a weary Kakashi let out a deep sigh, unable to resist standing still, his gaze dangerously fixed to the north. What lay beyond? Further north, beyond the borders of the Land of Fire, lay the Land of Lightning. Indeed, this border region was adjacent to the Land of Lightning, with a lengthy boundary connecting the two nations. Given that this tragedy occurred near the border with the Land of Lightning, and considering that Yunyan and Kakashi were already aware of the frequent frictions between the two countries, the circumstances surrounding this calamity began to reveal themselves. Who was the perpetrator behind such madness? It was all but certain that the assailants were ninjas from the hidden cloud village of the Land of Lightning. Firstly, this was the boundary between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning, and it was common knowledge that relations between the two nations were strained, often resulting in conflicts. Consequently, aside from ninja activity, there were rarely any civilians around the border. Secondly, this squad comprised of a man, a woman, and several ninjas showcased commendable teamwork. Ordinary rogue ninjas would stand no chance against them, leaving only the combat-renowned ninjas of the hidden cloud capable of such annihilation. Finally, given the frequent skirmishes at the border, where both sides often provoked each other, it became increasingly clear upon consideration that only the ninjas of the hidden cloud could be responsible for this atrocity. This is truly a time of unrest. Yet, it is not unexpected. Even in times of peace, the cruel, merciless, cold, and bloody nature of the ninja world is a daily reality. Albeit this particular tragedy is exceptionally brutal. The scene encountered today by Yunyan and Kakashi reveals the true essence of the ninja realm. The genuine ninja world is marked by chaos and brutality, far exceeding the horrors depicted in the original narrative. After carefully handling the bodies and belongings of the deceased, Yunyan remained burdened with a heavy heart and simmering anger as he approached Kakashi. Observing Kakashi's restrained fury, Yunyan coldly inquired, "Kakashi, what shall we do next? Should we persist with this so-called reconnaissance mission?" Kakashi turned to him, silently contemplating. "What do you think? Should we continue the reconnaissance?" Suddenly, Yunyan let out a sardonic laugh, laced with mockery, as he recounted their mission briefing by the old Sarutobi. "I can hardly say I feel any differently. It reminds me of the sage's instructions, the details of which elude me now, but I recall several key points: to act according to circumstances, to maintain restraint. First, we warn. If that fails, we act, capturing our adversaries alive, and only if absolutely necessary, resorting to lethal force. Even then, we must meticulously dispose of the bodies to leave no trace." Such wisdom from the third Hokage. Yunyan's derision was palpable, expressing an unvarnished contempt for Sarutobi Hiruzen. As for Kakashi, under normal circumstances, he might have offered a rebuttal or defended Sarutobi, but now, especially after the recent horrific events, he fell silent, refraining from any defense. A deep sigh escaped Kakashi, as if he had reached a conclusion. He turned to Yunyan and asked, "Yunyan, what would you do in my position?" Without hesitation, Yunyan replied, "Of course. It is an eye for an eye, blood for blood. It is only fair that if the hidden ninjas dare to invade our borders and slaughter our leaf shinobi, we should retaliate by invading their territory in turn." At this juncture, Yunyan's gaze turned playful as he provoked Kakashi further. "This is merely my perspective and intention. Kakashi, what about you? As the obedient shinobi, shouldn't you adhere to Sarutobi's counsel and maintain restraint? After all, we merely encountered the bodies of fellow villagers, nothing more than the brutalization of our own kin. Yes, that is all it is. We lack evidence to definitively attribute this to the hidden ninjas. We haven't witnessed it ourselves, and thus, these are mere conjectures. Speculation cannot bear weight. It serves neither as evidence nor as justification. We are powerless and unqualified to act, let alone take the initiative to exact revenge. Wouldn't you agree? Therefore, the most prudent course of action is to persist with our reconnaissance mission, patrolling within our borders, ensuring we do not cross into their Land of Lightning, lest we provide them with ammunition for retaliation. Should we encounter hidden ninjas provocatively entering our territory, our response must be to issue warnings and pleas first. Only when those fail may we resort to action, and even then, we must exercise restraint, seeking to drive them back rather than inflict fatal harm, unless our lives are directly threatened. As Yunyan spoke, he observed Kakashi's demeanor shift. His face grew increasingly grave, reflecting the weight of their conversation. Yet, Yunyan continued his provocation, seemingly relentless in his pursuit to unnerve Kakashi. "This is merely my opinion, entirely within the bounds of the Hokage's directives. Kakashi, surely you share this sentiment, do you not? Kakashi, locked in a gaze with Yunyan, finally succumbed to the mounting frustration. With a sudden outburst, he exclaimed, "What nonsense! In the face of such circumstances, must we remain passive? As you said, it is blood for blood, an eye for an eye." Hearing this, Yunyan's expression softened with a hint of approval. Yet he could not resist the urge to continue his taunts. "Oh? Planning to retaliate, are we? That does sound tempting. However, Kakashi, I must caution you that such a counterattack could escalate the border skirmishes into something far more serious. The ramifications could spiral out of control, potentially leading our two nations into open conflict. Are you prepared to accept such consequences?" Kakashi could no longer contain his emotions, responding candidly, "Yunyan, cease your mockery. I have my limits. How can one remain indifferent in the face of such events?" Acknowledging Kakashi's frustration, Yunyan allowed his facade to drop. Any reasonable person would react. "I merely assumed you would adhere to Sarutobi's counsel regarding restraint." "Restraint, my foot." Kakashi erupted. "There are matters one can tolerate and others that one cannot. If I were to remain silent on this, I would carry that burden for life. I must take action." At this point, Kakashi seemed to regain a semblance of composure, stating, "Moreover, to avoid complications and to mitigate any consequences, I need to." He removed his forehead protector, his gaze resolute. "For now, I am no longer a leaf ninja. Thus, whatever transpires next is not the doing of the leaf and does not concern our village." It seems this is the first time Yunyan has witnessed Kakashi without his forehead protector. Observing his self-deceptive gesture, Yunyan couldn't help but chuckle, nodding as he said, all right. This can be considered a way to comfort yourself. From now on, you are no longer a leaf ninja." Indeed, with his silver hair and a single Sharingan eye, Kakashi is temporarily not a leaf ninja. No matter what actions he undertakes, they shall not implicate the hidden leaf. How amusing. Casting a glance at Yunyan, Kakashi appeared to have little patience left. "Feel free to mock me. Regardless, I have no intention of standing idly by." Just as Kakashi was about to tuck his removed forehead protector into his embrace, Yunyan preemptively grasped his wrist, halting his movement. Taken aback, Kakashi looked at Yunyan, who wore no trace of mockery on his face. Instead, there was a sincere expression, his eyes brimming with calmness. With a sense of reassurance for Kakashi, Yunyan spoke earnestly. "Let it be, Kakashi. Your willingness to acknowledge this is commendable. Recognizing that you are not as obstinate as the third Hokage brings me great satisfaction. After all, you are the disciple of the fourth Hokage, firmly rooted in the Hokage lineage. Seeking revenge if caught would lead to considerable trouble. Therefore, I shall take the lead. Unlike you, I am an Uchiha, a clan inherently perceived as malevolent in the eyes of the Hokage lineage, especially suited to bearing the weight of blame. I fear neither the complications nor the dirt that may come my way. In fact, I have accumulated a fair amount of negative emotions lately and am eager to vent them." As he spoke of venting, a deeper smile graced Yunyan's face, and an aura emanating from him felt dangerously chilling. With that, he released Kakashi's wrist, taking a few steps forward, facing the entire northern border, revealing a chilling smile. "Miserable wretches, are you prepared? Here I come." Uttering this softly, Yunyan's form transformed into a shadow, swiftly darting towards the northern border with a speed that Kakashi could scarcely perceive. Surprised that Yunyan had chosen to take action and had already set off, Kakashi felt a flicker of astonishment. He had believed Yunyan would remain indifferent in the face of such circumstances. It was unexpected for him to retaliate. As Kakashi silently watched Yunyan's departing figure, the ninja hound Pakin approached. Looking up at Kakashi's solemn demeanor, he couldn't help but inquire, "Kakashi, what do you plan to do next?" Gazing down at his forehead protector, still unadorned upon his head, Kakashi chose not to wear it again. Instead, tucking it back into his embrace, "I have resolved to take action." This response did not come as a surprise to Parker. Yet he continued to confirm, "Hasn't that kid already left? If he wishes to go, let him. However, I still feel compelled to act. Otherwise, I would be unable to find peace within myself. Even if Lord Hokage were to chastise me, I must take action this time and cannot remain indifferent." With a sigh, Parker, displaying a touch of humanity, inquired, "Do you require my assistance? My tracking sense is quite remarkable. The elimination of those Cloud Village ninjas by the Konoha team has left behind a trace of scent. Not much time has passed, and I can still detect it." Kakashi, who had already prepared himself, glanced down at Parker and nodded earnestly. "Then I entrust this to you." There was little more to discuss. having resolved to retaliate. Parker refrained from further chatter, lowering his head to sniff around the area. His keen nose pressed against the ground for a considerable time. Soon, Parker discerned something and directed his focus toward the northern border. Just to the north, they must have returned to their territory. Kakashi spoke in a low tone. "Please lead the way." Parker readily agreed. "All right, follow me." Maintaining his tracking sense, Parker swiftly made his way toward the northern border, with Kakashi closely trailing behind. The duo man and dog steadily advancing northward. Kakashi's objective was clear: to utilize Parker's assistance in locating the perpetrators of such heinous acts and to exact revenge personally. Regrettably, Kakashi's calculations were flawed. Though Parker possessed exceptional tracking abilities, they paled in comparison to the prowess of Yuin's Sharingan. Meanwhile, Yuin, having set out earlier, had already reached the borders of the Land of Fire, with the vast expanse of the Land of Thunder ahead and the boundless forests of the Land of Fire behind. Should he proceed further, he would officially enter the Land of Thunder. Choosing a towering tree as his vantage point, Yuin positioned himself at the highest point of the tree. Facing the Land of Thunder, he activated his Sharingan and unleashed his ocular technique, Infinite Vision. In an instant, everything within 100 kilometers radius of Yuin was brought under his observation. The expansive range was essential for his scanning process. He resembled a sophisticated radar, searching for any suspicious targets, especially within the borders of the Land of Thunder. Before long, Yuin spotted several questionable targets. A team of Cloud Village ninjas comprised of 4 robust individuals, each emanating a fierce and cruel aura, was silently traversing the territory of the Land of Thunder. Observing their trajectory suggested they were heading back to Cloud Village. Assessing their overall strength, he noted one elite J-Nin among them, accompanied by 3 other J-Nin. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that 2 of the Cloud ninjas bore traces of blood, which appeared not to be their own, likely splattered on them during a battle with an adversary. Having confirmed these details, Yuin evaluated the distance between them. It was neither too close nor too far. Thus, upon entering the Land of Fire, the likelihood of annihilating the Konoha ninja team, who have committed such heinous and beastly acts, strongly suggests that it is indeed this group of Cloud ninjas. Of course, it is also possible that they are not the culprits. However, Yunyan pays little heed to such uncertainties. Having identified these foes and fixated upon them, there exists no rationale for sparing them, regardless of their guilt. It is merely unfortunate for them that Yunyan has taken notice. After setting his sights on this Cloud ninja team, Yunyan concealed his Manjiki Sharingan, enveloping his body in wind-release chakra, seamlessly merging with the air, transforming into a wisp of breeze, propelling himself forward with unparalleled speed. This gentle breeze has officially entered the Land of Thunder. A gentle breeze seems to herald the impending arrival of a deadly wind along the borders of the Land of Thunder. Transforming into a swift zephyr, Yunyan traverses the terrain with remarkable speed, covering nearly 100 kilometers into the heart of the Land of Thunder, where he catches up to a leisurely returning squad of Cloud-hidden ninjas. Unbeknownst to them, they are on the brink of catastrophic doom. In stark contrast to the cautious Leaf ninjas, the Cloud-hidden ninjas possess a more rugged, direct demeanor, marked by a certain brashness and unwarranted confidence. Moreover, being within their homeland fosters a sense of security that renders them less vigilant. Even in the wilderness, they have kindled a fire and prepared a hearty meal. The 4 Cloud-hidden ninjas gather around the fire, indulging in their food while engaging in spirited conversation. As the conversation unfolded, it was inevitable to reminisce about the events of the previous night and the audacious feats they had accomplished. Among them, a burly Cloud ninja bore a cruel expression, laughing arrogantly while bonding with his comrades, exclaiming, "What a thrill! What a delight! My brothers, should such exhilarating missions arise in the future, do count me in. I would never tire of such tasks." Beside him, a stoic Cloud ninja, with a cold demeanor, cast a dispassionate glance his way, retorting, "Thrill? Indeed. Whether it was in taking lives or manipulating them, you certainly indulged last night, didn't you? You must be quite satisfied." "Humph, I distinctly oppose such actions. Killing those Leaf ninjas was one thing, but dismembering them? And as for that last female ninja from the Leaf, killing her was sufficient. Was it not a waste of time to insist on further mutilation? We were, after all, deep within the Land of Fire. Excessive delays could be perilous. The cruel ninja laughed heartily, seemingly unconcerned. What does it matter? We were in the Land of Fire, and our mission was to provoke. The cold-faced ninja shook his head. Infiltrating a foreign territory and slaying their village's ninjas is, in itself, a provocation. Not enough. Not enough. The ruthless cloud ninja tore a piece of flesh from his mouth, boasting, killing is merely provocation. It does not equate to insult. Only by dismembering. By completely ravaging a person, can it be deemed an insult? After proclaiming this, he erupted into laughter again. Throwing an arm around the cold-faced ninja's shoulder, when the leaf ninjas discover the fate of that small team, they will surely be driven to madness. Those feeble creatures could never withstand such humiliation. The cold-faced ninja, somewhat resigned, replied, "All right, you do possess a point. I merely felt last night was somewhat of a waste of time." Waste of time? The cruel ninja could not help but arch his eyebrows at the cold-faced ninja. Didn't you also partake in the revelry? Why did you not voice your concerns then? With a stern expression, the cold-faced ninja replied, "You all had already begun. Should I have stood sentinel while you indulged? Not participating would have been a loss." The cruel ninja laughed heartily. Meanwhile, the other two cloud ninjas, who had remained silent, saw one resembling a leader finally lift his head, agreeing. Indeed, one must seize opportunities. Besides, it is a tremendous humiliation for the leaf ninjas. I wonder if they can swallow this affront. The remaining cloud ninja furrowed his brow, expressing concern. Are we not being a bit too reckless? To invade the land of fire's borders and commit such acts against the leaf ninjas? Certainly. I admit it was exhilarating at the time, but will it not lead to complications later? When other leaf ninjas discover this, will they truly remain indifferent? Does it matter? The cruel ninja replied nonchalantly, "Our mission is to invade the borders of the land of fire and engage in provocative actions. Nothing is more exhilarating than such provocations." The presumed leader nodded in agreement, his words laced with disdain for the leaf ninjas. The leaf has always been cowardly, and with the third Hokage aging, their frailty has only intensified. Given the increasing tensions along the borders lately, it is highly likely that they will endure our provocations. In other words, even if they cannot endure, what then? Do they dare retaliate? This is the land of thunder, the territory of our cloud-hidden village. Should they dare to trespass, they shall find themselves at a loss. No, my appetite is quite robust. I usually manage to finish my meals without any leftovers. With that remark, Yunyan casually picked up a wolf's leg that several cloud-hidden ninjas had skewered over the fire, and with a rugged demeanor, he tore into the tender meat. At this moment, the blood within the bodies of the four cloud ninjas nearly congealed. They widened their eyes in disbelief, gazing at Yunyan, who sat among them. Their hearts overwhelmed by an indescribable shock and terror. When did this person arrive by their side? How did he so casually take a seat among the four of them? They were utterly oblivious to it all. This situation is utterly chilling. Due to the abruptness of the incident, several cloud concealers were caught off guard, rendered momentarily speechless, their minds racing with dread. At this moment, Yunyan grasped the wolf's leg, gnawing on the coarse meat by the fire. After a taste, he could not help but grimace, spitting the rough wolf flesh into the flames. Gazing at the charred leg in his hand, Yunyan could not restrain himself from delivering a scathing critique. It is said that dog meat requires a rolling boil, lest the divine lose their poise. Wolf meat, it seems, demands similar attention. However, in truth, compared to dog meat, wolf flesh is excessively coarse, its muscle fibers too thick, rendering the texture quite unpalatable. Thus, to prepare wolf meat properly, one must possess considerable skill. Forgive my candor, but your culinary prowess is woefully inadequate. The wolf leg has been poorly handled. Neither scored with a knife nor marinated in advance. To roast it so carelessly is nothing short of sacrilege. The four cloud concealers, listening to Yunyan's words and observing his actions, were left utterly perplexed. What on earth is this individual thinking? They casually joined their group, helped themselves to their food, and after indulging, offered a rather disdainful critique. Who does this brat think he is? How dare he provoke them? In an instant, the four cloud-hidden ninjas were filled with discontent and anger. However, wary of Yunyan's ambiguous origins and perplexed by how he had suddenly appeared among them, they refrained from rash actions, sensing an unsettling aura about him. Nevertheless, one detail unveiled Yunyan's identity, his ninja attire and the leaf village headband adorning his forehead. The leader among the four cloud-hidden ninjas immediately grew vigilant. "You are a leaf ninja. How dare you invade our land of lightning?" Grasping the wolf's leg in his hand, Yunyan calmly regarded the cloud-hidden ninja. As the saying goes, one should reciprocate. You engaged in those beastly acts within our fire country last night, so it is only natural for me to pursue you for retribution. Every grievance has its roots, and every debt its owner. I have overheard your conversation. Since it was you who committed these deeds, you must be prepared for the consequences. Nonsense. The cloud-hidden ninja closest to Yunyan could no longer contain himself. He glared fiercely at Yunyan, his murderous intent surging forth. Clenching his fist with all his might, he launched a powerful strike aimed directly at Yunyan's head. The Cloud Ninjas displayed astonishing physical prowess, having honed their bodies through rigorous training since childhood. When they unleashed a sudden fist, their strength was formidable. Even if a single punch might not shatter a skull, it could certainly claim a life. This particular Cloud Ninja's fist was aimed directly at Yunyan's temple, clearly intent on taking his life. Yet, Yunyan remained poised, seated calmly as he raised his left hand to grasp the wrist of the attacking Cloud Ninja. The ferocious strike was thwarted, firmly held in place by Yunyan's single hand. Remarkably, his seemingly slender left hand was able to encircle the ninja's arm, which was nearly as thick as a wolf's leg, a sight both astonishing and alarming. Upon realizing his wrist had been seized, the enraged Cloud Ninja's eyes widened in disbelief, rendered momentarily dazed. The other 3 Cloud Ninjas, witnessing this extraordinary scene, were equally incredulous at the reality unfolding before them. The 4 Cloud Ninjas concurrently realized a singular truth. The Leaf Ninja who had unexpectedly appeared before them was far from ordinary. With a single hand gripping the wrist of the hulking brute, Yunyan finally turned his gaze with an air of calm, coldly scrutinizing his eyes. Your strength is commendable. After all, you are a Cloud Ninja, likely having honed your physique from a young age. It is no wonder you possess such physical prowess. However, it is lamentable that such a physique has not been employed for noble pursuits, but instead has been used to demean women, truly a fate worse than that of swine or dogs. I overheard your earlier conversation, and if I am not mistaken, you were the one who first perpetrated that heinous act against our female ninja last night, were you not? Indeed. The very Cloud Ninja whose wrist I now grasp is the one who spoke the most arrogantly and cruelly moments ago. He is also the one who, after vanquishing the Leaf Ninja squad and killing one of its male members, proposed the indignity against the female ninja and was the first to act upon that vile suggestion. Such a person, how could Yunyan possibly let him go? Moreover, Yunyan believed that if he could not control his lower impulses, he would have to confiscate his tools of misdeed first. Thus, Yunyan swiftly rose, and in a remarkably rapid motion, before the Cloud-hidden ninja could react, he raised the wolf's leg in his hand and struck fiercely at the ninja's lower region. It is noteworthy that the Cloud-hidden ninja was in a stance to punch, with his legs spread apart, rendering his movements painfully exposed, and granting Yunyan a superb opportunity. The wolf's leg, roasted to a firmness that was far from tender, was wielded with immense force by Yunyan, striking directly at the ninja's vital area. When the impact occurred, it resonated with a distinct, shattering sound, audible to everyone present, including the Cloud-hidden ninja himself and 5 others surrounding Yunyan. There was no doubt about it. It shattered, and quite thoroughly. An imprecise scientific principle suggests that if the pain endured by a woman during childbirth is rated as a 10, then the agony experienced by a man when experiencing such a rupture could easily be rated an 11. Whether this is merely a rumor or holds some truth remains unclear to Yunyan. However, upon witnessing the Cloud-hidden ninja's eyes bulging and his body racked with spasms of pain, Yunyan felt a semblance of credibility in this theory. The other 3 Cloud-hidden ninjas, yet to face the dire consequences, observed their comrades' unfortunate plight and simultaneously felt their legs weaken, their thighs instinctively clenching. Immediately thereafter, the ninja, experiencing the excruciating agony akin to shattered eggshells, emitted a deafening wail of despair from the hillside. The sound was utterly unbearable, prompting Yunyan to resolve against continuing to listen. With a swift twist of his wrist and a firm grip of his fingers, he shattered the wrist of the hidden Cloud Ninja with a resounding crack, elevating his level of agony. Before the hidden Cloud Ninja could widen his eyes to unleash another wail, Yunyan executed a swift kick, deftly shattering the kneecap of his adversary. The hidden Cloud Ninja emitted a heart-wrenching cry, and due to the grievous injury to his knee, he could no longer sustain himself, collapsing onto one knee before Yunyan. The situation had deteriorated to such an extent that the remaining 3 hidden Cloud Ninjas could not merely stand by and observe. Regardless of Yunyan's origins or the ominous aura that surrounded him, the 3 ninjas surged forward in furious unison from 3 different directions, intent on rescuing their fallen comrade. Anticipating their move, Yunyan was well prepared and refused to grant them any opportunity. With a deft sidestep, he unleashed a flurry of rapid kicks, leaving 3 distinct imprints of his shoes upon their faces. The 3 Cloud Ninjas, who had charged forward, were sent hurtling back in a most disheveled manner, crashing against the hillside, momentarily disoriented. To prevent any disturbance from their presence, Yunyan casually unleashed an 8-4 wind wheel, which, upon meeting the breeze, divided into 3 distinct blades, slicing smoothly and sharply towards the trio of cloud ninjas. As the 3 ninjas regained their senses and glanced upwards, they were met with the sight of the wind blades approaching their foreheads. Years of experience in the ninja arts warned them that this peculiar wind wheel was insurmountable, its edge too keen to withstand. In a state of sheer terror, they hastily sought refuge, and indeed, the 8-4 wind will effortlessly cleave through the stones and earth behind them. Yet, as if imbued with a will of their own, these wind blades swiftly altered course, pursuing their intended targets with unyielding resolve. This predicament has escalated significantly. The 8-pointed wind wheels soar through the air with remarkable speed, capable of autonomously locking onto and pursuing their targets. The 3 cloud-hidden ninjas dare not confront them head-on and can only scurry about in utter disarray, desperately seeking refuge. Each 8-pointed wind will closely tailors its pursuit to a single cloud-hidden ninja, maintaining an impeccable distance. The trio is utterly overwhelmed, leaving them no opportunity to utilize their ninjutsu for counterattack. In this manner, the 3 cloud ninjas found themselves ensnared by the 3 8-pointed wind wheels, momentarily unable to attend to Yunyan's side or rescue their companions. This was precisely what Yunyan desired. Observing the hidden ninja before him, who was enduring the dual anguish of shattered eggs and broken bones, Yunyan considered that he was the one who had instigated the beastly acts just the previous night, and thus he was not inclined to show him mercy. With a swift kick, Yunyan accurately shattered the other knee of the ninja. Once again, a piercing cry of despair erupted from the hidden ninja, who now found himself kneeling helplessly before Yunyan, both legs broken, denying him any opportunity for taunts or remorse. Yunyan grasped his hair and forcefully yanked him into his embrace, then sharply drove his knee into the ninja's nose with unrelenting ferocity. The forceful knee strike collapsed the nose of the hidden ninja, eliciting a pained scream, his face a grotesque mask of blood and flesh. Accompanied by the agonizing cries that brought a sense of satisfaction to Yunyan, he revealed a grin of delight, yet his thirst for excitement remained unquenched. Extending his empty right hand, with his index and middle fingers poised like twin dragons seizing a pearl, he thrust them directly into the ninja's eye sockets, puncturing them with a sickening pop. The hidden ninja undoubtedly let out another wretched scream. After obliterating the opponent's eyes, Yunyan did not withdraw his fingers. Instead, he pressed down within the eye sockets, gripping the entire cheekbone of the hidden ninja. Maintaining this hold, he forcefully swung his arm, lifting the ninja and violently slamming him against the nearby blue stone. The resounding crash was accompanied by the sound of shattering bones, as the ninja's spine fractured into several segments, leaving him beyond salvation. Although he was not yet dead, he was undeniably incapacitated, with shattered bones, a crushed knee, exploded eyeballs, and a broken spine. Such an array of injuries converging upon one individual rendered any hope of recovery futile. Even Tsunade herself would likely be left shaking her head in despair. After casting the ninja onto the blue stone, Yunyan retracted his bloodied fingers, casually wiping the blood onto the ninja's clothing as he withdrew. Completing this act, he unleashed a fierce kick forward, a cruel smile still curling at the corner of his mouth. This kick struck directly at the crown of the cloud-concealed ninja's head. With a kick reminiscent of a soccer strike, half of the Yunyan ninja's head was forcefully thrust into his shoulder. With such a violent impact, the cervical vertebrae connecting the head were undoubtedly shattered beyond repair. Furthermore, the sheer force of the kick drove these vertebrae into the ninja's chest cavity, obliterating a significant portion of his lungs. As if that were not enough, the overwhelming power of Yunyan's kick rendered the entire brain of the Yunyan ninja into a pulpy mass, transforming the interior of his mind into a chaotic blend akin to a crushed tomato and tofu pudding. What a thrilling experience! Indeed, it was exhilarating. Of course, the cloud-hidden ninja, twisted and sprawled upon the blue stone, has finally met his demise. In his final moments, he endured a multitude of inhumane scenes, suffering endless torment at the hands of Yunyan. One wonders if this cloud-hidden ninja ever regretted his past actions, having dealt with one of the primary culprits. The remaining 3 cannot be spared either, for they are accomplices and deserve no mercy. Raising his head, Yunyan surveyed the 3 cloud-hidden ninjas, who were being relentlessly pursued by the 3 wind wheels, their plight utterly desperate. With a single hand, he formed a seal. The act of forming this seal allowed Yunyan to channel chakra, infusing the 3 wind wheels with wind attribute chakra through the air. With this new surge of wind chakra, the 3 wind wheels became sharper and swifter. Under Yunyan's mental command, the wind wheels ceased their playful pursuit and instead accelerated fiercely to deliver lethal strikes. A series of resonating blasts filled the air, accompanied by the sickening sounds of flesh being severed, followed by anguished cries of pain from 3 different voices. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 cloud-hidden ninjas collapsed helplessly to the ground, their feet brutally severed by the pursuing wind wheels. Without their feet, escape was impossible. They could only fall weakly into the dust, awaiting their grim fate. Observing the moans of agony, the struggles, the resigned acceptance, and the furious curses of the 3 cloud-hidden ninjas, Yunyan offered a slight smile, preparing to approach them one by one to orchestrate their fates. The process of their demise would be no less arduous than that of the first fallen cloud-hidden ninja. Who shall I choose next? Like a little bee selecting its target. Ah, it will be you, he declared, his chilling smile directed at one of the ninjas dragging a trail of blood, desperately seeking survival. Awaiting this cloud-hidden ninja is a terrifying, bloody fate that is unspeakable, a narrative so gruesome it would surely be censored. None of these 3 shall escape. As Yunyan has proclaimed, even the sage of the 6 paths cannot safeguard them. Moreover, time is abundant, and this desolate wilderness in the land of lightning offers no refuge. Before concocting their demise, Yunyan surveyed the vicinity, finding no other souls within 100 miles. These Yunyan ninjas are devoid of any hope for salvation and will be unable to convey any messages before their end. What follows is Yunyan's catharsis, his retribution, which shall commence anew. The entire ordeal lasted less than half an hour, during which the 4 cloud ninjas experienced a myriad of hospitality from Yunyan before their demise. On average, each cloud ninja relished approximately 6 or 7 minutes, a memory so profound that even in death, it would be hard to forget. After completing this grim task, Yunyan did not bother to collect their corpses, casually wiping his bloodied hands on their garments. Once cleaned, he rose and glanced at the sun above, assessing the time. Yunyan felt that this was insufficient. Merely dealing with these 4 culprits did not satiate his thirst for vengeance. He yearned for retribution, a tit for tat. He desired to slay more cloud ninjas, ensuring that the borders of the land of lightning would remain unsettled during this period. With a leap, Yunyan ascended to the summit of the hillside, once again activating his kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Utilizing his endless vision, he scanned the area like a radar, searching for any potential targets. After a thorough sweep, he fixated on a particular direction with considerable interest. Quite a number indeed, all cloud ninjas. Though their overall strength is lacking, they are reasonably well trained. Excellent, they shall be my next targets. Having concluded his musings and made his choice, Yunyan deactivated his Sharingan, transforming into a wisp of wind, and sped towards that direction with remarkable swiftness. As Yunyan departed, his exit was notably swift. However, the scene beneath the mountains, marked by the gruesome deaths of the 4 cloud ninjas, remained hauntingly vivid. Their bodies lay exposed in the wilderness, unclaimed, their horrific visages no less macabre than those of the Leaf team from the previous night. Approximately half an hour after Yunyan's departure, Parker arrived with Kakashi in tow. As they approached the mountains, Parker, while detecting the increasingly potent sin ahead, solemnly cautioned Kakashi, "Kakashi, the sin of the enemy lies just ahead for cloud ninjas." "But what?" Kakashi prompted, following closely behind. Parker replied, revealing the grim reality he had discerned. "The stench of blood is overwhelming, and there is a hint of decay. You must prepare yourself mentally." Upon hearing Parker's words, Kakashi, who had initially intended to seek vengeance personally, paused momentarily. The sin of blood was intense? There was already a sign of decay? Could it be that the perpetrator had perished? This is indeed the territory of the Land of Lightning. And although it is near the border, it undoubtedly falls within the sphere of influence of the Hidden Cloud Village. If the perpetrator, a shinobi from the Hidden Cloud, is already deceased, then who could have committed this act? Who was responsible for their demise? Could it possibly be the cunning Yunyan, who has acted ahead of the rest? It seems quite plausible. Yet, one must wonder, has this individual truly been so fortunate? With Parker to track the culprit, how did he manage to pinpoint the murderer so directly and accurately? Moreover, he resolved the matter so prematurely, with such questions swirling in his mind and a cautious demeanor. Kakashi hastened onward, following Parker. Soon enough, the duo arrived at their destination, reaching the base of the mountain where the grisly incident transpired. Upon witnessing the horrific scene, with 4 bloodied corpses, barely recognizable and in desperate need of censorship, Kakashi's eyes widened, and he swallowed hard. Observing the disfigured remains of the 4 hidden cloud shinobi, Parker squinted, pondering, what could these 4 have faced in their final moments? Was the assailant's brutality excessive? Kakashi, however, appeared to hold a different view. Shaking his head, "I believe that, given Yunyan's nature, such retribution is rather fitting. Furthermore, The manner of Yunyan's vengeance indicates that these 4 hidden cloud shinobi were indeed the masterminds behind the assault on the Leaf Ninja Squad. Yet, Kakashi felt a sense of frustration creeping in. With Yunyan having exacted his revenge, what more could I possibly do? Turning his gaze away from the censored remains, Kakashi surveyed the area, a sense of melancholy washing over him. This place is certainly close to the border of the Land of Lightning, not far from the national line. The absence of Yunyan here suggests that, having eliminated the 4 principal culprits, he remains unsatisfied and continues to seek out other targets from the hidden cloud village. Parker. If that is the case, let us proceed. This account cannot simply be settled. We must endeavor to reclaim it with doubled resolve. Parker undoubtedly comprehended Kakashi's intent. Yet he felt compelled to seek clarification. Are we indeed planning to stir trouble within the borders of the Land of Lightning? Such actions could prove perilous. Kakashi, unfazed, replied, "It matters not. As long as we exercise caution, we shall remain undetected." The vast expanse of the Land of Lightning renders it improbable for the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village to locate both myself and Yunyan, especially since we shall be operating separately. Moreover, Yunyan Kakashi intended to mention Yunyan's formidable strength, but reconsidered, opting to withhold that information. In truth, this was indeed the case. With such formidable abilities, Yunyan could traverse the Land of Lightning, evading capture with an almost elusive grace, making it exceedingly difficult for the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village to apprehend him. Kakashi harbored no desire to remain a mere spectator. He aspired to take action himself. Parker grasped Kakashi's sentiments, nodding in understanding as he lowered his nose to the ground, attuning himself to the scents around him in search of the whereabouts of other ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village. While Kakashi relied on the tracking prowess of his ninja dog Parker, who possessed commendable skills in pursuit, this was still far inferior to Yunyan's capabilities. In that brief moment, Yunyan had already approached his next target of interest, in a narrow yet modest-sized valley. A contingent of approximately 30 to 40 ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village was marching swiftly, seemingly on a mission of great significance. A gentle breeze swept through the area, revealing Yunyan's silhouette atop the high cliffs flanking the valley as he gazed down upon the troop of ninjas. Unbeknownst to them, Yunyan had not concealed his presence, and his sudden appearance immediately caught the attention of the ninjas below. The leader of this squad, a seasoned jonin, became alert, drawing his weapon and fixing a stern gaze upon Yunyan. "Who goes there?" he demanded. Yunyan remained silent, unwilling to utter a word. The ninjas, noticing their leader's reaction, turned their attention to Yunyan, recognizing the threat and arming themselves in readiness. Soon, they identified him by his attire and forehead protector, a leaf ninja. Confusion spread among them. How did a leaf ninja enter our Land of Lightning? One pondered. True, the border is not far, but this is our territory. When did leaf ninjas grow bold enough to invade us? And why is he alone? Amidst their murmurs of confusion, Yunyan discerned their lack of composure. Realizing that this group was far from elite, a closer examination confirmed his suspicion. Apart from the lone jonin leader, the other ninjas were either chunin or jinin. A disorganized rabble, indeed. Unperturbed by their collective ineptitude, Yunyan thought, though they lack skill, their numbers are considerable. When you reach the other side, do not blame me. Instead, direct your ire towards the 4 fools who provoked my wrath. They are the true culprits. After murmuring this in sincere lament, Yunyan swiftly formed hand seals, channeling his chakra. Wind release, gale force wind. As his incantation echoed, the previously stagnant air of the valley began to stir, swirling and tearing as a tempest arose. In an instant, a fierce wind whipped through the valley, transforming the atmosphere. The ninjas, witnessing this sudden and dramatic shift, were visibly shaken, their expressions shifting to one of alarm. Particularly the more experienced jonin, whose face betrayed his astonishment. The ability to manipulate the air currents of the entire valley was indeed a formidable display of power. Ninjutsu of this magnitude cannot be achieved by ordinary A-rank techniques. Could it possibly be an S-rank ninjutsu? At this moment, the elite shinobi of Cloud Hidden Village had accurately predicted the impending doom. The S-rank wind release technique of Yunyan had already taken form, as hundreds of azure blades of wind materialized amidst the howling currents and fierce gales above the valley. All these blades were aimed directly at the ninjas of Cloud Hidden Village below. Witnessing this scene, the elite shinobi broke into a cold sweat, nearly screaming at the top of his lungs, "Run!" Yet, this group of ninjas, whose overall capabilities were rather lacking, reacted a fraction too slowly. As Yunyan's S-rank wind release technique was unleashed, the hundreds of wind blades descended upon them like a torrential storm, relentless and overwhelming. In an instant, The small valley was filled with flickering azure blades of wind. The air was filled with the buzzing sound of being sliced open, the swift whooshing of the blades, the sickening sound of flesh being cleaved, and the explosive thuds as the blades struck the ground or rocks, creating a cacophony of chaos. Approximately 5 seconds later, all the wind blades had tilted downward, leaving no mercy in their wake. The valley floor had transformed into a veritable hell on earth. As one surveyed the scene, it was a grim tableau of mangled corpses and pools of crimson blood. Most horrifying of all were those who lingered on the brink of death, their nerves still firing, severed limbs twitching and struggling, rendering this hellish scene all the more terrifying. Standing upon the high cliffs of the valley, Yunyan calmly lowered his hands from the seals. Casting a glance to ensure that not a single soul remained standing or breathing below, he nodded in satisfaction. It was certain that all the ninjas down there had perished, with not one left alive. As Yunyan patiently waited for several seconds, the last flickers of life in the scattered corpses finally ceased, leaving them still and motionless. Simultaneously, the pungent scent of blood wafted through the slowly circulating air, escaping the confines of the valley. The intense stench of blood might indeed attract a multitude of wild beasts, particularly those that feast on carrion or are driven by extreme hunger. To them, this would undoubtedly constitute a rare and sumptuous banquet. However, this had no bearing on Yunyan, who stood high upon the precipice, activating his kaleidoscope Sharingan to conduct a wide-ranging scan with his infinite vision, persistently seeking his next target. Remarkably, he soon discovered something intriguing. Just tens of kilometers to the northwest of this valley lay a moderately sized mine. Within the mine, it appeared that prisoners from the Land of Thunder were engaged in mining and smelting, supervised by a considerable number of ninjas from Yunnan village. If Yunyan's observations were accurate, the metals being extracted and refined within this mine were likely special alloys conducive to chakra conduction, typically utilized for crafting high-end ninja weaponry. Indeed, rendering such a vital mine of Yunnan village utterly inoperative would undoubtedly inflict considerable distress upon them. With this notion in mind, Yunyan melded into the air once more, transforming into a fleeting breeze as he swiftly departed, hastening towards the mine. It was evident that the individuals within the mine were to become Yunyan's next quarry. An impending doom loomed over them. In the ensuing days, Yunyan profoundly embodied the principle of retribution, an eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth. He first located the Yunnan village mine he had been observing. The strategy he devised for this mine was one of isolation. He initiated a powerful earth release technique, causing a collapse within the mine that sealed off all but one exit. As panic ensued among the miners and ninjas inside, desperately seeking to escape through the remaining opening, Yunyan positioned himself at the entrance and unleashed a grand fire release technique, exhaling a vast torrent of searing flames into the mine. The prisoners and ordinary ninjas within were utterly defenseless against such an S-rank fire technique, especially given their subterranean confinement. Yunyan stood resolutely at the entrance, unreservedly expending chakra as he directed flames into the mine for over a minute, transforming the interior into an inferno, incinerating all within into charred remnants. After more than a minute of relentless heat, the entire underground mine was devoid of any breath of life, even exuding a thick, acrid scent of charred flesh wafting towards the entrance. Standing at the mouth of the mine, Yunyan experienced the rare sensation of inhaling the aroma of burnt human flesh. Considering the unbearable heat and the horrific scene within, he refrained from entering, conducting a final scan with his infinite vision to confirm that no survivors remained before he departed. Having finished with his macabre feast, Yunyan continued his pursuit of the next target. His next quarry was a chance encounter with a ninja escorting a high-ranking official from the Land of Thunder. His approach to this group was one of self-destruction. Upon locating them, Yunyan approached without hesitation, activating his kaleidoscope Sharingan to cast a genjutsu that ensnared all the ninjas in the escort, rendering them hypnotized, conscious yet immobile. The protective ninjas were incapacitated, leaving only a few individuals, the high-ranking officials from the Land of Thunder, unprotected. These high-ranking officials, indulging in their lavish lifestyles, have become portly and bloated, their bellies distended from excess. In their daily lives, they carry themselves with an air of arrogance, commanding the common folk as if they were mere servants. However, in the face of the current predicament, they have transformed into subservient figures, nearly paralyzed with fear, weeping and imploring Yunyan for mercy. As for Yunyan, he offered a benevolent smile, presenting these esteemed officials with an irresistible proposition they could not refuse. The condition is this: if you wish to preserve your lives, then seize your weapons and slay the very ninjas of Yunnan village who protect you. The group of ninjas from the Hidden Cloud village had succumbed to his illusionary control. Although their consciousness remained intact, Their eyes could move, and they were able to speak. Their bodies were rendered rigid and immovable, akin to powerless beings awaiting their fate. Frankly, upon hearing these conditions, the high-ranking officials of the Land of Lightning were left utterly astounded. Despite their usual ruthless exploitation of the populace, they harbored an inherent fear of ninjas, who possessed extraordinary powers. Now, they found themselves compelled to confront those they once feared, with the grim task of taking lives weighing heavily upon them, instilling a deep sense of terror. Regrettably, they had no right to refuse. Any denial would result in their own demise at the hands of Yunyan. With no alternatives available, these officials reluctantly grasped their kunai and trembled as they approached the very ninjas meant to protect them. Naturally, the ninjas were not willing to accept this fate, erupting in fury and denouncing the officials for their treachery. However, at this juncture, their pleas for gratitude fell on deaf ears, as survival had become their paramount concern. Thus, the high-ranking officials pressed on, beginning the grim task of killing. Yet, a new dilemma arose. These officials had never taken a life, not even that of a chicken. They could only tremble inwardly, shouting to bolster their courage, while repeatedly thrusting their kunai towards the throats of the hidden cloud ninjas. They continued this gruesome act until the bodies lay in a bloody mess, their own faces and bodies splattered with blood, to the point where their vision was obscured by the lifeblood of their victims. Finally, they ceased their horrific actions, having succeeded in killing their protectors, who closed their eyes in resignation to their fate. Yunyan's demands had been met, and he nodded in satisfaction, honoring his promise by sparing the lives of the high-ranking officials, departing alone. Once he left, these officials, drenched in blood, sank to the ground, discarding their kunai, gazing at the lifeless forms of the hidden cloud ninjas with expressions of confusion and lingering dread. However, before they could fully comprehend the gravity of their actions, their heads were severed by an unseen spinning shuriken. Indeed, Yunyan would never leave loose ends. His so-called mercy was merely a facade, true to his nature. He eradicated all traces of his dealings. This is the method employed by Yunyan against this group of individuals, self-inflicted carnage. Yet, this was not sufficiently exhilarating for him. Yunyan continued to seek his next target. Through the relentless scanning of the infinite horizon, he identified his subsequent prey, a newly formed team of genin from Yunyan village that he had fortuitously encountered. What is a class team, you may ask? It comprises a leading genin accompanied by 3 freshly graduated genin, embarking on their first mission. As novice ninjas, they are ill-equipped to undertake highly challenging tasks. However, as ninjas, they must inevitably draw blood. Thus, the ordinary bandits lurking within the borders of the Land of Lightning became their target. As Yunyan stealthily approached under the cover of darkness, he chanced upon a scene. The 3 inexperienced genin from Yunyan village, grappling with their own trepidation, were relentlessly pursuing the bandits that needed to be eradicated from the hideout. Several bandits had already succumbed to their hands, and the remaining foes had to meet the same fate. Occasionally, should a bandit manage to escape, the leading genin stood ready outside the hideout to intervene. This genin was diligently monitoring the progress of his students while occasionally dispatching any that slipped through the net, fulfilling his duties commendably, barring any unforeseen circumstances. This inaugural mission for the Yunyan village class team was poised to conclude successfully. The bandits within the hideout would be entirely vanquished by these fledgling genin, who, upon witnessing blood for the first time, would undergo a transformation, ultimately maturing into competent ninjas of Yunyan village. This is the natural course of events. However, who could have anticipated the arrival of Yunyan? Who could have foreseen the emergence of such an unpredictable variable? With a singular intent to exact revenge and disrupt the entire Yunyan village within the Land of Thunder, Yunyan commenced his operations. His strategy regarding the Yunyan village class team was to turn the tables. The art of this reversal required the use of illusionary techniques. Yunyan activated his kaleidoscopic Sharingan, swiftly subduing the genin from Yunyan village who was stationed outside to support the 3 lower-ranked shinobi. With this genin in tow, he boldly infiltrated the hideout. Faced with this unexpected guest who seemed to descend from the heavens, both the 3 lower-ranked shinobi and the fleeing bandits within the hideout were left in astonishment. With a slight smile, Yunyan cast another illusion, rendering the 3 lower-ranked shinobi under his control. Consequently, the entire Yunyan village class team was now subdued. They retained their consciousness, able to see and speak, yet their bodies remained rigid and immobile. Then, Yunyan proceeded to present this entire captured Yunyan village class team to the remaining bandits in the hideout, allowing them the freedom to act as they pleased. This is bound to be a spectacle. The bandits, initially victims of an unforeseen calamity, found themselves utterly defenseless against the formidable prowess of the ninjas, fleeing in all directions like lambs awaiting slaughter. However, the tide of fortune shifted unexpectedly with the arrival of a ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village, who captured all the Cloud Village ninjas, turning the tables entirely. The remaining bandits experienced a profound transformation in their spirits, their despair and resentment morphing into ecstatic jubilation. With fervent eyes ablaze, they encircled the 4 immobilized ninjas from the Cloud Village, eagerly anticipating a brutal fate for the captured squad. It is worth noting that among these fledgling Cloud Village ninjas was a newly graduated female student. The presence of 2 males and 1 female is typical for a ninja team, and thus not unusual. Yet, one can only imagine the grim fate that awaited the female ninja, one that would be harrowing to behold. Nevertheless, Yunyan remained unyielding. Despite witnessing the repugnant facets of human nature unfold before him, he felt no pangs of compassion. Why? Because mercy towards one's enemies equates to cruelty towards oneself. The fate that befell the obliterated Leaf Ninja Squad was no less dire than that of the Cloud Village team before him. Why should the ninjas from the Hidden Leaf endure such a fate, while those from the Cloud Village escape the same? Yunyan silently observed this scene of extreme brutality. Under the cloak of night, within the bandit stronghold, the 4 ninjas from the Cloud Village were systematically tortured to death by the remaining bandits, their suffering extending until dawn. When the first light broke, it marked the end of all. Yunyan harvested the lives of the remaining bandits, setting the stronghold ablaze, before departing into the horizon. This encapsulates Yunyan's approach towards the Cloud Hidden Village's class squad, turning the tables. The time for conclusion has nearly arrived. The notions of barbecue pits, mutual slaughter, and subverting the role of the guest have all run their course. In the ensuing days, Yunyan discovered numerous worthy targets within the borders of the Land of Thunder, engaging in a variety of intriguing tactics that significantly diminished the combat capabilities of Cloud Hidden Village. According to Yunyan's incomplete self-assessment, the number of elite ninjas from Cloud Hidden Village who perished at his hands has surpassed double digits, while the total of other ninjas who met their demise has exceeded triple digits. Indeed, it is a remarkable achievement. In stark contrast to Yunyan's bountiful harvest, Kakashi's situation appeared rather bleak. He had traversed the Land of Thunder for quite some time without encountering many targets worthy of his vengeance, managing to eliminate a mere 3 or 4 ninjas from Cloud Hidden Village, which barely sufficed as retaliation. The scarcity of targets proved disheartening, however. The true source of his frustration lay in the frequent encounters with the aftermath of Yunyan's exploits. Upon witnessing the chaotic scenes strewn with the bodies of Cloud Hidden Village ninjas, Kakashi felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He lamented, "After running for so many days without finding a single worthy target, it appears that the majority have been devoured by you, Yunyan. You have voraciously consumed all the meat, leaving not even a morsel of broth for me. Is it too much to ask for a sip of soup? I cannot even gnaw on a bone. This is simply outrageous." Why was Kakashi so certain that these tragic incidents were orchestrated by Yunyan? On one hand, the deceased were all ninjas from Cloud Hidden Village, and aside from Yunyan, there were virtually no other suspects. On the other hand, his ninja dog, Pakin, possessed an acute ability to detect Yunyan's unique scent lingering at the crime scenes. The convergence of these 2 characteristics undoubtedly indicates the hand of Yunyan in motion. However, I must reiterate, one should at least leave a little sustenance for Kakashi. With all the spoils claimed by you, what remains? Thus, in recent days, Yunyan has been reveling in the thrill of the chase, deriving immense satisfaction from each act of retribution, finding exhilaration in every confrontation. Conversely, Kakashi, trailing behind, has become increasingly vexed, his frustration mounting with each passing moment, leading to a sense of helplessness. After several days, when Yunyan felt he had exacted enough vengeance and vented his pent-up emotions, he decided to come to a halt, aware that Kakashi had been left in his wake. Unable to partake in even a morsel, he resolved to simply remain in place and await Kakashi's arrival. Not long after, Kakashi, accompanied by Paku, finally caught up by following the scent left by Yunyan. Upon seeing Yunyan leisurely waiting for him with an air of indifference, Kakashi's eyes reddened with urgency. He rushed over and yanked at Yunyan's collar, exclaiming, "Yunyan, at least leave me a drop of soup to savor." Nearly every ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village within a radius of hundreds of miles has fallen to your prowess. And yet here I am, left to clean up your leftover scraps. This is utterly unjust. As Kakashi vigorously shook Yunyan by his collar, the latter displayed an air of indifference, responding, "I never intended for you to come along. If you, a genuine Hokage lineage ninja, found yourself ensnared in the land of lightning, that would indeed be troublesome. You insisted on trailing behind me, and now you can't even enjoy a sip of soup. Who can you blame? You can only lament your lack of skill. The brazen demeanor of the individual in question incited Kakashi's ire. Grasping Yunyan by the collar, Kakashi abruptly ceased his shaking and locked his gaze upon Yunyan's eyes. Just as Yunyan was left bewildered by Kakashi's peculiar behavior, Kakashi unexpectedly reached out, prying open Yunyan's upper and lower eyelids, leaning in closely to scrutinize Yunyan's irises, seemingly to ascertain something. Yunyan, do you truly bear the Uchiha surname? Are you genuinely not a Hyuga? Have you indeed awakened the Sharingan, rather than the Byakugan? How is it that your tracking abilities surpass even those of my ninja dog, Pakken? You consistently manage to identify worthy targets long before I do, leaving me to merely trail behind and clean up the remnants. Yunyan forcefully swatted away Kakashi's playful hands, gritting his teeth. Release me at once. I am an Uchiha, and I have awakened the Sharingan, not the Byakugan. As for why I find targets before you do, I possess a secret technique for extensive reconnaissance that is far superior to your Pakken. What can you do about it? Bite me? Kakashi, vexed to the core, could only grit his teeth in frustration. Nearby, Pakken, appearing somewhat dejected, stood with his sagging, wrinkled visage, helplessly observing the commotion between Yunyan and Kakashi. However, it must be noted that, in Pakken's recollection, the only one capable of engaging in such banter with Kakashi was the fervent fool, Guy. Little did he expect that another Uchiha youth would join their ranks. If memory serves, Kakashi once mentioned having a childhood friend from the Uchiha clan, whose personality diverged from that of the typical Uchiha. Kakashi's Sharingan was inherited from that very friend. Now, with another Uchiha companion by his side, what does this signify? A cycle of rebirth? Pakken pondered silently as he observed the ruckus between the two. In truth, their playful banter served as a means to alleviate their spirits. Kakashi, after all, had not encountered many individuals in recent days. However, Yunyan had already claimed over 100 lives. His days were consumed either in the act of killing or en route to his next target, rendering his existence a tableau of carnage and bloodshed. If this continues, Yunyan's mentality will become unbalanced, which is a truly alarming prospect. Nowadays, Kakashi has also noticed that Yunyan seems to be contemplating the conclusion of this act of vengeance. In order to alleviate his friend's mood, he deliberately engaged in some playful antics to redirect Yunyan's focus. It must be said that this kind of playful interaction between friends can indeed lighten one's spirits. At the very least, Yunyan's rather twisted emotions over the past few days have been significantly normalized thanks to Kakashi's antics. After a brief period of playful mischief, both Yunyan and Kakashi reached a tacit understanding and paused, exchanging glances that led to a moment of silence. Now, it was time to discuss serious matters. Kakashi was the one to break the silence, inquiring, Yunyan, isn't it about time to stop? The casualties inflicted upon the cloud-hidden village have already been quite painful. Moreover, the unusual events occurring here have certainly reached the ears of the higher-ups in the cloud-hidden village, perhaps even the Hokage himself. They will not turn a blind eye to this and will undoubtedly take measures against our actions. If we continue this cycle of vengeance, our situation will become perilous, and we may truly find it impossible to return. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Yunyan nodded in agreement. Yes, I believe it's time to cease. I have vented enough and have gained clarity. As you mentioned, if we provoke the cloud-hidden village further, we could find ourselves in an irretrievable predicament. Even if the Hokage were to come here personally, I wouldn't be intimidated, but there is no need to escalate matters to an uncontrollable extent. Given this, Kakashi, let us depart before the cloud-hidden village seals the borders. Kakashi had been waiting for this statement, and he had been somewhat concerned that Yunyan might become too consumed by rage. However, seeing Yunyan maintain such composure allowed Kakashi to relax considerably, breathing a sigh of relief internally. With such a consensus established, there was no need for further words. The two, along with their companion, promptly set off, swiftly making their way toward the borders of the Land of Lightning. The journey back was remarkably smooth, devoid of any unwelcome obstacles or pursuit from the ninjas of the cloud-hidden village. They traversed the border of the Land of Lightning without hindrance and returned to the safety of the Land of Fire. Yet, returning to a relatively secure territory does not signify the conclusion of their mission. Let us not forget that the task undertaken by Yunyan and Kakashi was, in essence, a reconnaissance mission. Strictly speaking, this reconnaissance task has not yet concluded. Furthermore, given the commotion they caused in the Land of Lightning, the cloud-hidden village is unlikely to remain indifferent, it is highly probable they will dispatch further ninjas to the land of fire to stir trouble. When that time comes, Yunyan and Kakashi will be poised to await their quarry, making their reconnaissance mission truly meaningful. While Yunyan and Kakashi fervently executed their mission at the borders of the land of fire, simultaneously, Izumi in Konoha village was about to encounter some troubles. During this period, although Yunyan has been wreaking havoc outside the village, Quan is living quite peacefully within the confines of the community. With Yunyan absent, there is no longer a necessity for her to visit him daily as she did not long ago. With ample time on her hands, Quan is free to pursue her own interests. Her daily routine consists mainly of training to enhance her abilities, occasionally embarking on missions with others, but for the most part, she remains within the clan, cherishing the comfort of home. This encapsulates the daily life of Quan during this period. If one were to inquire whether Quan harbors concerns about the external presence of Yunyan, the answer would undoubtedly be affirmative. How could she not worry in the slightest? Nonetheless, Yunyan's prowess is evident, and prior to his departure, he repeatedly assured Quan of his cautious approach. Quan is not one to wallow in melancholy or indulge in futile lamentations. Thus, while she may worry, her daily existence must persist. However, even Quan herself did not anticipate that perhaps due to the profound bond she shares with Yunyan, she has unwittingly become a target herself. It was an ordinary day. Izumi engaged in her usual training, completed her routine missions, and returned home just as she always did. Afterward, she shared a simple dinner with her mother. Indeed, the household consisted solely of her and her mother, as her father had long since departed. The two women relied on each other for companionship, navigating their lives together. In the Uchiha clan, they were somewhat marginalized, but Izumi paid little heed to such ostracism. Content to live her modest life. After finishing dinner, she spent some time conversing with her mother. As the hour grew late, they each retreated to their respective bedrooms to prepare for rest. Before succumbing to sleep, Izumi glanced over her ninjutsu scrolls until weariness began to set in, ultimately drifting off at a suitably late hour. The clock struck past 1 in the morning. This is the time when most people are in the deepest slumber, and Izumi is no exception. Where could one feel safer than in the comfort of their own home? Especially in her familiar bedroom, Izumi sleeps soundly. Yet, it is precisely in this safest of places and at this most secure moment that an unwelcome intruder arrives. Two root ninjas, yes, indeed, two root ninjas, have emerged once again. It is perplexing how that old dog Danzo always seems to send out two of his ninjas to stir up trouble. Unlike the elite Jonin sent to deal with Yunyan previously, this time, it appears that due to Izumi's relatively modest strength, the two ninjas dispatched are merely ordinary Jonin. Silently, the root ninjas infiltrate Izumi's home, avoiding any disturbance to her mother, and stealthily advance into Izumi's bedroom. One ninja positions himself at the door, seemingly to prevent Izumi from escaping, while the other approaches her bedside, preparing to strike. Observing the peacefully sleeping Izumi, the root ninja draws a kunai, raising it high, aimed menacingly at her throat. Although their actions suggest an intention to kill, their expressions betray a lack of genuine murderous intent, revealing merely a sense of malice. The two ninjas have a clear objective. They have come not for assassination, but to capture Izumi alive. Following Danzo's orders, they plan to take her to the root for a tea session, hoping to instill caution in the outside Yunyan. Their scheme appears to be foolproof, however. Unforeseen events often transpire. To the outside world, Izumi presents herself as an average chunin. But does her true strength truly align with that rank? How many Uchiha chunins possess the ability to activate their three-tomo Sharingan? How many can remain composed and feign sleep while two root Jonin intrude upon their sanctuary? As the ninja lifts his weapon to strike, Izumi ceases her pretense. Lying on her bed, she seemingly remains in slumber, yet suddenly her eyes snap open, revealing the mesmerizing swirl of her three-tomo Sharingan. The moment her Sharingan is unveiled, she instantly casts an illusion upon the root ninja poised at her bedside with the kunai. Caught off guard, the ninja falters, ensnared by the genjutsu. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Izumi, clad in her nightwear, swiftly retrieves her own kunai, gripping it firmly as she makes a decisive slash towards the ninja's throat. With a swift and fierce strike, Quan moved forward with a calm gaze and an indifferent expression, exuding an undeniable charisma. Unfortunately, the opponent was a seasoned Jonin from the roots, a lethal weapon honed by Danzo's training, possessing an overall prowess that surpassed that of an ordinary Jonin. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, causing the root ninja's eyes to widen in alarm as he urgently broke free from the illusion. Upon regaining his senses, he swiftly retreated and hastily defended himself with his kunai. The clash echoed with a resounding clang, accompanied by a shower of sparks. As the kunai of Izumi met that of the root ninja, neutralizing their respective assaults. After fending off Izumi's sudden strike, the root ninja took 2 quick steps back, adopting a serious demeanor as he faced her. He realized he had underestimated her. This Uchiha girl was not as simple as she appeared, and she might very well possess the strength of AJ Nin. Fortunately, he was not alone in this confrontation. The root ninja stationed at the bedroom door, witnessing the situation, unhesitatingly drew his weapon and stood alongside his comrade. The two stood side by side, exuding a palpable aura of menace directed at Izumi, who stood resolutely before them, undaunted. She regarded her 2 adversaries with a grave expression. It was evident to her that they were from Root, not the Anbu. Izumi had heard of Root's notorious reputation, yet she could not fathom why they had targeted an ordinary Uchiha girl like herself. With no time for contemplation, she resolved to act. If her foes were ruthless, she would not show mercy. As her gaze sharpened, the crimson tomo in her eyes began to spin slowly. With a decisive rush, she charged toward the 2 root ninjas. The ninjas, prepared and in sync, immediately coordinated their efforts to engage Izumi in combat. In an instant, the confined space of Izumi's bedroom became a battlefield, filled with the sounds of clashing weapons and the sparks generated by their fierce struggle. The intensity of their skirmish was palpable, shadows darting swiftly in the dim light. For a brief moment, Izumi demonstrated remarkable prowess, managing to hold her own against the 2 root ninjas. However, the reality remained that she was outnumbered. If she could not eliminate one of her opponents swiftly, the tide would inevitably turn against her. To make matters worse, Izumi's worst fear materialized. Her mother had been awakened by the commotion. Alarmed by the sounds of battle emanating from her daughter's room, the mother rushed in, clutching her long unopened kunai, and burst through the door. Upon entering, she was met with the chaotic scene of her daughter engaged in a fierce struggle against 2 enemies. In her concern, she became flustered. Her presence, rather than providing assistance, only served as a hindrance. Though a ninja, it had been many years since she had fought, having devoted herself solely to caring for her daughter, and her skills had atrophied to that of a mere genin, if even that. Noticing her mother's arrival, Izumi's heart sank, and she urgently called out, "Mother, please leave." Yet, her mother, overcome with worry, remained resolute, weapon in hand, hesitating at the threshold. The 2 root ninjas exchanged glances, realizing that an opportunity had presented itself. Though the lady charged forward, weapon in hand, her expression betrayed a fade of bravado, revealing an underlying fragility. The aura she emanated was feeble, clearly exposing the vulnerabilities of the young Uchiha girl. With this in mind, there was little left to deliberate. They resolved to seize this lady and subsequently coerce her daughter, compelling the Uchiha girl to submit. The 2 root ninjas shared a knowing glance. One remained to engage with Izumi, while the other swiftly advanced towards her mother, weapon drawn, intent on capturing her. Upon witnessing this, Izumi's heart raced with alarm. Despite a fleeting surge of strength fueled by her emotional upheaval, she found herself unable to breach the blockade set by the root ninja. Helplessly, she watched as the other ninja drew ever closer to her mother, perilously endangering her. No. After a cry of defiance, Izumi's emotional turmoil triggered a remarkable transformation within her psyche. In an instant, her Sharingan, adorned with the 3 tomo, underwent a startling metamorphosis, morphing into an extraordinary triangular pattern. It is noteworthy that this triangular design bore an uncanny resemblance to the kaleidoscopic Sharingan of Yunyan. Fortunately, a contingency had been set in place. As Izumi's excitement culminated in the transformation of her eyes into the kaleidoscopic triangular pattern identical to Yunyan's, an extraordinary mental wave surged forth from her gaze. A surge of spiritual energy emerged, manifesting as a powerful illusion that directly affected the 2 root ninjas. Their bodies stiffened in an instant. One fell into a daze, losing consciousness, while they remained frozen in place, utterly immobile. The root ninja entangled and blocking Izumi stood rigidly before her, while another, who had not yet seized her mother, stood motionless in front of her as well. Before the mother and daughter stood 2 root ninjas, each having lost consciousness. The situation had taken a drastic turn for the worse, only to suddenly ascend into a state of inexplicable relief. Gazing at the 2 root ninjas ensnared in an illusion, utterly unable to control themselves, Izumi and her mother breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, along with their relief came a profound sense of bewilderment. What had just transpired? Were these 2 root ninjas truly under the sway of an illusion? What source possessed such formidable power? As they exchanged bewildered glances, It was in that moment of connection that Izumi's mother discerned the peculiar crimson triangular pattern within her daughter's eyes. With a certain knowledge of her family's Sharingan, Izumi's mother was instantly taken aback. It was said that above the three-tomo Sharingan lay a more potent advanced version known as the Mangeki Sharingan. Upon its awakening, the tomo would transform into a unique and extraordinary pattern. Could it be that her daughter, spurred by emotion, had awakened the legendary Mangeki Sharingan at such a critical moment? Overwhelmed by shock and confusion, Izumi's mother trembled as she inquired, "Izumi, have you awakened the Mangeki Sharingan?" Mangeki Sharingan. Izumi was momentarily taken aback, slowly shaking her head. How could that be? The Mangeki Sharingan cannot simply awaken at will. But your eyes? What is wrong with my eyes? With this uncertainty, Izumi turned to the dressing mirror beside her. In the reflection, her eyes were blood red, unmistakably the Sharingan. Yet, swirling within her eyes was not the three-tomo, but rather the unique triangular pattern. Staring at this pattern, Izumi was equally astonished. Had she truly awakened the Mangeki Sharingan? But how could that be? She felt no such sensation. The sudden surge of power, particularly the mental disturbance and illusion, felt utterly foreign to her. As the confusion and astonishment lingered, Izumi suddenly felt a wave of fatigue wash over her, her eyes growing heavy. It was as though this terrifying power had drained her reserves. The triangular pattern within her eyes dissipated, reverting back to the three-tomo. Not only did the pattern change, but the once vibrant crimson hue seemed to lighten considerably. Weary, she covered one eye, enduring the mental strain, and lifted her gaze once more to the mirror. Yes, it had reverted to the three-tomo. There was no mistaking it. That previous sensation, the essence of the illusion, that feeling of being utterly out of control, was unmistakable. What on earth was happening? Izumi found herself utterly perplexed. In truth, she was not mistaken. This power was not her own, and she had not awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. Had she truly awakened it? How could her Mangeki Sharingan pattern be identical to Yunyan's triangular design? It is known that no two leaves in this world are exactly alike. The recent anomaly was a result of the contingency plan Yunyan had set in motion before departing. Let us not forget that before leaving Konoha for an external mission, Yunyan had bid a farewell to Izumi. During that farewell, he had subtly avoided Kakashi and cast an illusion on Izumi using his Mangeki Sharingan, subsequently erasing her memory of that moment. Indeed, the illusion had remained dormant within her mind, waiting for the right moment to activate. Just moments ago, as Izumi witnessed another root ninja charging toward her mother, her emotions surged, triggering the illusion set by Yunyan, which ultimately subdued the two root ninjas. This delineates the sequence of events. In truth, regarding the current circumstances, Yunyan had anticipated these developments even before departing from Konoha to undertake his mission. That old dog, Danzo, having suffered consecutive setbacks at Yunyan's hands, would undoubtedly be unwilling to accept defeat. If he could not contend with Yunyan, would he not target those around him? There is no doubt that the sinister Danzo is capable of such reckless actions. It could be argued that if Danzo were incapable of such deeds, he would cease to be Danzo. It was precisely due to his foresight and concerns that Yunyan cast an illusion upon Izumi before his departure from Konoha, establishing a contingency plan. Would one truly believe that he left Konoha to engage in a mission with such unwarranted confidence? That would be absurd. How could he be so at ease? Yunyan has few vulnerabilities within Konoha, and Izumi is certainly one of them. Aware of this weakness, how could Yunyan neglect to prepare adequately in advance? Of course, some may argue that merely setting an illusion is insufficient insurance, as the unrelenting Danzo, having failed in his initial attack on Izumi, is likely to attempt another strike. Can the illusions laid by Yunyan thwart the first, second, third, 10th, or even 100th attempts? There is no doubt that the unpredictable Danzo would resort to such shameless actions. Relying solely on an illusion is indeed precarious. Nothing provides the same security as Yunyan's personal vigilance by Izumi's side. Indeed, Yunyan himself shares this sentiment. As the illusion from the spring was triggered, far away at the border of the land of fire, Yunyan, who was on a reconnaissance mission, felt its ripple. Awakening from a light slumber, he leaned against a tree and opened his eyes rather abruptly. Before him, a small yet bright campfire flickered gently. Kakashi, that rascal, had finally relented during this period and agreed to light a fire for warmth, illumination, and cooking. This modest blaze was kindled by Kakashi himself. Where, then, was Kakashi? A slight turn of his head revealed that he was diligently writing by the firelight. To be precise, it was not merely reading by lamplight, but rather pinning something by the glow of the campfire. He lay prone on the ground, swiftly inscribing words onto a scroll. Observing this scene, Yunyan could not restrain himself from inquiring, Kakashi, what time is it that you're still awake? What are you so busy with? Without lifting his head, Kakashi continued to write, replying, given the events that have transpired in the Land of Thunder, where you've taken such significant actions and eliminated numerous members of the Cloud-Hidden Village, it is certain to provoke considerable repercussions. I must urgently report the details, the background, and our current circumstances to Lord Hokage. I am in the midst of drafting this mission report. Once completed, I shall send it back to Konoha via Ninja Hawk to inform the Hokage. Yunyan nodded with a sense of detachment. Oh, I see. It indeed seems necessary to notify Sarutobi. Otherwise, remaining silent while undertaking such grand endeavors would be quite inappropriate. However, Kakashi, do you think that upon learning of my actions, Sarutobi will be particularly furious and punish me? Kakashi paused, unable to resist turning to Yunyan. Punish you? Indeed. You see, during this time, I have killed many cloud-hidden ninjas within the borders of their land, which has undoubtedly stirred quite a commotion. The Cloud-Hidden Village, known for their fiery temperament, will not let this incident rest. They are bound to take further action. It is entirely possible that the tensions at the border will escalate rapidly, potentially leading to war. Such a grave situation, stemming from my actions, could very well incite Sarutobi's wrath upon me. At this juncture, Yunyan sat up straight, a knowing smile gracing his lips. To be even more pessimistic, if the Cloud-Hidden Village adopts a particularly aggressive stance, they may demand that Konoha surrender the perpetrator responsible for the deaths of their ninjas and the ensuing tragedies, or else they might declare war outright. In light of the current circumstances, what course of action should Konoha take? What should the old Sarutobi do? Setting aside other matters, given the old man's inherently timid disposition, it is unlikely he would readily consider initiating conflict. Therefore, in order to quell the wrath of the Cloud Village and to provide them with an explanation, might Sarutobi contemplate surrendering me to them? Upon hearing Yunyan's bleak yet pragmatic predictions, Kakashi instinctively felt that his conjectures might indeed hold some validity. Considering the Hokage's character and modus operandi, along with his increasingly timorous and conservative political tendencies in recent years, it seemed plausible that he might act in such a manner. However, this notion merely flitted through Kakashi's mind. Upon further reflection, he shook his head. Yunyan, while the Hokage undoubtedly harbors numerous issues, I do not believe he would stoop to such depths. Yunyan smirked knowingly. Oh, what leads you to such a conclusion? I hold no faith in that old man's integrity. Turning to the matter at hand, Kakashi ceased his idle scribbling on the ground, straightened himself, and adopted a grave expression. Regardless of the circumstances, the Hokage remains the Hokage. No matter what, your actions, Yunyan, have been precipitated by necessity. Ultimately, you have made significant contributions, effectively undermining the arrogance of the Cloud Village and diminishing their active forces. For these reasons, the Hokage will not take action against you, nor will he betray you to appease others. If he were to do so, it would shatter the morale of the Konoha shinobi, who would then be willing to exert themselves for Konoha, to sacrifice for it. Furthermore, if you were to be sacrificed in such a manner, the Hokage's reputation would suffer greatly, as would that of Konoha. Henceforth, in the face of similar provocations by adversaries, what should we Konoha shinobi do? Should we continually retreat? Having articulated these thoughts, Kakashi asserted, thus, your fears, Yunyan, are unfounded. The Hokage is unlikely to act in such a way. Listening to Kakashi's well-reasoned discourse, Yunyan nodded in agreement. Indeed, your argument holds merit. The old Sarutobi is unlikely to take such drastic measures. Yet, one cannot deny that he will undoubtedly be tempted, and he may indeed harbor impulses and intentions to surrender me to placate others. The statement left Kakashi at a loss for words. He rolled his eyes and resumed his position on the ground, diligently composing a mission report. Noticing Kakashi's reluctance to engage, Yunyan chuckled softly and stood up from his seated position on the ground. I'm off to relieve myself. You may continue your writing, Kakashi. Kakashi, disinterested, did not lift his gaze nor respond to Yunyan. After uttering this remark, Yunyan took a few steps aside and discreetly maneuvered behind a large tree, effectively obscuring Kakashi's line of sight. Seizing this opportunity, he silently conjured a shadow clone. After creating the clone, Yunyan nodded at it, and the clone acknowledged him with a nod in return, indicating all was well. Thus, facing the tree, the clone unfastened its trousers and proceeded to relieve itself. The sound of urine hitting the ground clearly audible to Kakashi, who paid it no mind and harbored no suspicions. As the sound of urination masked his actions, Yunyan, in his original form, shifted a few steps away, ensuring Kakashi remained oblivious. He stood still, closed his eyes, and began to concentrate, not on the urge to urinate, but on cultivating a sense of spatial awareness. After all, the distance from this location to Konoha exceeded 1,000 miles. Accurately perceiving such a vast expanse was no trivial task. After a careful 5 seconds of meditation, Yunyan furrowed his brow, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Concurrently, the shadow clone finished its business, adjusted its trousers, and emerged from behind the tree, returning to Kakashi's side. It settled back against the tree trunk, eyes closed, feigning sleep once more. Kakashi, still engrossed in his report, remained unaware that the figure beside him was merely Yunyan's clone and did not notice the absence of his original form. However, it should be noted that Yunyan's sudden disappearance, following his considerable effort to attune himself to the spatial dimensions, offered some insight into the nature of his vanishing act. Indeed, it was the Flying Thunder God technique, though he had been training in it for less than a month. Yunyan had managed to grasp the fundamentals of the technique with the aid of his kaleidoscopic Sharingan. The hallmark of this foundational training lies in the ability to execute pinpoint teleportation. However, it necessitates a considerable period of preparation, rendering spontaneous movement unfeasible. Yet, for the current Yunyan, this rudimentary Flying Thunder God technique suffices. In due course, he may gradually decipher it through the use of the kaleidoscope Sharingan's enhancements, ultimately mastering the Flying Thunder God to an exceptionally profound level, surpassing even the legendary Minato Namikaze. At this juncture, I realize I have yet to elucidate the specific functions of this kaleidoscope Sharingan enhancement. While Yunyan traverses the vast expanse of distance through teleportation, allow me a moment to expound upon it. In addition to the previously mentioned ocular technique, endless vision, Yunyan possesses another ability known as infinite analysis. This technique, as its name implies, possesses the remarkable ability to analyze infinitely. Regardless of the nature of the skill or method, given sufficient time, it can be thoroughly deciphered and comprehended. In other words, this is an exceptionally potent auxiliary tool. Since Yunyan acquired the detailed information on the Flying Thunder God technique from Sarutobi Hisashi, he has frequently employed this technique to analyze it. Through continuous study and exploration, in less than a month, Yunyan has managed to grasp the fundamentals of the Flying Thunder God technique, allowing him to utilize it at a basic level. The speed of this cultivation, if known to Sarutobi Hiruzen, would surely cause him great distress. For even the exceptionally talented Minato Namikaze, who possessed remarkable gifts in spatial manipulation, took a considerable amount of time to formally master the Flying Thunder God technique after beginning his studies. Yet here you are, achieving the same in less than a month. Such an accomplishment seems almost excessive. In truth, it is not merely the Flying Thunder God technique. Various other ninjutsu, particularly the formidable wind release techniques, have been gradually deciphered and cultivated by Yunyan through this infinite analysis augmentation. Having served as a guardian among the 12 ninja for many years in the capital of the Land of Fire, and with the abundant resources provided by the feudal lord of the Land of Fire, how could he possibly lack access to a wealth of resources and ninjutsu materials? These resources and materials were supplied by the feudal lord or accumulated over generations by the lords of the Land of Fire. While this foundation may not rival that of the Great Hidden Leaf Village, it is nonetheless impressive and significantly superior to that of smaller ninja villages. With such a robust foundation to draw upon, focusing solely on nurturing Yunyan, combined with his ocular prowess of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, which allows for infinite analysis, it is no wonder that Yunyan has achieved such profound mastery of ninjutsu and possesses his current formidable strength. This is the specific origin of Yunyan's formidable strength. This is a detailed account of another external module of Yunyan. Setting aside those circumstances, let us speak of Yunyan. Utilizing the instantaneous technique of Flying Thunder God, Yunyan traversed an immense distance in the blink of an eye, returning from the borders of the Land of Fire straight to Konoha and directly to Izumi's side. This was indeed the case, for upon his departure, Yunyan had not only cast a defensive illusion upon Izumi, but had also inscribed a Flying Thunder God seal on her, serving as a fixed-point teleportation marker. With the Flying Thunder God seal anchored to Izumi, his swift return over such a vast expanse naturally brought him to her side. At that moment, Izumi was in her bedroom, still grappling with the lingering fatigue of her mind. Feeling utterly lost in the presence of two root ninjas she had inadvertently controlled, unsure of how to explain the situation to her mother. Just as despair began to envelop her, with a sudden flash, Yunyan appeared beside her. Truth be told, The fright Izumi and her mother had endured that evening was already overwhelming. Facing yet another shock, she felt a twinge of panic upon sensing a presence beside her. Without a moment's hesitation, Izumi instinctively lunged at the figure with her kunai. Fortunately, her meager strength was no match for Yunyan, who swiftly seized her wrist, gently soothing her with the words, "Izumi, it's me." Upon hearing Yunyan's voice, Izumi's grip faltered. As she focused, she realized it was indeed him. And a wave of relief washed over her, causing the tension in her body to dissipate, and the kunai fell from her hand. Simultaneously, an overwhelming sense of grievance welled up within her. Yunyan noticed as Izumi wrinkled her delicate nose, her eyes reddening, and soon her nose began to flush as well. In an instant, she threw herself at Yunyan, tears streaming down her face, exclaiming, "Yunyan." Feeling Izumi's embrace and hearing her call his name stirred a complex mix of emotions within Yunyan. He held her close, gently patting her back in an effort to comfort her. Yet, he was not oblivious to the fact that Izumi's mother was still standing at the door of the bedroom. Observing this scene, Izumi's mother felt a swirl of confusion and complex emotions. She recognized Yunyan, knowing him to be a cherished friend of her daughter, aware that Izumi harbored special feelings for him. In truth, she had no intention of opposing their relationship. However, witnessing her daughter embrace Yunyan elicited an unexpected feeling, akin to watching her little cabbage willingly approach a pig. Consequently, Izumi's mother wore an expression of mixed emotions. While comforting Izumi, Yunyan turned his gaze toward her mother, a hint of apology in his eyes. "I'm sorry, Mayam, for startling both you and Izumi." Izumi's mother sighed, shaking her head slightly, indicating it was of no concern. "It's all right. All is well that ends well." At this point, she couldn't help but glance at the two root ninjas still standing in the bedroom, oblivious to their surroundings. Speaking of which, what exactly is going on here?